Chapter 151. The main forces of the Milanovic clan were moving into place, taking over positions within the rocky terrain around the entrance of the mine. The Shadow Flame disciples and Twisting Terror clan moved to prevent them from gaining full control of the area. All of the words that might have been spoken between them had already been said. Neither recognized the other side's legitimacy, nor were they willing to split the rights to the mine. Around to the side where the sands deepened but tall rocks still stood above, John crept forward with his forces. It was likely the Shadow Flame disciples would try a flanking maneuver, and if they didn't, he would be the one to do so. Otherwise, he would be ready for them, and they might not expect him. Even if they knew he was around, keeping his exact location unknown provided just enough uncertainty. As it turned out, they weren't attempting to flank along the same path he was, but they had a squad watching. John wasn't charitable with how he began the ambush. The Shadow Flame disciples had been directly involved in the assassination attempt on him, and they'd had no prior history at that point. They chose the wrong side and would pay for it. 2 were dead by his own blade before anyone could react, and simultaneous attacks from others took down several more. John wished Aiden were present, as he was a step above the rest. But he had to take solace that at least his uncle was still alive. It had been close. Blows were exchanged, darkness fighting against darkness and flame. The Brandel clan cultivators were able to overwhelm the fire of just a single squad with a wave of water element, and being both surprised and outnumbered, the group was down in a few moments. The short scuffle would have undoubtedly given away their location, but that was fine. Splitting the enemy's attention was half the point. John and the few dozen following him made their way to a nice choke point with solid rock on either side. The area could still use a few improvements, though it was decent as it was. Even so, John began to work some earth elemental spiritual energy into the stone along the base of one side, pulling away sand. There was little reason for John himself to hide, since they would have doubtless noticed someone at the consolidated soul phase present. With him out in the open with a dozen others by his side, the mixed group that came to fend them off was less prepared for the extra numbers that came in from either side, entrapping them in a reverse wedge. A whirlwind of sand whipped up by some members of the Twisting Terror clan attempted to blind John and throw him off balance, and while the former worked to some extent, he was able to hold his footing. Just a bit of earth energy to anchor him to the ground, and the strongest winds would find it difficult to push him away. The sand did threaten to choke up his mouth and nose, but he quickly wrapped a cloth around his face. Just because he traveled by carriage didn't mean he wasn't ready for a bit of sand. Fighting with just his energy senses was not the worst thing for John. His enemies were similarly impaired, though the Twisting Terror clan clearly had experience fighting in the swirling sands and were clearly at a bit of an advantage against the clan members around John. The next event that required John's attention was a group of the air cultivators breaking off towards the Brandel clan members. Though the Brandel clan was quite familiar with fighting against the air element, water cultivators were still at a disadvantage. John shifted to cut them off, all the while continuing his project with the nearby rocks. There were no individual cultivators that could match John's cultivation, but he made sure to never let himself get surrounded. He moved through the cloak of darkness the Tenebach clan was forming together, slashing at his opponents with his sword. Small portions of his energy were devoted to pulling away the air and darkness energy from the various opponents. Spiritual energy absorption was quite efficient for long battles, as it drew from his enemies and empowered him. Redirecting some of the swirling sand onto Shadow Flame disciples was also quite satisfying. A little bit of water element, and it was suddenly a cloud of wet sand that dampened the power of their fire significantly. A group of Shadow Flame disciples stealthily made their way around to the east. They kept low to keep hidden behind the rocks without being overly reliant on spiritual energy, merely keeping their energy wrapped up tightly inside themselves, with the barest amounts blending into the natural fire of the area. Even focusing on stealth, they were aware enough of their surroundings to notice something up ahead. The leader held out a hand to silently stop them, surveying the area in front of them. A fountain of sand shot into the air as a burst of blue fire rocketed forwards towards them. Oh, come on, I was subtle and everything. With the eruption of Steve, known in this world at Lucanus, several squads of Milanovic clan cultivators charged forward behind him, revealing themselves from behind rocks. They had not really expected to properly ambush their opponents anyway. Yet despite noticing him, Steve's crazy charge threw some people off balance. Twisting black flames rushed forward, meeting his own blue flames. But he held his arms wide and caught the core of the fire, carrying it along with him into the front ranks of the enemy. With Steve being a destructive force of chaos, there was time for the squads to back him up before he was overwhelmed. And when things looked like they might ultimately be balanced, Justina revealed herself from the side. Her flames were like ocean waves, splashing over and around in counterattacks or defenses the enemy had. Some flames clung to people, but hers were quite content to settle in a pool under people's feet. She could control her flames in more traditional ways as well, but the most effective was using an element the Shadow Flame disciples thought they understood in a way they were simply unprepared for. In the center of the battle, Alina was leading the forces. She was meant to be gaining experience as a potential clan head, but at the moment she was unsure of her chances with Justina already being in the consolidated soul phase. Sure, she wasn't that far behind, but the other woman had grown explosively from middling power to where she was now, all due to that Lacanus fellow. He'd been a solid ally of the clan, so she didn't begrudge that, but it just made her uncertain of her own future prospects. At least she was friendly with those two, and Fortkran Tenebach as well. If their presence promoted the Milanovic clan to greater heights, it would hardly matter if she became clan head or not. Before all that, she had to live through the current battle. Things weren't exactly going poorly, but the Milanovic clan hadn't been able to mobilize any of the consolidated soul phase cultivators until they simultaneously got two new ones. It wasn't exactly a surprise that those two made the advancement, but nobody thought it would come with so little warning. The Shadow Flame disciples had a few consolidated soul phase cultivators among them and had brought 3 to the mines. One had disappeared and subsequently died in the assassination attempt on Fortkran, but that left 2 more, and 2 from the Twisting Terror clan. One of the latter was facing off against her, which wasn't exactly comfortable. Alina needed the support of her surrounding allies to keep up, and even then she found the swirling sands were getting to her. There was a howling in the winds that chilled her. Simply knowing it was part of an enemy technique didn't make her invulnerable to it. She swung her sword, creating an ephemeral arc of fire to protect her. It was quickly swept away in the winds, but she was beginning to see a way she might use that to her advantage. She just needed to get the timing right and draw upon the power of those beside her. John finally found himself perturbed by the swirling winds and sand when a consolidated soul phase cultivator came to head him off. No amount of wind caused by anyone vaguely normal would concern him by itself. He'd weathered far too long on Cyclone Island, training with Kazuma, to be thrown off by just that. The abrasive nature of the sands was still a problem, however, and it was difficult to keep it from chipping away at his defensive energy. It also didn't help that a fraction of his focus was still divided. Someone had to be able to notice what was happening, but nobody changed their positioning. To that end, John chose to reposition himself instead, dragging some of the battle with him. He wasn't willing to attempt throwing any daggers in swirling vortexes of green sand, so he had to rely mainly on his sword. Quick movements were his bread and butter, finding openings and striking before his opponent could react. Feinting to create his own openings worked just as well. John caught on to some of the winds around them, feeding and empowering them with some of his water element, while wrestling for control with wind. When the vortex he was focusing on ultimately flattened between the indistinct battle lines, his opponent might have thought they won. But the burst of power it released was used to make one last tug on a bit of earth, the power supplementing it. With the sands beneath it dug out, one of the larger and more unstable rocks toppled over when provided with a little extra motivation, crashing down towards John and the figure in the wind fighting him. John was expecting it and was easily able to retreat. Some of the Shadow Flame disciples were clearly unprepared and didn't move out of the way in time, finding themselves trapped under its weight and pressed into the sand. Unburying them might have been simple enough outside of a battle, but taking out half a squad even for a short time was valuable. Then there was the consolidated soul phase cultivator hidden in the winds. They chose to follow John's quick movements, which turned out to be a mistake. They were quickly isolated beyond the fallen wall of rock, with only a couple lucky others around them, and over a dozen Tenebach cultivators along with John himself. The consolidated soul phase cultivator attempted a hasty retreat, forcing a huge gust of air towards the sands below, meant to push them up and over the rock protrusion. It would have worked had the sand not been caught around their ankles like 2 powerful hands. They only succeeded in creating a large dust cloud, and the unexpected lack of movement left them open for John to impale. An air cultivator that couldn't move wasn't easily able to resist a straightforward attack, and John wasn't the only one who moved simultaneously. When the dust settled, John saw the face of a woman. It wasn't the first woman he had killed in battle, but he still felt a slight twinge of guilt, even if it wasn't really more wrong to kill a woman than a man. They were an enemy in battle, and they made that choice, though he really wished more people would choose a route other than fighting. Not that he could say he'd been helpful in promoting such an atmosphere. It seemed impossible to change anything, so he simply had to be strong. He would defend himself and his family and allies, and anyone who tried to take those things from him would have to contend with that. Chapter 152. Information from the Green Sands and the attempt on John's life was still on the way to the Tenebach clan and the Order of the Amber Heart, and ultimately the Brandel clan, when Mateo arrived at the Blustering Peaks. She was not alone, of course, nor did she simply have Brandel clan cultivators with her. Though she personally was quite capable against air element cultivators, there was still an elemental advantage of air over water, and the Cardal clan's primary element was air, with water as a secondary. Kazuma Mulyani stood alongside Mateo, her cultivation still 2 ranks ahead, putting her on the brink of reaching mid-consolidated soul phase. Other members of the Mulyani clan were present, filling out the ranks with air element cultivators. They would have a partial advantage in element, but they weren't relying on that as much as the individual strength of Kazuma and the power of those with them. Dozens of soul expansion phase cultivators in a mixture of both clans, a serious display of their might. The forces remaining at the Brandel clan were rather thin, but their allies in the area were taking care of potential dangers, and Netanel was still there, protecting the triplets and the clan in general. Passage from the Shimmering Islands to the Blustering Peaks was not easily accessible. Normal people would not be able to make the trip at all, and even cultivators found the carved switchbacks from a place that could hardly even be called a proper place to anchor a ship. They had to leave a few to watch their vessels, so they were not dashed upon the rocks in unpredictable weather. Walking up the slippery wet switchbacks in the cliff among high winds was not child's play, though the Mulyani clan helped shield the Brandel clan cultivators from the wind. They were able to reach the top in relative safety, though Mateo kept a careful eye on those waiting at the top. Before the path turned into the relatively more smoothly sloped region at the southeastern base of the Blustering Peaks, there was a guardhouse. Stationed there were somewhere around 50 guards, ranging from foundation phase to late soul expansion phase. One of those at the peak of soul expansion phase was a relatively young man, clearly having done well for himself in advancing his cultivation. He stepped forward to a prominent position atop the walls. Halt! For what reason does such a large force intrude upon the Blustering Peaks? Mateo scanned over those on the walls, checking their cultivation not just for strength but for origin. We have no quarrel with the Blustering Peaks as a whole. However, we will not be denied revenge upon the Cardal clan for their part in an attempt to annihilate the Brandel clan. The man looked down, thinking for a few moments. Do you have any proof of such an attack? A storage bag was upturned onto the ground, a pile of heads pouring out of it. Several of them began to roll down the slope where they were stopped by those in the rear. A flick of spiritual energy turned some of the heads to face the gates where they might be recognized. The Cardal clan was involved with the Society of Midnight from the Darklands, along with others. The rest are being dealt with. The man slowly nodded. Your words ring true. You may pass. If you cause any other trouble, be aware we will not let you get away with it. Also, pick those up. Mateo smiled thinly. Though it was true the Cardal clan had attacked them, having some of their heads wasn't proof. She hadn't waited for word of the attack to spread before coming, so they could only trust her. But none of those in the guardhouse really cared about proof. They just wanted a reasonable enough excuse, one where they could claim some sort of justice and not have to mention that they really didn't want to fight against any consolidated soul phase cultivators. And from their nervous glances, some of them recognized Kazuma. The group continued onward. They stopped in Aquinas to wait for the next morning, resting up for the journey ahead. The Cardal clan was located deeper in the mountains, not as high as the source of the Grand Cliff River, but a somewhat longer journey of a few days for cultivators of sufficient power. The group carved a path up the mountain, pushing through winds and eventually snow as they made their way towards the Cardal clan. They paced themselves, not wanting to arrive exhausted. Even if their numbers were calculated to be sufficient, they expected resistance. There was also the matter of the clan head Everin Cardle, who was in the consolidated soul phase. Though the slopes leading up to the Cardle clan were steep, they were sufficiently wide to avoid much risk of falling off. After all, the clan had to receive guests and shipments of goods. Even if they would generally escort them on the last leg of the journey, their personal guidance was only marginally better than what Mateo and Kazuma could provide together. The guards at the gates hesitated slightly to call the alarm as they approached. After all, it was hard to believe that anyone would be coming to attack their clan directly. "Drop your weapons and surrender, and we will spare your lives," Kazuma said, projecting her voice on the winds. While they were still processing that, she leapt into the air, cresting over the top of the 10-meter-high wall. She was met with a sudden bout of resistance as she approached the wall, a gust of wind pushing against her. However, instead of forcing her away, she twisted and somehow caused it to accelerate her onto the wall instead of the opposite. She took the metal rod in her hands and anchored it on the wall with a thud, eyes flicking between the nearest guards. "This is your chance." 3 of the 4 closest guards dropped their weapons and stepped back, while one lowered his spear at her. Perhaps he was especially brave or determined, or perhaps he didn't realize that he was alone for the moment. Either way, it only took a single exchange. Icy air swirled around his spear as he thrust towards Kazuma, the thrust parried by her metal staff. A spiral of electricity flowed along through the man's own spiritual energy during the exchange, and his muscles clenched involuntarily. The staff swiftly followed through from the parry to a strike to the side of the man's head, snapping his neck and knocking him off the wall. There were more than just 4 guards present, but none close enough who were willing to stop her from slipping inside the guardhouse and spinning the mechanisms to open the gates. A jolt of lightning surged along her arms as she touched it, but she seemingly ignored it and let it flow down her sides into the floor below, though it was clearly not the natural or intended path of the power. With that, the small army was inside the Cardle clan's grounds. Kazuma looked to Mateo, who nodded. So they were going through with that plan. It might make things more difficult, but they could also potentially divide factions. "Hey Everin, you think you can get away with attacking the Brandel clan? That was a declaration of war against more than just them. Come out and fight. And bring that stupid son of yours too, since his life is forfeit, even in a place with naturally high winds." Kazuma's voice pierced to all corners of the small plateau. Cultivators from both the Brandel and Moyani clans poured through the open gates, cutting down any who came to stop them. Mateo led the charge, her spear taking more lives than anyone but Kazuma. Surprisingly, there was no sign of Everin, but it was impossible for him to have returned from the green sands in such a short amount of time. Bora, however, came into view and quickly tried to get out of it, slipping around the side to attempt to flee out the gate. Mateo focused on him for a moment, spinning to throw her spear a moment before he came out from behind a building. A spinning trail of water carried the spear forward where it intersected with his lower waist as he stepped from behind cover. He tried to change his momentum, but was only half successful. Instead of being pierced through both hip bones, he simply had a chunk taken out of his left side. That did leave Mateo unarmed for a moment, but even as she turned to defend herself, Kazuma was already there. With a sweep of her iron rod, she created a small tornado that picked up a dozen people running forward. Then she leapt into it, allowing her to get swept up in the winds as she spun ever faster. The iron rod outstretched, finding purchase on any and every target within the vortex. Mateo sprinted after Bora, who was limping and could barely gain any distance. "Seems I missed." "That's right," Bora said. "If you'd hit my chest, I might not be here. But now it's too late for you." 4 soul expansion phase cultivators swarmed in front of Bora, blocking Mateo's access to him. "I wasn't trying to kill you, but we can't exactly have any more from your line roaming about." Even as she spoke, the 4 cultivators attacked together, lightning bursting forward from their hands to meet together where she stood. Mateo had moved as much as she could to avoid a direct hit, but the attacks were swift and practiced. Lightning coursed through her veins, and she found it rather unpleasant. But she hadn't taken a storm cloud as her third totem for nothing. It served the dual purpose of directly shoring up her weaknesses against air, as well as augmenting John. Practical experience against Kazuma also helped, and Mateo swept her spear back with the tip trailing along the ground, guiding as much electricity through it as she could while the rest was encouraged on a safer path through her water element energy. Her training didn't make it any more pleasant to deal with such attacks, but she was able to avoid immediate incapacitation while still rallying her energy for a counterattack. For soul expansion phase cultivators was certainly a bit of a challenge, but she was up for it. A wave poured forward through the width of the alley, washing over the four. Mateo stabbed forward between them, but not using her spear as an attack, but instead using both hands as a conduit for her next move. Her arms swept to the sides, sweeping the water and those caught up in the wave into the side of the alley. That wasn't all, though. The two on the right were frozen to the wall, while the two on the left screamed in pain as they were scalded by sudden heat. It was a new technique she had developed due to the inquisitive mind of her husband. Water element also involved ice, and he had asked where ice could come from. Where did the heat go? The answer was more or less that additional water element made up for that discrepancy, but it was much more efficient to perform something like this. And strangely enough, though her fourth totem had a tinge of fire element within it, this technique was almost purely based on the water element. Mateo lunged forward as if she intended to stab Bora, who had stopped running briefly when he had guards in front of him. Now he twisted to flee, aggravating the wound on his hip. The two unrestrained guards would not simply let her pass, however, and a bit of extra heat wasn't going to instantly kill them. They recklessly threw themselves in front of Mateo to stop her movement, which made her job easier because she didn't have to twist to the side to stab them now. They were her real targets. After all, Bora wasn't important enough to risk having four cultivators behind her waiting to attack. Her spear stabbed through the chest of one, while she avoided the other. The final two were beginning to extricate themselves from being frozen to the wall when backup arrived. Because the cultivators of the Brandel clan weren't just going to leave their clan head to fight on her own, even if she'd rushed away from them. With the addition of allies, the four guards were dead in a few moments. Mateo then simply had to follow the trail of blood to catch up to Bora, who she would leave alive. Because it would be extra impactful for the clan to have to deal with a crippled young master instead of just having him be dead. Chapter 153. When all the information finished being exchanged between the Brandel and Tenebach clans, they were able to determine the size of the moves that had been made against them. Fortunately for them, those moves had failed. While the clans lost some lives, if they were to compare either quality or quantity of lives lost, they had come out ahead. None of the main targets had been killed, and most importantly, John, Mateo, and the triplets were safe. It was a shame that Everin Cardle had survived, mostly because of his personal power. Nobody wanted a consolidated soul phase cultivator with a grudge against them, but the clan itself was in a much worse situation. Mateo's attack hadn't wiped out the clan. It would have taken a larger devotion of warriors and provided greater risk. Just because some people on the border of the blustering peaks let them pass by didn't mean everyone present would agree with such excessive actions. However, the damage done was fairly reasonable as retaliation, and it would be hard for anyone to find a good excuse and put together a sizable enough force to make a difference without risking other threats coming for them. The club met up again in the fairly near future. He looked over the group. 2 fire, 1 earth, and himself. He pursed his lips. Something wrong? Renato asked. I was just thinking our elemental balance isn't all that great. It's not bad, Renato countered. Fire overcomes earth, and Justina is able to overcome fire's weakness to the water element. And then there's you. He shrugged. I was just thinking we could have one of every element in dress and colored skin-tight suits or something, John said. Steve snorted, and the other two exchanged looks. Something from your world, I presume? Justina asked. Basically, yeah, John nodded. But it would be nice to have more people. We already cover things fairly well, Renato pointed out, and if we're simply considering the elements we have access to with our allies, we cover most everything, except light, John said. Well, there are some steps being taken towards that end, but no tested loyalty. Then we'd have a wide-ranging alliance covering every element, Renato said, though not all alliances are mutual at the moment. The Milanovics and the Muljani clan, mainly. Steve and Justina looked at each other, with Steve speaking up. I don't think it would be a problem, considering everything else. I am not saying you lack the influence, but official alliances are politically useful. Though having too many alliances might make people nervous. I'm most concerned about the Society of Midnight, John admitted. They might not be able to try another attack of this scale for a long time. Or they might immediately make another big move to try to finish things. We don't really have a way to retaliate directly, though the damage we caused to them so far is pretty significant. Didn't you rip out 2 more pieces of your guardian beast? Steve asked. There can't be that many left. Technically, Aiden managed to get one of them, John commented, his eyes drifting vaguely in the direction of his injured uncle. He would survive his wounds, and he'd managed to avoid a drop in cultivation, but it would be a difficult recovery. But yes, there should only be a few left. One should be with the sect head, one with the third who tried to assassinate me, and maybe a small handful more, though the greater number the weaker they'll individually be. Our alliance might be able to stand up to the Society of Midnight directly, but the Darklands aren't friendly to visitors. Steve nodded. I doubt they'd let any sizable force move freely, Xianxia agreed. Any luck finding a faction to sponsor us against the Society of Midnight? They have to have pretty impressive sect grounds that someone would covet. Not yet, John admitted, but perhaps that should be an area of focus. So, after we deal with them, or any other threats, Renato looked around. How do we reach ascending soul phase? Huh, John laughed. Good one. We're literally the first generation of consolidated soul phase cultivators in our respective groups. That's a bit ambitious, don't you think? Why? Renato asked. We're not just normal people. Xianxia, you reached this level before, right? She nodded. Yes, I was a Great Lake cultivator in Aegler. What were your chances of advancing? Admittedly, slim, but I was not in the lead of the pack. The resources I gathered were modest by the standards of the region. Though I should say, besides a few impressive natural locations here, we're a bit lacking. My prior experience has helped smooth my path greatly up to this point, but I'm not certain about the future. Steve shrugged. We all made it this far, right? We're not old or anything. Shouldn't be that hard, right? Maybe it takes 20-30 years or something. That's not long, right? For cultivators. Not successful ones, Renato admitted. As we are now, we could live well into our hundreds. One would expect lifespan to increase by at least a year or 2 for each rank, though ultimately very few cultivators die of age. Right, John nodded. I've been pretty lucky against older cultivators so far, but all it takes is one bad fight for any of us. I'm not particularly interested in finding out if we reincarnate again, Renato said. With memories intact, I mean, it's highly probable it would happen the normal way. And it's unclear if the 2 of you were drawn here because of your potential for cultivation or if it were random chance. There could be many more transmigrators who simply don't make anything of themselves and go unnoticed. I wish we could just advertise, John said, but that would attract the wrong kind of attention, while risking us looking like people trying to do creepy experiments, and there's no guarantee others would be friendly, Steve admitted. Let's just focus on what we can control. How unexpected, Xianxia said. Usually you just act without thinking. A man can change, Steve said. Besides, by we, I mostly meant you guys. Normally there would have been a somewhat larger gap with the triplets staying at the Brandel clan before John made his way over. But normal schedules only worked when things were normal, which John honestly wasn't sure was ever the case in this world. Either way, he wanted to spend more time with his children and wife, so he was going to. The Tenebach clan would be fine without him for some time, and while it was useful to have him present for many negotiations, sometimes not having him around would be better. Powerful youths were intimidating. Though John technically had somewhere around 50 years of memories, even that could be considered youthful by cultivator standards. At his current cultivation, John had missed the triplets. It was impossible to deny that, but they had the amazing quality to make people have enough of them with only a short exposure. Truthfully, they were a bit better behaved than when he had last seen them, but that just made him suspicious. And while there was an unbreakable bond of love with his children, its relative recency compared to Mateo meant the feelings weren't deep in the same way. And his children hadn't been fighting, making him worried for their safety. I'm glad you're okay, John said, holding both of Mateo's hands in his own. You thought I'd get in over my head? Either of us could, quite easily. Especially because we know we're strong. Besides, I recall you mentioning something about investigating that sea god. A cultivator must continually seek avenues to improve. Besides, I thought it might be beneficial for the Brandles to have a guardian beast. John's eyes widened. That's a pretty ambitious plan. It's not some sort of spirit creature like Cyritzel either, is it? It does not seem to be, but light and darkness have already been more ephemeral. And many guardian beasts are little more than powerful animals. That's why good ones are so rare, John nodded. Powerful sects and clans needed something to give them an advantage. The Brandle clan had little more than their own cultivators and alliances, which was expected of a newer clan. More established clans like the Tenebachs could have guardian beasts or access to special resources. The Milanovichs claimed a prime position at the base of Zolvolge and had other resources throughout the Green Sands, now including a green steel mine. The Order of the Amber Heart had control of the Crystal Caverns, and though they shared those resources, they still gained influence and a larger cut from their efforts. Do you really think it could be possible? If it is, we'd have to move. I don't think such a Leviathan would fit conveniently near Pualani, unless we replaced the whole central island, which I imagine might cause a few people to be upset. An eventual ambition, then, John nodded. I doubt you need me to tell you to be safe, but please do be. I wouldn't want to lose you. I certainly don't plan to be finished so young, Mateo grinned. But maybe we can go together next time. Risking the heads of two clans together? I'm up for it. And if she was planning to go back, then it was safe, by some measure cultivators used. The same ones that climbed volcanoes while they were erupting for training, of course. Elements mingled together. Water was a dominant presence, tinged with minor traces of others. Then there was the darkness, and the elements more strongly laced with it. Everything combined into a stormy island with a great black tree upon it. The darkness intermingled with water and earth, mutually supporting each other, but the more abundant water provided greater support for the air, which in turn helped the earth prosper. John couldn't say he had made much progress with his totem growth since achieving the consolidated soul phase. But then again, he was only 2 ranks in. It was reasonable that they would still be simple 4th-tier totems. He would only find himself concerned if he were approaching the ascending soul phase, and they weren't close to the 5th tier. He could likely deal with an imbalance, but it would take more effort to correct it in the long run instead of having balance when he advanced. He had been spending time in the 5th layer of the sea of spiritual totems, mostly to get himself used to the pressure, only vaguely searching for a fire element totem. The records of the Tenebach clan didn't really have any indications of what he might find at that layer, except a few references to elusive and powerful darkness totems that may or may not exist. For the moment, though, his energy continued to intermingle with Mateo, while there was a vague sense of the two of them relaxing in something akin to a tropical paradise with occasional gloom. That wasn't far from what the outside conditions were like, but it was nice for there to be just 2 of them spending some time alone, not talking but sharing feelings nonetheless. Then there was a disturbance. Something external, but concerning. The 2 of them noticed at nearly the same time, and carefully withdrew from each other. John minutely opened one of his eyes, peeking over into a corner, his eyes piercing the depths of shadow. Melanthina, come here. His voice was firm, but calm. This was a situation where anger might be justified, but expressing it would be unhelpful. Their daughter stiffened at being called out, her head turning to see if she could find some way to escape. But of course that was impossible since she'd already been noticed. So she carefully stepped out and put on her best innocent face. I was just sneaking past the guards into our private room, John said. John pat the bench between himself and Mateo. Come sit down. Melanthina slunk over, uncomfortably sitting between them. Mateo remained silent, letting John continue to handle the situation. Melanthina preferred him, after all, so receiving correction from him would also be more effective. I didn't mean to Listen, Melanthina. John gently put a hand gently on her shoulder. Disrupting people in cultivation is dangerous. You know that already. It's even more dangerous when it's 2 people together. And though I'm sure you wouldn't hurt us, the distraction is still a problem. And your presence throws off the elemental balance. He sighed. There wasn't much else he could say. If we had mistaken you for an enemy, it could also have been dangerous for you. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. I was just curious. Next time, ask, John said. Now, how did you sneak past the guards? Well, John scanned his senses around the room, noticing displaced floorboards. They only provided space for a small figure to move through, but it was still a problem. There was also the question of whether she'd moved completely undetected, because that could be something others could potentially exploit if so. An adult wouldn't be able to enter and exit non-destructively, but breaking a few floorboards would be easy for an assassination. Now let's get you out of here, John said. Just remember, this is dangerous to interrupt. Melanthina nodded, and he led her out of the room. John exchanged a look with the guards, but they weren't directly in trouble for this incident. They weren't even darkness cultivators, so they'd have more trouble detecting her, but it was still good to talk about possible improvements. Honestly, Mateo said, I'm glad she didn't show up later. She's a bit young to be exposed to that. Huh, if only that were the extent of our worries with her, John grinned. Chapter 154. Ever since coming to this world, John had become more and more aware of significant differences from the life he had been used to. There were very few things that were new to him lately, but when he had first come it was more than just spiritual energy and cultivation that had drastically changed how things worked, though major differences stemmed from that. Though the world could be said to be technologically undeveloped, the actual truth was that they simply didn't make the same sort of advancements. Who would need a car when you could simply get faster steeds to pull a carriage? There were limits to what was available in the local region, but there was word of beasts that could outrace high-ranking cultivators, and some who could fly, pulling along carriages that would float behind them. They certainly existed, but John hadn't seen any in their region, and why should he have, when most cultivation was constrained to the first 3 phases, with consolidated soul phase cultivators being a rarity. Medicine was an interesting area where it had followed a very different developmental path. Instead of relying primarily on chemical properties, the spiritual nature of various plants and herbs was the main factor considered in medicine. Medicines generally fell into a few categories. Those that were used for recovering from illnesses and injuries either provided a boost to the body so that it could recover on its own, or they targeted very specific root causes such as individual poisons. Like on Earth, some lower-level medicines simply treated symptoms to make dealing with an illness more bearable. There were some medicines John took for granted that were unavailable, but there were also medicines that would be considered miracles back on Earth. From healing scar tissue to regenerating lost limbs in the most extreme cases, there were some things that simply wouldn't come about without spiritual energy powering the effects. Of all medicines for the sake of recovery, the most rare and coveted were those that could recover damage to the meridians and dantian. The way spiritual energy propagated throughout the body and the core of cultivator's power respectively. If Aiden had his meridians and dantian destroyed, there would have been nothing they could do. Even if John believed in the wildest stories about medicines considered to produce miracles even by cultivator standards, there was no way they could get their hands on it if it would even show up in the local region. That was the sort of thing ascending soul phase cultivators would travel around the world to get. But it was fortunate that they were only damaged enough to be a serious issue, and not something a cultivator could recover on their own by circulating spiritual energy, but neither life-threatening nor impossible to heal with medicine. As it turned out, finding medicines for Aiden's condition was not terribly easy either, but even if it was not on the market, the Tenebach and Brandel clans, along with the rest of their alliance, were powerful enough to at least find a way to get it. Nobody had any to sell, or would admit to it anyway. If they did, it would be reserved for close associates. And despite what had happened with the diamond trading company Artsium could not find any available internally. He had taken over Bashkim's position and continued to improve his own standing, but it simply wasn't enough, or maybe they really didn't have any. At least, not of a kind that would be good for Aiden. Medicines often carried with them their own elemental affinity, and while Aiden would find earth and water element medicine acceptable substitutes, anything in the other half of the system would most likely cause more harm than good. But if none existed, that just meant they would have to make some. There were many reasons that prevented cultivators from consistently having supplies of the most valuable medicines. Where the ingredients were plant-based, some took a very long time to grow, decades, or even a century for a single plant. Others simply required too much effort to sustain, as they had to be constantly provided with large amounts of spiritual energy. Finally, some simply had obscure requirements that humans couldn't provide or didn't understand, and efforts to grow them anywhere civilized failed. Things were similar with animal-based ingredients. Many could not be raised in captivity, and others were elusive and difficult to find. And of course, the most valuable ones were strong, since if they were not, they would surely already have been hunted for the value they could provide. Finding someone who could produce the medicine had been the easiest part in this case, as they didn't need a miracle. The Tenebach clan had some old connections with the right sort of alchemists, and while there would be a substantial cost for the work, it was something the Tenebach clan could afford, especially if Aiden made a full recovery, since in that case he would almost certainly be able to advance to the consolidated soul phase given some time. All they needed was to get the ingredients, dark eel livers, of sufficient quality and age, or more directly power and danger. That wasn't the only ingredient, but it was the only rare one needed for a proper spiritual healing pill of the darkness element. There were other options, of course, but this was the best one, especially since dark eels were located in the Shimmering Islands. A sizable group found themselves in the southern seas, somewhere close to the Darklands. With few people actually living on the islands in the area, the official claim that the area was part of the Shimmering Islands was never openly challenged. But there were also no local groups to enforce anyone who pleased coming and going. Thus, there was some chance of running into the Society of Midnight, but the destination of the trip was only known to the trusted individuals present. John was quite glad that he would be able to fight alongside Mateo once more. Along with them were Livna and Yanit, the latter of which had just advanced to the consolidated soul phase after the latest events. Aiden was injured, of course, so he was not present. Kristen had remained back in the Tenebach clan to focus on her cultivation, so neither of John's two most consistent guards were present. But between the two clans, they had another dozen soul expansion phase cultivators with them. They weren't being casual with the safety of the clan heads, nor were they planning to underestimate the dark eels and whatever else swam near them. Though one might reasonably expect dark eels to live in the deep sea, they actually simply preferred water infused with the dark element and lived at quite reasonable depths. The problem was finding a nearby island to use as a base of operations, and then finding a proper nest or luckily stumbling upon a suitable specimen outside looking for food. The former was not terribly difficult. They had considered taking one of the Darkland-styled ship claimed in the recent conflict, but given the possibility of backfire, they simply decided to go with Captain Sohan. Given the captain's long experience and the Brandel clan's records, they found a suitable area and set down anchor. It was a small island, and missing some of the nice tropical paradise vibes common elsewhere in the Shimmering Islands, but it had a decent nook to protect the ship from waves in a storm, as well as a history of having dark eels nearby. After arriving, the away team set about looking for signs of dark eels, diving into the water and sweeping out to cover a larger area nearby each other. They focused on rocky areas, as dark eels tended to live among them. The creatures were mainly nocturnal, but their current hunt was focused during the day with the hopes to catch the creatures off guard. The area was shallow enough that they could return to the surface when they needed to breathe, though John and Mateo only did so rarely. Conserving a little bit of spiritual energy was basically inconsequential, though it was nice to remind themselves that they had the option to breathe real air instead of creating it. Despite the abundant sea life in the area, most of it ignored the group just as they ignored it. Even the sharks were uninterested in them, since they were either not hungry or knew better. The first day sort of felt like a nice vacation day, at least to John. To those from the Shimmering Islands, they might find it relaxing, but it was more or less what they dealt with every day. The second day, they had completed some ever-expanding loops around the island and determined that there were either no dark eels present or that they were not going to be able to find them except at night, or without poking further into dark crevices than they felt comfortable with. Searching for them by spiritual energy would be difficult, as dark and water element creatures would blend in perfectly with the current environs. Thus, they slept early with the intention to go back out in the middle of the night. It was still possible to see, though the Brandel clan cultivators had to rely on the moon and starlight, which only barely lit the sandy bottom nearby. They were repeating their traversal through the area when what seemed like the entire ocean floor leapt suddenly towards Mateo. Nobody had sensed anything before the attack, but she twisted the water around herself, pulling away from the massive teeth but receiving a deep gash on her trailing arm. Those behind her had a moment longer to react, though some barely managed to move out of the way of the open maw of a giant shark, the mouth wide enough to swallow a man vertically, at least 2 meters across. even counting the teeth that were up to 20 centimeters in length coming in from both sides. After the sudden attack, the powerful spiritual energy of the creature had become quite apparent, and its tail flicked as it passed by the group, creating a sudden whirlpool. Instead of avoiding it as she chased after the shark, Mateo skirted the edge of the flow of water to speed herself, John following just behind her. The shark was a natural swimmer, and though it looked almost ponderous given its size, it was away from them before they could launch a proper counter, and then it had turned and was heading back towards them. Though it had relied on an ambush tactic, it seemed quite content to fight straightforwardly. Water and darkness cultivators split off to either side where their respective clan leaders could make optimal use of their abilities. It was obvious that the Brandel clan was more comfortable fighting in formations in the water, but John himself had garnered significant experience and was able to synchronize with Mateo. Dimming his presence and those of the other darkness cultivators might have seemed like a cowardly move, but it was actually to add an element of predictability. If the Brandel clan was more easily targeted, they wouldn't have to worry about the shark swerving wildly towards one of their groups at the last moment. And with spears at the ready, the Brandel clan cultivators were confident in their positioning. John carefully gathered a compressed ball of air elemental spiritual energy in his free hand, keeping his sword pointed towards the approaching beast. As it moved close to clash with the others, he sprang forward. Spears stabbed at the creature from all sides, with Mateo driving hers right in the middle towards the roof of the shark's mouth. The point sank deep, but the creature's jaws snapped closed and stopped as Mateo's spear prevented it from completely closing its maw. It wasn't such a cheap piece of junk that a creature like this could snap it easily, but the weapon of a clan head. John arrived next to the creature as it slowed in a moment of pain and confusion, stabbing into its side with his sword. The sword was partially deflected down towards the creature's belly by a combination of its spiritual energy and its thick hide. The more important attack, however, was in his left palm. His hand slapped up against the creature's massive gills, forcing as much air as he could past its defenses and into the area. There was an explosion of bubbles as the compression of air released. Then he had to duck under the creature's tail as it tried to swat him while it passed. He was fairly certain he had messed up the shark's breath, but as any large creature, it wasn't going to go down quickly. Even Mateo's spear piercing into the roof of its mouth only went 10 or 20 centimeters deep, not enough to reach anything critical. But the combined attacks along with the others, Yonit getting a good stab into a side fin as it passed, meant the creature was coming out more injured than they were. Though if it got its jaws around someone, they would go from uninjured to dead in an instant. The shark was confident enough to come back one more time, which was its last mistake. It lunged straight for Mateo, who was unarmed. But instead of dodging away from it, she simply dove inside, the layers of teeth not getting close to her as the mouth was still held open. As the jaws tried to bite down on her, she channeled spiritual energy from herself and those around her into her weapon, increasing its sharpness and durability. When the jaws snapped shut, John felt a momentary panic. He stabbed his sword into the side of the creature and used it as a handle to be pulled along. But it was only a few moments before the monster slowed, then stopped. "Help me cut my way out, would you?" Mateo said. The ability to speak clearly through the water was one any good water cultivator would develop, and John was quite used to it. "Right," he said. Others were coming along to retrieve their weapons pierced into the creature as well, but with it dying and unable to control its spiritual energy, its hide was more reasonable to cut through. John began to slice under the bottom of the jaw, where he felt the bottom of the spear and Mateo's feet were. Getting that spear out would be easier if she had a straight direction to pull it. She looked quite calm as she slipped out, surrounded by more blood than seawater, but only a small portion was her own. Noticing the approach of interested scavengers, they quickly harvested what they thought most valuable from the creature before leaving it to them. They even noticed some dark eels begin burrowing their way into the creature, though none were yet of sufficient size to make what they wanted. Still, they waited, hoping to snag a big one. Chapter 155. Shortly after they had killed the great shark, the area was swarmed by scavengers of all sorts, which included dark eels. None were of sufficient size that their liver would be potent enough for Aiden's medicine. However, they did get to see how they fought while they competed with other creatures in the area. For the most part, they avoided direct aggression, as there was sufficient food for the local creatures. However, A few creatures seemed to think the squirming dark eels looked tasty. One smaller shark decided it would take a bite out of one, and in the span of a second it went from closing its jaws to being completely surrounded by a black cloud. Not ink like a squid, but something vaguely more solid. To John's spiritual energy senses it felt something like a jelly, though further investigation revealed it to be a large number of threads, some of which had found their way inside the gills of the shark and some unlucky nearby fish. The dark eel itself was likewise surrounded by the threads, but by squirming around its body it found itself free. There were a few gashes on its wrinkled skin, but it didn't seem particularly concerned about them. John made his way closer, wanting to feel the strange, gooey threads. The nearby creatures watched him warily, but they seemed smart enough to be content with the feast of shark or smaller and weaker things. It was clear that the goop was formed from darkness energy as well as some natural chemical processes, much the same way as the Gorgon's petrified people. He thought about how he might adapt it for his own use, as the most interesting part about the whole incident was how quickly the cloud of goopy fibers had been deployed. It also appeared quite debilitating to anything with gills that could be infiltrated, and disruptive for anything else. John was pretty sure a human would be able to disentangle themselves better with the use of their arms and careful use of energy, but for aquatic creatures it was extremely problematic. After watching for another hour and finding no dark eels of sufficient size while the larger shark was quickly devoured, they returned to the nearby island for some rest and to talk strategy. "We'll need to do something to lure a larger one out," John said, "on the assumption there actually is one in the area." "Perhaps not precisely there," Mateo commented. "We should try to kill some other larger creatures to provide bait and look at what comes out. Though whether we want an area with more larger dark eels or fewer is another question." They didn't seem territorial, but it's possible one of greater size might be. "There's also the problem of finding any appropriate bait," John frowned. "I can't imagine there are that many creatures the same size as that shark nearby. It's not terribly deep near the island, though the dark eels aren't supposed to live deeper than a few 100 meters. But that means other creatures will be a bit harder to find." "We can just drag something in," Mateo said. "It deepens pretty quickly as we leave the island." "I suppose we could try that," John nodded. "And in the worst case, we might be able to find some dark eels that are closer to the right size and make something tolerable. It would be better to have something than nothing, after all, though it had been made clear by the one who would be making the medicine that it was far better to have one particularly good liver. If they had all the time in the world, then properly studying the dark eels would have eventually gotten them what they needed. However, while the cultivator world sometimes moved slowly, being away for more than a couple weeks was too much for both sect heads, and the both of them being away from the triplets for longer than that was something they wanted to avoid. Thus, they hunted large creatures at various points around the island, looking for dark eels and fighting some of the smaller ones. Along with the slime they released, which was difficult to react to, they were hard to kill. Stabbing or cutting them was only half as effective as it should have been, with their skin seeming to be loose around their flesh. The skin itself was tough, and if it was penetrated, getting to anything important was difficult. Of course, the stronger cultivators still wouldn't have trouble with the average dark eels, but against something bigger, they needed to be ready for such oddities. Currently, John was leading the group as they worked together to haul a whale carcass close to another area where they hoped to find a larger dark eel. They had killed it further out to sea, but they had been keeping its blood contained inside it as well as they could, and traveled under a cloak of darkness to conceal their forms and the lingering smell of blood. Now they had arrived, and they carefully let the carcass fall away. It began to attract attention almost immediately as it started to sink to the ocean floor. Eventually, it might begin to bloat up and float to the surface, but they guided it downward, the loss of air in its lungs decreasing its density. They watched carefully as local life began to take note of its presence. Creatures of all sizes began to show up, taking bites out of the whale, though most were within the range that John would have considered normal on Earth. There weren't any oversized sharks at the moment, and the feeding process could take quite some time. Yet the fact that it didn't attract the attention of any notable dark eels within the first hour meant they might have another dud. Even so, they stayed to watch for a while longer, after which John noticed something approaching. Though it was actively attempting to avoid notice, the skill of a beast controlling spiritual energy would be lower than a human in most cases. Either way, he was able to pick it out. Finally, a worthy dark eel. It had to be at least 5 meters long, though its proportionately skinny body was no more than half a meter thick at any point. As it started to burrow its way into the whale, the group descended. If they could catch it half-buried, their jobs would be much simpler. As they crept closer, it seemed they would get their wish, until something suddenly reached up from the sandy floor, instantly clutching a claw around the dark eel. It was a crab claw, large enough for a human to fit comfortably inside of. As quickly as it rose, it pulled back, dragging the dark eel downward. In the same instant, the eel's natural defenses activated. A cloud surrounded the group that had been carefully surrounding it, and the claw dragged both the eel and everyone surrounding it closer to the crab, which had to be at least 20 meters wide for just its main body. John was glad that he, as well as everyone else, had been prepared for the cloud of slimy strands. Not at that exact instant, but they had kept their mouth and nose well sealed. They weren't actually breathing in the water, after all, so it was a simple precaution. Even so, being suddenly surrounded by the substance required more than a bit of discipline to keep from panicking. He felt the crab that had just risen from the sand getting closer rapidly, but it wasn't directly targeting any of them just yet. He swirled his sword, intentionally gathering the threads around it to pull them away from himself. A little bit of spiritual energy, and he could slice through some of it, beginning to clear his way out. As he got out, the crab was already ripping apart the dark eel. If they could simply snag the liver for themselves and leave, that would be great, but a creature of that size would no doubt consume the whole thing. John managed to catch Matteo's eye as she freed herself. His ability to talk underwater was decent enough. "I'll help to free the others while you begin to deal with that." Matteo nodded, swimming above and past the crab to get a better angle. Meanwhile, John began to slice and use his darkness energy to dissolve the tangled mess around some of the others. It seemed that it had been torn in half so the crab could get to the dark eel, but some were still a bit stunned by how things had happened. It only took a few moments before enough were free, and the last few were being taken care of by others. John quickly turned his attention back to the crab. It had attacked quickly in its initial assault, but it clearly hadn't been factoring in the humans. They were too small to be food or predators, so why would it concern itself with them? It wasn't entirely wrong either. Even a consolidated soul phase cultivator like Matteo was having trouble causing damage to it, but at least she was staying safe. She and the others were focusing on attacking it from behind and below, near its rear legs where it couldn't really attack them. The crab itself had realized they were some sort of danger and was constantly attempting to turn to reach them, but though its claws were quick, its body was large enough that it found it difficult. The remains of the dark eel were strewn about the area, and John would have liked to scoop them up into a storage bag, but he didn't know which parts to take, and wasn't particularly keen on filling his bag with salt water. Analyzing the situation, he thought he could do the most good where he was, vaguely to the side of the crab. Several other members of the Tenebach clan remained with him, providing their support. The first thing he did was create a quick bolt of lightning targeting the crab's face. The electricity would have preferred to go in all directions in the water, and John wasn't sure he could do real damage to the creature with such an attack. But it got its attention. It snapped its claws towards the group, or at least where it thought they were. With them creating a shroud of darkness, it could only focus on the concentrations of energy it felt, which were a significant distance in front of their actual positions. John was fairly certain he could survive getting grabbed by the claws with his cultivation, but he really didn't want to have to find out. With the crab briefly focused away from them, Matteo and the Brandel clan cultivators found an opportunity to stab between joints, to various levels of success. Even at its weaker points, the creature had some level of water element energy providing a barrier, but it didn't have precise control to stop Matteo's focused spear. It took quite a bit of dragging her spear about in one of the creature's knees before it even seemed to notice, but the water began to be tinged with blood. As it continued to snap at projected bundles of energy, John realized that one of the claws hadn't fully removed itself from the slimy threads. It didn't stop something so large, but it slowed its movements through the water. He hadn't developed a real technique yet, but he had enough control over his own energy to attempt something. His energy swirled, elements feeding into each other in sequence before he created a large net. As he urged it towards the crab, it sensed some sort of danger and snapped its claws, tearing apart the middle of the web of energy. However, that simply allowed the rest of it to continue forward, latching onto the arm of the crab. The net didn't have the force to entangle the crab directly, but it did create a larger drag force as it tried to move around. By the time it realized its legs were actually in danger and tried to squash the people beneath and around it, it was too late. It was already bleeding and slow, and soon enough someone managed a crack in its main shell, into which they thrust an entire spear, which was just enough to hit something important. As the crab began to attempt a retreat, Mateo led it. Though they had caused some damage, there was the danger of the spiked protrusions on its legs catching them or them simply exhausting themselves and being attacked by something else. The crab wasn't their target, but rather the floating pieces of Darkeel. They snatched up everything they could and were glad to find the crab hadn't managed to eat much. The liver was intact, and it had to be sufficient for Aiden's spiritual healing pill. Chapter 156. The next several years passed relatively peacefully. That was not to say there were no troubles, but what problems did arise were easily solvable. Conflicts with major groups were avoided, and nobody tried to assassinate anyone or annihilate a clan. At least, not in regards to anyone from the alliance the Tenebach clan was a part of. It was pretty much impossible for all of the countries in the surroundings to have every clan and sect remain peaceful for years at a time. That just wasn't how things worked, though some cultivator conflicts took long periods of time to come to blows. It took time and resources to raise capable combatants, and nobody could afford to lose too many. In the span of a decade and a half, Marble County had gone from having no consolidated soul phase cultivators to more than a handful, all concentrated in the order of the Amberheart and the Tenebach clan. That included Aiden, who had managed to recover the damage thanks to the spiritual healing pill, though it took some time to recover the portion of his cultivation that was lost, and make the breakthrough despite him having previously been on the very cusp of advancement. They weren't the only ones to significantly gain in consolidated soul phase cultivators. It was rare to have one group or larger alliance be the only one experiencing growth during a period, and current times were no exception. Other factions were growing in strength as well, while others declined. It was part of the normal process, though there were some expectations of a maximum cultivation in a given area. The entire region was limited in how much spiritual energy it had, and that affected the other cultivation resources as well, limiting growth. Since the availability of such things was what generated wealth, it was also impossible to simply buy more resources from somewhere else, at least on a large scale. The region wasn't poor in spiritual energy, though a strain was considered to be that way, given the way the elements mixed there, but the levels weren't high enough to have them be considered as higher-tier countries. Just a few countries away, ascending soul phase cultivators could be found in moderate amounts, though they were by no means common. Some places every prominent clan or sect had to have at least one. Beyond that, information was unclear. It could be exaggerated or incorrect, but the one thing that was certain was exalted soul phase cultivators were rare throughout the world, which ultimately meant John likely wouldn't complete his full cycle of elements. If he were to look at his chances from a vaguely objective basis, even given his unique circumstances, expecting to reach the peak of cultivation was unreasonable. Given his progress so far, however, he might reasonably reach the next phase, at which point he would have completed the cycle of the 4 common elements as well as the minor cycle aligned with darkness. Even his current level was beyond the expectations of his family, and he was lucky his grandfather Luctus had approved his risky cultivation plan. At the current moment, John could feel the difficulty in advancing his cultivation further. At rank 30, he was on the threshold between early and mid-consolidated soul phase. Each rank could take several years now, and he knew that the next step would require significantly more effort and time. Perhaps he might advance within 5 to 7 years, but at that point he would have to factor in something else: the empowerment ceremony for the Tenebach clan. That would come with some theoretical drop to his cultivation and others in his generation to empower those who came after. Regaining shards of Sigh might help with the drawbacks, but it was unknown how much, and John couldn't justify not involving himself in the ceremony, since he was the most attuned to Sigh and would lead to the greatest success. But that was what other plans were for. Pieces moved here and there, and an inevitable conflict with the Society of Midnight to come. They had built up allies in various places who would help in the fight, but they also needed to keep others in the Darklands out of the fight. They also had to make sure they retained enough forces to protect their own locations during such an endeavor. So it took time and thought, since they'd long missed the window for immediate counterattacks. As was generally the case, the triplets had been smaller at birth, but had quickly grown to catch up with others of their age. By now, they had long surpassed any effects from their birth size, since they had access to proper nutrition, and more than that spiritual energy that promoted a healthy body. John looked at his 3 children, who were quite unequal in current height. Melanthina was right in the middle at 130 centimeters. That was about average for the triplets at 8, but she would likely enter a growth spurt soon enough as puberty came about. That should be a couple years sooner for the girls. But Turdo had already pulled ahead in height somehow. He was a bit over 140 centimeters, but still very much retained his childlike features. Then there was Ursel, who was 115 at best, though she didn't let her size stop her from doing anything. In fact, none of the triplets would let something like their physical proportions dictate what they could do, and for good reason. They were already at the 6th rank of the spiritual collection phase at half the age that those with the privilege usually began to cultivate. Their innate attunement to specific elements allowed them to grow quickly even though they were intentionally taking their cultivation at a slower pace. The triplets didn't necessarily like it, but they understood the dangers of pushing themselves too fast. Unfortunately, it was difficult for them to find playmates of their own age. Their mental development had been faster than most children, and when cultivation came to be involved, they just didn't fit well with most. And as 2 of them were the young master or young mistress of a clan, socializing was going to be difficult regardless. All of them constantly had to have guards with them, though John and Mateo tried their best to avoid being too oppressive. They doubtless made mistakes, but regardless of advice from others, this was their first time being parents, and probably the only time, since having more children would just complicate things. Ursel was already a point of difficulty, though they loved her just as much as the others. "Teach me the bouncy sword thing," Ursel declared to Brage. "Of course, young miss," he inclined his head. Though some might have been taken aback at the demand, the triplets did have the authority to command the servants of the clans to some extent. And Ursel's demand was more enthusiastic than bossy. "Follow me to the training grounds." Brage was feeling a bit of his age. Having trained the young Master Fortkran a decade and a half earlier after his sudden turn for the better, Brage had only advanced a small handful of ranks in his cultivation. He simply didn't have a great aptitude for growth, and without the resources the clan provided, he would have not even made it as far as he was now. His skill with the sword, however, was something he could be proud of. Teaching it to an 8-year-old child seemed like a risky proposition, but the clan heads had determined it was riskier not to teach the triplets. Putting a sword into the hands of a child seemed to be dangerous, but as they had been born with cultivation in a way, they came equipped with a more dangerous weapon. It was riskier for them to attempt to improperly use their abilities than to learn in a controlled environment. "Now then, young Miss Ursel, what did I tell you about handling a sword?" She thought for a few moments. "Only swing it at people you mean to hurt." That was a vague summary of some of the safety lessons he had taught her, but it was just like her to remember things that way. "That's right. Never draw steel unless you mean to fight, or if you are training with an opponent who understands proper limits. Always receive verbal acknowledgement that someone is ready in a spar before you make a move. Right that." Ursel nodded enthusiastically. "And be aware of what is within your reach." She stretched her sword out, beginning to turn before suddenly stopping and making sure it was sheathed properly. Then she completed a full circle. Nothing in the way. In truth, it wouldn't have been dangerous for her to spin around with the blade unsheathed, as long as she didn't apply any of her spiritual energy to it. But that was a poor habit. There was always a slim chance that a servant without cultivation would be around her outside of the training area. "Good," Brage said. "Now, watch my movements." He stood off to the side, checking his surroundings visually even though his senses told him everything was clear, and he just walked into the middle of the training area, so someone would have had to sneak up. He unsheathed his sword. "Follow the flow of energy. Here is what it looks like with the sword still." The blade wobbled up and down, and now with the blade in motion. "Watch how it impacts the ground." His sword swung down, striking into the ground, before rebounding upwards. Remember that if you can hit your opponent with the initial swing, it's also a success. Now, make sure to face the proper direction before trying it yourself. Ursul's first few attempts sprayed sand and dirt everywhere, with most of the energy she controlled going down instead of forcing her weapon back up. But even without further guidance, she began to get the hang of it, until finally her sword bounced up so quickly she lost her grip on it. It flew through the air towards one of the guards standing nearby, who plucked it out of the air casually. Ahem. Brague cleared his throat. Perhaps we should go over proper grip once more. I understand that things aren't perfectly sized for you at the moment, but you mustn't neglect the fortifying spiritual energy around your hands in battle, or you will end up with a perfectly intact blade separated from your hilt, or nothing. He looked over towards the guard delivering the weapon. It was unfortunate that the 2 months a year John and Mateo got together required so much business to be done, but some things were more easily said in person. It's time we begin planning for our children's future, Mateo said. I do believe we have already done much of that, John said. Turdo will take over the Brandel clan, Melanthina will take over the Tenebach clan, and Ursul will be apprenticed to Renato. Of course, she nodded. But that is merely one aspect. What about their partners? John frowned. That was a tough subject. He knew he had been effectively betrothed to Mateo before either of them were even born, but he still wasn't used to arranged marriages. I am uncertain that things will work out so well for others as it did for us, John said. Perhaps, Mateo admitted. But even if we do not arrange for their betrothals at the moment, we should at least introduce them to some prospects. We can see how they might get along. Perhaps Turdo and Emilia? He could use someone strong to support him. Emilia, that was Steve and Justina's first daughter. In the last few years they had been quite busy, and they had a second daughter, Verusha, as well. That might be appropriate, John said. Any alliance, there would be rather long distance, though. They've been working on faster communication, but there's really not much way except to set up a system like the Sunfields, which was not private. And the distance from the green sands to the shimmering islands wouldn't suddenly shrink. Sometimes it's more about what might be brought to bear than just what people think can quickly arrive. And it's better than setting him up with one of the Mulyani clan, where he would be giving of himself. I don't think he would mind such an arrangement, but it's not exactly good for the stability of the Brandel clan. Right. Well, I suppose we should at least consider those options. Melanthina would likely have to have a husband from either the Stone Conglomerate or the Shimmering Islands. I doubt we could find a worthy darkness cultivator. Maybe after the situation with the Darklands changes, Mateo nodded. But I'm not really sure what would be good for her. Then there's Ursul. The two of them simply looked at each other for a good minute. A difficult subject, to be sure, John finally said. Being fully independent might be best for her, but that might not go over so well with her siblings. We don't want to be unfair to any of them, but it simply doesn't seem possible to treat them all the same. I have the feeling she wouldn't easily settle down with a partner we picked out regardless, Mateo said. But completely allowing her to go off on her own would be a loss to our clans. Yet she likely doesn't have the same prospects of taking over the Order of the Amber Heart. For one thing, Johannes seems like he's planning to remain in his position until the end. We don't want her to wait around until she's 100 years old, John sighed. I suppose we can't do much about that at the moment. We'll just have to keep this in mind. Of course, everything might change, though giving people the chance to get used to the idea of someone in particular is also important. John nodded. Letting them pick on their own sounded like the nicest option, but if things went wrong, their positions could weaken. Perhaps it could even lead to a split in a clan, maybe a collapse or civil war. It happened to other clans, and just because they had done well so far didn't guarantee their future stability. Responsibility was difficult. Chapter 157. The techniques available in the Tenebach clan's library had been fully available to John for study for his entire time in this world, and the stores of techniques had expanded over time. He had learned a few simple but effective techniques at first, hidden steps for movement and unbreakable boulder as an earth element defensive technique along with gravity blade for control and defense. He had never found techniques quite suited to what he needed, but then again the vast majority of all techniques were made for those who used a single element. Instead, he'd found that studying techniques had allowed him to develop some of his others. Spiritual energy absorption was developed from him, simply trying things out, and he'd eventually developed sinking in the mire, clinging affliction, and bite of the Gorgon. He'd since learned a few minor air and water techniques, but most of his fighting style consisted of flexibility and combining elements. While he repeated some moves, they certainly hadn't been formalized. He was reminded of one he hadn't been able to make use of when he first started. It wasn't related to understanding or skill, but rather resources. The technique was called diamond defense, and it required ingesting diamonds infused with earth elemental spiritual energy. Since he'd been on shaky ground when first around, justifying the expense was difficult. Now he was the clan head, and the clan itself was more prosperous, so it was not a problem to expend those resources. It was unfortunate that the technique would be less effective, however, not because it wouldn't work, but because the degree of toughness it provided would be less significant. When going up against spiritual collection phase or foundation phase cultivators, the level of defense it provided would be a powerful trump card. Being able to completely block a blow without the use of spiritual energy would turn a battle. Against soul expansion phase or consolidated soul phase opponents, he wouldn't rely on it to take a hit on its own. But having an extra layer of defense was not something to be overlooked. Even lessening an injury could be critical. The difference between being stabbed halfway through the heart and just the surface being scratched was not something that could be overlooked. So John had the materials gathered. They were not so rare they could not be bought in the markets, merely somewhat expensive. While the Order of the Amber Heart also had access to the technique, and doubtless others throughout the stone conglomerate, it was not enough that the market was drained. Everyone had to analyze whether the cost was worthwhile, and at the moment John thought it was. He even got some extra, in case he had some failures. Even if he didn't need the spare materials, he could resell them on the market, or perhaps make them available to others from the clan. While the Tenebach clan mainly practiced darkness, some of them and their retainers still used the earth element. Training the technique was fairly simple once he had the proper materials. It was a bit odd to actually eat the diamonds, but all it required was some energy to break down the structure and then a specific circulation technique to strengthen the body. It took some time to complete, so John got in the habit of carrying around a small amount and eating them like snacks. It was crunchy. When broken down, it was a little sandy, but it was easy to remove that texture from his mouth. There wasn't really any flavor, but absorbing the mixed earth element felt good. One afternoon, when he came back to his quarters, he heard a faint crunching sound. It wasn't terribly difficult to trace to its source, behind the bed. He stepped around to see Ursula munching on something. It didn't take long to figure out what either. He thought about stopping her, but he couldn't help but watch what she was doing carefully. As far as he could tell, she was properly circulating her energy. If she wasn't, she would have ended up with something between an awful stomachache and an emergency. Crunch, crunch, crunch. She was also properly breaking them down. Should he stop her? That depended on a number of factors. Was she doing anything wrong? The triplets knew they had to be careful when training spiritual energy, but as far as he could tell, she was. She was allowed to go pretty much wherever she pleased, and besides weapons, she could generally take what she wanted. She was supposed to ask, however. John decided it was better to not interrupt her for the moment. He would leave a note for her to find later, reminding her to ask before taking things. Though perhaps the way he had been casually ingesting the diamonds made it seem like they were common, so that could be his fault. Coordinating across large distances still wasn't easy, though at least the Tenebach clan was conveniently central. Though that wasn't exactly a coincidence, as they had spread out from the stone conglomerate to gather allies. Currently, their furthest allies were in the Sunfields, the Golden Tomb Guardians. The alliance hadn't yet been tested, but John at least believed in the common goal they held. Now he had returned for another visit, this one equally uncomfortable as the last. Though he had gotten a new carriage, it was only slightly better at keeping unnecessary light element out. As a sect head, he shouldn't necessarily be so easily called to come to allies, but the Golden Tomb Guardians still had more established foundations than the Tenebach clan. And, apparently Qurarn wanted to speak with John again. If it were some sort of trap to kill him, John would be very annoyed. Hopefully his earlier understanding that Qurarn held more of a grudge against the Society of Midnight and less against Cyaritzel held. Welcome, John was greeted at the gates by Zachary, one of the more prominent disciples of the younger generation. And he really had broken through to the consolidated soul phase in the few years since they last met. Sect Head Lambert requests your presence before you go elsewhere. Of course, John nodded. Congratulations on your breakthrough. Still planning to make a bid for the position of governor. You remembered. Indeed I am, though it won't be easy. I'm still gathering support, and a significant victory would go a long way. Hopefully a victory over the Society of Midnight. That's the plan. John nodded. He was escorted past the tomb, which felt the same from the outside. Inside, John presumed Qurarn should have recovered significantly, though perhaps it would be a longer process to recover such an old wound. Many things flickered and shone in the area, and Sect Head Lambert's hair was no different. The silvery glisten had not changed from last time, and John wondered if that was a natural result of techniques he practiced or simply a cosmetic feature he put effort into. Welcome back, the old man said. We've been preparing our forces for some time. We obviously can't send all of our warriors so far away, but we are able to provide more than earlier discussed. More numbers, and of course there's Zachary's advancement to take into account. Good, John nodded. We need all we can get. Despite the damage we have caused to the Society of Midnight, they should still be a significant threat. I'd rather not wait for them to make the next move, wondering when and where I might be attacked. Yes, we'll take the fight to them, Lambert nodded. I am sorry that I cannot come myself, but that would make our presence a bit too obvious, as well as being needed here. John nodded. The man was in the mid-consolidated soul phase, so he would have been quite beneficial, but they couldn't expect a sect head to get involved with every conflict. Doubtless they had other enemies to deal with as well. After discussing some further details, John was brought to see Qurarn. This time he did not enter alone, but was guided by Deirdre, the disciple who initially escorted him through the sunfields. It was nice to have someone leading the way through the traps, especially with the place filled with unceasing, blinding light. This was the place that made him really feel sick. He couldn't even control it to keep it away from him, like he could with the fire element. Not beyond the most basic level, far too little to make a difference in the current area. Then, suddenly, everything was better. The light around him retreated, most importantly the spiritual energy, but also the majority of the actual light. John would have liked to say he did it himself, but he knew that wasn't true. Greetings once more, Fortkran Tenebach, came a voice from in front and above him. He looked up to see Qurarn, though only dimly. He could make out a bird, vaguely eagle or the like, and little more. But that was better than being blinded. Greetings to you as well, great Qurarn. Thank you for making me more comfortable. A trivial matter, now that I do not have to focus on other matters. He wasn't sure if Qurarn didn't want to mention it because Deirdre was around or for other reasons, but he supposed it wasn't important. I invited you here partially to thank you once more. Last time I was not particularly verbal with my feelings. In addition, I have a gift. With a sweep of her wing, the guardian beast produced a glowing ball. It was oblong in shape and slightly warm to the touch. It was at least a good 20 centimeters in the narrow dimension. An egg? John asked. Deirdre gasped slightly. Qurarn provided some explanation. An unfertilized egg. In such a state, it is little more than an enduring bundle of light element, valuable in different ways to different people. It is of minimal effort for one such as I to produce, but a fitting boon. From what I understand, you would benefit from the study of such an object. Alternatively, it would make a fine weapon against the Society of Midnight, should you wish to employ it as such. Though I would suggest if you plan to use it thusly that you hand it over to someone less vulnerable to the effects. Thank you, John said, bowing carefully. The egg didn't feel fragile, but he could sense it was filled with great power. It was unfertilized, but he really didn't want to be concerned about raising some sort of light element spirit beast anyway. Having a source of light to study and practice with, however, could be quite valuable. He was not confident that he would reach the exalted soul phase in any case, but without some way to familiarize himself with light he would have no chance at all. With nothing else to be said, John was escorted back out. As they went, Deirdre explained to him, "That is a great boon. Only a few times in the last century has Qurarn seen fit to bestow one of her eggs upon anyone, and it is my understanding that they were not so substantial." "I will keep that in mind," John said. "I must keep it safe. Perhaps it would be possible for the sect to help me find something like that?" Something that would keep it safe would also keep the light element from leaking out, which was probably more useful for him. He didn't want to keep that sort of thing in his carriage, or even his house. As for the size or power of it, he imagined that it was easier for Qrn to produce now, though that didn't mean it wasn't still an appropriate gift. I am certain we could provide something, Deirdre said. That was good, because even though it was good for his station in a way, openly carrying such a thing around the sect would seem rather arrogant. Walking out of the tomb with it, however, was probably a great boost in local eyes. As for using it as a weapon, though it would be a shame to give it up, it felt like it had sufficient power to be worthwhile in a battle against the Society of Midnight. Especially if they turned out to be stronger than expected, it might be important. Chapter 158. Most clans and sects had ceremonial rooms for formal meetings of various sorts. Sometimes these rooms were one and the same with formal dining rooms, and sometimes they were separate. Some had pompous thrones for the purpose of intimidation and looking down on those visiting. But the Tenebach clan avoided the latter, not because displays of power weren't useful in politics, but because they were a displaced clan. It was better to maintain a different air in the stone conglomerate, and more subtle methods were preferred for displaying their power. Currently, John was seated in a comfortable sort of office with a table more suited for speaking across than the dining hall. It would have been rather awkward anyway, with just two people in the hall. John could have brought aides along with him to either location, but they were basically unnecessary. He wasn't isolated, of course. Just a few steps away were several guards, including Aiden. But the room contained just John and the older man for a sense of privacy. At least, they were the only people in the room. There were quite a number of other things crawling all over Elder Risto of the calamitous swarm. Long centipedes coiling around his limbs, spiders dangling from his chin, and flies buzzing in a swarm around his head. It didn't take much to deduce that the movement of the various things crawling over the man were meant to be unsettling, since it would have been simpler for them to remain still. And they couldn't possibly move about as they were at all times, or they wouldn't remain with their host. John wasn't one of those who hated bugs. In fact, he could appreciate the value they provided to the world, but he still had to admit it was a fairly effective tactic, especially when combined with the man's wide smile. Our sect head offers her apologies. The man bowed his head. She would have come herself, but her movements would be too obvious. Of course, John said. It is best to avoid alerting our mutual enemies. It would have likewise been difficult for me to make a trip there myself. I trust your presence means you are open to discussing the alliance. Yes, temporary though it might be. There are simply some details that must be discussed. It is quite obvious that the Tenebach clan has flourished in recent years, but you must know that despite your recent victory, the Society of Midnight is strongly entrenched in their position. They have quite a number of consolidated soul phase cultivators. Obviously, John said, I've killed a few myself and wrangled with several more. The Tenebach clan has the support of several other powerful clans and sects, as I'm sure you are aware. Certainly, the man steepled his fingers in front of himself. It is to our understanding that those alliances include the Golden Tomb Guardians. Is that a problem? John asked. I'm certain you know they don't intend to relocate to the area. It would not suit them. It is simply a matter of prior conflicts between us and others in the Darklands. They may draw more trouble than they are worth. Another reason we could use the help of the locals to ease our path. I doubt the rest of the Darklands wishes to be drawn into a conflict resulting from the Society of Midnight blatantly raiding into other lands. A large-scale war such as that wouldn't benefit anyone. Elder Risto frowned, the movement shaking a beetle off his forehead into his lap. Things are not so far gone, are they? Not yet, John said, but as the matter concerns the survival of the Tenebach clan, we have little choice but to do what we can. Cultivators are always looking for opportunities. But if some free space happened to open up in the Darklands, I'm sure the pressure there would abate somewhat, would it not? We have the intention to take over as much of the Society of Midnight's holdings as possible. Without competition, that's exactly why you should be prepared to work with us, and move in quickly. Besides, there is the potential for other areas to open up. The Society of Midnight is quite close to the nearby Shadow Wolf clan, are they not? It is doubtful you could hold that territory as well. They would prefer to fight against a weakened group instead of one who quickly solidified some new territory, I'm certain. And elsewhere in the region, there may be some weaknesses as well. What if the Society of Midnight stands alone? Then you risk almost nothing by joining a sizable army, take your portion of plunder and choose what territory you think you can hold. Or you stay out of the conflict and protect yourselves, missing out on a prime opportunity. And what would you need from us? Elder Risto asked. To fight, of course. Earn your portion and be ready to take over as well. And to make that easier on yourself, keep as many other sects off our back as possible. This isn't some crusade against the Darklands as a whole, but a conflict that the Society of Midnight themselves have escalated. Though Risto tried to appear reluctant, John knew that the calamitous swarm was eager to join them. The Tenebach clan was uninterested in moving back to the Darklands, and the risk to the calamitous swarm was minimal with great potential gains. If the Society of Midnight came out the victor, they would be in an awkward position, but it really was true that the alliance would likely triumph without them. Even so, having more allies to share the burden would help, and keeping opportunistic clans out of the battle would help as well. It was unlikely that too many people would attack the combined army along the way, as the army could simply turn on the nearby clan or sect and wipe them out instead of continuing towards their initial goal. They wouldn't necessarily know of the shards of Cyaritzel that John was eager to retrieve, and they had to consider their own lives. Some might be swayed to join the Society of Midnight, but if possible, the plan was to give the enemy minimal time to prepare. It wasn't exactly possible to march an army to the doorsteps of the Society of Midnight secretly, but giving them only a few weeks to prepare while an army was marching towards them could throw them off, especially since the Tenebach clan had so far been passively resisting them. The route that was planned almost certainly mirrored what the Society of Midnight took to reach Marble County on prior occasions. It curved through less populated areas through terrain that was relatively easy to traverse, at least for cultivators. Nobody weaker than the Foundation phase was part of their ranks, and they covered the whole spectrum of elements. First was the Tenebach clan, mainly darkness cultivators. The Water Element Brandel clan was of course participating as well, though the two clans operated independently. With John and Mateo as the respective clan heads, they would obviously help with troubles the other faced. Even if that hadn't been the case, the Society of Midnight had launched attacks in the Shimmering Islands. The Order of the Amber Heart marched alongside them, covering Earth. Then the Milanovich clan, fire cultivators. The Society had attempted to weaken the latter with their machinations, but they only gave them more reason to participate in this assault. The Mulyani clan, led by Kazuma, was participating as well, with their air element completing the core elements. Finally, there were the Golden Tomb Guardians. Unlike the four core elements that had checks and balances, light and darkness had a sort of direct opposition between them. Attacks from either could be particularly deadly to the other, as the energies reacted strongly with each other. The Golden Tomb Guardians would have a disadvantage in prolonged battles as their recovery of spiritual energy would be limited, but as part of a larger whole they had a valuable position, because they had the whole spectrum of elements. If the Alliance was able to control the battlefield and pick their opponents, they would have a significant advantage. It was expected that most of their opponents would be darkness cultivators, but they could overcome any strength and take advantage of any weakness, if they fought as a cohesive whole, at least. It wasn't the same as a proper cycle of elements, since the individual forces wouldn't be feeding energy into each other and directly augmenting each other, but they had versatility and power on their side. Although the forces as a whole hadn't fought together before, smaller parts had. The Tenebach clan had fought alongside all of them to various extents, though only minimally with the Mulyani clan. The Brandel clan had worked with them more closely due to their previous alliances and closer proximity. Even the Milanovich clan had worked with the Golden Tomb Guardians in the past. The proportions of each group were related to what they had to spare. It wasn't possible to just send everyone and assume things would remain fine back home. Things were being kept secure in case of unknown threats. The triplets were currently staying with the Brandel clan, though Mateo was participating in the attack as well. It was somewhat of a risk to have both clan heads participate in the battle, but they were strong and it was important. More significantly, they were stronger. Together. Netanel was fairly similar to Mateo in strength, though she would surpass him soon enough, but fighting alongside John, both of them were significantly more effective. Beasts of burden carrying supplies marched alongside people. Even with storage bags, it was difficult to carry enough supplies for an army, and though they numbered only in the hundreds, that was what they were. The storage bags they did have available at least allowed them to not need large supply wagons, and part of the current arrangement was that they intended to be bringing more with them on the way back. If they won, they would be looting the Society of Midnight, along with the Shadow Wolf clan and anyone else they came into conflict with, as long as it didn't require them to remain in the Darklands for too long. People wouldn't suddenly drop dead, but unrelated sects and clans would get antsy with them nearby. Along with the armies, they had several trump cards. John personally held two of them, one being the light element egg from Qurarn. The other rested inside his chest, biding his time. John had been hesitant to bring Cyaritzel along, but the guardian beast had insisted. If they lost and Cyaritzel was recaptured by the Society of Midnight, it would be devastating. Then again, that likely meant John was dead, and they were already committing heavily enough that a loss would ruin at least the Tenebach clan regardless. Only a few trusted individuals knew about Cyaritzel's presence. At most, people would feel that John had grown slightly stronger, while the true power was much more than what they felt. The other hesitation had been carrying the guardian beast around for weeks. John had previously integrated with Cyaritzel for the length of a battle, and while it had gone more smoothly than could have been hoped, it still took a lot out of him. Their affinity had only grown stronger in recent times, but in an active battle John would have lasted no more than a few hours. As it was, Cyaritzel was more like a passive fount of darkness element. Was that how the Society of Midnight used the shards of him? Perhaps that would be beneficial to individuals, but in truth many of their number were rather uninspiring. In sum total, there were 10 consolidated soul phase cultivators among them. Along with John himself, there was Mateo and Kuzuma. Then there was the rest of the club: Renato, Steve, and Justina. The Golden Tomb Guardians had sent 3, Zachary, Deirdre, and her master Monica Zamon. Finally there was Aiden, filling out the 10. The Society of Midnight should be able to match them in number. They might even have more, but they were hoping that there wouldn't be too many more, and that not all of them would be present, or that they could fight them staggered over several battles. If not, the number of other cultivators could make up the difference, though their losses would be greater. Chapter 159. The ability to feel one was being watched was pseudoscience at best back on Earth, but since coming to this world that same ability was simply good practice. Even if he couldn't pick out where someone might be, John's instincts told him there was something off about the surroundings. That had hardly changed as they moved through the Darklands, but John was fairly certain it wasn't the same sets of eyes. So far, nobody had taken the effort to inhibit their movements. That was the logical choice, as they were marching with an army sufficient to take down a major sect. If they didn't appear to be heading towards those on the way, why would they sacrifice themselves? The primary concern was whether they would stay out of the conflict or attempt some sort of flanking maneuver. The route had been planned to avoid those most sympathetic to the Society of Midnight, but their information was likely incomplete. The occasional monster attacks were comforting. Otherwise, John might have thought things were going too well. Perhaps it wasn't unbelievable that they could strike deep into the Darklands with an army of several hundred. The Society of Midnight had stolen into Marble County with a sizable group as well, but they were a bit harder to conceal. Over the course of the next day, the feeling of being watched changed from a constant background sense to a blatant series of squads standing along the road, watching them. They continued onward. But John had the feeling they would encounter trouble soon enough. John hadn't had the chance to encounter them before, but based on the hints he was picking up, they should be the Serpent Watchers. 2 hours later, they spotted an army as they crested a rise. It was impossible to say for sure if it matched theirs, but it was at least powerful enough that they could not ignore it. But the situation was not as bad as it might have been. After all, though they were blocking the road, it was out in the open instead of an ambush. Furthermore, there was an open stretch of land where there were at best sparse hiding spots, where a woman stood flanked by 2 guards. If that wasn't an invitation, John didn't know what one was. "Aiden, you come with us," John said as he walked forward. Obviously, Mateo was the other part of US. While the Tenebach clan was the core of this whole conflict, the Brandel clan was tied inextricably to their fate, and he wouldn't want to go anywhere without her support regardless. He was the leader here because someone needed to be able to give orders in a combat scenario, but when given time, they would jointly make decisions. The woman waiting for them had long hair formed into dreadlocks that dangled down past her waist. Though her mouth smiled, her eyes didn't. "Travelers," she nodded her head in acknowledgement. John returned the basic gesture. What are you doing on these roads? It is as you have said. Traveling. Are the roads not open to all? They are, as long as the proper taxes are paid. I'm certain the taxes will be quite reasonable. If so, we would gladly pay, if you have the authority to collect. Might I ask who you are? Idartha, head of the Serpent Watchers. The taxes from Kurgat go to us to maintain the roads and their safety, but it seems you have avoided the city merely for the purpose of avoiding our very reasonable taxes. John could feel his head begin to ache. Going into or through the city wouldn't have been a good move, but now going around it was an issue as well. We didn't wish to raise a fuss, given our company, perhaps, but avoiding taxes comes with certain penalties. If those who refuse to pay are merely charged the same as everyone else when they are caught, it does no one justice to follow the rules. So you wish to double the road tax? Triple? A few coins per person wasn't that much to begin with. John felt there would be more to justify rousing such a large group. I'm afraid we can't let you off so easily. You could be smuggling anything through here. We require a tenth of everything you carry, equipment included. At that outrageous demand, things could have easily turned into a battle. But John had the feeling Idartha wasn't interested in that either. Even if they won, the Serpent Watchers would take heavy casualties. It was to be a negotiation, something Mateo would perform better with. He looked to her. That is far more than even the most extreme penalty would justify. Standard merchants would pay perhaps 1 part in 10 for proper trade goods, and we carry none of them, Mateo began. Idartha's smile grew, but became no more real. In that case, you must be planning to return with something of great value. We would charge the same at that time. It's too much. Almost tantamount to banditry, Mateo commented. Perhaps we might bear to part with 5% of what we acquire. And of course the equipment we now carry would not be included in that figure. Idartha's brow furrowed. We might go as low as 8, 6%, and twice that for local coinage, Mateo said firmly. The second part was a tantalizing offer. It would have to be melted down or exchanged at lower margins if they brought Darklands coins back to the stone conglomerate. But the locals, of course, could make better use of it. That would be acceptable. Be aware we will be thoroughly inspecting your wares, and will be quite perturbed if you renege on the deal for any reason. We will also remind you that other routes aren't nearly so safe. But if you abide by our rules, you can expect the same protection as others. So she knew or had guessed that they had chosen the route because there were fewer people sympathetic to the Society of Midnight. There was also some implication that she might deter anyone attempting to cause trouble as they left if they returned properly. John and Mateo could exchange more than enough with just a glance. We accept that proposal, John agreed. It would cut into their profits, some of which would be used to recover from whatever losses they had, but avoiding a conflict here was more valuable. John wasn't sure if the Serpent Watchers would actually slow anyone chasing after them, but as long as they did not delay them overly long on their way out, they could afford to give up some loot. That wasn't their primary goal. After all, even if it was necessary to maintain their status or continue their growth. Astoundingly, they made their way close to the territory of the Shadow Wolf clan without further incident. Planning and a rapid approach would no doubt be part of that, but luck also had to be a factor. Cultivators were always eager to get into a scuffle. Then again, walking around with a big army was a decent deterrent. Now came the moment where they would run into the first real resistance. The Shadow Wolf clan couldn't be ignored, nor was it likely they could be swayed from supporting the Society of Midnight. Hopefully they would be the only allies for the fight, but that would depend on how well they had done keeping the attack on the down low. Unless the Society of Midnight had suddenly become incapable, they should at least know that something was planned. But whether they knew the attack was already on the way was something else. More importantly, it was whether they'd had enough time to call back all of their forces from various missions. It was anticipated that they would be able to beat the Society of Midnight at full force, but dealing with less of their forces would be optimal. There was no warning before the attacks began, not that anyone expected otherwise. Wolves sprang from the nearby wolves, cultivators riding atop them. They were swift, attacking and retreated in the same motion. The army had already been aware of the tactics they would face, but it was impossible to have every section of their army perfectly on watch and with the strongest forces. Some were lost, though they inflicted casualties in return. On the other hand, one poor squad charged close to Steve and Justina. They technically got away, but John wasn't sure how long they would last as they charged off into the woods on fire. It was a fortunate thing that the local trees were infused with darkness, as well as being quite fresh. They didn't catch fire easily, so the entire landscape didn't burn. That might have been technically good for the army, but if it spread to affect nearby clans and sects, they would be less likely to remain neutral. Only sparse attacks had been made on the front of the marching order, a few handfuls of arrows directed at the leading group. John didn't even have to do anything, but instead relied on Mateo's water barrier to protect them both. After the first attack, John felt Cyritsel growing restless inside him. Something wrong? Maybe to do with the wolves? John pondered. I don't suppose they're relatives of yours? Them? The ephemeral voice of Cyritsel spoke from inside him. Laugable. They are at best similar in appearance, but their substance is weak. That was a rather comical thing to hear of a being that was more spirit than physical form, but perhaps that was what he meant. They did seem quite physical and killable. Were the circumstances different? I might feast on a few. They do seem to have some rather nicely condensed energy, John admitted. He wasn't going to eat a wolf himself, though, or at least he wouldn't be the first to suggest it. Mateo glanced over at John, potentially only hearing his side of the conversation, but she seemed to understand. The army continued, ready at any moment for more skirmishes. The Golden Tomb Guardians found themselves disadvantaged in such situations. The swiftest would have a greater advantage in a battle between light and darkness, but the Mulyani clan's air cultivators swiftly repositioned themselves to shore up any weak points in the marching lines. Kuzuma herself chased after squads that got near her, her movements on foot matching the impressively fast wolves. John could have chased after them as well, but not with the same level of confidence. Kuzuma returned unscathed, though she couldn't afford to continuously do the same. Recovering energy for those on the other side of the elemental spectrum would be a more difficult task. Though the Order of the Amber Heart was unable to force anyone to attack them, as they distributed themselves among the ranks, they were able to block for others. Darkness against Earth. Neither had an advantage of any sort, and Earth was quite good on the defensive. Not great for chasing, but they could at least repel an attack. The army didn't intend to just put up with the attacks forever. They were making their way towards the heart of the Shadow Wolf clan, where they would have to mount a proper defense, or give up their structures and anything they couldn't carry away with them. Personally, John hoped they would take a stand there, as it would be easier to fight them on the defensive. Before that, they had to set up camp for the night. They didn't just pitch tents, they were in enemy territory. John had vague ideas of old generals who put up fortifications at the end of every day's march, and the Order of the Amber Heart was best able to fulfill that role. Everyone chopped down some nearby trees to form a palisade, but trenches dug by earth cultivators were quite impressive. Their temporary fortifications wouldn't make them immune to assault, but it would make it more difficult for skirmishers to get in and out of the encampment. If they were planning to stay for longer, perhaps the water cultivators could have filled the surrounding trench with water, but that was a much more weighty effort than simply shuffling around some dirt. In the morning, they would begin their assault. They couldn't afford to wait around and give their enemies more time to prepare. John had trouble sleeping, not because he was afraid of battle, but because the anticipation was worse than the act itself. He also couldn't help but think of how much his life had changed to find himself at the head of an army, even if by numerical standards it was a rather small one. Chapter 160. If there were time for a proper siege, the attacking army would have a significant advantage. They had more options available to them with their full covering of elements, though the one most directly useful in a siege of any length were the earth element cultivators. Tunneling, even with spiritual energy involved, was a bit too slow to use in the time frame they had available if they wanted to go deep, but they could reasonably burrow under walls if the defensive enchantments on those walls didn't extend deep enough. On the other hand, piling a reasonable amount of dirt to create a ramp was also fairly quick, and even if it was difficult to reach the top of the 5-meter walls, a ramp halfway would allow cultivators to easily leap the rest of the distance. Of course, there would be defenses limiting that, and people atop the walls, but they had to deal with those one way or another. Their temporary fortifications had served them well enough throughout the night, and they were now marching towards the enemy's gates. There was little other choice, with difficult-to-navigate terrain dominating the rest of the area. There was some choice between sides, but as far as their information went, both were equivalent. They were in the same defensive formation as before, ready for harassing attacks, but they were moving at a faster pace since they didn't intend to travel all day. As expected, the shadow wolves rode in, taking shots with their bows or riding attacks in melee before dashing away. When it was expected, it was fairly simple to deal with, and they managed to keep things even. The scouts moving ahead noticed traps set up on the road, but they were hasty and generally not significant in danger. They might have been able to injure spiritual collection phase cultivators, but all they could do against the incoming army was slow them slightly and cause them to expend some spiritual energy defending. Not worthless, but insufficient on their own. The gates seemed rather unimpressive to John's eyes, just like the walls. Then again, living in the stone conglomerate, anyone who didn't have massive and sturdy stone walls was something of a laughingstock. The materials needed and the available expertise were so cheap, it was only to be expected. The walls were fine, considering they needed to cover a large area. Housed inside the walls were not just members of the Shadow Wolf clan, but their mounts and animals needed a lot of space, especially those that were young and untamed. They could not be allowed to roam freely. John and Mateo stood at the head of the army, not because they wanted to show off, but because it was a practical position for them to control the energy from their clanmates. Water and darkness formed a tall barrier over the front of the army, protecting them from an incoming bombardment of attacks. Poisoned arrows were among the more worrisome projectiles, though there were also some different forms of dark element attacks. Countering all the different options with finesse was impossible, so they simply had to be overpowered. John took in the battlefield, sensing no shards of Cyaritzel. Unless they had developed a technique to hide it recently, which was possible, he presumed that none from the Society of Midnight were present, or at least, nobody relevant. Either they were unaware of their allies' plight, or simply fortifying their own grounds. The latter might not make the Shadow Wolf clan wish to continue the alliance, but they couldn't bet on that and the Shadow Wolf clan not attacking their backs if they just ignored them. And if they could fight the two groups independently, they would have a greater advantage of numbers. The Order of the Amber Heart pressed forward, trying to reach the walls. Their march drew attention away from others, while the fire cultivators of the Milanovich clan counterattacked those on the walls. At the same time, the Mulyani clan continued to help defend against the riders, their speed helping to counter the Shadow Wolves. Finally, the Golden Tomb Guardians were staying in reserve, though those with proper ranged abilities directed attacks towards the top of the walls, spears of light streaking through the shadowy surroundings. This helped significantly in countering the darkness for those not part of the Tenebach clan, letting them perceive their opponents more clearly. At this point, it was basically a charge towards the walls. Moving slowly would only advantage those on the walls. However, it was important to recognize that the walls could also have more significant defenses than the traps along the road. There was a limit on how much one could expend for a temporary defense, but something intended to last forever could be more costly. The entire army continued to march forward, crossing the distance to the wall in less than a minute. As the earth cultivators swept loose dirt into a mound, and where that was lacking nearby stone, the Golden Tomb Guardians arranged themselves for a powerful attack. Throughout their ranks stood many individuals with staves held high, topped with brilliant clear gemstones. Spiritual energy flowed from the surrounding cultivators into them, and from their staves shot beams of light, meeting at a central point. There stood Zachary, channeling the power from his own staff into a beam directed towards the wall. When the beam struck, the wall projected a barrier. The spiritual energy in the area was all darkness, and this made use of it. The two energies met, annihilating each other. The beam was unable to push through the barrier, but it continued to fight against it. Then the wall cracked, not around the fighting energies, but halfway down where Renato stood with others surrounding him. With all of the energy concentrated against the beam, the stone was simply that. As the wall fell apart, so too did the structure of the defenses that focused the barrier. A moment later, hundreds of cultivators were running for the break in the wall. Renato was holding off defenders on the wall on one side, while John and Mateo covered the other, backed up by their own people, of course. As the fighting died down for a moment, John was able to see into the clan's grounds and find very little. He could spot cultivators fleeing from the far side, but besides those on the wall, few were staying to fight. A reasonable choice against forces they could not defeat. Presumably, they would be joining forces with the Society of Midnight, but their actions left John and the others with several decisions to make. The first was easy, chasing after them would only benefit the shadow wolves. As far as he could tell, their riders had already begun to make their way around, and they would no doubt continue to harass anyone following, which meant the fastest people would have to deal with them alone. The remaining defenders were also an issue. Was it worthwhile to capture them and attempt to use them as hostages? The decision was soon made for itself. John didn't think they could manage so many potential threats, and the battle continued with the final defenders on the walls falling. Inside the clan, they found the remaining buildings, many of which were still full of mundane items required for everyday living. A quick investigation revealed that most valuables had been taken away, at least the portable ones. Obviously, things like energy gathering arrays, training rooms, wolf burrows. These were not something that could be easily transported. The same was true of statues and furniture, all of which had value, but were difficult to take away. The question was, should they destroy them? John consulted with the others, since he really had no idea. They are enemies, Steve pointed out, but I'm not sure if destroying things will benefit us. We're not planning to have a long, drawn-out war. But they might want revenge, Xianxia said. Costing them time and effort to rebuild would reduce that danger. Or make them want it more, Steve said. If we do destroy things, I would suggest collapsing the dens first, Renato said. That could set them back on breeding and training for at least a season. John looked to Mateo, who contributed her opinion. I don't think it's worth the effort. We don't want to expend too much energy here, especially for those who have more difficulty recovering. She gestured to the Golden Tomb Guardians, who were doing their best to draw in what small amount of light element spiritual energy they could. I think we leave it, John said. Maybe knock out the gates in case they try to flee back here. From the inside, we should be able to handle that fairly easily. Then we get back on the road. A few hours won't matter too much, but we can't rest here for a day without giving the Society of Midnight too much time. Nobody really disagreed, so they soon moved on after looking for at least some valuables to loot, lighter art pieces, spiritual herbs left in the fields, and so on. The Shadow Wolf clan was only involved as an ally to the Society of Midnight, so they honestly didn't care about their complete and utter destruction. If they were successful at wiping out the Society of Midnight, the Shadow Wolf clan would probably be more concerned about taking care of whatever remained of themselves against local influences more than going after them. The Darklands were never quite as bright and sunny as everywhere else, but there was still a clear difference between day and night. Some darkness cultivators lived a nocturnal lifestyle, but the Shadow Wolf clan couldn't exactly take advantage of that when they were attacked during the day. Thus, as the army marched, they had continued to harass them, and when nightfall came, even though they would still be functional, they had to rest. John wasn't content with having their people die, or at least get injured, for another whole day of travel to reach the Society of Midnight. Thus, he proposed they track down where the warriors were making camp. He mainly brought with him cultivators of the Tenebach clan, for their ability to function in the deeper darkness, and the Milanovich clan, mostly for Steve and Xianxia. If someone had to ask what they were for, it was clear they didn't know the two. Mateo was also with them, mostly in case something went wrong and they had to fight. John just wasn't as good without her. One would think that tracking horse-sized wolves would be trivial, but the darkness element they carried fogged the mind, making picking out their tracks somewhat more difficult. The darkness element they carried was also ubiquitous to the region, so it was more about detecting slight variations than seeking for something specific. However, during the day they had kept track of the general direction the enemy was coming from, and where they were going when they made their last assaults. As their group moved towards what would hopefully be an enemy camp, John formed a bridge between the darkness and fire cultivators. If he were doing anything more complicated than helping conceal the latter, it would have been an issue. He had no fire totem himself, after all. His practice with the fire element mostly allowed him to not hurt himself, which was enough for the current situation. Scent was the area he focused most on erasing. No doubt shadow wolves could overcome the limitation, but they didn't need to remain completely undetected. They just needed to get close enough. John led the group around to the side that seemed to have the least guards on watch, and more specifically none in the consolidated soul phase. He moved slightly ahead with Aiden to take out a pair of guards. Their loss would be noticed in a matter of moments if the remaining guards were competent, but John quickly motioned for the others. The night sky was suddenly lit up with streaks of green and blue flame, along with more traditional oranges. The targets were tents, any storage crates, and finally the sleeping wolves. Well trained as they might be, wolves being awoken in the middle of the night because they were on fire was bound to cause chaos. By the time a proper response was being organized, the groups were already on the retreat. Their strength was sufficient they might be able to withstand a direct confrontation, but John really didn't want to fight without all of their army, though he could hold a pretty good line of defense with Mateo, and Steve and Justina working together would give enemies significant pause. Obviously, the Shadow Wolf clan sent riders after them, but their direction of approach was predictable. Because they were between the Shadow Wolf clan and Society of Midnight, nobody they weren't already enemies with would raise too big of a fuss if a section of forest burned, which the Milanovic clan nicely demonstrated as they moved. The trees were healthy and green, which meant they wouldn't burn for long, nor would the fire spread terribly far, but only a few brave souls chased them through the fire, and that was the sort of bravery that left people exposed and alone. They were quickly dealt with, while John and the others made their way back to camp to get most of a night's sleep. Their fortifications provided by the Amber Heart and the elements of the individuals involved, making it more difficult for the enemy to return the favor. Chapter 161. Light filtered from the box John had placed in front of him. He had been concerned that the natural levels of darkness elemental spiritual energy would harm the egg, but it seemed his concerns were unfounded. At the very least, it seemed to be more than sufficient to resist for the moment, though he wasn't sure if it would eventually run out of energy. He supposed that it should, without any way to replenish itself. After that point, it would likely begin to corrode. Perhaps a true light element creature might generate some spiritual energy of their own, but the egg was only half alive at best. Even so, he did his best to shelter it from the surrounding darkness energy so that it could avoid wasting its potential. He hadn't had the opportunity to train with it for very long, just a few months, after which he could barely consider himself familiarized with the light element. But it wasn't just a source of energy. It could also be used as a weapon. As for how, that he was unsure. Thus, he was consulting with the experts. It does seem a potent enough energy source, Zachary commented. However, using the depth of its energy would likely be dangerous, even for one of us. It is no wonder that Qurarn suggested you don't try it yourself. Even if you have 3 other elements, you still are primarily based in darkness. Even I would be rather hesitant to make use of it. What would happen? John asked. The easiest answer is an explosion, Zachary said. At best, it could be directed somewhat, but regardless whoever triggered it would be at the epicenter. Deirdre was one of the other 2 from the Golden Tomb Guardians, and she had her own opinion on the matter. It could likely be delayed enough for it to be thrown some distance, she surmised. Rather reckless, is it not? Monica countered. If it's an emergency, Deirdre shrugged, it's better to try it. I wanted to provide the option, John said. I'd rather not limit our options when dealing with the Society of Midnight. They'll still have the majority of the Shadow Wolf clan with them at minimum. One of you could carry it to help with energy replenishment at least. I'll do it, Deirdre said. She looked at the other 2. I know both of you are stronger than me. I've only been able to advance just recently with extra time in the tomb. But if we need to use it as a weapon, I won't be watched as much as the 2 of you. Don't feel obligated to try it, John said. If it's still dangerous for you, you don't have the obligation. I know, but they're not our enemy for nothing, right? Both the Tenebach clan and Golden Tomb Guardians. We have to win. I won't be reckless about it, Deirdre persuaded. I agree they will most likely focus on the 2 of us, Monica nodded. But let me remind you that you have a bright future. If you believe there's a way to trigger it away from yourself, you must swear to do that, and only if necessary. I concur, Zachary nodded. Don't be reckless with it. You should instead use it to bolster yourself, and of the 3 of us, that's still best done by yourself. I understand, Deirdre said. I swear to use it only if absolutely necessary, and with the greatest caution. The whole discussion made John not want to hand it over. It was like asking someone to sacrifice themselves for others. In a way, that was the same he was asking of everyone he fought by his side, but usually not so direct. Was he hesitant because Deirdre was perceived as more valuable? Because he knew her better? Or because she was stronger? But ultimately, they might need it. I'll entrust it to you, then. John held out the box. It's not exactly easy to hide, so that will need to be discussed. The egg was similar in size to a basketball, but more awkwardly shaped. Not easy to hide in a pocket, for example. Now they had to coordinate with everyone else on making it potentially useful, though. How? That would work was another question. Should they support her movement into enemy lines, or let her go alone? Ultimately, it should be based on her decisions. And if all went well, Deidre would be fighting as just another branch of the Golden Tomb Guardians, dealing with mundane tactical choices. The counterattack on the Shadow Wolf clan's camp hadn't caused serious damage to them, but it did at least disrupt them to the point that their attempts to harass the army as they continued towards the Society of Midnight were limited. It wasn't possible to completely stop them, but limiting the damage they dealt was good enough. At a sustainable travel pace, they arrived in the area controlled by the Society of Midnight within 2 days. They began to encounter scouts and outposts, but their presence in the area was already clear, so there wasn't much for their enemies to determine except more precise positions. The outpost cleared out as they approached. Nobody wanted to take on an army with only a squad or two. Their only deviation from the expected route was the last few kilometers approaching the Society's headquarters. They deviated from the road coming from the east, heading around to the south. This was to avoid any traps that might have been placed along the road, as well as to allow them easier access to sending messages west, specifically to the Calamitous Swarm. Their speed of travel was limited by their beasts of burden, but they were capable in rough terrain off-road, and the Order of the Amber Heart helped smooth out the area where they marched. The headquarters of the Society of Midnight was a small city, with a keep at the center. The general arrangement was already known ahead of time, and plans had been made with the Order of the Amber Heart to determine how they would proceed. While they didn't exactly have time for a long siege, now that they were at their main goal, they could afford a few days at least. The enemy could of course leave their walls to attack, but that would accomplish the goals of the combined army rather well. Fighting outside of the Society's defenses would be to their advantage, and was thus unlikely, except for sabotage and the like. The location they picked was a high-rise nearby, rocky terrain that looked down at the walls. It didn't quite provide the angle to see beyond the walls, but it made it harder to approach them stealthily. Setting up fortifications was somewhat more difficult, but the Order of the Amber Heart could bend the earth and stone beneath them. John would have helped, but he was just one more person. Besides, they had the situation handled. Soon enough, primitive walls went up, and then they were working on the real plans. Because they were staying for longer, the Brandel clan began a moat around the outside. While it seemed like it might actually make the area easier to traverse, it was closer to filling a trench with weapons. They were replacing the environment with one favorable to themselves, so anyone who thought it would be simple to swim across to the walls would find themselves sorely disappointed. Leaping wouldn't help either, as a few cultivators together could raise an entire section to grasp incoming enemies. The fire cultivators of the Milanovich clan worked with the Mulyani clan to begin bombarding over the wall, gusts of wind pushing concentrated balls of fire. The rise they were on was distant enough from the walls that it hardly contributed to their range. The enemies on the walls and the defensive formations intercepted the vast majority of the attacks, but it kept them occupied. That left the Tenebach clan with the second most important duty of hiding what the Order of the Amber Heart was really up to. There were a few steps to the deception. Most straightforward was to use darkness energy to hide the details of their encampment, limiting specifically energy senses. Blocking vision would just be a waste of energy outside of combat, and the angles involved were favorable for them. Meanwhile, the Order dug down into the ground. A digging operation would usually involve a large amount of debris being removed, but the earth cultivators were able to shuffle around some of the dirt and stone while compressing other parts. The compression had the added benefit of strengthening the walls of the tunnels they were constructing. Each tunnel was only wide enough for a handful of cultivators to stand abreast, and even then it was rather tight, but for their purposes, it was sufficient. After it went down, they immediately curved towards the walls, though they kept a depth of 5 meters. Along with the depth of the earth itself and intentional misdirection from Tenebach clan members in the tunnels, it was predicted they shouldn't be noticed. And if they were, they could adapt depending on how the enemy reacted. That left the Golden Tomb Guardians. There was actually an exception to being able to see over the walls. They didn't have the angle for it. But what good was it to have people that could control light if they couldn't accomplish something simple like that? John understood that while the activity would normally be trivial, in a darkness-dominant region, it took more concentrated effort. The 3 consolidated soul phase cultivators among them gathered around the egg, using it to replenish their energy and empower their efforts to pierce through the veil of darkness that the Society of Midnight hid behind. Instead of lending his aid to one of the other groups or leading the efforts of the Tenebach clan, John found himself monitoring their balance of energy. He didn't want half of their group to run out of energy on half-hearted attacks or distractions, or one-third, since they did have a proper source of light element, and the rest of the Golden Tomb Guardians were conserving themselves. To affect things on a larger scale, John co-opted Mateo, and though he didn't want to reveal his presence too early, John also called upon the aid of sigh inside of him. From above they drew in darkness energy, providing a path for the light and heat of the sun to reach them in concentrated form. He filtered out the air element. It was never completely absent anywhere, but cultivators worked better with higher purities of their own elements. Earth and water were related to darkness, and thus those elements were more freely accessible. The trick was getting everything to where it was needed, without alerting anyone. John could feel shards of Cyaritzel within the walls, vaguely moving about. It was possible they had already sensed Cyaritzel inside of him and were preparing, but there was little he could do. The spiritual beast himself was quite happy to be absorbing some of the dark element around them, though much of it was channeled down to the tunnels as well. The more he worked, the more John felt as if the natural elements were inexhaustible. That wasn't quite true, but there was a way there was always more than there seemed. A strain, for example, was taken to be a place low in spiritual energy. John's own experience had found that to be quite untrue. It was simply that it was a nearly uniform mixture of all elements, which required more work to access any individual portion. Yet John judged that the overall quantity of spiritual energy in a strain was higher than most places, at least the ambient energy. It didn't contain any areas of particular power, but it was all there. Though night fell, work didn't stop. Knowing what the Society of Midnight was up to while it was most difficult to watch them was also the most intriguing. The tunnels were being constructed in shifts for multiple reasons. They could have attempted to work harder for part of the day and taken the rest off, but empty tunnels could be more obvious than actively concealed ones that were expanding. If anyone looked down, at least, someone might, but by the morning their tunnels would be touching beneath the walls and would have achieved at least the first stage of their plan. How far they ultimately got provided more options, and nothing strictly prevented them from a frontal assault except the inefficiency of it. Chapter 162. Forces inside of the stone conglomerate had been watching the Tenebach clan and the Order of the Amber Heart. A warning had been sent to the Society of Midnight, though the message might not arrive much ahead of any approaching forces. Now it was time to perform the other part of their duties. Chert looked at those with her. Only a couple dozen, not enough to get into a conflict with the Tenebach clan. Even whatever forces they had remaining could be a problem if the battlefield was against them. The powerful guardian beast they were heading towards wasn't something they could handle, normally, but the Society of Midnight had arranged for a powerful suppression talisman. With that, the rock runners would be able to capture the creature and transport it. Payment was just waiting for them. "It's too dark," one of the men commented. "Of course it's dark." Chert shook her head. "This is the den of a darkness element creature. Why would it pick anything less?" Even though she said that, she still found the way that their torches wouldn't light up the corners or most of the ceiling disconcerting. It felt like something could be hiding anywhere, ready to pounce at any moment. Every time someone kicked a stone or had their boots come down too hard, it spooked her, quite reasonably, since if she couldn't use the suppression talisman, they'd probably be lunch. They moved deeper into the caves, searching for the creature. Their torches weren't just mundane sticks, but enchanted to pierce through darkness. And even so the shadows grew around them, ever thicker. Chert clutched the talisman to her chest, as if it would protect her. They were looking for the deepest darkness, shadows that even those with the sight couldn't see through. Movement would do just as well, but if that happened someone would almost certainly die. Chert slowed her pace half a step. It wouldn't be her. Deeper still into the caves found them in a large chamber. The stone sloped upward, a giant stalagmite with its top cut off to create a flat plane. Atop it was a blob of darkness, powerful, but still. Somehow, they had caught it completely unaware. It was hard to tell, but Chert didn't think it was facing them. She clutched the talisman tightly, then threw it. It unfurled over some unseen shape, suppressing the darkness energy. The power shrank until she could even see what was there. Or what wasn't? All that was revealed was a small formation, a few bowls placed around that must have held spiritual darkness, and nothing else. But her eyes trailed up to the ceiling, where the line of darkness was no longer concealing what was there. When the ceiling started to crack and splinter, she began run along with the others. But the wave propagated faster than they could move, and they found that previously solid sections of floor gave way beneath their feet, dropping them into pits or cracking away to reveal traps that snapped closed on their ankles. Individually, those weren't of much danger, but combined with the cave collapsing, it slowed them enough for them to be buried in rubble. Cyaritzel stretched inside of John, as if waking up from a nap of sorts. "I'll miss my cave. It might not be destroyed," John pointed out. "If nobody goes in, you could still use it. It won't be the same. Besides, I won't need to concentrate my power in the same way if this works. And I suggested it, so I'm not really complaining. Won't you need some place to live?" John asked. He was slightly concerned that Cyaritzel would not wish to remain with the Tenebach clan after being restored. But if he really didn't want to, John didn't wish to restrict him. Remaining idle made the darkness stale. "I'm not so old that I need to settle down in a den for the rest of my life." John wasn't sure how old Cyaritzel was, but he had to be at least a few centuries, unless he'd been extremely young when the Tenebach clan rescued him. "I might travel with you more," Cyaritzel said. "And if I need a cave, they're rather simple to dig out given time." John shrugged. Trapping the cave made some sense, but seemed ultimately unnecessary, though leaving it empty might have encouraged someone to look at the clan itself. The triplets were off in the Brandel clan, but the Tenebach clan was still less protected than normal with a large portion of their forces away. John saw Renato approaching. "How are the tunnels?" "They're going well. We've passed the walls, except for the outer ones curving to parallel the walls. We can go at any time." "Good," John nodded. "We just need to wait for the signal." "Do you think they're actually coming? If they know what's good for them?" "Absolutely. With the help of the Calamitous Swarm, our victory is basically guaranteed. And they'll be in prime position to take over. Just give the word." Renato nodded. "I'll get back to it." The sun was already up, but John was willing to wait a few more hours. Optimally, their attack would begin slightly before noon. Some of their forces would have an advantage at that point, while the others would be equally disadvantaged as the enemy at worst. They might predict that, but hopefully they wouldn't be ready for how the attack would happen. So far, it didn't seem like their work had been noticed. As he waited, he resumed his efforts to replenish the energy in the area for those aligned with light. The main component of darkness separated from it was used to conceal what they were doing, as before. Just about when John was about to give up and send the signal, a mosquito buzzed past his ear. Normally, he would have squashed it, but he was waiting for something of the sort. There was another, and another. All three landed nearby, looking up at him. "Message received," he said. It wasn't clear if they could actually hear him, but they buzzed off a few moments later, flying in formation. It was impressive. He could barely feel the influence of darkness energy on the creatures. Then again, insects didn't have much of a brain, so controlling them might be surprisingly easy, at least on that scale. Time to begin the assault. They didn't blow any trumpets to sound the assault. That would be unnecessary for the number of people they had. Instead, a portion of their forces gathered together before marching out of the gates of their small fortification. John and Mateo at the front, along with Zachary and Monica, and of course their two fiery friends. 6 of their 10 consolidated soul phase cultivators were visible, but others remained within their fort. That was the idea they intended to convey. Anyway, against them were arrayed many defenders atop the walls, and clearly some behind. The Shadow Wolf clan had archers atop the walls, but had chosen not to risk themselves outside the walls. If they got caught between their enemies and the walls, their skirmishing talents would be worthless. John sensed a number of consolidated soul phase cultivators. Most were in the early stage, perhaps even a rank or two below himself, but one from the Shadow Wolf clan was in the mid-phase. That would be Damien, most likely. He hadn't met either of the heads of the two groups. There was another in the mid-consolidated soul phase from the Society of Midnight, and one in the late consolidated soul phase. The man was truly ancient, skin wrinkled like a prune, deep bags under his eyes, but inside, great power, and a shard of Cyaritzel, Pharamond, likewise not encountered in person before. though that made sense, because such contact would have almost certainly ended with one of them dead. I'm impressed. The Society of Midnight's head spoke, his voice crackly and rough, but still infused with vigor. You've survived this far, and even managed to grow somewhat. But you made a mistake to come here, especially with this disorganized mess. He gestured towards their army. John kept his gaze locked on Pheromone's. The old man was trying to intimidate him, and it might have worked if John were alone. With Mateo by his side, he felt he could resist any suppression, and frankly with Cyaritzel inside of him, succumbing to a bit of pressure would have been laughable. And who's going to kill us? You? Why don't you come down here for a proper fight? That won't be necessary, he said. Katla will be enough. I have other matters to attend to. That left John somewhat concerned. Not having him participating in the battle at the walls meant the enemy's forces were missing a significant advantage they should have had. But he wouldn't just be fooling around, wasting his time. He couldn't be that overconfident, could he? No, he had to be preparing some sort of trap. Though why he would announce it was another question. I'm sure the rest of your forces will understand they are outmatched when you fall. With that, he turned and left. In some ways, Pheromone was right. John was the core that tied their alliance together. But if he died, he doubted that his allies would give in to despair or otherwise cease to attack. Most people involved actually liked him, so he hoped they would at least try to avenge his death, though he really would prefer that not be necessary. Having Pheromone split from the rest of the battle was ultimately a good thing, though John could sense the final shard of Cyaritzel was also further into the Society's grounds. They weren't devoting all of their attention to the outer walls, but it was a significant hindrance regardless. John kept internal track of time. A few seconds either way wouldn't matter, but he didn't want to be too fast or slow. Begin the assault, he decreed. He began to move forward with the others, contributing his own energy towards the communal defenses. Arrows and attacks with spiritual energy rained down on them, but with everything being darkness element, it was fairly easy to adjust. Pheromone might have called them a disorganized mess, but having cultivators of every element let them adjust to any weaknesses they might have. The Golden Tomb Guardians remained in the back for the moment, as they would be most effective when they could attack unrestrained. At the moment there were some problematically high walls restricting them, but that shouldn't last long. The first tremor happened when they were about halfway to the wall. Judging by its height, John didn't want to be closer than 20 meters when it fell. Covering the remaining distance would only take a second or two, so he kept a measured pace, glad for the water cultivators providing a wave to catch the arrows in front of them. He circulated his energy to support everyone he could, but he was mainly conserving his own energy. Another tremor, and John wondered if the tunnels were big enough. If the walls came crashing down just a few meters, would it even matter? But he needn't have worried. The Order of the Amber Heart knew what they were doing. One section of the wall began to tilt, stone blocks tearing away from each other as it sagged. Part of the wall toppled forward, some backwards, some to the side. As the ground tore apart, he could feel how the tunnels had wormed around like a snake, moving back and forth and even vertically. Part of the wall didn't completely collapse at once, hanging down from a connected section, but without flat ground to rest upon it couldn't hold. This happened on both sides of the gate, opening up tens of meters of area on either side, though rubble filled most of the area. With so little time, they hadn't been able to exactly determine how the walls would fall. Beyond that, John knew that the rest of their army had already been moving through the other tunnels and would be coming up inside the walls soon. As enemy troops began to scurry to fill in the gaps, their army marched forward to meet them, not rushing, but instead fully occupying the enemy's attention so that the group inside the city could properly complete the pincer attack. The walls were just one step, though. Some of the guards had been injured or killed as the walls collapsed, but the home territory of the Society of Midnight wasn't short on cultivators. There were also those of the Shadow Wolf clan and some small bands of mercenaries. Hopefully the bugs were close. They'd be able to make up the numbers. Chapter 163. Collapsing sections of the walls not only allowed the Tenebach clan's alliance to proceed, but also disrupted possible traps they might have laid out on the walls. The remains of the walls on either side, as well as the gatehouse in the center, still provided the defenders some advantage, but it was reduced. Most of the members of the Shadow Wolf clan were remaining at a moderate distance, unable to make optimal use of their skirmish tactics with the lines of forces fighting each other. Making a sortie through the gates would just allow another entrance into the city, and if they had previously made their way outside the city, they stood a chance of being cut off from the rest of their forces. Waiting for the attackers to enter the city proper where they could make full use of their tactics was a sensible choice given those conditions. The head of the Shadow Wolf clan, Damien, was participating in the melee. His giant wolf tore into people while he cleaved at them with a halberd. John and Mateo moved to intercept him, as he seemed to be well suited to fighting against those of lower cultivation. In the other opening, the Golden Tomb Guardians fought against Katla of the Society of Midnight. Zachary and Elder Monica cut through darkness cultivators with their twirling bladed staves, the light cutting through enemy defenses. Light and darkness directly opposed each other, so they were conversely in danger themselves, but they had the support of the Milanovic and Muljani clans. Fire and air were less directly in conflict with darkness, allowing them to mitigate damage. Or rather, the Muljani clan was able to do that. The fire cultivators were focusing on more aggressive tactics. John gathered earth and water energy as he approached the Wolf Rider, circulating supplemental amounts of air and darkness into the mix. The more he combined elements, the more John learned about which proportions were optimal for different techniques. But it was always better to add a trace of supporting elements. It was just possible to be inefficient with his additions. Mateo moved a few steps ahead, confronting Damien with her short spear. He swept out with his longer reach, but she kept just enough distance for his attack to miss. His wolf went to move in for a bite, its jaws opening large enough to surround Mateo's torso. She almost dove underneath it, but didn't want to have to deal with its slashing claws on her way. Nor did she want to discover what would happen if the beast merely attempted to crush her. The energy John had gathered was flung out like a net, provoking Damien to spur the wolf a step forward to avoid his energy as much as possible. Most of the combined water and earth energy found its way onto the mixed dirt and rubble from the wall. It was only when Damien went to maneuver away that he realized John's technique was never meant to hit him. Sinking in the mire, quicksand, whatever John called it. It involved controlling the earth beneath someone and loosening it up so people would sink. Water made that more effective. If the area had been loose sand already, an injection of air would have produced exceptional results. Either way, the wolf stumbled back as its rear legs suddenly sunk, throwing Damien off balance and allowing Mateo an opening to strike at the wolf. She avoided its jaws, her spear thrusting into the tough hide of its shoulder after scraping along its neck. She pulled back immediately, avoiding the sweep of a halberd. The awkward angle meant she was safer, but she still didn't want to face such an attack directly. Around them, the other forces faced off with each other, fighting to keep the other side from joining against their leaders. While a soul expansion phase cultivator might be easy for John to defeat normally, in addition to a proper consolidated soul phase warrior, it would be a dangerous distraction. The great shadow wolf found its purchase and leapt out of the entrapment, but not before John managed a slash along its side. He barely broke through its hide, but his darkness energy clung to it, tearing at the creature's innate energy to empower itself. Clinging affliction combined with spiritual energy absorption could last almost indefinitely if left alone. The shadow wolf didn't seem to know what to do about the attack, but its rider contributed his own energy to wrestle with John's attack. He was able to negate the effect, but the moment of distraction cost him. The shadow wolf had to leap slightly into enemy lines to get out of the mire, and John and Mateo charged after it, the angle not allowing it to go more than a handful of meters. Once more they targeted the wolf directly. It was tougher than Damien, but less able to defend itself. Blood dripped down from various points of its body, the weakness of having a physical form. Not far away, Katla found herself barely able to defend with her long blade as she faced off against the unexpected ferocity of the Golden Tomb Guardians. Monica seemed to have some particular grudge against the woman, attacking with reckless abandon. She cut her way through other defenders to land any attack on Katla, though Monica received some wounds of her own. Seeing that part of the city was beginning to burn behind her, more as a side effect than any actual intention, Katla knew that remaining to fight would only result in her death. She'd already done enough to delay. Tugging on the spiritual energy of the others from the Society of Midnight, Katla gathered a great power, enough to create a shroud of darkness over the whole battlefield, if only for a few moments. On one side, the light cultivators cut through it in a few moments, and on the other, the Tenebach clan was only minimally affected, but it provided enough time for Katla to disappear, along with Damien, leaving his injured shadow wolf behind. After triggering the collapse of the walls, it didn't take long for Renato and the others to make their way further into the city. Combining his efforts with those who could squeeze in nearby, Renato smashed upward out of the end of the tunnel, opening half inside a building and half on the streets. With a swing of his stone club, he scattered the wall out of the way to make the climb easier for others. The other tunnels should be doing the same on a similar timescale. Though they should have been unexpected, the city wasn't completely unprepared. Cultivators kept in reserve moved to face them, gathering from where they were stationed around the city. They were not as organized as those on the walls, but they still managed to delay them enough for further reinforcements to arrive. That slowed the intended pincer attack, but Renato found his position to be strong enough that he didn't need to consider retreating into the tunnels. The order was contributing enough, if not exactly in the way intended. Deirdre had come up in another one of the tunnels with some from the Golden Tomb Guardians. Facing off against darkness cultivators directly was a risk for both sides. Skill trumped power to some extent, and she deflected many incoming blows. But if she slipped up, she could easily die. She fought alongside other from the Golden Tomb Guardians and the Order of the Amber Heart, making her way towards the walls. That was when she noticed a fleeing group with a consolidated soul phase cultivator in it. She took a deep breath, absorbing some of the excess light elemental energy from the egg she carried with her. It looked vaguely like a strangely bulky backpack, but despite its size, didn't weigh much. The light energy it produced should mix with her own to not be particularly obvious, but she honestly couldn't guarantee anything. Whatever reason the consolidated soul phase cultivator had for moving around, she wanted to stop it. Bringing with her as many of the others as she could, she moved to cut the enemy group off. She didn't recognize the enemy by sense, but upon seeing her, Deirdre recognized Katla, a bit battered and bruised but still ahead in cultivation, the mid-consolidated soul phase. With more experience and likely a shard of Cyritzel, she wasn't sure she could face off against her. On the other hand, she couldn't afford to let her flee, and what was the point of Qwarn's egg if not to even the balance? Stop right there. Such a demand in the middle of a battle was practically useless, but it filled Deirdre with some confidence, like facing down a villain, which she was. The initial clash of their two forces was relatively evenly matched. Unfortunately, the advantage was on the side of the Society of Midnight, not only familiar with the streets they were fighting on, but with Katla's cultivation advantage. Deirdre found herself barely able to deflect the long, thin blade that Katla wielded, keeping it away from her vitals, but wearing herself out in the process. If that had been all, perhaps she might have turned things around. Unfortunately, reinforcements were approaching, more from the Society of Midnight, and not just a squad or two. It was likely not a coincidence that they were making their way towards Katla. She was the vice-head of the sect, after all. Meanwhile, Deirdre found herself and the others cut off from their own allies, Renato and the others having focused on the original plan. Blades appeared and disappeared on her staff at her convenience, but the slight advantage of reach was not enough against her superior opponent. She couldn't hold on for long, and the time to retreat had perhaps already passed. Guardians, lend me your aid. Order, get back. She didn't have time to explain exactly what she had to do. She didn't fully understand it even, but she had a large source of light energy on her back. She just had to use it. She shouldn't have let herself get overconfident just from its presence, but she wanted to make a name for herself. She'd lucked out just to get where she was, and wanted to prove something. Unfortunately, it seemed she'd done the opposite. As the earth cultivators moved away, taking a defensive position, the light cultivators gathered around her. As she drew deeply upon the power in the egg, she realized as it was positioned it wouldn't be as effective as she wanted. Her staff turned into a long spear for a moment as she thrust, forcing Katla back. Then she hoisted the backpack above her head. Katla looked confused for a moment, then concerned. Deirdre hardly noticed it, though, as she was focusing her utmost on directing the power that would be coming out. Even the other members of the Guardians around her were at risk, since uncontrolled power was dangerous to anyone. Then there was a great flash, and nothing more. John cursed as he both felt and saw the explosion. It was directed away from the gates, further into the city, but it almost made him blind anyway. With it came no small amount of destruction, as well as fires. There was also knowledge of what had happened. Giving Deirdre the egg had seemed sensible at the time, but now he knew he was responsible for another death. It was rather unfair to others who had died in the course of his cultivation that he cared more for those he knew personally, but that was just how humans had to function. Without that egg, Deirdre likely wouldn't have pushed her way so far into the city, though he might never know for sure. What he did know was that they would take advantage of the situation. "Push forward," he shouted. "Their forces are weak." He could already sense Renato and members of the Order battering at the rear lines of the enemy. "We march for the central keep. We can't allow Pharamond to complete whatever he has in mind." Whatever was so important that the sect head couldn't participate in defending against a siege. That absolutely had to be stopped. And though John couldn't tell exactly what it was, he could sense a gathering of darkness, elemental spiritual energy, and something happening to the shard of Cyaritzel in the sect head. Inside of him, Cyaritzel himself squirmed in discomfort. Chapter 164. Movement through the city streets was limited by frequent pockets of resistance. Crushing them one at a time with overwhelming force would be the safest method to deal with them, but something happening up ahead indicated unnecessary delay would have dire consequences. A great conflux of darkness, and whether that spiritual energy was meant to be used for one powerful attack or something more lasting, waiting for the process to complete and stabilize would ruin them. They pushed past enemy forces as quickly as they could, leaving behind segments of their army to finish the job and keep them from being attacked from behind. The calamitous swarm moved alongside them, not under their command but allied in purpose. They intended to secure the city for themselves, and that meant fighting for it. On the other side were skirmishing attacks from the Shadow Wolves, ambushes from the Society of Midnight, and small groups of mercenaries and whoever else the Society of Midnight could get on short notice. Parts of their army continued to break off. Eventually it came to Justina, Monica, and Aiden breaking off into their own group, fending off a large amount of enemy forces. Renato joined up with the others as they moved through the city, but there was no concrete word on what had happened with Deirdre. Assumptions could be made, however. Upon arriving at the central keep, they wasted no time breaking down the gates. John called upon the power of Cyaritzel from within him, and a combination of 6 elements tore apart the gates, despite the disharmony of the attacks. It was still 6 consolidated soul phase cultivators working together. After all, darkness continued to pour into the area. If he had the option to stay in such an environment, cultivating, John thought he could advance rather quickly. Even if he didn't have access to other elements, he would have managed. But of course this sort of thing couldn't be sustained for long, and it was being absorbed at an astounding rate. Ahead, he felt 2 shards of Cyaritzel, one from a yet unseen elder, and the other from Pharamond, head of the Society of Midnight. The latter was straining somehow. John felt secondhand sickness and pain via his connection to Cyaritzel. "We need to hurry," he said, though there really wasn't more they could do. The courtyard was filled with enemy cultivators. Sometimes, conserving energy was the better option. This time, those who didn't die from the gates exploding over them were quickly overwhelmed by a wave of mostly soul expansion phase cultivators supported by 6 consolidated soul phase cultivators. As John rushed through the courtyard, slicing the head off of one of the enemies, Cyaritzel snapped out, chomping through the torso of another. Flesh and bone disappeared as darkness swirled about without a host. More groups tried to stop them, but cultivators continued to peel off to face them, leaving only John, Mateo, Renato, Kazuma, Lucanus, and Zachary. One of every element, not completely intentional, but not an accident either. Keeping a diverse team to cover their weaknesses was what they wanted. 2 early consolidated soul phase cultivators stood guard outside the room where the energy was congregating. One attempted to block Zachary's slashing halberd, but the moment there would have been an impact, the blade of light flickered out, then reformed instantly beyond the guard. The light element blade cut deep into the man's body, light and darkness reacting violently and explosively. The other John distracted, feinting as if to attack himself, but Mateo was there to spear the man through the heart. The 2 might have lasted a moment longer if they were more cautious, but that was the limit. Contrary to expected, the large doors swung open easily. The room was almost filled with too much darkness for John to see, like a normal person walking into a room with spotlights blaring. It was much akin to Cyaritzel's cave in that fashion. Even if he could see through the power of darkness, there was a certain point where he was overwhelmed. Placed strategically around the room were pedestals atop which stood bowls carrying various mostly used-up quantities of spirit darkness. Those seemed to serve only to power the larger formation drawing in the surrounding darkness from over the whole city and perhaps beyond. At the moment the doors came open, John felt something disappear, as if a part of him was consumed. A part of Cyaritzel, in truth. That consumption pushed Pharamond beyond the boundary of the consolidated soul phase into the ascending soul phase. A shockwave staggered everyone, including the dozen mixed phase cultivators within. "Quick," John called out, "before he stabilizes." If Pharamond had simply made use of his own energy for the breakthrough, he would have likely been exhausted. As it was, the abundant power in the area was invigorating the man. But controlling a new level of power was not something that could be done with full proficiency in an instant. Along with Pharamond, there was the other elder, a woman in the mid-consolidated soul phase. Damien was there with his halberd, but his wolf had previously been slain. There were several early consolidated soul phase members, seemingly just advanced in the recent months at best. The rest were in the late soul expansion phase, enough to at least slow down the attackers. This would be an excellent place to have a powerful light element object, though in truth John would only be able to take cover and hope that it didn't grievously harm him as well. He was still concerned for Deirdre, but as a light element cultivator she might have survived that amount of energy. He could hope. The Society of Midnight mainly used thin blades, daggers, rapiers, and the like. They had been ready for the intrusion, and several of their weapons already had the dark sheen of poison on them. John joined together with Mateo to target one of the weaker cultivators. It was perhaps a bit rude, but the most tactically sound decision. Their two energies entwined, and the man lasted only a few seconds, and that because they had to reach him. Others sought out their own opponents, and John felt the power of all of his companions. They were strong, organized, working together as a team, but it wasn't quite what it could have been, not quite what they needed. Several more soul expansion phase cultivators fell quickly, but the stronger cultivators then engaged them in battle, including Pharamond. Even taking control of his power, they didn't have anyone who could take him in single combat, nor the numbers to work together against him at the moment. As Pharamond moved along with his other elder towards John and Mateo, John braced himself, and then Cyaritzel leapt out of him, dragging his claws across the Pharamond's face. The wounds were so shallow it took a moment for them to bleed, but it was a reminder that Cyaritzel was not bound by the same levels of strength that they were. John recalled him facing off against a moderately sized army on his own during one of the Society of Midnight's attempts to retrieve him. Cyaritzel had ultimately been losing, but one against over 100 that was only to be expected. As the two great darknesses clashed, John couldn't say for sure which was stronger. He hoped it was Cyaritzel, but the spirit beast was still missing parts of himself. One might remain gone forever. Another had been with Katla, lost in the explosion of light element. Pharamond had done something to fully absorb his. But there was one more. John stepped forward, moving in tandem with Mateo as they faced off against two long, thin blades. They appeared so light as if they might shatter under any force, but the power of the cultivator wielding them fortified them, and the materials might have been unexpectedly durable. John made use of his slightly sturdier sword to directly clash with the blades, forcing more attention to him while Mateo searched for openings to attack with her spear. John wondered if the woman in front of him knew. Had Pharamond's deconstruction of the piece of Cyaritzel inside of him been planned all along? Or was it a response to John's tactics? Weapons clashed, and the woman eventually realized that John's attacks were nothing to be concerned about. Or at least, she chose to believe that, and she was mostly right. His sword flicked forward, attempting to pierce through her defensive energy. He didn't even pierce her skin, but he hardly needed to. He reached deep inside, grabbing at the subdued piece of Cyaritzel. The woman had done enough that it wasn't even fighting against her, until it sensed John. Even when the shard did begin to fight, the woman's power clamped down on John and the shard. John could withdraw, but he chose to believe that Mateo would be protecting his body. He was unsure if the woman could properly fight an inner and outer battle at once, but they would soon find out. Outside, Mateo weaved a distracting display of waves and spear strikes, keeping the woman on her toes. The others kept their own opponents at bay, overcoming them one at a time, though some were suffering wounds in the process. Cyaritzel was fighting evenly with Pharamond, even as the latter came to be more in control of his power. That remained true until Pharamond gathered energy onto one of his blades, an obvious attack that would be simple to dodge. Then he sent it spinning towards John's stationary body. Smoky darkness streaked through the room, reforming into a vaguely animal shape in front of John. The blade sunk up to its hilt in Cyaritzel's shoulder. Cyaritzel unleashed a growl roar, pain and rage and bone-chilling terror. His teeth snapped down on the hilt of the blade, twisting and snapping the blade off within him, tossing the handle to the side. John was vaguely aware of all of this in the back of his mind, and he grabbed onto the shard within the last elder, ripping and tearing. He did his utmost to avoid harming the shard, while attempting the exact opposite to the person he was extracting it from. A sudden pain and loss of power was enough for Mateo to drive her spear into the woman's heart. Damien went for a killing blow on Renato at the same time, his halberd curving down towards Renato's shoulder. The latter could not dodge in time, and the blade connected. At that point, it became clear that he simply chose not to dodge. John had trained some of diamond defense. It would protect against blades, even those augmented by a cultivator's energy to some extent, but it was nothing like this. Damien wasn't striking Renato, but rather through Renato he was striking the whole of the keep beneath him. Stone was stone, and darkness elements suffusing the area didn't make it any less comfortable for an allied element. The ground trembled slightly as the strike impacted. Then it trembled once more as Renato batted the man through the far wall. Several charred corpses surrounded Lucanus, while the opponents of Zachary and Kazuma were slain with a bit more finesse. Quick cuts, though the light element wounds tore open further from the opposing elements. At that point, with only one opponent, the battle might have been considered won. But Pharamond did not seem concerned. His form turned ghostly and indistinguishable, much like Cyaritzel himself. His power did not diminish, but instead continued to rise. Mostly as a distraction, John tossed a dagger towards the man. It was quickly deflected, not just being knocked to the side but sent directly back at him, forcing him to duck under his own weapon. As others began to move in, Pharamond's limbs twisted, deflecting attacks from behind as if he had no front or back, which perhaps was the case at the moment. This was the power of a cultivator with centuries of experience, as well as the power of a stage that was merely a legend in the region. Would 7 of them even be enough? It would have to be, or the consequences would be dire not just personally, but for their sects and clans. Chapter 165. Normal standards told John that 7 people should be able to defeat one, even if that one was a single phase higher. Media interactions aside, numbers were often a significant advantage. He would have been less confident if one of the 7 wasn't near the threshold. Cyaritzel was close to the ascending soul phase, though for a spirit beast his cultivation functioned somewhat differently. Either way, he played a key part in keeping the attention of sect head Pharamond. John and Mateo remained uninjured, if somewhat fatigued from the fighting so far, but several of the others had injuries of various severity. Though Renato didn't show it, taking attacks head-on still had some impact beneath the surface. Lucanus hadn't escaped harm entirely as he destroyed several of the weaker enemies. Zachary had several gouges where small bits of darkness energy had cut into him, producing the same sort of effect his attacks had on darkness cultivators. Pharamond continued to twist unnaturally as his body took on the ethereal properties of darkness, deflecting attacks from all directions. Somehow between the spears, swords, stone club, and general bombardment of elements, he found time to counterattack, stabbing primarily into Cyaritzel, but finding time to attack almost everyone. The flow of the battle wasn't looking good. Pharamond's advancement had invigorated him, and his momentum continued to increase. Meanwhile, if any of the other combatants were taken out, he would be able to capitalize on that advantage. If they could inflict a serious injury on him, first the battle might swing the other way, but overextending was risky. The main issue seemed to be that they were not used to fighting as a group. John had fought alongside most of them before, all except Kazuma and Zachary. His synergy with Mateo was top-notch, and he could fight just fine alongside Renato and Steve. Lucanus, Cyaritzel seemed to read John's flow, so his component was easily worked into the battle, but the rest weren't quite meshing optimally. If the opponent were slightly lesser, it wouldn't have made a difference. At first, John worked with Mateo to individually support the other combatants. If they needed a barrier of water, that could be provided. Deflecting incoming blows or attacking to force Pharamond to respond were used with great skill, but they only really managed to delay anything negative. Lethal wounds were turned into minor ones or avoided entirely, but they had fought their way through an army to arrive. There was some hope that backup might come support them, but they couldn't rely on that. There was the potential option to retreat, though John wasn't sure how well that would work. If they split up, any of them could individually be taken down. Cyaritzel might be able to hold Pharamond off for a time, but that would simply result in him being recaptured and used to even further empower the cultivator. Then they would have to live in fear of revenge from an ascending soul phase cultivator, though likely not for long. They might be able to draw their opponent into a different area, but the ritual room was more convenient for them to fight in given the space available. Even a short time where they fought less optimally in a confined hallway could be risky. A flash of lightning drove into Pharamond's side. The damage it caused was minor in his current state. His body was difficult to injure, but the attack was not avoided, and regardless of injury, it weakened his energy reserves. The attack itself wasn't what mattered, but how it came about and what it represented. Mateil's water barrier had been interposed between Kazuma and Pharamond, but when she began her attack, Mateil had twisted the barrier to make contact, augmenting the attack instead of blocking it. John's realization might have seemed obvious, but there was a big difference between using the cycle of elements himself or with just Mateil in addition. Combining on a deeper level with the others simply wasn't possible, and attempting an impromptu formation of sorts could do more harm than good. His first instinct was to try to guide them into a powerful killing blow, which sounded great, unless it failed. An obvious windup could just result in the attack being dodged, and then they would waste a great amount of energy on nothing. Nor did they have the coordination for it. But both John and Mateil had the water element, able to augment Kazuma. Air augmented earth. Next in the cycle was fire, then water again. Though any of the allied elements could instead lead into light or darkness, John hesitated to state his plan in front of Pharamond. But if they did it right, it didn't matter if he knew what they were doing. "Everyone work with me," John called out. "Kazuma, assist Renato. Renato, lend your assistance to Lucanus. Lucanus, assist Zachary." For most of those steps, he could provide his own efforts, except for Zachary. He could add another effort to any of the others. The only issue was the limit of his energy, but he tentatively reached out to Cyaristel. Though the guardian beast was putting his all into his own fight, he still immediately responded to John's probing request to draw upon his power. Inside of John, darkness was converted into the other elements, maintaining something of a balance. The battle didn't shift in their favor all at once. In fact, Zachary suddenly became a target, but he knew his vulnerability, so he pulled away instead of attempting to clash. Pharamond could have taken another step to stab his thin blade into Zachary, but focusing on a single opponent for more than an instant would have left him wide open to everyone else. He might search for such opportunities later, but he had to respond to the immediate threats. A bit of air element added to Renato's swiftness, enhancing the threat of the massive stone he wielded. Earth pushed the power of Lucanus blue flames up to a higher level. If Justina had not been needed to head off incoming enemy forces, no doubt the two of them would have grown even greater together. Lucanus' widespread attacks allowed Zachary to pinpoint target his own attacks, and to keep his positioning relatively safer. The first real injury on the head of the Society of Midnight came from Cyaritzel. His claws slashed across the man's ribs as he went for Renato. As a beast of spirit, an insubstantial opponent was only a small barrier for Cyaritzel, who tore away black and red droplets of blood splattering on the floor. In return, Renato was unable to fully avoid the incoming attack, and even his prodigious defenses couldn't prevent his shoulder from being stabbed through. His main hand grip on his weapon slackened, but he continued to fight with the arm dangling at his side. Zachary managed the next strike, a seemingly small prick into Pharamond's lower back, while he tossed a dagger into Kazuma's midsection. The attack didn't penetrate deep immediately, but light and darkness flared up as they collided. After that point, the rotating of Pharamond's torso was restrained, pained, and slow, and though his arms twisted out of shape to block, parry, or attack all around him, nothing was as effective as fighting from the front. It also limited the speed he could switch between dealing with any two opponents. John had several attacks fly through the darkness that was Pharamond. He was unsure if they caused serious damage, but he attempted to draw away some of the darkness energy and apply the poison on the weapons to what ultimately had to be something more than just spiritual energy. After one such attack, he was met with a terrifyingly close view of the point of a sword, slowed just enough by a barrier of water for him to duck to the side, receiving a gash along the side of his face and clipping his ear. At the same time, Mateo stabbed her spear into Pharamond's chest, but instead of withdrawing for another attack, she held it there. John followed up by directing electricity along her weapon, which burst out in the man's core. Water didn't have much destructive force against an allied element, but that burst of lightning was more. John had to cut it short, pulling himself and Mateo away as a counterattack came an instant later. Damage was being done. Pharamond's momentum was no longer rising, and everyone was covering for each other more effectively. They were taking injuries, but they had a chance. As long as nobody did anything crazy, like throwing themselves directly into Pharamond. Fortunately, Pharamond wasn't expecting such an insane action from Lucanus either. The burning blue fire surrounding Lucanus as he tackled provided just enough actual force to knock Pharamond over. Renato had been ready to take a hit for Lucanus, but upon receiving such a wonderful opening, he swung his stone club with his remaining good arm, directly down towards Pharamond. That would result in more than just a shattered ribcage in normal cases. Against a stronger opponent that was partially insubstantial, it appeared it was still close. Pharamond twisted to avoid the attack and only had half his ribcage crack. As Pharamond tumbled to his feet, his head twisted as if looking for an exit, but before he could attempt anything, the light energy gathered in Zachary's palm was blasted over him. John almost felt himself blinded despite it not being directed at him, and the diffuse energy did no direct harm, but it did briefly reveal the battered body of the man in a more physical form. And more importantly, with his defenses stripped away for an instant, jaws clamped down around his guts as Cyaritzel took full advantage of the opening. He ripped and tore, throwing his head back before chomping again. After the first attack, Pharamond managed a half-effective stab into Cyaritzel, who didn't bother to avoid it. With the second chomp, another piece of him was torn away before he could recover defenses. Suddenly, the battle turned into an uncomfortable scene of a beast tearing apart a person. You wish to consume my power? Cyaritzel dripped blood from a mauve darkness. I will consume you. It came to John's attention that while his conflict with the Society of Midnight had felt long and bloody, it was less than 2 decades. Cyaritzel and the Tenebach clan had a feud that stretched back longer than a century. The guardian beast had never been shy about how much he hated the Society of Midnight, but he hadn't exactly had occasion to show his aggression. The only thing left of the man after 5 minutes was his head, scraps of armor, and the storage bag at his waist. Feel better, John said, patting Cyaritzel on the back. Yes, though that was not entirely for the sake of catharsis. John could feel the power flowing through Cyaritzel as the final piece of him was returned. Apparently there had been something of it inside Pharamond, even if it could not be felt. Or eating such a powerful darkness cultivator was beneficial for the guardian beast. Perhaps even both. Cyaritzel's power flared, and his eyes filled with darkness. His head turned towards John, features barely visible even with his special vision. Then he leapt, mouth open wide, tackling John to the ground. The teeth seemed like they should have smelled like torn flesh and blood, but the tongue that licked John's face felt and smelled only like darkness. Thank you, Cyaritzel said. I owe your Tenebach clan a great favor. Let us work well together in the future. After picking himself up from that terrifying moment, John looked around. We should probably assist with the rest of the battle. He picked up Pharamond's head, likely left for the very purpose he intended. Before stepping out, however, he glanced at Kazuma. Are you all right? Upon taking a closer look, she was clutching her stomach, a pained look on her face. We have to provide treatment immediately. I don't think it will help, Kazuma said sadly, blood trickling between her fingers. Then her face changed from sad pain to a wry but still pained grin. But you damn well better try. I trained you and your wife. I deserve that much at least. Mateo, John said, check her bloodstream for poison. Anyone with medical expertise, help us here. The rest, go join the battle. He tossed the head to Renato, who nodded. His friend was many things, but trained in dealing with wounds was not one of them. Not beyond the basics any cultivator who survived for long knew. Chapter 166. At the conclusion of the battle, the one in the best shape was Cyaritzel, who was now more vigorous than before the battle. On the other end, aside from those who had perished, Kazuma and Deirdre were in the worst shape. John checked on Kazuma first. She was immediately nearby. After all, "Stop fussing over me." She waved him away. "I'll be fine." The fact that she could barely speak those words didn't fill John with much confidence. Being conscious was more due to her stubbornness than any sign of health. John was particularly concerned about potential traces of poison still in her system, since she was nearly drained of spiritual energy. If some trouble arose, she wouldn't be able to purify herself. He didn't think he could remedy the situation except for offering some air element to help replenish her. The quantities of such elements wasn't exactly high in the Darklands. Deirdre was another problem. Her body was surprisingly intact given the torrent of energy Qron's egg produced during the explosion. That is to say, she was injured, but not gravely so. Not on the surface, anyway. She had directed as much energy as possible away from her companions, absorbing it herself, damaging her own cultivation in the process. The fact that she wasn't dead was already a miracle, but she certainly wasn't conscious. John regretted entrusting her with the egg to some extent, but it was also the case that she used it to take out the vice-head Katla. Removing a powerful opponent from the battle had helped pave the way to victory. The real problem, perhaps, was discussing that the egg could be used in that manner to begin with. Deirdre was old enough to make her own informed decisions, he supposed. But even offering risky maneuvers like that was problematic. The Society of Midnight was looted, though after achieving their victory they took care to not unnecessarily damage the surroundings. That was part of the price for the aid of the calamitous swarm, and though John hadn't been present for much of their involvement in the battle, they were quite helpful in reducing casualties of the Alliance. A portion of the spoils was set aside for them as well. The Alliance did not stay long. While everyone could use some rest in the Darklands was much less effective for those on the other side of the elemental spectrum. Several members of the Tenebach clan were assigned to Deirdre strictly to protect her from intrusion of darkness energy. Her body might begin to heal, but her spirit could not recover in such conditions. Kazuma wasn't much better off, though air energy was not completely absent like light. After only 2 nights, they were back on the road. The Society of Midnight had no doubt called for the aid of further allies, or those who owed them favors. Their destruction might give some an excuse to stay out of the way, but others might wish to take advantage of fatigued cultivators. Despite previous business, it was decided that they would be returning along the same route. That would mean paying the Serpent Watchers a not insignificant bribe, but it would also keep them out of uncertain territory. Whether the Serpent Watchers could be held to their word was another matter, preventing others from chasing after them aside. They might see the weakened army and push for further payment. John considered what he would do if that were to happen, and he decided the response would involve a particularly happy spirit beast hanging out inside him. Though they were not aware of any significant enemy forces in the region, they remained cautious while traveling, setting up fortifications along the way. Renato and the Earth cultivators had to work hard for that, but they were among those who could properly replenish their spiritual energy, since Earth was aligned with darkness. The closer they got to the stone conglomerate, the easier it would be for them. Instead of attempting to avoid the Serpent Watchers, they adjusted their route to run into them as soon as possible. This would give the Serpent Watchers less advance warning, and though it was possible that they had kept their soldiers actively on guard for more than a week, it was more likely that most were standing down or taking on other duties until they were called upon. Simply pushing through the territory would give them time to gather them and catch up to the army that would be moving slower and on unfamiliar roads. John met once more with Idartha outside of the Serpent Watchers' fortified areas, but away from the rest of the army with him similarly to before. "It is good to see you again," John began. It wasn't, of course, as they were basically being shaken down, but avoiding the conflict would be best. He didn't want to be responsible for lost lives over a relatively small amount of money. The fight against the Society of Midnight had been more about survival and revenge. Their wealth was mostly going to go to paying back what was lost in the attempt, though they'd been successful enough that it would be somewhat profitable even after compensating families of the dead and allies. As previously said, we have returned, with an offering of equipment and materials not tied down in what we need to function. I believe we agreed on 6%, Idartha said. Indeed, John nodded. And 12% in local coinage. We have set aside the portions already, though you are welcome to inspect the remaining wagons. I am certain you have an approximate idea of what we are bringing back with us. Ultimately, they had decided on 6% of what they actually got before the split with the calamitous swarm. It was slightly more costly that way, but she should have nothing to complain about. We would prefer if you could be expedient about it. Regardless, we have many people who wish to return to their homes without further conflict, an excuse and a threat bundled together. Idartha didn't respond immediately, no doubt considering if she might push further. John's face was set, determined, if she tried. He knew he likely couldn't kill her before reinforcement from the nearby fortifications swarmed over him, and his side would back him up, turning it into a huge battle. John couldn't do it alone, or with just Mateo, but Cyaritzel would be a deciding factor there. Would they be the type who wanted revenge for their leader, or who were cowed by her death? Very well, she nodded. We will begin immediately. John relaxed slightly. It seemed it wouldn't come to that, but he wouldn't fully let down his guard. Inside him, Cyaritzel felt slightly disappointed. In the end, the bribe, for that was all it really was, went through without incident. They accepted the wagons set aside for them and didn't press for examining any storage bags. Ultimately, it was a good deal for them. They had to do nothing to get paid what was likely more than a year's worth of taxes from the nearby city of Kurgat. Whether or not they kept their promise to slow anyone following behind, at least they did not delay them much. The Order of the Amber Heart split up shortly before the rest of the Allied army arrived at the Tenebach clan. Their portion of the loot was already set aside, and they were only a short distance from home and would prefer to go directly. John didn't relax until they made it all the way back to the Tenebach clan's land, even though he knew there would be more trouble waiting for them. There had been traps set in Cyaritzel's lair, and the world wouldn't be so kind to leave him with no business to resolve after such a duration of absence from his duties. Most of it could be handled by others, but some would need at least his opinion if not his personal involvement. At least Mateo was with him. Even if the circumstances weren't ideal, spending more time with his wife was nice. Being together for little more than 2 months out of the year was far too little. Yet moving either clan was impractical, as they both had alliances, and of course moving a clan was not so simple as one small family changing houses. The Golden Tomb Guardians passed through immediately. Aside from the issue of Deirdre, who had yet to regain consciousness, they also asked for no share of the loot. They had their own long-standing conflicts with the Society of Midnight and could make little profit from things useful for those who practiced the darkness element. The small exception were a few items stolen from them in previous conflicts that had been recovered. They weren't exactly selfless with their aid, and John knew that the Tenebach clan could easily be called upon in the future, but it was reasonable enough. The Mulyani clan set off with approximately half of the forces from the Brandel clan, the other half staying behind with Mateo for a time. Kuzuma was appearing to recover, and it would be good for her to get to somewhere with the proper air energy as soon as possible, so she could accelerate that recovery. The stone conglomerate was not that place. Steve and Justina stayed for a while longer, while the rest of the Milanovic clan returned. Once more, the loot of the Society of Midnight was not directly useful, but they were closer to those who they could trade it with. Most of that would be left to the Tenebach clan, however, and payment would be returned in alternate materials or in future favors. Given the circumstances, Cyaritzel didn't move back into his cave. It was an old arrangement anyway, sensible at the time but not reconsidered as decades passed. Instead of a place outside of the Tenebach clan's walls, he would have an underground area constructed. There was some talk about connecting those artificial tunnels to various sections of the clan, but in the event of an attack they could also be used by enemies, so that was still uncertain. Cyaritzel didn't require natural caves to begin with. It was simply a convenient place to store up darkness energy. The cave itself hadn't actually had inherent affinity for it compared to any other cave. Its location also hadn't done much to discourage certain naughty individuals from sneaking off into it, so having it in the center of the clan was more efficient. There was still retaliation to consider for the mercenaries who had dared to enter the area, triggering the traps. The Order and the Tenebach clan were the overlords of Marble County, and they had made it quite clear any involvement with the Society of Midnight would not be allowed. Coming from somewhere else wasn't a good enough excuse. They would be expanding their influence and making it clear that they were more than just local powers. Eventually, after a good period of rest, Of all the things John didn't expect in the near future, towards the top of the list would have been a giant glowing bird landing outside the Tenebach clan. But that was what happened not 2 weeks later. The members of the clan were reasonably quite alarmed, and John was surprised as well. When it asked for John and Cyaritzel, he wasn't any more surprised, but still somewhat confused. Hoping he wasn't about to go start a war with the Golden Tomb Guardians, John brought Cyaritzel with him to meet Kuarn. As they approached, Cyaritzel spoke first. "We meet again, Kuarn." Cyaritzel, the glowing bird, politely inclined her head. Cyaritzel's voice wasn't exactly friendly, carrying a somewhat mischievous tone, but it was polite. "I do apologize for what happened last time we met. I was not given the choice." "I understand." Kuarn bowed her head again. "All is forgiven between us for that incident." Something about that implied previous grudges, but neither seemed interested in fighting at the moment. "I thought it would be rude to enter your territory without speaking to you in person, but my main business is with Fortkran." John smiled. While Kuarn was certainly intimidatingly powerful, she had also not intentionally harmed John. With Cyaritzel by his side, he felt quite comfortable. "We meet again, and so soon. How can I assist?" Kuarn stepped back, revealing a prone figure beneath her. "Deirdre, how awkward. I feel somewhat responsible for what happened to this one. I require the assistance of one who wields the darkness element with finesse, and who would not inevitably cause a catastrophic explosion should our energies mingle accidentally." "I see," John nodded. "If you could explain what we will be doing, I will be glad to offer my assistance as I am able." Chapter 167. Taking note that he was outside in a random field with Kuarn, John make a suggestion. "Perhaps we should move inside somewhere, where Deirdre isn't just lying on a rock." "I don't believe you have a location suited for either of us. At best, anywhere within your clan would increase our discomfort," the great bird of light responded. "Regardless of how things go, a short time in the dirt will not significantly harm this woman." "All right, fine," John nodded. "What do I need to do?" Deirdre's cultivation was overloaded with excessive light element, Kuarn explained. "She has not retained consciousness, and left unchecked it will destroy her. You need to remove it." "Pardon me, but would it not be safer for someone of the same element such as yourself to perform this task?" "I considered that option." Kuarn crouched down closer to John and the comatose Deirdre. "Performing this task myself would be risky, as my compatibility with her is low. I could easily worsen the situation. The same is likely true of others from the Golden Tomb Guardians. I don't believe that necessarily makes me a better choice. I have very little experience with the light element, and all of it quite combative. I could easily destroy her from the inside out on accident." "You could," Kuarn said matter-of-factly, "but you have more experience rooting around inside others than anyone I know in the current year." "Do I?" John frowned. "Depending on parameters, that might be true. Dual cultivation with Mateo was cooperative, but certainly counted to some extent. He ripped shards of Cyaritzel out of many people. On the other end, he stabilized Aiden when he attempted the same with less success, helped Renato break through to foundation phase, and removed a claw of Cyaritzel from Kuarn herself. It is possible I have more experience than others," John admitted, "but I don't know if that's enough to make up for opposite elements." "It will have to," Kuarn stated. "Cyaritzel will be able to provide you with necessary energy, should you run low. It is too late to explore other options." "Perhaps we are already too late for this." John sighed. "Very well. I'll do my best." He did feel partially responsible for Deirdre's situation. Cautioning against a certain course of action wasn't as helpful as simply making sure it couldn't happen. If he hadn't given her the egg, she couldn't have done what she did. John sat next to the comatose woman on the hard ground. He extended his senses, focusing on using the air element within him that should be least negatively reactive with the light. Deirdre's meridians were flooded, but not in the proper way that someone brimming with energy should be. Instead, light element clung to the edges of her meridians like plaque in arteries. That wasn't mere speculation. John had the unfortunate experience of having seen that. Or perhaps fortunate, as a cultivator's ability to deal with such issues before they grew was likely one contributor to their extended lifespans. But he shouldn't let himself get distracted. Energy was not flowing through the meridians, but remaining stagnant, half-clogged, but without flow regardless. If he didn't know better, the complete lack of circulation might make him presume Deirdre was dead. He attempted to coax some sort of change with his air energy, but the light element was unfortunately too unreactive. Attempting to control the light element directly just made John's head hurt. He had minimal control over free light energy to begin with, and this already had Deirdre's patterns engraved in it. Water and earth weren't much better. The light pushed back against him instinctively, increasing the pressure inside Deirdre's meridians. Though he didn't really know if darkness would be better, he had to try. He created the smallest tendril of darkness energy he could imagine, smaller than a hair. He carefully brought it to the entrance of one of Deirdre's meridians. As light and darkness met, the light lunged forward, clinging around the hair-thin tendril of darkness. What sounded like a single small explosion was actually a series as light wrapped around the tendril, reacting as it made its way up. A small patch of blood appeared on Deirdre's palm. Skin scraped away in the event, and that was with everything happening outside of her body. Within her meridians would be a mess. And yet, John could sense the entrance of that meridian had cleared slightly, and while there was no proper flow of energy, still some of it was squeezing through her meridian from further in. "Qurarn," John said. "If you could protect her, I can make at least a small amount of progress drawing the energy out." It took some doing, with Qurarn having to make a small pocket for John's energy to slip through. He felt the light energy straining to latch onto his darkness and annihilate it, but it was tightly controlled. Keeping his own tendril of darkness from reacting like the light energy around it was magnetically attractive, took significantly more work on his part. If he was in the exact middle, he could almost ignore the pull. Another explosion of energy pulled from a different meridian, but this time properly contained away from Deirdre. There wasn't enough to cause danger to John, but he still tried to make sure his tendrils of darkness were extended as far as possible so that there was never too much potentially interacting. Repeating the same process for every meridian was exhausting, and once that was done, he had only cleared a small portion near the surface. He was already feeling drained, as controlling a fine point of darkness took a lot more effort than anticipated. Cyritzel's presence helped replenish him. There was some aspect of moral support, but more practical was Cyritzel directly giving him a steady stream of energy. Now what? John couldn't expect even a small explosion inside Deirdre to have any sort of result he could accept. With the entrances cleared, he could likely have a strand of energy find its way inside only to be immediately annihilated past the entrance. "Qurarn," John said, "if you could redouble your hold on your energy, and especially focus on the portion protecting Deirdre, I'm going to attempt something. Keep the path to that meridian open." Since it already seemed instinctual for light and darkness to seek each other out and annihilate each other, he planned to work with that. He focused a small concentration of energy, using it as a lure. The darkness called in what he hoped was an enticing manner. He felt some light element slowly begin to be drawn towards his lure, and then it surged forward, a crack of power flinging his palm away. He looked at his hand. No real damage, but it stung. The explosion hadn't been enough to break through his defenses, but the shock could still be felt. Deirdre was fine. Qurarn had reacted quickly enough to seal the remaining opening as the explosion happened, likely minimizing it by cutting off the flow as well. This was harder than John thought it would be, and that had already been quite difficult. He had to be aware of that acceleration. Pulling on the light element with a steady flow was important. His next few attempts were somewhat better, and soon he'd cleared out the second portion of each meridian. How long had it been? The daylight was fading, but rather than concerning himself with that, he accepted the comfort of natural darkness. When he found he could not entice any more light element to leave its domain, John knew he would have to dive deeper. That was where he truly couldn't afford any mistakes. As he began to explore another meridian, he noticed there were still pockets of light energy embedded in the walls of the meridians. Something akin to crystals, more solid and less usable. Moving past them would be risky, but interacting with them would be dangerous as well. They seemed fairly set in place, as John attempted to attract them towards his own energy. If he got too much closer, he was worried they would suddenly break free and catch onto his tendrils. Yet he couldn't exactly form a lure for the energy beyond them without being closer. He'd have to see if he could remove them. With the energy more solidified, he decided to try again with air element. At worst, there would be minimal reactions. It wasn't exactly made for grasping onto things, but he managed to pull on a tiny crystal, more akin to a grain of sand or something, wresting it free from its position. It seemed pulling it out would require more effort, and John could tell he wouldn't be able to sustain that with the air element alone. He intended to coax the loose grain along with his darkness energy, but he got too close. It suddenly lunged towards his lure, and he could only instinctually react by smothering it, his energy wrapping around it to contain the explosion. He couldn't even hear it, but it was surprisingly difficult to contain. The internal damage it could have caused was much worse than what actually happened, though John could see some scarring around the area. He hadn't perfectly contained it. One mistake like that wasn't too much, but if every meridian had a small bit of damage, or several, it wouldn't say much for her health. As John grew more tired, a sensible person might have told him to stop, but he didn't have that thought, and he moved into some sort of flow state, loosing crystals, carefully pulling them out of the meridians, or occasionally destroying them where they were, containing the damage. He worked his way along one meridian until he reached Deirdre's Danteon, where everything was the same, but more. A lure of darkness carefully extended to the area, and when the light element began to attract towards it, he withdrew at a steady rate. However, the light sped up. John did as well, but it only pulled the light more quickly. He had to weave his way back out, avoiding touching the walls of the meridians as much as possible, and he stopped attempting to lure the energy, but it kept following him. As his tendril of darkness managed to pull its way out, a burst of light element followed. John threw up his arms, absorbing the initial impact, but as if floodgates were unleashed, the light element exploded out of that meridia and the ones parallel to it. John was knocked flying, but while it seemed problematic at first, that simply meant he got to spread out the absorption of energy over a longer period. And Cyaritzel even softened his fall. Damn, John cursed. I messed up. He couldn't see Deirdre at the moment, the explosion of light briefly blinding him, but he reached out with his senses. Her body seemed intact, at least. And then there was movement. What? Deirdre sat up suddenly. Her head jerked around. Where am I? What's going on? Relax, John said slowly. Just take a moment to calm yourself. What's the last thing you remember? There was a bridge? A bridge? John frowned. What about the battle? The battle? John could vaguely see Deirdre's face now, his eyes recovering, her brow furrowed in concentration. There was an explosion? Something like that, John nodded. It flooded you with a bit too much light element. It's normal to be disoriented for a bit. Light element, she slowly nodded. Right? If you can, I'd suggest carefully circulating your energy. Your meridians and Danteon might be in a poor state. The sooner you begin the healing process, the better. Okay, so I just have to do that thing you said? Maybe you shouldn't, actually, John said. You seem off balance still. Maybe have something to eat or drink. Good idea, Deirdre nodded, squinting at him. You're Fortkran, right? That's right, John nodded. You know me, right? I'm Odette. What? John asked. Excuse me. Kuarn interposed some of her feathers between the two of them. Could you translate what you were saying for me? Translate? John responded automatically. Ah, crap. Chapter 168. Upon realizing what had been happening, John knew he had to take advantage of the situation while Deirdre was still confused. If this had been her for a longer period, it was a bit of an intrusion of privacy, but if it was a new person in there, then they needed to know that. Transmigrators should be people like anyone else, and trusting them incautiously would be a mistake. What killed you? John asked in English. Car crash? Heart disease? John wasn't actually sure what the top causes of death were, but he just wanted to keep this person off guard. For me, it was a car crash. I think it was a big light explosion. Deirdre frowned. But that doesn't make sense. Is this heaven? How do I know you? It's not heaven, John replied. As for the latter, I believe we've technically never met. I'm John. He extended his hand. Nice to meet you. Same here. Not, Deirdre said. I'm Deirdre? Try the other one, John said. Odette. Nice to meet you, Odette. Why is there a bird made of light and a spooky black thing? She said, looking around. You died and came to another world that basically has magic, John explained. Fortkran Tenebach appeared to be getting impatient. Sorry, he replied to her. It appeared that Deirdre died. He had to assume that conversation on this side would be understood by Odette despite her disorientation, but that was just how things would have to be. I must admit, Tenebach replied, I am used to those who are dead being less active. I believe I understand what is going on here, Sigh replied. You will need to take a closer look. He looked to John, who just shrugged. He wasn't sure if Tenebach knew his secret, but it wasn't a terrible concern if it was revealed. One of Tenebach's great feathered wings rested lightly atop the head of Deirdre. The connection between the Golden Tomb Guardians and Tenebach was not quite the same as the Tenebach clan and Sigh, though perhaps it was going to be that way now that Tenebach was healthy. After a few moments, Tenebach withdrew. I see. See what? Odette asked, finally speaking in the local language. I don't understand what's going on. It's just what I said before, John explained. You're just in someone else's body now. Tenebach seemed to be taking it as well as expected for someone who had asked John to save a disciple. She died. Odette hugged her legs against her. Why does everything hurt? Your meridians are not in a great state, John explained. I'd suggest slowly cultivating to repair the damage. Cultivating? Like farming? Just think about it, John said. The information should come to you. John had a significant amount of time alone when he came to, so he'd figured this out on his own. This seemed significantly more stressful, but beating around the bush probably wouldn't have helped. Odette closed her eyes, and John could feel her slowly begin to circulate what light element was left inside her. Tenebach covered her, providing a steady trickle of energy that she would otherwise be unable to obtain much of in the stone conglomerate. After half an hour or so, she stopped. Thank you for mentioning that, she said. I feel a bit better. This feels like a dream, though. Her eyes looked up to the large, glowing bird looming over her, which was hopefully more comforting for her than it was for John. I can assure you that it is real, John replied. Though another person that speaks English seemed a little unlikely, this would really spark some theories in the club. What should I do now? She asked, looking between John and Tenebach. Cultivation is quite fulfilling, if dangerous, John said. Though not cultivating in this world might be more dangerous. It's hard to say. Either way, I'm certain Tenebach can aid you. He was hoping so, at least. Not that he was worried about the spirit beast's capabilities, but rather her willingness. Of course, Tenebach said. We still desire you to be part of the sect. That was surprisingly easy then again. Cultivators were generally practical. It made sense that spirit beasts would be the same. Deirdre was dead. Why not have someone replace her? Though John was unsure if there had been some deeper connection between the two. With him and Sigh, they'd only met in the formal capacity and Fortkran had been terrible. I will handle things from here. Tenebach turned to John. Thank you for your assistance. If she has trouble adjusting, I may ask for your assistance. John, was it? You picked out my name among everything else? I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. John inclined his head. I didn't feel any change in you, Tenebach said. I assume it was before we met? Sigh answered that one. The previous one was quite intolerable. Fortunately, it has been many years since anyone had to deal with him. We shall be off now, Tenebach said. I hope you do not have problems with heights. What? With that, Deirdre or Odette was lifted up by Tenebach's talons slipping around her shoulders, and they flew off. The woman being carried was momentarily surprised, but seemed not too afraid. Then again, they were hardly close long enough for John to get a good sense. This complicates things, Sigh said. It sure does, John nodded. But if we can remain allies, it should be fine. Sigh grinned, the silhouettes of his teeth uncomfortably visible from a side angle. If I need to fight Tenebach again, my advancement should make it a good showing. With that complication out of the way, John was able to return to dealing with the other complications in his life. He would have to eventually inform the club of Odette's existence, though whether she remained anonymous or was invited to join them was ultimately going to be up to how she adapted. With another person speaking English, it was almost guaranteed that people were being pulled from Earth, though in what quantity it was hard to say. If there were too many transmigrators, it would likely become obvious, but a handful or even a few dozen throughout surrounding countries wouldn't be totally disruptive. What was disruptive was children. John loved his children very much, but sometimes they could be disruptive. They were growing up so fast, and while that did mean they were becoming more mature, it also meant puberty. That meant the children being able to get into new varieties of trouble if he and Mateo didn't properly guide them, but at least it also meant that Ursula wouldn't be sneaking around as easily, though she'd already stolen a full set of materials for diamond defense. So anything further would just be because she liked the crunch, though she didn't really need to steal anything. The more time passed, the more resources were being set aside for training up the young master and young mistresses. There was only a single matter of concern, which was Ursula herself. The clans were splitting the costs there, but she wasn't going to become clan head of either. She wasn't interested in joining the Order of the Amber Heart either. Oh, she was glad to train with Renato. At 10 years old, she and the others were now in the foundation phase despite the caution put forward in training them. She could bash a stone club into the floor and cause earthquakes better than pretty much any member of the Order a decade older than her. She was only slightly limited by her still-growing body, but spiritual energy made up the bulk of a cultivator's power. Yet despite her success in that area, she wasn't interested in joining the Order. "Dad, I want to train with you." If anyone was allowed to be informal, it was the triplets, though the other two usually still kept some amount of formality on account of their future duties. Turdo was just that polite, and Melanthina chose her words carefully to get the effect she wanted. "Of course you can train with me," John said, "though I have to say I'm nowhere near good as Renato is. Not with Earth." Ursula folded her arms. "Darkness. And without Melanthina, because she'll make fun of me." John frowned. "Why do you want to train darkness?" "Because, I want to diversify my abilities." John wanted to make fun of her for using a fancy word like diversify, but he had to respond seriously to the rest. "That could be useful, but you have such a great affinity for Earth, I don't know if you'll get much out of it." "That's what Mom said about water." And John waited for an answer. "I learned some." "Did you now?" "Show me." "Well, it wasn't anything impressive, really. Not like Turdo." John held out his cupped hand, filling his palm with water. Terribly inefficient compared to just finding some already around, but it was more expedient. "Go ahead." "Well, okay." Ursula stepped forward. A year or two before, John would have had to bend down for her to see into his palm. Now she was just a bit taller than a comfortable position to hold it. She furrowed her brow in concentration, slowly drawing some water element from the air to power her efforts. She didn't store any, unlike John, though she didn't have a totem for it, so it was quite reasonable. Slowly, the water in John's palm climbed up to form a spike of ice. "See? Pretty good," John nodded. "It's difficult to control an element without a totem." "Yeah," Ursula said. "Anyway, teach me darkness." "Certainly," John said. "We can go to the tunnels." Ursula grabbed John's sleeve as he began to turn. "Can we not?" "Why not?" John said. "Somewhere with the greatest amount of the proper energy will be easiest. Because Melanthina will be there. And Cyaritzel might tell her if she's not." "I see." John nodded. "Then, to my personal training room." It was not the same room from before. That room now belonged to Melanthina, as the young mistress of the Tenebach clan. Besides, a room that only condensed darkness was no longer optimal for John's needs. The room needed no adjusting for them, unless specifically tuned to something else. Darkness was the natural state for the training room, the energy coming up from the constructed tunnels where Cyaritzel now lived. John slowly began to guide Ursula on controlling darkness, guiding her through absorption and control. Ursula was attempting to concentrate the darkness into a smaller area, instead of being diffuse and ineffective. Otherwise, anyone could just see through it or ignore whatever other effects it was controlled to make. John could see the concentrations changing, but at the point it almost became useful even in a small area. Ursula's control slipped and the energy scattered around the room. "I'm terrible," Ursula said. "Useless." She was on the verge of tears for some reason, so John wrapped an arm around her. "Don't worry, you're a great cultivator. Most people haven't even started at your age. And nobody's good at everything." "You are," Ursula said. "You can control every element and I can only do one." "First of all," John said, "you're already better at earth control than me. I just have a higher cultivation. And my fire control is pathetic, with light being even worse." There's more than just the elements, too. I'm not particularly good with weapons. Just ask Swordmaster Brague. You're way stronger than him, though. Ursel shook her head. Only because I have more power. If we were close in power, he would beat me. But you aren't. You're stronger than everyone. Everyone? John raised an eyebrow. What about your mother? Or Renato? They don't count. There are many others in the consolidated soul phase, John said, and not all of them are our allies. Your natural affinity for Earth is high, and Renato said your weapon skills are improving quickly. Not just the Stone Club, either. What's wrong with focusing on what you're good at? I didn't get to choose. Most people don't, John said. They're limited by what techniques they can get and their country of origin. He also wanted to mention there were other areas where people didn't get to choose. Like Turdo and Melanthina didn't have a choice but to take over the clans. That was for later, though. Comfort for now, practicality later. Chapter 169. While he made sure to put in the effort, John found that any real success with the fire element was bound to be a long time off. He would be much more effective once he had a totem, but conversely he needed to have a certain attachment to fire to be able to select a good totem. Resisting the pressure within the sea of spiritual totems was just the first step. Besides needing that affinity, there was another simple reason. 4 years he had remained at the threshold between early and mid-consolidated soul phase. That was perfectly normal, but was a significant change from earlier rapid advancement. Yet if he had continued advancing even yearly, he should soon expect to be in the ascending soul phase soon enough. Given that only one person had achieved that rank on record anywhere John had been, he shouldn't expect it to be an easy process. Faramund had taken most of a very long lifespan to reach that point, long enough for many generations of the Tenebach clan to come and go. Expecting things to be quick was simply greedy. It was fortunate he'd never really gotten to settle into his power. Whether the advancement was rushed by their attack on the Society of Midnight or simply coincidentally timed was unclear, but that level of power still made John shudder when he thought about it. Cyaritzel was nearly that powerful after having restored himself, but leaning too much on him would be a problem. John had no reason to believe that Cyaritzel wasn't planning to continue his alliance with the Tenebach clan. If he had, he'd missed the opportune moment, but ultimately the guardian beast had different thought patterns than a human. Relying on a single powerful individual was just asking for their forces to get whittled away regardless. Ultimately, if John never advanced again and the Tenebach clan stagnated as it was for his lifespan, he had still been wildly successful. Even so, there was always a better future to look forward to, a world where his children were secure, and he was certain he could continue to advance his own cultivation given time and effort. Dark storm clouds gathered atop the peak, crackling with lightning. For Kamana, that meant a perfectly normal day. That was why the island had been chosen as the location to host the Mulyani clan. Such a storm carried more air element than water, and its previous occupants had not been strong enough to hold their position. Perhaps somewhere in the blustering peaks would have been optimal, but the competition had simply been too fierce. By the time Kazuma felt up for the challenge, it was too difficult to move a clan, even one relatively small by such standards. She took stock of the clan cultivators. Few had displayed great talent, at least, not enough to stand out from the others. That was unfortunate, but at least she knew their future was secure for a while due to alliances. The Brandel clan would swiftly come to their aid if called upon, and the Tenebach clan would do the same, simply from a further distance. Kazuma wondered if the lives of her descendants had been too difficult or too easy for them to turn out so bland. Or perhaps she shouldn't always compare people to herself. Mere decades before, she'd been comfortable resting in the soul expansion phase without more than the ambition of reaching her peak cultivation. Seeing the growth of youth had spurred her forward, but perhaps she'd put too much of herself in that rapid advancement, or just overestimated herself. She gingerly placed a hand on her belly. She knew that the Tenebach kid would have tried to help if he knew she had such a lingering wound. Perhaps he might have, but the risk that the burrowing darkness would have harmed him instead was too great. What did it matter to Kazuma if her life was cut short a few years, compared to the potential harm for a lifetime of someone with that talent? So the kid was nearly 40 now. That meant he had a good century left to go, at least. Unless something damaged his cultivation, he had an amazing future. Truthfully, even if it had been removed, Kazuma knew the darkness inside her had done the majority of its damage already. Her cultivation dropped from the mid-consolidated soul phase. She had pushed herself to achieve back into the early phase. The lingering trouble was nothing compared to that. Someone knocked on her door. She hadn't called for anyone, but she supposed she'd been avoiding people lately. That was the sort of attitude that ultimately had people check up on you. Come in. Asai was not who Kazuma had expected. A timid girl, hardly suited to the wild power of air. Her cultivation talent was not bad, but besides advancing her cultivation, Kazuma had yet to see anything come of it. Matriarch Kazuma, there are delegations from the blustering peaks here to see you. Aren't there always? She asked. There are. Asai nodded. Few others come to our harbors. Many seek cultivation advice or brides. Oh, any catch your eye? No. Their talent is insignificant, or they would manage on their own. I came to ask for permission to officially turn them away. Do what you wish, Kazuma said. If anyone of note arrives, you can send for me. Otherwise, I don't care. Understood. Asai nodded her head again, her expression neutral. I will relay your words. Kazuma sighed as she closed the door behind her. Who was sending the girl on errands such as this? She watched her for a bit, but didn't find her reporting back to anyone immediately. Kazuma returned her thoughts to the brewing storm. In the past, she would have eagerly stood upon the tallest tower and fought the lightning, but she simply didn't feel up for it at the moment. Of course you managed to advance before me once more. John smiled earnestly as he once more met with Mateo upon Pualani. I can only struggle behind you. Then he shook his head. I'm sorry, that makes it sound as if you do not put in the same sort of effort. What have you been doing? The same as before, she said. Meditating in the presence of the sea god. Any luck with communication? John asked. Or does it simply continue to sleep? It sleeps. Not only that it. Perhaps I should not speculate. Why not? John asked. Speculate away. It seems to be weakening, Mateo said. Though perhaps as my own power grew I lost objectivity in that regard. It could be due to its long hibernation, and not being a spirit entity I would assume it requires some sustenance. Or I could be mistaken. We could find out, John replied. As they were preparing to leave, Turdo came to find them. That was not terribly odd, since he was quite fond of his mother. John tried to bond with him as well when he got the chance, but spending about half the year away separated from his children had made that difficult. He tried to avoid the urge to monopolize Mateo's time during the 2 months of overlap they had so they could spend enough time with their children to make them turn out normal or well-adjusted, at least. There was no way normal was going to happen given various circumstances. I want to go with you, Turdo said. You can't, Mateo said automatically. It's too dangerous. Foundation phase cultivators go to the kelp spire forest all the time. He had them there. He wasn't a weak kid anymore. He was still a kid, but there were many adults weaker than him now. Early foundation phase was still relatively low on the totem pole of cultivators, but it wasn't the level of a beginner. John and Mateo exchanged looks. He gestured for her to speak, trusting her to make the right judgment. Her words meant more to Turdo, and she should be more familiar with the risks. You won't be able to go with us into the depths, Mateo explained. That is too dangerous. However, if you wish to take advantage of the opportunity to train in the kelp spire forest, that could be arranged. Your sisters might wish to come along as well. Turdo nodded. Perhaps he wasn't pleased with that idea, but he also knew he couldn't argue with it. And as far as siblings went, the triplets got along quite well. They squabbled sometimes, but that was normal. And for the sake of those watching over them, the fact that they weren't always coordinated made it possible to deal with them. Just the more mischievous two caused a lot of trouble. And if Turdo were to ally with his sisters in shenanigans, they could be an even bigger menace. Though the girls had gotten many of the most obvious troubles out of their system already. Will we get to fight? Turdo asked. Yes, Mateo nodded. But you will need your guardians. The two of us will be bringing our own. Naturally. It would not do for the young master of the Brandel clan to be easily subject to the random dangers of the world. Perhaps it wasn't fair that those from powerful clans or sects had guardians that kept them from experiencing true danger, but life was never fair. And John and Mateo certainly weren't going to risk their children's lives for some perceived notion of fair. It was still a bit early for them to be getting practical combat experience. They were still not even teenagers. and would normally not have begun cultivating on any serious level. It was difficult and slow for those who were young, and there were other dangers as well. The triplets simply didn't have the option to not cultivate. When given the option to go on an adventure, obviously Ursel and Melanthina jumped at the opportunity. Thus, the excursion turned into a larger endeavor than previously intended. It was already something significant for the two clan heads to be going somewhere together, but with the heirs to the two clans going along as well, it required more security. At that point, they supposed they might as well organize a proper excursion, offering opportunities to other members of the Brandel clan. That meant making use of more vessels, though they were not short on available ships. They had come into possession of some fairly decent ones in previous conflicts, and they'd always had some. The number of people involved meant that there would be no use for Captain Sohun's services. The Wavecutter's feature was its great speed, not capacity or comfort. Ships that could sail in a fleet were better. Arranging for everyone took more time, and being required to go around storms likewise added on more days. It was an unfortunate chunk of John's month in the area, but on the other hand, he got to spend that time with his family, even if there wasn't much exciting about waiting for ships to be readied or traveling on them. The triplets were already used to journeys back and forth between the clans, and a slightly different route didn't add much excitement. The fleet couldn't moor directly inside the Kelp Spire forest. Taking larger ships there was dangerous, but they were able to anchor at a nearby island. That was another thing that took more people, watching the ships. It was unlikely anyone would get any ideas about stealing from them, but having the force to remind them was always the correct choice. Instead of diving directly into the depths like they had planned, the two parents watched their children try to adapt to the new environment. Aggressive beasts roamed the waters, but near the surface the trio was capable of fighting against some of them. Turdo was the most effective underwater, while the other two did better on the spires themselves. It wasn't quite land, though the spires were moldable by earth element techniques. That was both a benefit and a drawback for Ursel, since she could do more things, but also had to make sure she wasn't destabilizing a large structure. Letting danger approach the triplets was one of the hardest things John ever had to do. He knew they were cultivators, but trusting his own assessment of their combat strength versus any incoming beasts was difficult. Both he and Mateo were likely guilty of pruning down the number of enemies too much, and even then, Ursel and Melanthina received minor injuries. At any moment either of the parents could have annihilated the attacking beasts, but keeping the triplets too safe wouldn't be good for their futures. There wouldn't always be someone stronger around to protect them. Chapter 170. As it turned out, most people ultimately cared less about who they talked to than the results they achieved. Kaimana was conveniently placed to be one of the few viable rest points between the blustering peaks and the majority of the shimmering islands, at least by direct route. Those who passed by frequently were interested in signing long-term contracts for better deals, and Asai was quite capable of negotiating acceptable rates in that regard. A few individuals really did wish to meet Kazuma, but whether or not she would provide them guidance ultimately was up to her. She could be quite fickle, refusing to interact with people she didn't find interesting. Enough people passed by that it would be impossible for one person to keep on top of every detail, and Asai didn't even attempt it. Reviewing things at the end of the week was good enough. The Mulyani clan wasn't in a position where they could levy more than basic taxes on those passing through, so the financial numbers were much less than the clan members brought in from various excursions, but every revenue stream was significant. Most of the time, things looked good. If there had been a significant problem during the week, someone would have come to her. Things remained more or less the same, but reviewing events was a good practice. This week, everything lined up as well. There was only one thing that nagged in the back of her mind. She stepped out to see her assistant. "Is there a problem?" he asked. "For days ago," Asai said, "remnants of the Cardinal clan came through. Is that correct?" "If it is in the summary, it is accurate," he nodded. "Why? Should we have informed you?" "It is my understanding the conflicts with them were resolved, and the score settled in our favor." "That's true," Asai nodded. "Those conflicts were settled years ago. Something bothered her, though, so she found herself on the way to see Matriarch Kazuma." The explanation was short and simple. There really wasn't much to say, just a hunch. Yet Kazuma's response was even more concerning. "Prepare me a ship." Somehow, John felt that Aiden and Kristen along with the triplets' normal guard seemed insufficient. There was no logical basis for that, considering that there was also a significant portion of the Brandel clan present. It wasn't even cultivator intuition, warning him of something he couldn't sense. Instead, it was something deeper and harder to ignore: parental worrying. Not the helpful kind that actually solved problems, but the kind that wouldn't let him ignore things that were perfectly safe. On a practical level, the triplets were stronger than most adults, and even when considering cultivator clans and sects in the region, they were not weak. It was the same sort of worry he felt whenever they were at the Brandel clan without him, completely unjustified, because there was no way Mateo would let harm come to them, and she was one of the strongest people he knew. He knew that this was simply a thing humans had to deal with, and did his best to temper it. Otherwise, he might smother the children with worry. He wasn't even going far, but it was significant enough of a distance that it was at least vaguely reasonable. A couple kilometers on the surface was much different than the same distance straight down. That was where he and Mateo were going, of course, along with Livna and Yanit, because having backup was always preferable. He had appreciated the intimacy of his first time in the deep sea with Mateo, but he would have been happier to not have to worry about constant danger. Descending was simple. They were more than a full phase stronger, and anything that picked a fight with them on the way down simply didn't have good judgment. There were a few creatures that might have been unlucky to come across them with unclear intents. Perhaps they would have moved on. But they found themselves impaled upon spears upon entering within a certain threshold. Within an hour, they were beyond the deepest John had gone, though it felt much less oppressive than the previous time. Mateo's unconcerned demeanor helped as well. They passed by their little cave, no doubt intentionally, but there wasn't much to say about it. The memories were good ones. After they had survived to reminisce, they'd first been drawn into the depth by the great inhalation of the sea god. Now, they were approaching it with intent. The magnitude of the creature made its power seem less. The vastness of its energy stretched out over the whole terrain. As the group descended into the ravine once more, though John had barely gone beyond the lip, abundant life once again began to show itself. John already knew that pieces of the terrain were in fact molded over the body of the slumbering sea god itself, but it was strange to actually sense it himself. With John's proficiency in the earth element, he was able to pierce through the layers of stone atop it more easily for a clearer picture, though it was still just the same myriad of fins and strange layout previously described to him. He had no idea what such a thing might look like if it were actually moving around. Mateo brought them to a cave with a strange flow of water. "I believe this is one of the creature's nostrils," she said, "or something like one." It had been previously noted by those involved that a sea creature should not breathe in the same way as they did, but even so John could feel the currents slowly go in and out. Then again, a creature of such magnitude that remained stationary could not manage much with traditional gills. Investigating more thoroughly would involve going inside, which nobody was willing to attempt for various reasons, greatest of which was possibly disturbing the creature and having it choose to actively attack them if it was upset. While he couldn't say he gained any deep understanding of the creature, John could feel how it had influenced Mateo's cultivation. He'd picked up some things about the water element from her, but viewing the source directly was completely different. It also reminded him that the consolidated soul phase was not the limit of cultivation, nor was the ascending soul phase. Not even close. Though to be fair, the only ascending soul phase cultivator he'd seen was brand new. Ursel found some of their battles quite annoying. Turdo was good with a spear, and Melanthina was annoyingly proficient. Hammers and clubs were rather terrible underwater, and using attacks meant for different sorts of weapons with a spear was annoyingly difficult. She'd worked with their mother trying to learn more about controlling the water element, but while she was able to adapt some earth elemental techniques to function better underwater, they were still difficult in the open sea. She preferred fighting close to the stone spires, where she could have a wall to her back and some proper terrain to work with. Even better was fighting atop the spires, on the large twisting kelp that grew up them. Of course, the creatures they were up against were different. Fighting fish on land would have been trivial, but there were hunting birds that were vigorous defenders of their nests, and occasionally thought humans looked like a decent meal. Ursul's stone club swung in front of her, missing an incoming bird by a tiny margin, but she had expected it to slow. Her club struck the side wall and bounced back out, a jut of stone rebounding it faster. The bird had a wingspan twice as wide as a man was tall, but its bones were hardly better than chalk. Its defensive air energy did nothing to deflect the heavy stone club, either. Ursul nodded. letting the club rest on the plant beneath her for the moment. She was still not large enough to carry it without expending spiritual energy, so to conserve herself, she took the weight off. "I'm glad you feel more effective here," Turdo said. "But the options for battle are more limited. I'd prefer to remain in the water. Maybe we should split up?" Melanthina looked over at Aiden. "I don't think our uncle would approve." He was technically a great-uncle or something like that, but the distinction wasn't important within the clan. Not as much as cultivation. "I think looking for new opponents would be best. It would involve swimming between stone spires, but we could taunt some creatures out of the water. I know there are crabs and leaping fish at least." "I suppose so," he agreed. "Though fighting in difficult locations might be better for us. As long as it's on purpose, we can learn from it." "I don't think I can learn anything in the open water," Ursula crossed her arms. "Except that I have to swim somewhere else. It's hard enough just staying afloat." If Ursula didn't have the benefits of using spiritual energy, there was literally no way she could swim with the heavy stone club. It dragged her down, just as many as her defensive abilities. At least most of those worked, except the ones to steady her position. With nothing to hold on to, she was pushed around in the water like, well, a heavy boulder really. She still had that going for her. "Let's try once," Melanthina said. "I think I sensed something 3 spires that way. I'll keep anything from sensing us too early, so Ursula can get her footing before the battle starts." The others agreed, mostly because there wasn't much other choice. They certainly wouldn't be allowed to split up here, at least not while their parents were not around. And while they had issues with each other once in a while, they had learned that the greatest reprimands came if they let that affect them on the battlefield. They had been taken away from training exercises early when they caused trouble, and that meant missing opportunities to improve their cultivation. The 3 moved through the water together, Turdo taking the front in the water, while Ursula held up the rear. Melanthina floated between the two, shrouding their presence from anything in the water. There weren't always creatures waiting to bite at their toes, but the important part was diverting the attention of anything waiting by their target. Of the 3 of them, Ursula was least likely to be injured for being out of position. Some technique she trained meant the others couldn't stab through her skin without the aid of spiritual energy, but Melanthina could already tell she was in a bad mood. Making sure the other 2 felt effective was most important right now. Instead of crabs or anything of the sort, there were large barnacles at their destination. That would work well enough. Melanthina knew it would be easy to hide from creatures that barely had brains. There were also snails in the area, likewise of limited intelligence. Their size was somewhat concerning, but that was just how things in areas of high spiritual energy were. Ursula found her footing on a twining kelp, but before Melanthina could climb up behind her, she slammed her stone club into the side of the spire, dislodging the barnacles and making them flail about wildly, long tendrils trying to grab for anything. Turdo was ready to fight them, but Melanthina had been planning to get onto land as well, and she still would. But now she had to reach out an arm of energy to grab higher up behind Ursula instead of climbing up next to her. She would have sighed at her sister's haste if not for being underwater. Turdo made short work of some of the underwater creatures, but that was where the odd snails came into play. They were generally quite slow, but able to put on sudden bursts of movement by spraying jets of water from various places. Finding the barnacles vulnerable, they shot off after them, but they also weren't averse to trying to reach for unarmored bits of meat as well. Ursula scooped at them, her heavy club slicing through the water quite effectively despite the strong resistance, and slamming one of them back into the pillar, crushing it between stone. Even so, she had to retreat herself as some jetted towards her, even leaping out of the water. Melanthina found herself having to choose between assisting Turdo and her sister, and even if she hadn't, the position wasn't good for her. But that was what they were learning for, right? Ultimately, she decided on her more vulnerable brother, who despite his ability to slip around in all directions in the water, seemed to be overwhelmed at the current moment. Chapter 171. No matter how clear water was on the surface, after a certain depth, even light was filtered to make it appear as blue, deeper and darker the further underwater one went. At a certain point, sight became difficult, then impossible for those who weren't cultivators. Of course, well before that point those who weren't cultivators would die, either due to lack of air or pressure. Cultivators could and would go deeper, and it was at the current deepest point they were aware of that John and Mateo found themselves. The sea god was intriguing, But John found himself drawn to the rest of everything, though there was hardly any space around them that wasn't an extension of the giant creature. Strange beasts, adapted to live in high pressures, and what was otherwise the most bleak of locations still teemed with life, perhaps not quite as densely as some placed. But John was able to see quite a few creatures that darted away from his spiritual energy senses. The blessing of the guardian beast that allowed him to see in darkness was a great advantage, without which he wouldn't have noticed many different creatures. It seemed they survived mainly by avoiding notice. Then there was the sea itself, powerful pressure squeezing down on him. However, instead of being unpleasant, it was invigorating in its strength, especially as it aided the growth of his fourth totem. His first experiences with the deep sea had left enough of a mark that he had adopted a totem representing it for his fourth totem, but only now he realized what he had been missing. He wondered if there were even further depths to explore, though even if they were found, perhaps it was best for another time. John found his experience to be quite different from Mattel's. When they dual cultivated, the basis of her energy felt quite different from his own. It was sleeping power, contained and nearly unfathomable, as opposed to a slowly revealed mystery of a myriad of life forms. The two concepts were not incompatible, however. The focus of each of them provided context for the other to grow. The landmass John held in his dantian, an incomplete and crude representation of elements, shared strengths with the wider focus on the oceans that Mattel held. The only thing that drew the two of them out of their reverie was the need to breathe and underwater. That meant refreshing the air in their lungs. The water of the deep sea itself had less oxygen than higher up, but exchanging oxygen with the water around them was not necessary with the use of the air element. John wasn't sure exactly what he was doing, or what happened to the carbon that was presumably detached from the oxygen as he followed the process, but perhaps it didn't matter. It could have been converted to some other sort of energy, entering the world around him, or perhaps somewhere else entirely. Assuming molecules were actually the same as on Earth, which he wasn't entirely sure of. Cells seemed to be more or less as he remembered from biology classes, but it could simply be visual similarities, and none of it really mattered, as long as he understood how things actually functioned in practical terms. Opening his eyes to stare into a cave that he knew was simply part of a living creature was unsettling. The thought of actually going inside was intriguing, but ultimately pointless for him. Perhaps Mattel might benefit, so if she thought it would be worthwhile, he would back her up. Otherwise, he would prefer to maintain his position. He wondered if this sea god was something they could truly come to understand, or if it was something they could only look at and wonder. Perhaps that might depend on whether they could reach the next stage. That would be a long process, perhaps to the point that the triplets would have grown into adulthood beforehand. John didn't want to rush anything, but he also couldn't wait for the opportunity to be with Mateo more than 2 months a year. Placing the burden of leading a clan on their children was only what could be expected, the same as them and their parents. Along with the responsibility came privileges that few cultivators got, so it was difficult to complain. As he thought about their children, John couldn't help but look up. There was nothing to see kilometers of ocean between him and anything that mattered, the density of the sea also restricting energy senses to a smaller distance. There wasn't any feedback, but he still had a feeling. He looked over at Mateo. "Should we return to the surface?" "It is a bit early," she replied, "but I see no harm in it." Something in her eyes told him she had the same sort of feeling as him. It didn't necessarily mean anything. They were often simply worried for their children for no reason, but taking the opportunity to settle down would be worth the time. The first sign that anything was going wrong was the arrival of a ship. They would normally not approach close to the kelp spire forest, as the combination of unpredictable tides and obstacles made it dangerous for larger ships. Yet some were bold enough to attempt to anchor nearby in an attempt to show off. The second sign was Aiden recognizing someone. No two people. Everin Cardle he'd seen occasionally and fought once. Then, more distant but more immediately apparent, was Kuzuma. She wasn't making any attempt to hide her speedy approach. The first thing Aiden did was check the status of the triplets, not that they had ever truly been out of his perception at any point. Kristen. Trouble is brewing. Kristen was closer to the same age as Fortkran, and in any other generation, her talent would have been considered remarkable. The status of a high-ranking guard was perhaps not the most glamorous task, but it was both important and respected in the clan. She was at the peak of the soul expansion phase and was expected to reach the consolidated soul phase soon enough. Her senses scanned where Aiden indicated, and it was not difficult to determine what he meant. What should we do? You go alert the others, especially the triplets' normal guards. I'll move to delay them. There was little doubt in Aiden's mind that they meant to cause trouble. The kelp spire forest was not so small that they should end up in the same part of it by coincidence. Aiden moved atop the water, which was slightly faster than swimming. He warned any Brandel clan member he passed by, though the state of his energy would serve better than any words. He was ready for battle, and anyone should be able to feel it. He prepared his words for Everin as he went, just because he was ready. For trouble didn't mean he needed to escalate things. As he moved, members of the Brandel clan broke away from what they were doing to go with him. There is sufficient room in the Kelp Spire forest for your clan to find an exclusive location, Aiden began. Perhaps you should go elsewhere. In response, he expected primarily some sort of direct rebuke, some sort of declaration that the Cardinal clan could go where they wanted, and that the Brandel clan should be the ones to leave. He hadn't expected them to not even slow their approach, the waves they were riding beneath their feet carrying them swiftly forward. Aiden barely had time to pull out his weapon to clash with Everin as he passed. He hadn't expected such an audacious move, so he wasn't even prepared to punish the man for pushing past him. A single swipe of his blade merely grazed against Everin's defensive energy. Normally, cultivators of the highest cultivation would engage each other, not out of politeness or formality, but as a practical matter. If Everin didn't meet Aiden, Aiden could kill the others with him, and it seemed as if he didn't care. Aiden turned to chase after him, but the Cardinal clan cultivated water and air. They were more in his domain, and his speed was greater than Aiden's. The only thing Aiden could do was chase madly after him and the others, who seemed intent on shoving past not just Aiden but the majority of other Brandel clan members. There was nothing particularly odd about Kristen coming to speak with their guards. Kristen was another member of the Tenebach clan, their father's cousin, and currently another of their guards. It was odd for her to conceal what she said from them, twisting darkness energy blocking the words she spoke. But adults sometimes like to keep things private. Then she turned to the triplets. I think it's a good time for the three of you to take a break, she said. Then you can, damn it. Most adults didn't swear around the triplets, except the ones who did so profusely. So when those who generally chose their words more carefully used even a milder sort of profanity, they took note. Who's that? Melantina asked, the first to lock on to the approaching individuals. An enemy, Kristen said flatly. We need to take a defensive position. In there, she gestured to one of the small caves in the stone spires, a place generally meant for cultivators to rest and have some time not spent in the water. Are we going to fight? Ursula asked. You shouldn't, Kristen said. We're here to protect you. Just keep yourselves safe. Herding the triplets into proper shelter took most of a minute, at which point Everin was almost upon them. Along the way, various members of the Brandel clan had attacked, some managing to injure or engage others, but Everin himself continued forward without stopping. It was slightly comforting to know that the various scattered members of the Brandel clan were coming together to fight, or that Aiden and a more distant Kazuma were approaching as fast as they could, but it wouldn't do much good if she couldn't stop him long enough. He should have been far too occupied with rebuilding the shattered remains of his clan, but it seemed he preferred to have it erased from the history books. That was the only option, regardless of what he achieved here. Even in the consolidated soul phase, he wasn't a threat to either clan, or even just the forces they had present, but he was a threat to individual members. The guards of the Brandel clan chose to face the enemy in the water, except for one Kristen conscripted to stay by her side on the sloping kelp. Behind her was the opening of the cave, or at least where it appeared to be. The actual entrance was on the other side, concealed by Kristen's power. Likewise, the opening next to her was also concealed, but she was hiding that it was just part of the stone spire instead of the proper entrance. Out of the water, Kristen thought she could hold her own for a time, but she hoped those in the water could stop him. They did their best, guarding the base of the spire. When Everin approached with just a half-dozen soul expansion phase cultivators around him, they swarmed towards him, but as the two groups clashed, Everin managed to form a taller wave, riding over them and even landing himself about a quarter of the way up the spire. The others, at least, were forced to engage with the remaining guards. Kristen was ready with her spear, longer than those of the Brandel clan, and meant for use on land. Fighting at an angle was actually advantageous for her, but her cultivation wasn't as high as Evren's. Like his son, or rather, Bora most likely copied his father. Evren made use of various weapons, including a pair of war fans. He had pulled the seas along with him as well as the winds, a swirl of energy as he charged his way up the spire. Kristen held her spear point towards him, concealing the area in darkness so he couldn't determine its precise location or length. He didn't even slow, sending crashing waves over Kristen as well as flicking a bolt of lightning towards the guard at her side, piercing through the watery barrier around him. Kristen managed to stop herself before she went over the edge, dangling off of one of the oversized leaves of the gigantic kelp. As she began to pull herself up, Evren twirled towards the spire, blasting a cone of lightning into nothing. At least her concealment had worked, though it was now painfully obvious. She anchored her feet more strongly, but as she stabbed her spear towards the incoming wave of water, she found it curled around her weapon, jolts of lightning digging into her arms before her weapon could land a solid blow on Evren. She did manage to hit him, the point of her spear dragging along his side, piercing his defensive energy along the way. Yet it wasn't enough to stop him, and anchoring her feet only made it take another moment for her to be blasted out of the way this time, falling into the water below. She twirled to catch herself on the next loop of the kelp, but she hadn't been able to stop him. Evren twisted around the loop until the actual cave, the distance weakening the effects of her energy, repeating his attack on his new target and causing the spire to shudder. Chapter 172. 3 children, not quite teens, huddled together. They could feel the vicious power of the approaching enemies, especially the strongest among them. Consolidated soul phase, far beyond any of them. Where's mother and father? Turdo was crumpled into a ball next to Ursel, who was clutching onto her stone club. Melanthina did her best to try to act like a mature older sister, as if that mattered where minutes and seconds were the difference between her and her brother. They'll come, she said, but she didn't believe it. She couldn't sense either of them. They were down in the depths, beyond where energy senses could reach. Then the spire shook beneath them for the second time. Melanthina believed Kristen had the best intentions when she told them to take shelter in the cave, but a concealment was another tier more effective when the target was somewhere else entirely. So she'd had them climb to the top of the spire. That had bought a few moments, at least. If she was lucky, the madman below wouldn't see through her own concealments. It was unclear whether he did, or simply continued up the spire regardless of knowing they were there. Either way, they could all sense him coming. Melanthina was trying to figure out what the next step was, what trick she could pull, but real danger was new to her. Ursel stood up, her feet heavy as she dragged her weapon. I'll stop him. When he gets here, you need to jump down. What? Melanthina shook her head. We can't do that. Ursel looked over her shoulder at her 2 siblings. You are both heirs to your clans. Nobody needs me, so I have to do this. There was no time to object to her words. The approaching swirl of water and air was immediately upon them, and at that point, it was really too late for them to run. Crackles of lightning formed and were blasted at them across the top of the spire. Yet Melanthina found herself and Turdo unharmed. Oomph! A voice said through the swirling dust. How pointless! Wind blasted, revealing Ursel, her stone club with its head pressed to the ground. Her clothes were shredded, her skin cracked. Not just that, it began to fall off like pieces of shell, revealing muscle underneath. Writhing lines squirmed along her arms and down her body where lightning had coursed through her. The only thing that held her form together was the entirety of her earth elemental spiritual energy and diamond defense, though it barely allowed her to sustain a single strike. Her bravery bought them a moment, but she could do no more. Evren was already preparing his next attack. It would only take a slight flick of his wrist to take out Ursel, injured and without defenses as she was. To kill all 3 would require some effort, but they were 2 whole phases weaker than himself. Blocking a single attack, even if it wasn't serious, was the limit of what could be expected. A storm gathered in his hand, crackling sparks of lightning mixing with swirling clouds. His arm stretched forward, concentrated power barely held back. Then it was released, a thunderous boom, and a flash of light blanketing the peak of the spire. There was no time for eyes or ears to recover before a second surge of power followed. Then another, and another. Any sort of follow-up should have been completely unnecessary, but the energy was not directed towards the triplets, at least not all of it. Instead, it was an exchange of energy, lightning, water, and wind clashing against each other. Every attack directed towards the triplets was redirected, impacting the ground or reflecting back towards Everin. I struggle to see how you thought this action would benefit you in any way, Kazuma said. As if digging a deeper hole was going to magically make your mistakes better. She didn't wait for a response. Swirling winds pushing behind her, the triplets toppling down from the spire. They would have to deal with a little fall, but she couldn't fight properly if Everin could easily target them. If you wish to cause pain to those who made you suffer, remember that you are the one at fault for everything. Lightning crackled around Everin's fist, and he charged forward. At least I can impart some of that suffering on the clans that spiked mine. His trajectory took him almost directly towards Kazuma, but at the last moment he stepped to the side, his arm outstretched to keep her away while he ran past. Instead of keeping her away, she grabbed the outstretched arm by the wrist with both her hands. Lightning crackled in both directions, trying to worm its way into the limbs of both combatants. Kazuma's hands began to blacken as lightning burned them from the inside out, but she only tightened her grip. Your mixed cultivation certainly provides you an advantage against the water cultivators of the Shimmering Islands, but against those of pure air, it is a weakness. With a sudden jolt, Everin fell to the ground. His external wounds didn't appear to be much, but in that moment where he was stunned, Kazuma flipped him onto his back, stomping onto his stomach, right over his dantian. Mixed air and water energy burst out, but without any control it merely caused a slight increase in pressure. Another mistake you made was assuming you had nothing left to lose. My life means nothing anymore, Everin grunted. Even losing my cultivation didn't matter. Just kill me. See, that's the problem. Because you could have built up your clan again, if you put in some real effort. Obviously not through Bora's line, but he was a pretty garbage son anyway. But now you're going to have to watch as we dismantle your clan the rest of the way and invite all of your rivals to take whatever you had left after last time. Everin didn't have any response except to slump further to the ground, unable to mobilize his body or make use of any spiritual energy. John almost cut off Everin's head when he reached the surface and saw Ursul's injuries. Mateo stopped him, though, placing a hand on his arm even as his energy was gathering. Was it a mistake? John asked. Were we too lenient, somehow? It had already seemed quite extreme to attack the Cardinal clan directly after a couple incidents. Fully annihilating the Society of Midnight had been the only way to resolve a generations-long conflict, and while the Cardinal clan had worked with them, it seemed like some amount of mercy was warranted. Perhaps the only mistake we made was not immediately hunting down Everin himself, Mateo said. I could have waited for him to return to the clan, or we could have tracked him down in the intervening time. Our actions were within reasonable standards, though. John understood the implicit, for cultivators behind those words, as well as by the norms of the world. Actually destroying a clan or sect to the last person was only for extreme situations. There were a few ruthless groups that practiced it as the norm, but generally they didn't last long. They would be eventually hunted down by a coalition of other cultivators, fearing they might be next. So what should we do with him? John asked. I'll handle that, Kazuma said. Her hands were bandaged. But even if she had the energy to attempt to conceal the true damage, John would have known something was wrong by the very act. Kazuma was not in a good state, but it seemed like more than just one battle's injuries. Perhaps he should have noticed sooner. I should be there, John said. No doubt it would involve more killing, which outside of battle was always unpleasant, but he knew it was important, especially after this happened. He was most upset by the triplets being attacked, though he knew that there had been some people who died. Their deaths would be honored, of course, but they didn't have the same personal sting. Needless to say, the excursion was no longer as appealing at the moment. While it was unlikely there would be any further attacks, the Cardinal clan didn't have any additional forces to speak of. There were too many injured, and sending them back alone or with minimal protection was inappropriate. John wasn't in the mood to cultivate anyway, even if it was an effective location. He knew Mateo was just as angry as himself, though she seemed to be better at concealing it. As they were making their way back to the ships, John was surprised that Turdo asked to speak with him in private. It was understandable that the triplets would want to talk, but Turdo generally preferred his mother. The subject wasn't what John had thought it would be, however. "That was pretty scary, huh?" he said. Turdo nodded. "I'm sorry I was late." Turdo shook his head. "It's all right. Matriarch Kazuma came to save us, and Aunt Kristen and the others helped too." Turdo was clearly still emotional about the incident, clutching John from the side as they sat in the boat, taking them away from the kelp spire forest. "But I think Ursel hurts more." John was concealing their conversation. It was private after all, but he could see Ursel bundled up by herself. "She's tough," John said, "but it must be difficult to get hurt like that." "That's not what I mean," Turdo said. "She's sad." "Because I wasn't there?" She said. "Nobody needs her." That hurt more than the time John's actual heart had been stabbed. Did she really say that? Turdo's slight nod was more than enough. John knew she'd been feeling out of place, but not this much. He'd assumed her willingness to sacrifice herself for her siblings had been bravery and love, and while those were still there, knowing that she felt less important put a whole new twist on things. He needed to talk with Mateo about this, but first he needed to talk to his daughter. "Thanks for saying something." John ruffled Turdo's hair. "Why don't you go find your mother?" John knew he would need to speak to Melanthina as well, but he could only be in one place at a time. Hopping from boat to boat was rather simple, and soon enough John was crouched down across from Ursel. "Hey there." He received a non-committal grunt from his bandaged and bundled daughter. The fact that she was conscious really spoke of how tough she was, but physical toughness wasn't the only important one. "That was very brave, protecting your siblings like that. But you need to take care of yourself too." "Why?" That single word twisted the knife in his guts. "Because we care about you. Me, your mother, Turdo and Melanthina, and many more of us." "But I'm not important." "Why would you say that?" "I'm not an heir to either clan. I'm just an extra." The worst part of her words was that they were sort of true. Had John and Mateo had one child at a time, they would have stopped it too, precisely to avoid situations like this. There were other issues with only having a single potential heir, but theoretically with two, either could have gone with either clan. But instead they had triplets with extreme elemental affinities that made it impossible to place them in any other positions. "You're still my daughter. That makes you important. And being the heir to a clan comes with all sorts of problems. People watch you all the time for even a tiny mistake." "I'm not even important enough for anyone to care about my failures," Ursel sulked. "What failures?" John asked. He was genuinely curious, because his daughter was quite talented. "I can't cultivate anything but earth. I tried darkness and water and air and fire, and I can't do any of them," Ursel exclaimed. "So," John said, "you're way stronger than I was at your age. In either world, really." The original Fortkran should have been studying the basics of cultivation, but he was instead wasting the options available to him. He didn't even pick good leisure options. "But I'll never be as strong as you now. I can't do a cycle of elements in either direction. I can only cultivate earth. Your mother is a pure water cultivator, and she's just as strong as me," John pointed out. "The same with Renato and Lacanus and many others. You don't have to follow some weird path I thought might make me stronger." In truth, the cycle of elements had been working out very well for John. He was almost certainly stronger than he would have been otherwise, and if he could manage to reach the ascending soul phase, having not only the allied cycle of darkness but all four core elements would be a great boost in power. The fact that so many in the same generation could keep up with him was actually pretty impressive, though most of those he was thinking of were reincarnated or transmigrated. Mateo just happened to have found the right path the first time. "Work with what you're good at, and do it the best you can, and you'll be someone amazing." John grinned. "And if you want to run a clan, you just have to found one. I could help you look for someone to marry if you want." Ursel snorted. No thank you. I'm fine." And she did seem better, though John doubted a single conversation would solve everything. "I'm tired," Ursel said, closing her eyes. A moment later, she was asleep. John later carried her to her room on the actual ship, and if he was not a cultivator, he wasn't sure he could have. She wasn't even a teenager yet, but her muscles and bones were dense, and the club Renato gave her didn't make things any easier. Chapter 173. Despite there being a common idea that it was satisfying, John found nothing pleasant about revenge. It would have been much preferred for their clans to have no contact with others and avoid conflict. But that simply wasn't possible. Someone would find issue with something, or perhaps simply desire whatever location they dwelled in, and there would be more conflicts. Thus, the only choice became making sure they would come out on top. Enacting revenge upon those who were in a weaker position was one step worse, but they couldn't simply allow the Cardle clan to continue to exist after their recent actions. Or at least, John told himself that it was justified that way. Either way, he wouldn't allow any threat to the triplets. Everyone was brought along to see what had to be done, and to provide a reason for the other clan members why their lives were forfeit. There always had to be a reason for everything, an excuse, and it didn't feel good, but John would do it again if he had to. Back home in the Tenebach clan, John wondered what could be done for Ursel. She didn't feel as if she belonged, and what made it worse that in a way she was right. On Earth, the correct answer might have been a therapist, but they didn't exactly have anything like that here. He wasn't exactly qualified to do that himself, nor was Mateo, but knowing about the problem might give them a chance to do something. One conversation obviously wasn't going to solve things, and being separate from his children almost half of the time likely wasn't helping anything either. Politically, the marriage alliance had made sense. Practically, if there had been other heirs, there were perfectly good reasons why second or third in line individuals were married off. Ironically enough, it would have been easier if John simply didn't care about his wife and children. John found it frustrating to run into a problem that couldn't be stabbed or politicked or bought away. Those weren't the only solutions, but they were certainly the easiest. Unfortunately, in all of the stores of techniques the Tenebach clan had, they didn't have relate to your own children or anything social beyond manipulative techniques and a tiny bit of empathy-related ones for reading others' moves. That was a serious gap in practicality. John didn't know if he had the talent to develop a technique along those lines, or if it was even the right path. It might be more appropriate to do things the old-fashioned way with lots of work, but unfortunately that meant being present as well. But sometimes there were things cultivation simply couldn't solve. Then again, there were techniques for confusing and befuddling people. Why not some designed to promote mental clarity in others? Or he could just properly connect with his children, so he should do that. But while they weren't around, he could think about developing techniques, even if they were probably stupid ideas. Cultivation might not be the solution to everything, but it certainly did a good job of seeming like it was. John clapped his hands together. Well then, we're all here. Everyone, welcome to the once-in-a-while club meeting for reincarnators and transmigrators. I'd especially like to welcome our newest member, Deirdre, or Odette, if she prefers. Deirdre is safest, their light element newbie nodded. I'm glad to be included. So, what actually happens here? This is basically it, honestly. John gestured to the tea and snacks in front of them. Social interaction, I suppose. A place we could talk about such things. And we can also make alliances. Except we basically already have. John shrugged. But seeing each other is good, and I'd like to keep up our relationships. I kind of expected something more, Deirdre said honestly. Like, discussing plans to take over the world or something. That is a lot of work, Renato explained. Though maybe we should continue to expand. The Order of the Amber Heart and the Tenebach clan now control Marble County. Attempting to take over the entirety of the stone conglomerate would be a bit ambitious, but further expanding our influence seems logical. There's not much to control in the Green Sands except, well, what's in the name? Lacanus shrugged. The Milanovich clan figures out that stuff, but mostly I'm interested in growing stronger myself. Same here, Justina said, nestled up beside him. Though having the support of a clan is quite useful for that. Ultimately, nobody had specific goals in mind just yet. Given that the latest generation had explosive increases in the number of consolidated soul phase cultivators, letting some things stabilize might be the best choice. Though that didn't mean there weren't things being done. John had long admired the communication network in the Sunfields, allowing swift communication over long distances. That was good, but what it lacked was privacy. Good for national news that should be distributed to all, less useful for secret messages or even longer-form communication. Creating something as swift or close to it without the flaws was an ambition, but such things took time. One benefit of knowing and trusting a variety of people from different elements was the potential training improvements. Sparring was an obvious option. While the club didn't have anyone with the primary elements of air or water, John could fill those roles to some extent. Justina was almost as good at standing in for the water element as John despite not using the element at all, her fire able to flow like a liquid. And of course, the club didn't have to work with only their technical members. Mateo wasn't part of them, but she was aware of them and made herself available. Kazuma was normally willing to spar with anyone friendly as well, but her health had taken a downturn. John knew that the idea of an invincible woman who would live forever was just a faulty image in his head, but it was still strange to see the image unravel. Ultimately, the older generation would die out even in a world of cultivators, but John had kind of expected it to be more climactic, not building up injuries that wouldn't fully heal over the course of several important battles, but a huge explosion of power in a great battle. And perhaps that was what most cultivators would prefer. It was just not usually an option. Kazuma still lived, but John could tell she was simply holding onto her current power and what health she had left. Perhaps he should have seen signs sooner. But then again, Kazuma didn't want anyone to know. When he got the chance, John focused his sparring with the two fire element cultivators and Deirdre. It was strange at first, fighting against Deirdre, who was now someone else. Even though she had assured him that a majority of the fault for what happened was not his own, that meant that some of it was. Something of a friend had died, and now there was a new friend in her body. It was strange. John's family had only come to terms with himself so easily because of their poor relationship with Fortkran. Though John had a growing cycle of elements, everything was still rooted in darkness. Sparring against Deirdre was explosive, and both of them had to be careful in exactly how they attacked, their energies easily destroying each other. If they were incautious, they could pierce through the other's defenses and cause serious injuries. Sparring against each other gave them some experience properly protecting themselves, but it didn't change the fundamental nature of the interaction. Outside of sparring, John was still attempting to learn how to control the fire and light elements. Fire was the next in his cultivation path, and while he still had the mid and late consolidated soul phases to contend with, he wanted to familiarize himself as much as possible with the elements, especially since it was so difficult. He only had one totem out of 4 with any positive connection to fire and light. And though John could quash the fire element with water or feed it with earth, handling it on its own was still difficult, and light was worse. While he could keep tidbits of fire contained in his dantian, doing the same with light was just asking for a disaster, a reaction of light and darkness that would explode him from the inside out. Perhaps his plans for a full cycle were actually impossible, though in truth it wasn't expected for him to reach the consolidated soul phase to begin with, let alone the ascending or exalted soul phases. He was further than Fortkran really dreamed of, but he couldn't help but set his sights higher. Maybe it was a curse of cultivators to always have ambition to go one step higher. Or maybe it was a blessing, a fount of motivation. John knew that power didn't somehow provide meaning to the world, but as he grew in power, he could see more of the world, not just by traveling further, but by delving into its secrets hidden around him. That, at least, was a worthy cause. Struggling for power and fighting. Those seemed to just be inevitable human traits, and it just so happened that the situation of the world made death and killing seem more acceptable. John could feel his cultivation slowing down, though he felt he was close to breaking through to the mid-consolidated soul phase. It would have been stranger if he did not start taking multiple years per rank, but the doubt at each further stage of advancement was unsettling, and the person John wanted to speak about such things with the most was not present in his life for most of the year. It was a terrible setup, yet one which might still be the best possible in the world he'd found himself in. Yet he couldn't wait for a time that he and Mateo could remain together as much as they wished. He was also gathering a plethora of advice to teach future generations about how not to arrange clans. Practical for the sake of improving the clan as the whole? It certainly was. But watching out for individual members was just as important. Perhaps some would say he had nothing to complain about as a clan head and a cultivator with great talent, but his problems were just as real as everyone else's, and in some way, any that remained were that much harder to deal with. John found himself back in a strain, a country he personally found quite pleasant with its even blend of elements. Others found it to be lacking in whatever they wanted, having to dredge out their specific element from the mixture of the rest if they even realized it was possible. but now more than half of the elements were exactly what he wanted. Carefully filtering out most of the fire and all of the light was not terribly difficult and taught him much. He was back in a strain for much the same purposes as before, though he couldn't participate in a significant portion of the tournament. Various factors of age and cultivation influenced who could participate in what rounds, and while he was on the younger end, being in the consolidated soul phase still restricted him to the latter half. Hopefully he could attend the entire tournament this time. He shouldn't end up in a situation where he had to flee the country or risk death. At the moment, the Tenebach clan and their allies had precious few enemies, and even fewer still that would risk breaking tournament rules to kill any of them. It wasn't fighting himself that most interested John, though he did have a feeling of pleasant anticipation. Instead, it was seeing the others who joined. While there were certainly many from the surrounding countries who would not attend, it would allow him some sort of overview of the wider state of the world around the countries where he had spent his time. He was aware of other factions growing in strength in the Stone Conglomerate and more distantly connected to the Shimmering Islands and the Green Sands. But beyond the Golden Tomb Guardians, he was basically ignorant of the Sunfields or anything more than a couple countries away. He couldn't keep track of everything, but John was fairly certain that if growth continued as expected, their region would begin to draw the attention of those from afar, whether they wanted to or not. Learning what he could was one way to avoid unpleasant surprises. Chapter 174. The quality of individuals John felt gathering in a strain was significantly greater than the previous time. More than a decade could bring such change, though that was still considered rapid by cultivator standards. The last time John had been in Lunson, the capital, his cultivation had been far lower, and they didn't even know Mateo was pregnant when they arrived. It was also where he had first discovered the shards of Cyaritzel that members of the Society of Midnight carried. Quite a lot had happened all at once there. John almost dying, him and Mateo worrying about the developing triplets, and a cascade of consequences. If the Society of Midnight hadn't had other things to deal with, perhaps they would have managed to take back Cyaritzel as things escalated. But that was the way of the world. There was rarely just one thing that had to be dealt with at a time, though when priorities had to be chosen. From the Society of Midnight's perspective, their sect head being on the brink of reaching the ascending soul phase had been more important than recapturing Cyaritzel. They simply couldn't have predicted that the Tenebach clan would grow so quickly, along with their allies. John wasn't able to make note of everyone relevant before the tournament began, but he did notice two factions with consolidated soul phase cultivators coming up from the Stone Conglomerate. One was Heavy Gold Mountain, centrally located within the country. They were as ostentatious as their name, and they used real gold in their weapons and armor, but nobody could say they were not effective. Contrary to them was an unexpected up-and-coming group, the Quartz Clan. No, not the Quartz Clan whose young master got in a feud with Steve. Also not the Quartz Clan with the pleasant fellow Ragu in the northeast. Another one of the many, located in the western region of the Stone Conglomerate. The Tenebach clan had little interaction with either of those factions, but there were some John did recognize. They ranged from generally friendly, the calamitous swarm from the Darklands, to mere passers-by like the Ebon Crest from the same region. John also recognized the Twisting Terror clan from the Wuthering Steppes, part of a previous squabble not directly related to either clan. They weren't long-term bitter enemies, but they would likely be pleased to have an opportunity to defeat someone from the Tenebach clan. Speaking of which, there were several special participants who would be involved in the earlier stages of the competition, with those of the lowest cultivation. That was, of course, the triplets. Strictly speaking, they were not all part of the Tenebach clan. Turdo officially carried the name of the Brandel clan, though he was certainly able to use either name. The two girls officially were members of the Tenebach clan, Melanthina because she was the heir and Ursel because the Stone Conglomerate was more comfortable for her. They were much younger than most of the participants, but with their cultivation they should be as safe as reasonably possible, since the defensive formations that kept people safe from more serious injuries were most effective when considering those with weaker cultivations. And while their parents would be nervous every moment, they couldn't just forbid them to fight when they had the power to do so. That would only stifle their growth. John wondered how his own family here had felt. After he was no longer the version of himself they might prefer to die. With the rest of the Tenebach clan staying together, John found no reason to stay apart. He just made minimal use of the energy-gathering formation. His cultivation favored darkness, but splitting apart the various elements for his own use was good practice. That was the thing about a strain. It wasn't actually without spiritual energy, it was simply an even mix that wasn't much good for most purposes. John rather liked it, as he even had fire and light to very inexpertly mess around with. Deep inside, he could feel his cultivation growing. He couldn't exactly say it was rapid at any point over the last years, but it was consistently pushing forward. His cultivation fed his totems, a great tree of darkness, humble earth composted from fallen leaves, the atmosphere with all its impurities, and the sea around it delving to its very depths. In turn, the growth of his totems facilitated the gathering and conversion of spiritual energy, feeding the power inside of him and attuning him to it so he could sustain control over greater quantities. His advancement to the mid-consolidated soul phase and the 31st rank of cultivation was smooth, not the product of any major events, but an accumulation of everything that came before it. It wasn't training upon the slopes of Zolvolge, or the crystal caverns, or the journey into the depths of the sea and contemplation on the sea god. Training on Cyclone Island and within Cyritzel's cave hadn't provided any specific need. Instead, all of that put together, the time, effort, and balance, as well as admittedly significant expenditures of wealth, had brought him to this point. Sometimes, advancement was a struggle or a desperate fight, but sometimes, it was just how things had to be. John wished all of his future advancement could be like this. But even if reaching the late consolidated soul phase worked out for him, adding a fire element totem would be a significant hurdle. Following that up with light, well, it had been a wild ambition to begin with. He hadn't seen anyone beyond Faramund in even the ascending soul phase, and even that was just barely reached. Turdo found himself facing off against a cultivator named Orazio from Heavy Gold Mountain, a massive lad, probably 5 to 7 years his senior. It was difficult to tell, because not only was his build bulkier than Turdo, the heavy armor he wore inflated his size. His weapon was a warhammer with a golden head, and Turdo knew the momentum it carried would be significant. Such a weapon should be extremely difficult to accelerate as well, but Turdo imagined the man's cultivation technique would account for that somehow. Otherwise, it wouldn't matter how much damage it could do, he would simply dodge it. Their initial appraisal of each other came while the field was still setting itself up. At first it appeared to simply have regular pillars throughout that would block vision, but as darkness settled around Turdo, he also noticed wind rushing above. This was a field that advantaged neither of them, with the darkness being equally compatible with both earth and water. Perhaps if it came to fighting atop the pillars, this Orazio might have some advantage, but it was mostly up to how they might use their surroundings. As the darkness blinded him to his opponent, Turdo felt the size of himself and his spear to be inadequate. Reach was important to cultivators, and while a significant portion of that relied on cultivation mastery, he was still at the point where his physical body was a problem, a stroke against him. But battles were about who could find a path to victory among every factor. At least he was used to fighting in the dark. Melanthina could completely suffuse a room with darkness, so when she got to choose the battlefield, she generally chose confined quarters. All he had to do was pick out his opponent. Perhaps he would listen for Orazio's breathing, or his heartbeat. Match, start. Thud, thud, thud. Or maybe he would follow the booming sound of his footprints. At least that was handled. Turdo patted his own feet with water, skating across the ground rather than stepping. The darkness surrounding them was static rather than actively controlled, so it wouldn't completely conceal his use of energy, but he could leverage what he had available. Both he and his opponent should favor melee combat, so Turdo approached while doing his best to slip around behind Orazio. He gathered energy on his spear, striking forward. He pierced the defensive energy on his opponent, but barely damaged the armor beneath. Turdo slipped back, 2 thuds indicating feet changing their orientation. Surprisingly, the swing of the weapon he knew was coming had no sound at all. It did have a significant weight of energy attached to it, but it was lumbering and slow. He could dodge that without stepping back. So Turdo decided to duck in, aiming for where he sensed a shoulder. It was fuzzy, but if he could hit a gap in the armor, it would save him a lot of energy compared to trying to punch through it. As he stabbed, Orazio clamped his arm to his side, clearly sensing the trajectory of Turdo's attack. The heavy hammer swung back towards Turdo, slightly awkward for multiple reasons. Turdo simply slid under it, aiming for the waist. He thought he hit flesh, but he couldn't follow through with the hammer coming back towards him. He slipped under Orazio's legs, becoming more confident with his movements. His weapon continued to seek unarmored joints with quick thrusts as Orazio spun around to follow his movements. Duck, dodge, weave. It was simple enough, with the weapon being so slow. And that was when it hit him in the side. For a moment, Turdo was flying, though instead of rising into the air, he remained parallel to the ground. Then he slammed into a pillar and through it. His momentum was lost there as he thudded across the ground, rolling. As the pillar collapsed, he could see a vortex of wind drawn down into the area taking its place. It might not last, but then again the battle probably wouldn't be that long. Turdo tried to get up, clutching his side. Something was definitely broken. Orazio's attacks were certainly powerful, and Turdo hadn't anticipated the acceleration as he swung continuously. A blunder that led to him taking a blow. Seriously, Orazio hit as hard as Ursel did, which meant with her watching, he couldn't afford to go down after just one blow. He swapped his spear to his left hand, since that side's ribs were more intact. Thud, 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 heavy boots slammed into the ground as Orazio charged, hefting his hammer in an overhand swing. Knowing how earth element techniques worked, Turdo was going to be nowhere near that when it came down. A wave pushed him to the side before circling around, allowing him to jab into the general area of Orazio's waist where he'd landed the most hits. Most people would stagger back even if they weren't seriously injured, but Orazio was like an unmovable boulder. Turdo wasn't sure he could really damage the man if he simply held still for a few seconds. This time, Turdo was expecting the swings to accelerate, not only in individual speeds, but between swipes. Earth Element carried the warhammer one way before jerking the momentum back in the other direction and adding more to it. Orazio was expending some energy for each of those jerks, but it was made up for by keeping the majority of his power from each swing, unless he were going to actually hit. Once he was tracking that increase in speed, Turdo was ready to dodge swifter attacks, but eventually it would reach a speed he couldn't handle. But it was a matter of who reached their limits first. Turdo ducked under the hammer, then vaulted over it at the handle, bubbles of water attached to his feet and spinning him over. High or low, he could avoid predictable attacks. He was even ready when instead of swinging back, Orazio continued his momentum with a spin. Turdo took advantage of that moment to stab the small of his back, but the attack was angling towards him as Orazio spun. Then Turdo leapt forward, sliding between the beefy arms of his opponent and flipping over his head. No doubt Orazio was ready to catch him rolling between his legs again, but that was an unexpected trajectory. He did an impressive attempt at shifting the momentum of his hammer, but committed to it a bit too hard. Instead of continuing the spin, his arms twisted, and then there was a snap. Turdo was surprised, not that Orazio managed to break his own arms, but that he managed to only break them. That amount of power would have taken Turdo's arms clean off. Orazio kicked out at Turdo, cussing, but it was clear he hadn't practiced any actual unarmed combat. Turdo still had control of his weapon, and after getting a few stabs to the backs and sides of his knees, Orazio was forced to surrender. Which makes me a worse parent? John asked, clutching his fist hard enough to dig his nails into his palm. Threatening to break a teen's legs for daring to hurt my boy, or not doing that? Mateo snorted. Just come congratulate our son. Right? Yeah. That's more logical, John nodded. He was only perhaps a tenth serious with his inquiry, but it was interesting what thoughts slipped into his head. It almost excused clan heads getting involved in their scions' battles. At least there was a core of something good there. At least when it was love that made them do that, and not a distorted pride. But also, they should really be able to control themselves better when not under threat of community violence. Chapter 175. It was natural that other factions would be using the tournament for the same purposes of assessing the strength of different groups as John, in a way that was made easy, since many people wanted to display such strength. They might keep some things hidden, but ultimately showing off in front of other factions was for the purpose of asserting dominance. One of the stated reasons for the tournament was to avoid larger conflicts between regions, and while individual factions might show some weakness, as a whole a region could show their strength. The tournament didn't always serve that purpose, but it was decent enough, and while grudges might form during the tournament, It could also be a place to resolve more minor disputes with less chance of anything serious happening. John knew he was supposed to pay more attention to rivals or potential rivals, but he couldn't help but continue to focus on the triplets. There were others in attendance to report on the other battles anyway. It would be fine. A beam of light shot past Melanthina's head, scattering on the wall behind her. The walls were the only thing saving her as she slid behind another one, additional beams of light following up quickly. What was she supposed to do in an arena brimming with the light element against a cultivator who practiced it? It wasn't fair. But of course, nothing would be fair. Both walls and wide open areas were beneficial or detrimental to different individuals, and the same was true of element. Melanthina mostly just wished she wasn't having to face off against the worst sort of opponent for her. She'd had the opportunity to spar with a few younger disciples of the Golden Tomb Guardians, but they favored close-range abilities, unlike this jerk. Some kid who used light beams that turned into rainbows. What the heck was the combining luster sect anyway? This guy wasn't combining anything. If anything, he was doing the opposite. Another stupid light ray split apart as it reflected off the wall instead of falling apart like it properly should on impact. The smaller beams barely contacted Melanthina, but it stung. Light did not get along well with darkness. Melanthina slipped behind a wall, trying to erase her presence. What was this Nick even doing in the tournament? He was a kid. It was embarrassing to have to fight him. Sure, he might be like somewhere close to her own age, but it still didn't make sense. And the way he pranced around on top of the walls was annoying. Just stand on the ground like a normal person. At least he lost track of her for a second this time. She had a good angle from below and behind. She just had to be quick with her attack, gathering energy and chucking her throwing dagger right for the middle of his back. And the punk still managed to dodge it. Just a twist of his body, and he was looking down on her from above. What was with that blank expression anyway? It was like he didn't even care. He was so sure of his win already. Nick was going to die today. He knew it. It didn't matter what the tournament rules said or what protections the area theoretically offered. This crazy girl was going to stab him in the spine, and then his entire torso would explode and he would be dead. And she might get a slap on the wrist as punishment because she was from a powerful clan, Melanthina Tenebach, whereas he was just Nick. Being a disciple of the combining luster sect really didn't compare to that. He wasn't important, just another disciple. If the sect was really looking for a war, they might use him as an excuse, but they wouldn't actually care. It was a good thing Melanthina didn't have particularly strong ranged abilities, at least as far as she displayed. It was all he could do to run around on top of the walls, creating a sort of maze in the arena, keeping out of reach of her weapons, except when she threw those little daggers. It was the malice that tipped him off, the complete antithesis of darkness against his light element, and even then he just barely twisted his body out of the way. His shoulder burned, even though it hadn't been touched. He was lucky that the arena had some light element to replenish himself because these walls were really screwing with his abilities. The technique he was using needed sufficient space to split and recombine the facets of light to amplify the effect. Melanthina was darting around in unpredictable ways, and he could never get a good angle. He just needed to hold on for her to make a mistake. Or something. He didn't really know. He stretched his hands out, forming his fingers into something like a triangle. He knew that obvious movements were a weakness, but he could only perform his techniques with the mental support from that. Once more Melanthina dodged his attack, and though he could split the beams back towards here just before they struck the wall, he didn't have an angle to recombine because she was gone again. How did she even do that? He knew darkness dulled the senses, but it should have stood out against the arena. His head swiveled around, trying to track her somehow. A hint of her presence was all he needed, but he had to move. He leapt between walls, watching for threats down below while trying to find somewhere that had a good angle. Maybe he could spot a sign of the technique she was using, but what was he going to do against someone that was born with an affinity? From what he knew, her clan even had a guardian beast that empowered each generation with even greater darkness affinity. All they had at the sect was shiny underground rocks. At least he could detect when she was going to attack. If he anticipated that, he could dodge, possibly even dropping down on the other side of a wall, though that would forego a counterattack. The next dagger that came for him was a fake. He didn't even realize it until he dodged it, but it forced him to dodge one way while the real Attack came later. Nick's attempt at a counterattack fizzled out, and instead of a proper beam, a flash of light exploded from his palms as he toppled over the wall behind him. Somehow his arm was still attached, but he didn't want to pull out the dagger at the moment. The more serious damage had been caused by the elements reacting as they were expected to do. He'd probably lost half of his defensive energy all at once as his whole left side took a hit. At least he ended up in one of the longer corridors he'd been aiming for. Now he just had to hope he predicted the right direction for his opponent to arrive. She couldn't actually make herself invisible, but she really messed up his energy senses. He slowly gathered light between his hands. Would she be coming? He saw just the slightest movement ahead and took his chance. A single ray fanned out, splitting into a rainbow of colors and then recombing. He had just enough space. And what was even more amazing was that his target was actually there. His attack hit, and he felt the safety formations kicking in as Melanthina was pushed back against the wall. Nick vaguely heard his name being called as the winner, and he swiftly turned around and made to leave. No way was he staying to stick around after that. He needed to patch up his arm and maybe sleep for a week. And then he left without even saying anything. Melanthina complained. Why did they even let a kid like him into the tournament? You know, John said, he's probably actually a year or two older than you. Whatever. His daughter crossed her arms. Tournaments are stupid anyway. Yeah, pretty much, John agreed amicably. His daughter needed a chance to vent, but she'd likely forget about the whole thing soon enough. Since the triplets couldn't be in combat at every moment, John still had some opportunities to watch different groups. This particular match was the Monster Clan versus the emerging Bamboo Sect. They were about as physically separated as any group that attended this tournament could be. The Monster Clan was from the Glass Hills, east of the Green Sands. The emerging Bamboo Sect hailed from the Viridia Wildlands, beyond the Shimmering Islands to the west. Both regions had little population, but what they had produced tough cultivators. The arena currently resembled a sort of desert canyon. John could feel the heat from the fire element, though it was only minimally weighted towards that element. It might come into play if the battle dragged on, but it didn't really benefit either side. The battle began quickly with the cultivator from the Monster Clan, sending a bolt of lightning streaking through the sky, rising above the canyon and streaking back down to avoid the terrain in the way. John expected the cultivator from the emerging Bamboo Sect to just take the hit. They were an earth cultivator, after all. Instead, they stomped the ground. But instead of a pillar of earth rising up, a 10-meter-tall stalk of bamboo arose from the ground. The lightning found it to be a tempting target, and even controlled was unable to pull away to attack the earth cultivator. A plant made purely out of spiritual energy wouldn't last beyond a few moments, but for the sake of a battle, they were lasting enough. John was intrigued to see different types of earth techniques be used. The stone conglomerate really leaned on its name, more or less considering dirt the same as stone. They were sturdy and powerful cultivators, but plant life also fell within the earth domain. The emerging Bamboo Sect, at least, seemed to be quite adaptable. Before their opponent could make another move, they launched themselves forward, angled stalks of bamboo launching them in the air. They were clearly expecting a similar sort of attack as before, and their opponent obliged in the most roundabout way. Even though their target was without any sort of cover, they didn't aim directly for them or arc their attack upwards. Instead, they focused on the ground. A blast of air element fizzed into nothing, or so it appeared at first. Then feelers of lightning rose from the ground, lightning striking towards the sky. The airborne cultivator managed to react in time, spreading their arms wide and forming a sort of shield of latticed bamboo which spread out the impact of the attack. But that wasn't all of the attack. As they landed, the ground beneath them was molten. Nothing a cultivator couldn't resist, but they had to immediately leap away while flinging the clinging ground off of their boots. The Glass Hills cultivator was prepared to follow up, but a forest began to spring up around the other, growing towards them. The giant stalks of bamboo acted as a sort of mobile defensive barrier, only covering the 10 meters around the cultivator but providing many avenues to divert lightning attacks. Earth ultimately had the advantage as an element, but the field favored the air cultivator to some extent. They dashed about, keeping their distance while leaving charged bolts in the ground behind them. The way they concealed their attacks, either stationary buildups or targeted at their opponent, was quite masterful for someone of their cultivation. Ultimately, It was still early in the tournament, so John didn't imagine he'd learn much from the Foundation phase combatants, but it at least let him understand their styles. And the appearance of the groups at the tournament with cultivators of all levels indicated they were interested in making a showing on both sides. Chapter 176. Some of the arenas were made for the sake of those watching to make things more exciting, but the particular setup Ursula found herself in wasn't something that most people could observe. It was a series of tunnels fully contained in the arena floor, one step further than what Melanthina had been fighting in. That meant mostly the referee and people as strong as Ursula's parents could actually sense what was happening. In a way that was comforting, she wouldn't have to concern herself with what her siblings might see. They would ultimately know if she won or lost. But if she lost horribly, it wouldn't be as obvious. And going up against a fire element cultivator in an arena with strong air element affinity, the tunnels were full of rushing wind. She was not confident in her chances of victory. Sure, the two allied elements of fire and air actually meant that she was resistant to the arena's tricks, but she was weak against the actual cultivator she was fighting. Ursula had only seen her briefly as they entered the arena, but Lilia's looked to be twice her age, which was fairly normal for Foundation phase cultivators, but still intimidating. Turdo won and Melanthina lost, but unfortunately that increased the pressure Ursula felt. She had to win, so their family could have a better record. Besides, if she couldn't fight, what was the point of having her around? Every cultivator had to contribute, and since she wasn't an heir, fortunately her thoughts were drawn away from the topic when she rounded a corner and a pine cone exploded next to her. She'd been walking with the wind because it was easier, but apparently that was a mistake because she hadn't sensed the bundle of fire energy. The good news was the wind carried some of the heat away from her, allowing her to stabilize herself. If she'd gone down immediately, it would be terrible. She expected to have her opponent jump out at her, but Ursula didn't sense Lilia's anywhere. She might be just around a corner, or somewhere further away. Still feeling the lingering heat of the explosion, Ursula decided to head back upwind, hoping something similar would throw off her opponent. It was harder to move in the other direction. She imagined without spiritual energy, a person would be thrown about with no control, but earth overcame air, and she put one foot solidly in front of the other. When a swirling vortex of flame came from the corridor in front of her, Ursula slammed the ground to raise a wall directly in front of her. The fire riding the wind had to go around the barrier, but a good portion of it simply swirled around the sides and still struck Ursula. It was certainly not as bad as directly taking the attack, but it ate away at her spiritual energy. At least the area wasn't fire-dominant, so she could easily dissipate the excess heat from the attack and not let it build up. The question she had now was how her opponent sensed her. Did she stand out among the wind element? She supposed the traces of earth wouldn't blow away so easily, and fire might sense better through an allied element. Yet she hadn't even been close enough to sense the fire cultivators in the direction that should have been advantageous. Maybe it was a lucky guess, but the attack seemed like a stronger commitment than that should allow for. Maybe she could set up a defensive stronghold, but that would only allow her opponent to prepare to overcome it. If only she could control the air element, but she tried. Earth was the only thing she could manage. In that case, she should at least do a better job of countering that swirling flame attack. The way it moved through the air, maybe angling the stone barrier differently would make it miss her entirely? She managed to sense the attack coming slightly earlier the next time, flames riding the wind towards her. She slammed up a defensive wall, angling it, and she took half of the attack directly in her face. She split it in two, but one half slid right around the edges of her earthen barrier. There was no follow-up attack to bring her down, but it ate through another chunk of her personal defenses. Diamond defense also did little to help her skin from getting burned. It was something, but the heat still sunk through her skin. Ursula's nostrils flared, and her feet stomped the ground. With a forceful shove, she pushed all of the lingering heat out from her into the ground all at once. It wasn't efficient or pleasant, but she wasn't interested in that at the moment. She slung her club over her shoulder and began to run. Between two branching paths, she followed the one that had the strongest flow of air and maybe a lingering feeling of fire. When she rounded a corner to see Lilia's forming a ball of fire energy, another exploding pine cone, both sides were surprised for a moment. Ursula's momentum carried her forward, and both hands grasped her club, swinging it forward and down. Lilia's didn't even try to directly block. instead forming a wall of fire in front of her and stepping back. Her reaction was unfortunate, but she had to drop her formation of the exploding pinecone, so it dispersed into nothing, the energy wasted. As for the wall of flames, Ursul's club smashed through it, heating up but leaving a gap for her to slip through. She wasn't that big, after all. She was growing, but still closer to a kid. The flames still beat against her on either side, but Lilia's was running, and not that quickly. At the very least, it seemed like pushing against the wind was harder for her. They were allied elements, but she was not in control of the wind, and earth overcame wind. Ursul got a couple good swings in, clipping Lilia's back as she wreathed herself in flames. She also tried for a sweep of the woman's legs, but didn't quite get it, and then the tunnels came to another split. Lilia's leaped to the side downwind in one of the tunnels, and a few moments later, she was out of Ursul's reach. Ursul stopped, dropping her stone club and pressing her hands to the wall. She grit her teeth, pushing the heat out of them. The club could contain a lot of heat before it reached her, but it had its limits. Based on their few exchanges, Ursul thought she was going to lose. It wasn't really unreasonable to lose to a cultivator of similar cultivation with a dominant element, but it bothered Ursul. Her father's cycle of elements allowed him to overcome such things, but there were other exceptions as well. Justina Milanovic apparently overcame water element cultivators with great regularity, despite being a pure fire cultivator. The thing was, she had a good understanding of the element. Ursul didn't get air, or fire, or water, or darkness. Light wasn't any better. Ursul considered her situation as she gave her weapon a moment to cool off. The powerful wind was helping with that, at least. She kept her senses open for Lilia's, but the woman wasn't interested in direct confrontations, it seemed. Though as a fire cultivator, she didn't really lose out on them either. Earth overcame air. That let Ursul move against it fairly well, but it didn't really support her speed. Was it supposed to? In the other direction, air bolstered Earth. That was normally demonstrated with air and plant life, an aspect of Earth she didn't really work with. Perhaps she should, but she couldn't spontaneously learn it at this moment. The problem was, even if air empowered Earth, it took some sort of will to make that happen, and Ursul had no control over it, except her breathing. But that didn't really count. Or did it? She focused on her breath for a few moments, drawing in deep. Was that really control over air? And if so, did it matter? Actually, she did a better job of controlling air with Earth more directly. Her first 2 times had been failures, but if she shaped a quick wall of Earth more like a wedge, the fire shouldn't really be able to swirl back towards her. She had to watch out for more exploding pine cones of fire, though. Go too fast and she opened herself up to those. Go too slow and the bombardment of swirling fire would continue forever. And here Ursul was, spending a good 30 seconds or more in one place. She forced the last bits of lingering heat out of her club and marched back upwind. Not too fast, but not too slow. That was the plan, and it more or less worked out. She noticed one of the fiery pine cones before she could run headlong into it. She wasn't quite sure what triggered them, but she chucked a rock around the corner. It was pretty easy to get it to bounce off the walls at the angle she wanted with a bit of earth energy. Then fire rushed down the corridor towards her. Ursul dropped to the ground and was glad that the explosion only released uncontrolled fire. Not being immediately next to it would have made it bearable, but she already had enough burns to deal with on her hands and sides. Her face might be blistering too. At least it mostly went over her. Ugh, and her hair. She was going to look like a boy for a while, with her hair burned down to basically nothing. The only option was to cut it short so it didn't show. Ursul took a deep breath. She was going to smash this woman. Determined feet carried her through the tunnels. She was getting used to the places they crossed each other. There were only so many intersections. Restricting herself to traveling in one direction was annoying, but at least she was able to sense upcoming threats. When another fire swirl came, she managed her wedge formation. It worked, but it was too much, too inefficient. Fire pine cones popped up occasionally, and Ursul realized that they didn't make a perfect sphere of fire, but instead the little segments shot out like knives. That didn't change the way she had to react to them, but she found more efficient defensive methods. It wasn't elegant, but lying down on the floor with a little overhang of earth angling off a wall covered her well. Then bouncing a little rock or a chunk of wall if there weren't any loose ones, and the fire was triggered. The last couple times Ursul was fairly certain she was pulling ahead, but she couldn't defeat Lilia's if she couldn't find her. and the other woman could most likely recover some spiritual energy by converting the allied air element. Ursula could only breathe it in, which maybe let her replenish the tiniest amount of her own spiritual energy. But it wasn't enough. She'd have to find her. But how? That was the question. She found another pine cone and prepared to blow it up, but instead, given that she was basically the same cultivation and had a dominant element, Lilia's thought this should have been an easy win. Sure, the kid was from a clan, but the Firepine Palace wasn't a tiny sect. Lilia's wasn't one of the most prominent disciples there at the moment, but she was still advancing at a reasonable pace. Most of the others just started first. She was still confident in her victory, but she hadn't found Ursula in a while. No pine cones exploding, no sensing her dissipating the heat from an attack, and she hadn't even broken any little threads of flame, which meant she should be somewhere around this area. If she was turtling up, this was the perfect time for Lilia's to finish her off and be done with this. She pushed her way against the winds, preparing to pass one of her own traps. Then the ceiling fell on her head. If only it had been just the ceiling collapsing, she might have been fine. But the girl and the stone club that was just as tall as her were the more relevant part of what fell. The most embarrassing part was getting knocked to the side into her own pinecone and used as a shield. That stunned her enough to prevent her from doing more than shifting her defenses towards Ursula. No wall of fire to keep her back. And then that stone club caught her in the ribs and sent her into the wall, where she slumped unconscious. Chapter 177. Sometimes arenas wouldn't match one or both cultivators, and they had to deal with their poor luck. The random choice of arena was watched by enough separate people that it was unlikely anyone could cheat if they wanted to. The current arena was little more than a large pool, which equally suited both Turdo and his opponent. Another cultivator from the Shimmering Islands, the Kikoa clan. Kahaya Kikoa, to be specific. He was one of the names Turdo had to learn for the sake of the clan, though Turdo would have ranked him towards the bottom of those he knew in importance. Unfortunately, his progress in the foundation phase was several ranks higher than Turdo. He was also a significant amount older, nearly twice Turdo's age. That made him think, could he win? And if he couldn't, how could he win while minimizing embarrassment? Sure, losing to someone in their early 20s wasn't bad, but he was the young master of the Brandel clan. He didn't have long to think, however, as the match soon began and both sides stepped into the water. Kahaya carried a longer spear than Turdo's own, with a long tip and wide blades on the end. It would not be as agile, but it would excel at keeping enemies at bay, and the lack of agility only really applied if someone could get past the point. Water swirled as the two combatants approached each other. Turdo attempted a push of water to deflect Kahaya's spear, but he didn't manage to force it far enough off course. He had to block its return swing with his own spear, catching it below the head. Unfortunately, the blade slipped off his weapon as Kahaya retracted it. Controlling the flow of water in such a battle was important. Because of its greater density, water was more effective than wind at redirecting things, and not just loose weapons but even people's movements. There were no natural tides to contend with, only Turdo and Kahaya. The waters pushed and pulled, swept and spun. Turdo attempted to build up a continuous swirl, but his efforts were held back. He wished he had his mother's control, able to instantly freeze or vaporize water, but he was not quite there yet. Certainly, he couldn't do either in enough quantity to hinder another water cultivator. The battle at first appeared to be a stalemate, but Kahaya didn't have just one weapon. His spear was a powerful tool for offense and defense, but the Kikoa clan was also known for using a myriad of blades. Swinging a sword underwater was terribly difficult, and even those who were able to lessen the drag of the water ultimately found it more limiting than using a different sort of weapon. But Kahaya wasn't swinging around swords, but instead released small, dagger-like blades without any unnecessary features like a hilt or guard. They were carried by a wave of his energy, swirling together to create a storm of attacks. Turdo counteracted Kahaya's flow to some extent, but his opponent kept tight control over the weapons themselves. Even if he stopped the impact, the blades were meant to slip around, cutting as they passed rather than chopping with momentum. Turdo's main response was to keep his energy defenses solid, but the unfamiliar weapons cut through his defenses repeatedly, the greater power of his opponent overcoming Turdo. At this point, he had read enough into his enemy's strength that if they were not in an arena match, he would find his chance to flee. He knew he was going to lose. He could surrender, but what would he learn then? He could try to learn something, or make his loss look good. He watched the dancing blades, like a school of silvery fish reflecting light. Perhaps that was their inspiration for motion. They didn't move individually, but unfortunately that insight didn't help him much. He might be able to force his way past them, but then he would have to deal with Kahaya's spear. Turdo began to swim, though the motions he made were hardly relevant compared to his control of the water around him. He created his own personal flow, trying to keep just ahead of the school of blades. He created vortices behind him to disturb his own flow, so they couldn't just take his streamlined path. Moving at his top speed, he couldn't keep it up for long, but he managed to just pull away from the blades. Then he turned inward towards Kahaya. Charging straight at an opponent with a spear was foolish, but Turdo had noticed one flaw he might be able to exploit. He'd been more or less staying on the same plane as Kahaya, but there was no reason he had to. The water was deep enough he could go over or under, so he chose over. His reason was simple: the sun might blind his opponent for an instant. That was all he could hope for. Turdo charged in and up, entering Kahaya's range at an angle. The spear thrust at him, and he parried it with his shorter weapon, then used his other hand to grab onto it. When Kahaya pulled back, Turdo propelled himself forward along it. He shot down at an angle, spear tracing a trail of blood along his opponent's side. He only managed to pierce through Kahaya's defenses a small amount. Then, a massive surge of water pushed the two cultivators apart, and Turdo barely avoided being slammed into the school of blades swimming about. If he'd managed any sort of real injury, he might have kept fighting, but as it was, now was the time to surrender. He'd fought well enough. John was proud of each of the triplets, and he let them know that. Though some had more victories than others, ultimately they couldn't continue beyond the early stages of the tournament. They were only in the foundation phase, after all, and still quite young. Turdo he praised for fighting in a situation he knew he was outmatched. Perhaps Mateo's words were more meaningful to their son, but he still had to make that connection. Melanthina had already received her praise. Fighting against a light element cultivator skilled in ranged attacks was extremely difficult, especially with the arena favoring that cultivator. John wasn't sure if his words ultimately helped because it just reminded her of the battle and caused her to rant on about how much she hated Nick, but he thought it was ultimately positive. Ursula was good at fighting, and John was pretty certain she didn't care. So he focused less on the fact that she had several victories and more on how she made them look good. He tried not to praise her too much to be fair to her siblings, but she needed a little more motivation at the moment. Hopefully, he was doing it right. The tournament continued on, and eventually it came time where John himself could fight. There was a relatively small collection of consolidated soul phase cultivators, but there were still a few dozen participating from the surrounding countries, and a surprising number of them were younger, hovering around 40 like John. And though that might have been middle-aged on Earth, cultivation extended lifespans significantly. John could still be considered in his prime. His first opponent was a man not much older, perhaps a couple years. He was announced as a scare of the Righteous Flame League, which was the annoying. People were allowed to call themselves what they wanted, but from what he knew of this particular group, they were a bit overzealous. Fortkran Tenebach, a scare, stood in his gleaming armor across the arena, sparsely scattered with vegetation, spear clutched tightly in his hand. Your clan has been a negative influence upon the Sunfields in recent years. I believe I can claim some portion of the Golden Tomb Guardian's recent growth in strength. If anything, the growth of a faction such as that should only benefit the Sunfields. Asker shook his head, leveling his spear towards John. That cannot be so when they are led astray by darkness cultivators. And that was the problem with the Righteous Flame League. It was natural for groups to clash where their ideologies misaligned. But the Righteous Flame League was of the opinion that cultivating darkness was always evil, regardless of anything else. Even though it was just another element, John wasn't sure what he knew about good and evil in this world, but it certainly wasn't what element people cultivated. Were many darkness cultivators evil? Certainly. But if he were to apply the same standards to those who cultivated other elements and were the warmongering sort, killing needlessly and excessively, then it could apply to any element. So what? John asked. You plan to kill me? In the sanctity of an agreed-upon neutral zone? By no means. But suffering a defeat should allow the Guardian some perspective. At least he wasn't all bad. John believed his words, though there were far too many people watching for anyone to get away with killing, especially in the later rounds. Personally, of course, He had to take into consideration how far he would go in case his opponent got any stupid ideas. Some portion of his power would be held in reserve, just in case. The trees scattered about the arena were no doubt created by a technique similar to the emerging bamboo sect. They were temporary constructions sustained only by the earth element suffusing the arena. That element might have given John an advantage, if not for one obvious thing. The Righteous Flame League, like many in the Sunfields, cultivated both fire and light. When the battle began, Xianxia instantly caught on fire the copse of trees around him, waves of flame rolling from him as he charged straightforwardly towards John. John calculated the stabbing trajectory of the spear and threw into a place a barrier of water just as the man reached him. A flash of light came as the spear stabbed towards John, but the water scattered some of the blinding light, though the transitory water evaporated even as the spear pierced towards John. Somehow, attempting to blind people with light was more okay than doing so with darkness, or something like that. John parried the spear. The heat from the fire surrounding it felt even through his coating of water. Normally, he would attempt to suffuse the battlefield with darkness, but that would likely be a waste of energy. It would easily be dispersed, and would be too slow for the pace of battle Xianxia was setting. Against a light cultivator, John would be relying more on other elements, with darkness playing only a supporting role. Weapons clashed as everything caught on fire. John used his earth to funnel the heat away from himself rather than directly defend with it. Then he formed a bubble of water, thicker than the barrier but less wide for its shape. Even though it would have been simple to go around, Xianxia didn't even attempt it. Instead, he stabbed straight through it once more. Light scattered in all directions, and John kept his eyes continually squinting as he moved towards where Xianxia had started, with the trees already having burned halfway down. The man charged once more, and John was ready with a bolt of lightning to face him directly. The lightning coursed down the man's spear, latching onto the few traces of water John had forced not to evaporate in the flames surrounding the man. At the same time, he parried the tip with his sword, sliding his blade along the shaft to squeeze inside the man's guard. It was hot, but he wasn't planning to stay long. His free hand punched forwards, pounding darkness into the man's chest. There was an instant reaction from the light, tearing apart the light element portion of his defenses. Then John stabbed his sword forward, water swirling around it to pierce through the fire. The light element tried to reform, but sneaky little bits of darkness clung onto the fire in the area, delaying the reforming for a moment. The sword pierced the man's armor, and Xianxia drew back. John let him go, well aware the man could respond with his own violent explosion of energy. Though it seemed John was letting him catch his breath, the blood dripping from his chest would weaken him. On the other hand, John was circulating his energy to replenish himself and keep a good balance of elements. Drawing out the battle would only be to his advantage. Chapter 178. Since John had moved the battle to the already burned trees, the secondary effects of Xianxia's flaming aura were minimal. Heating the air and directly affecting John were still possible, but it wasn't the same as the extra energy that came from having something on fire. Though the area around them did seem to be spewing fire elemental spiritual energy as things burned, providing slightly more recovery for Xianxia. Ultimately, that narrowed the advantage John had from being able to absorb multiple elements from the surroundings, but he was still pulling ahead. The fight was giving him a headache, though. The spear flashed at him when it stabbed towards him, repeatedly blinding him. Closing his eyes meant cutting off a valuable source of information, so he had to deal with it. He also created a sort of dense film of water in front of his eyes to minimize the effect, or at least distribute it around. Using darkness directly would have risked a negative reaction around his vulnerable eyes. As the battle continued, John parrying and dodging the spear while finding moments to close in or counter with a throwing dagger, he briefly wished his cycle of elements had gone in the other direction. Though perhaps it wasn't bad regardless. Water overcame fire, which meant that was what he needed to use. His other element just didn't support it directly. John thought about Mateo and the other members of the Brandel clan fighting. Not only did they also use spears like his opponent, more importantly, they practiced the water element. Though he thought he was reasonably proficient with it, was John's latest element. He had fewer years of experience than with the others. Another thing came to mind, Justina's usage of fire. Perhaps that wasn't entirely appropriate at the moment, but the way it flowed like water, it certainly didn't hurt to consider it. Air empowered his speed, and earth his defenses. Even if fire could ultimately overcome earth, it was better than nothing. Meanwhile, water and darkness gathered together. One of the very first techniques John had learned, Gravity Blade, was excellent for drawing weapons together. If he wanted to go all out, he had to make sure his opponent wasn't free to sneak in and attack. He gathered his energy around his sword, stepping forward. In response, the spear came to hold him back, but he flicked the tip aside. Then his blade clung to the body of the spear as he dashed towards a scare. A surge of light came to unravel his technique, but John used rolling waves of water to push the surge of power back. Water and darkness gathered around his blade as he stabbed into a scare's chest, one of his elements dominant and the other mutually destructive. The fire was quenched, and that left his opponent open to conflicting energies. John still had other elements to protect himself from the explosion, but his opponent had none, instead being thrown across the battlefield. John felt the arena's formations activate, dampening the blow and signaling his victory at the same time. A scare drove his spear into the ground to stop himself, glaring at John. Few words had passed during the battle. They were both focused, but a scare naturally returned to the topic from beforehand. Hiding your foul nature with smatterings of other elements will not absolve you of your deeds. Then the man turned away. There wasn't much John could do if the Righteous Flame League hated the Tenebach clan simply for using the darkness element. At best, he could be cautious and advise the same for the Golden Tomb Guardians. At least they seemed like the kind that would come to stab him in his front instead of secretly plotting. Since his next big step required understanding fire, even if he was still 6 ranks away from having to attune to a totem, John focused on observing fire-type cultivators in the latter matches. That included Steve and Justina, of course. Doing so gave John an appreciation for all the ways fire could look. It wasn't just yellow, orange, or red. Those were the normal colors for fire, but even on Earth he knew that different things would burn different colors. He had learned that certain colors burned hotter, though he knew that was only partly correct on Earth, and less so here. Different elements or mixtures of them would burn a different color, and that was a factor determined color and heat together. For cultivators who didn't necessarily even have to set anything on fire, it was more of a personal style than anything else. Brightness did come into play, but the rules simply weren't the same. For example, Steve Lacanus always had blue flames, even when he was a lower-tier cultivator. Likewise, the cultivators from the Milanovich clan, and many others from the Green Sands, had flames that were also green in color. The huge variety in power between them meant there was something more going on. It was entirely possible that Steve's flames were blue because he felt it was better if it matched his hair, consciously or subconsciously, though there could certainly be something deeper behind it. The current match between Steve and a woman from the Olivine Inferno sect was hard to watch, not because it was a lopsided battle or anything, but because the arena was suffused with the light element, a bright crystal in the center flooding the battlefield. John was fairly sure that the Tenebach clan's blessing was also making this worse, or it was just difficult for every darkness cultivator to see, but he didn't have much to compare to. A few of the juniors of the clan, perhaps, but there weren't many other darkness cultivators he could speak to. Instead of 2 figures fighting, all John could see were fonts of blue and green which briefly pierced the blanket of light. And maybe he didn't need to see what the participants were doing, because he could feel it. Steve's way of using fire was blunt, like he was wielding a large hammer. Oh, he could be precise if he needed to, but it was clear he had a strong grip on the power and used it with great force. His flames would linger on opponents, reminding John of clinging affliction. Perhaps there was some small connection he could make use of there. Steve's opponent Irene was not part of the youngest generation, but somewhat older, comparable to John's parents, but with sufficient talent to have advanced to the consolidated soul phase along with the wave of others. Once clans and sects saw others attaining that level, they began to pour their resources into talented individuals to keep up. Whether they could sustain the process or not would determine their status in future generations. Green flames from Irene danced along the ground like a slithering serpent across the sands. Sometimes they snaked under the ground as well, erupting under her opponent with explosive power. In a way, it felt like a bolt of lightning, though quite different in actual form. The impression of the fight washed over John, but he was honestly unsure if he actually learned anything. Perhaps the fight was simply too far beyond him. Did he lack any talent in fire? Since the early parts of cultivation, the small flame in him barely grew. Then again, without a totem, he couldn't expect much. Perhaps his current difficulties were simply a matter of cultivation. Combining each element should reasonably get more and more difficult, and fire was a conquering element over his early core of earth. Inside the sea of spiritual totems, John found himself able to push to the 5th level. Though he was less than halfway through the consolidated soul phase, he could maintain his presence at that level for a handful of minutes at a time. Totems at the further levels were much the same as the others, but more powerful, but also more specific and exacting in what they required. Determining the properties was also more strenuous, and John found himself having to seek out individual totems multiple times to envision what they might do. The family's literature was almost useless. Very little of the 5th layer of the sea of spiritual totems had been explored, and the Tenebach clan only had information on a few of the darkness totems from many generations previous. Perhaps that didn't matter, though. John didn't want to rely on the guidance or perception of others when he could find something suited for himself. He found himself tempted by various totems. A volcano, a great construct of earth that spewed fire. Thermal vents would flow nicely from his water totem. Fire was actually advantageous in that many of its totems were better able to grow, given time and effort. Fire liked to spread, after all, but of course, it still required a cultivator to pursue that route to power. John pulled himself back to his body, where he found himself sweating profusely. Exertion and the heat of the totems themselves were both contributing factors. Cooling himself off and cleaning his body were relatively simple matters for someone of his cultivation, but he let himself lay in the bed for a few moments, experiencing the fatigue it brought. For a brief moment, he wondered if it was necessary to keep pushing himself further. He was already strong enough, wasn't he? Then his eyes settled onto his wife next to him, snuggling peacefully. Mateo, of course, brought to mind their clans and their children, and so much more. Watching the tournament let him realize how many powerful figures there were around him, previously hidden, or perhaps only recently leaping forward. It wasn't entirely true that cultivators and clans that weren't growing in power would instead lose it, but it would certainly be easy for that to happen if one grew incautious. The triplets had become motivated to grow stronger during the tournament. Suffering actual losses was one thing. Against anyone in either clan close to their age, they would dominate, and even against those of similar cultivation they would usually win, with the exception of each other where they remained almost evenly matched. Being exposed to a wider range of people had broadened their horizons. Turdo realized he could lose to other water cultivators outside of the clan. Sparring with others from the Shimmering Islands had been limited by the disparity between his cultivation and age. Melanthina was perhaps a bit obsessively motivated to take down the fellow from the combining luster sect that had defeated her, but learning to fight against opponents such as Nick would be good for her. And Ursel wanted to learn to grow plants. "I want to train in the Viridia wildlands," Ursel exclaimed. "Please." It wasn't fair for his cute little girl to be so motivated. How was he supposed to refuse her? Why? Was he supposed to refuse her? Oh yes, danger. As the words were preparing to leave his lips, he knew they were stupid. It's quite far, isn't it? Not any farther from then Shimmering Islands than between the two clans, Ursel protested. It was annoying that she was right, but it was further from John himself. Oh no, was he going to become a stifling parent? It hadn't been long since he was wishing Ursel was motivated or ambitious. Then again, going so far away. She already felt she didn't fit. What if that made things worse? "We don't really have any contacts there yet," John said. "Then get some. We send groups to meet with different clans all the time." That was true, but most were closer and didn't involve the triplets. After the attack in the Kelp Spire forest, he couldn't help but worry. Then again, the Viridia wildlands were quite far removed from any enemies they'd had previous or during the current moment. "I need to talk to your mother about it," John said. "If we're to arrange for something, it will likely be through the Brandel clan. I can't promise anything yet, though. Maybe he could just go on a trip?" But spending more than a month or two away from the clan was difficult, and there were the travel times. which wouldn't leave long for any sort of decent training. Being a parent was hard. John was almost certain it would be easier to master the fire element without a totem than manage to be a perfect parent. But he didn't have to be perfect, just good enough. Though for the sake of his children, he had to have high standards. But really, Ursula off on her own in dangerous jungles? Sure. John could only imagine the beasts finding that she was harder to handle than they thought, and she wouldn't actually be alone, but it was still difficult. He definitely needed to talk to Mateo about it. Perhaps there was something closer that would satisfy her. Chapter 179. For a while, John wondered how his parents had managed to avoid worrying themselves to death about him. The answer he finally came up with was not particularly inspiring. Fortkran was the sort who got to the point the Tenebach clan was thinking about replacing him. Before that, even if they had love for that version of him, which he didn't care if they did, he might have caused them worry because he got into trouble. Just not mortal peril. There was no danger in training if he never did anything exceptional, but the former Not John had been dead for either a third, half, or a full lifetime depending on how John wanted to count it. His full memories made it close to a third of that, and fortunately Fortkran wasn't causing any specific trouble anymore. Nothing that wasn't memory, at least. Unfortunately, none of that prepared him for his personal worries, specifically about his daughters. He loved Turdo, but the young man was doing just fine and not getting into any trouble. Maybe that meant it would all come later, but for the moment he didn't have to deal with it too much. And when the time came, it would mainly be Mateo's responsibility as his favored parent. The problem John was facing now was that both of his daughters were suddenly interested in going on journeys to advance their training, and he both couldn't stay away from the clan for an indefinite period without a stronger reason. And he also couldn't be in two places at once. Just in case, he quickly scanned through the Tenebach technique library and asked Mateo do the same. But there was nothing about a technique allowing a cultivator to exist in two places at once. Not in any real capacity or at any distance, at least. There were ways to make fakes, but they were basically illusions and couldn't function without the control of the actual cultivator themselves. Ursula remained serious about her desire to train in the Viridia wildlands. Having her be actually excited about a training opportunity meant he couldn't just deny her. But at the same time, Melanthina wanted to go train with the Golden Tomb Guardians for some reason. He certainly didn't mind her working on dealing with light element cultivators, but she didn't have a good reason. Not that she would say, at least, I just thought I should get better at fighting against light element cultivators. Melanthina explained Vagel when he asked about it. Since I'm going to be the head of the Tenebach clan and all. John nodded. So, it has nothing to do with you losing to one in the tournament? And no, of course not. I mean, not him specifically. But I have to get better so I can seek my revenge. This left John with mere speculations about her true motivations. He didn't want to voice them or even think about them in case it made them real. But at least she was motivated to grow, and not just from the clan pushing her towards something. I will help you arrange for training, John said, but it might take some time. There are some complications with just sending you to the Sunfields, not least of which is, it will be highly unpleasant for you. Cyaritzel can help with that. Melanthina nodded. He said he'd come with me. Did he? John raised an eyebrow. It's surprising that you didn't think to ask me about this, especially considering that it seems like an excellent way to start a diplomatic incident. We get along with the Golden Tomb Guardians, though, right? Aren't we allies? We are. So what's the problem? Cyaritzel even likes Curarn. Everyone will be happy. So you considered the potential consequences of taking our clan's guardian beast through territory full of light element cultivators that might want to kill him or us? John narrowed his eyes at Melanthina. Well, she looked away. We could just keep it a secret. I'm going to have to speak with Cyaritzel. Then we will discuss what is actually happening. So, John asked to the pool of deeper darkness that was in the shape of a large beast, not quite matching either a large cat or canine. What did you and Melanthina actually talk about? John got the impression of teeth that were probably something like a smile, and still extremely threatening. Basically what she said. She asked me to go along, and I said I would. You actually want to see Qorn? Of course. We have old scores to settle. Do not worry. Cyritsel slunk around behind John as he spoke. It would ultimately be beneficial to all of us and give you more chances to speak with the newest member of your group. That will ultimately provide you with more opportunities for growth, and the alliance could be beneficial. John nodded. It's strange. Ultimately, if my cultivation path continues, I will grow more incompatible with you. Only in the elemental sense. Cyritsel made a low rumble. Our other affinities will not change. But you need only maintain the former for a small number of years. That's right. The empowerment ceremony. John frowned. I'm not looking forward to a drop in my cultivation. Then make sure you are well prepared. I am no longer incomplete. With proper preparations, you and the rest of the older generation will only have temporal fatigue. Though much of that depends on you in particular. That's good to know, John admitted. I had considered that it might not need to happen the same way, though I certainly need to make sure the next generation gets the best benefits it can. Some have been waiting for a while. Melanthina should be able to handle the results soon enough, though she is already quite strong in her affinity. What about Turdo and Ursel? Could they undergo the blessing? Should they? They could. Cyardazel drew out the word, but I would not recommend it. Especially your daughter Ursel has terrible affinity for darkness. Mixing that up with her cultivation already advanced would be inadvisable. I must admit I am unsure of your son, but I fear the process could diminish his water affinity. I see. I suppose we don't need to discuss it further then. Are you really all right with going to the Sunlands? I would suffer little if you were to carry me along. I'm not staying the whole time. John shook his head. If I even have the time to go myself, well, I'm certain they can provide a tolerable place for me to stay, Cyritsel said. Your daughter would only be burdened by my direct presence. Until her cultivation improves, at least. With vague plans for Melanthina, there was still Ursel. Can we go now? John's second daughter asked. First of all, if you're serious about the training, it won't just be a short trip. I may not be able to join you for any of it, but Melanthina said you're taking her to Dash. Somewhere closer, if I go at all, John answered. There is clan business here for me to attend to. What? Like sitting and talking with people. None of them are important. John sighed. While I don't actually care about most of the visitors, that does not make them unimportant, or at least what they represent. You may not be taking on the responsibility of running a clan, but you should know the importance of politics. MMN, Ursel grunted in vague acknowledgement. It's still stupid, though. I agree, but neither of us are strong enough to ignore it. Not even you and Mom. We're mid-consolidated soul phase cultivators. Last generation, maybe that would have been close. But as it is, we're not strong enough to just ignore everyone and everything. Even if we became ascending soul phase cultivators, I imagine that would just draw in trouble from further away that we'd have to deal with. That sounds hard. Is your cultivation not going well? It is progressing well enough, but we've been busy with clan-related business. He almost said raising the triplets, but Ursel already had problems with thinking herself of something like a burden or unnecessary. As if anyone was necessary, really. As for your training, your trip to the Viridia Wildlands may require a couple months. Why? Ursel asked. Because Renato will be going with you. Ursel looked a bit disappointed in that, though John knew she was at least fond of the man. Besides, I wouldn't be able to escort you if you went right away. You're coming? Ursel's eyes lit up. If you wait, I can find the time. It was a shame that Melanthina would be coming chronologically first. Perhaps Ursel would do well with a bit more exclusive time with him before that excursion took place. If Cyritsel actually took up space, the inside of the carriage would be extremely cramped. As it was, it still felt that way. But it was more comfortable to have Cyritsel lounging about in the open than strictly tagging along inside John. Just because he could carry the guardian beast with him didn't mean it was an appropriate long-term arrangement. We're in a strain again, right? Melanthina asked as she looked out of the window. It's so flat and lifeless. John was aware there was plenty of life in the area, but the reason it doubtless felt like it was because the spiritual energy was evenly mixed. It didn't have a distinctive feel of any sort. Even the carriage had difficulties filtering much in the way of darkness element for those inside, though that was unnecessary with Cyaritzel inside. John had long ago stopped thinking about spiritual energy as being perfectly logical. Cultivators generally drew it from the world around them, but animals and plants could produce it inside of them, in small quantities at least. That included humans. As for spiritual beasts like Cyaritzel, it was much greater. Even so, for something like Cyaritzel to grow stronger required a higher density of a particular element. That was why he had a lair, or now the new series of tunnels beneath the clan. Building up an area like that was the safe, passive method of growth for the guardian beast. The active method, fighting and devouring. Some of that had happened with the Society of Midnight, though quite a bit of Cyaritzel's growth, there had been the return of his final fragments. The bits Faramund had annihilated to break through were regrown instead, though presumably not quite the same. But ultimately, everything came down to power. A strain is much more pleasant than the sunfields will be, John reminded Melanthina. They are hot and bright. I've been to the Milanovic clan, Melanthina nodded. I know what hot is like. The light element will be worse, John sighed. I didn't go to the area until I was stronger than you. It'll be hard to resist. That's the whole point though, right? Melanthina asked. Training so I can resist that stuff and beat up that generally overcome any light element cultivator. If I happen to run into more of them, John had the feeling she'd nearly mentioned a specific name, which only solidified some of the options. The way she'd spoken of that kid she lost to, Nick. He'd certainly have to arrange for a rematch at some point. Darkness cultivators were terrifying. That was what Nick had decided. The Darklands were immediately north of the Prism Underfields, but coming to the tournament, the Combining Luster sect had completely circumvented the place, heading through the Wuthering Steppes and then Green Sands. After crawling up out of the Deadfields, of course. It was pretty much impossible to go directly because of the Annihilation Strip in between, but going around to the west through the bogs got him into the Darklands soon enough. And then he was swarmed by cultivators and bugs. Technically, he'd asked for it. The Calamitous Swarm was looking for training partners, more from the perspective of wanting to temper the weaknesses of their insect companions than out of any desire to interact with others, specifically light cultivators. At least when he killed them and they exploded, nobody got mad. If it had been people, though, it would be completely different, and that counted dark-haired cultivators sneaking up to stab him in the spine. Chapter 180. Despite only one of his totems, and thus somewhere more than a quarter of his spiritual energy being darkness element, John found that being in the Sunfields was harder on him than Melanthina. Was it because his cultivation was higher, because of Cyaritzel, or was there something more? Maybe his problem was that he wasn't completely ignoring it. He wasn't stupid enough to attempt to draw any of it inside himself at the moment, but trying to control the light element was painful. It probably should have occurred to him that a full cycle of elements was only theoretical, but then again it was likely nobody expected him to advance beyond the foundation phase. Or maybe he might reach the soul expansion phase. He needed to talk to his grandfather more about that at some point. But if he had advanced like his parents in this world, that was about where he would have ended up. It wouldn't have been considered unreasonable before the current wave of cultivation. John watched Melanthina as she leaned her head against the side of the carriage. Her strained face made it clear that even the small amount of light element filtering through was uncomfortable, but she didn't shy away from it. Instead, she protected herself as best she could. Diffuse light element didn't have the same explosive reaction with darkness, but it still wore away at it. John felt her trying different things, including copying what he did to some extent, though John's actual best defense was to create a film of air element to keep things separate. If he did that, he could basically ignore the problem, but he wouldn't get any better at handling light. He was still quite far from needing to consider that, of course. He still had most of the consolidated soul phase to get through, and first he would have to gain more familiarity with fire. The journey through the Sunfields was not terribly difficult, though they took a specific route to avoid going near the territory of the wrong sections. The Luminous Harmony sect was still on terrible terms with the Golden Tomb Guardians, and they would doubtless like to get back at John for his part in damaging them. It was only their fault, of course, But even though the Golden Tomb Guardians had been able to retaliate, the other sect persisted. Then there was the Righteous Flame League. They were rather open about hating any darkness cultivator and approaching too close to the northern territory where they might be seen as a provocation of sorts. John really didn't want to end up in conflict with them, because the Tenebach clan didn't really need to gain new generational enemies. It would be better to get along without anything like that. And it wouldn't be possible to wipe out the Righteous Flame League if it came down to it. The Society of Midnight in the Darklands was one thing, but doing something similar in the Sunfields? Unlikely and pointless, because they would both lose good cultivators for nothing. Uruwug, Melanthina complained. Is everything here awful like this? John pat his daughter on the head. Don't worry, this is training. Exactly what you wanted, isn't it? I can't think of anything that would be worse than a constant bombardment of light. Then I would suggest not entering the tomb itself, John said. I'm serious about that. You could die. Not that they'd let you anyway. Is that where their guardian beast stays? That information wasn't exactly public, but at some point talking about Syaritzel had brought it up. That's right. It's terrible in there. Syaritzel slunk his way out into the open. The Golden Tomb Guardians knew he was present, of course, but it would still make most of them uncomfortable to actually see him, so he mostly stayed hidden. Sparkles of light colliding with darkness and annihilating each other flickered about his edges. An interesting place. Haven't you been here before? John asked. Not exactly, Syaritzel said. The Golden Tomb Guardians did not exist in this manner during my previous interactions with Qurarn. Right. Of course not. The whole reason there was a tomb was the injured Qurarn. The Golden Tomb Guardians had provided shelter while benefiting from Qurarn's nature as a spirit beast, though they kept that information secret, hidden in plain sight. Really? Just managing not to throw up was pushing Melanthina to her limits. Agreeing to actually spar was so much worse, though at least the sparring chamber the Golden Tomb Guardians had set up was able to filter out some of the light element for the sake of visitors. It didn't get all of it, which provided a slight advantage, but that was generally expected for anyone to have a home ground advantage. It was just worse for Melanthina than anyone not attuned to darkness. They paired her with weaker opponents at first, like really weak, people in the 8th or 9th rank, not even in the foundation phase. And yet, they were a handful of years older than her. And it wasn't an inappropriate matchup, with the disadvantage from even the lesser amount of light suffusing the battlefield. Fighting against the Golden Tomb Guardians was quite different from fighting someone from the Combining Luster sect. Sure, she'd only fought Nick, but it was immediately obvious that the styles were different. They focused more on melee combat, wielding a short staff, but it was deceptive. At any moment, blades could extend from either end, and they could also disappear the moment she tried to block. Not that Melanthina was fond of blocking. Direct confrontations were never her favorite option, and against a light cultivator, it was just asking for the battle to be over with everyone riddled full of holes. Though theoretically the arena would blunt the damage, it wasn't as good as Estraine's, which had the advantage of wealth pouring in from many sources. Melanthina actually quite liked the fighting style. It was tricky, and she stole little bits of it for herself. She wasn't sure about attempting the same thing exactly, but she attempted extending a blade of darkness from the rear side of a dagger she held. That could be a good surprise attack for whoever she needed to take out. It wasn't as structurally sound as reinforcing a proper blade, and she didn't have the leverage advantage the short staff gave to the Golden Tomb Guardians, but it was an option. Then after sparring was over, she collapsed onto the ground until her father came to carry her away into their nice, almost completely light element free room. After resting there for a while, she could actually eat something, digesting it overnight and then skipping breakfast in the morning because she would just lose it anyway. Talking with Deirdre, or Odette, as the current inhabitant had once been known, John was able to help with things she couldn't talk about to just anyone. She wasn't exactly ready to tell everyone she transmigrated, but at least she'd grown to actually believe everything was real and try to settle into her new life. It's crazy, she said. I have all these memories about cultivating and stuff, but I'm basically new. My body almost fights without me, even after training for over a year. And I'm strong, but I didn't really do anything to earn this. It was all her. John didn't have much to say to that. Saying he was sorry for what happened would only get him the same response that the original Deirdre wouldn't blame him, and Odette was just happy to be alive, even if she wouldn't really talk about how she had died. Personally, John thought swerving off the road was an embarrassing enough way to go. I can't exactly relate to that part, John said. The original Fortkran died from failed cultivation, and I ended up back at the beginning. Not that he had even made it to the foundation phase. And now you're really strong, whereas I'm just, Odette gestured towards herself. This, I guess. I kind of understand cultivation, but I'm not really sure. I have so many thoughts flow through my head, and I don't know if any of them are right. That's the whole process, John shrugged, gathering energy and insights and trying to piece everything together. And I wouldn't worry about your talent. You still managed to advance a rank since you came here, and as a soul expansion phase cultivator, it's not easy to do that. The final insights and control are the most important, and they had to come from you. Odette nodded. I guess that's good to hear. There are just so many expectations for me. I never thought I would fight so much. Me neither, John shrugged. But in this world, that's the norm. Personally, I'm glad to have power when it could have ended up quite different. Yeah, Odette nodded. And Qrarn actually lets me spend time with her, which I guess makes me special here. I can't believe you told your family about it, though. I don't even know who to tell. If you didn't discover it immediately, I might not have told anyone. That's what the club is for, John shrugged. So we have some people to talk to. But honestly, half of mine was being intimidated by the memories of my grandfather's power. I was fortunate that Fortkran was undesirable, though cultivators are more likely than not to make a practical choice regardless. If the previous me had been decent, they might not have been happy with me replacing him, but they probably would have accepted it. And then you just accepted an arranged marriage. John shrugged. I couldn't really fight it. And Mateo was very supportive of the new me. I'm lucky we actually managed to fall in love. And unlucky that the way we arranged things means not spending every day with her. We're going to have to live a really long time to make up for that. Do cultivators really live longer? I mean, I know something about that, but look at me, John gestured. Do I look like I'm 40-ish? He quickly moved on from that. And my grandfather is well over 100. He didn't have kids until he was my age at least. And Faramund was at least a couple hundred. It's weird, basically feeling like a young kid yet among the strongest in this region. And then my actual kids were born with crazy affinities, and it's probably even weirder for them. Your daughter is cute. Probably gets that from her mother. And the stubbornness from both of us. The dynamic between Cyaritzel and Qrarn was completely different depending on the circumstances. John had only seen them interact a few times, but when Deirdre had been brought to him by Qrarn, they didn't even show signs of hostility towards each other. But now that they were coming together for some sort of official spar, prepare yourself, old bird, Cyaritzel hiss-growled, his voice forming without an actual physical component to produce it. I'm not going to go easy on you just because we're in your home. Likewise, if you complain about your defeat because you chose it to be in this location, I will have no sympathy. It was quite dramatic, but if it was an actual show, it was kind of a waste. Very few people were watching. Just John, Deirdre, and Sect Head Lambert. They were in the core of Qrarn's tomb, where the light was strongest. John was present because he was to watch over Cyaritzel, obviously. Odette seemed to have a better affinity for Qrarn than the original Deirdre, and of course the sect head had to be present. Melanthina could have been, if she could stomach stepping 1 foot inside the area. The battle was hard to watch. Not that it was awkward or uncomfortably gory or anything like that, but because it physically hurt his eyes. Going from light to light immediately was a larger swing than just suddenly having his eyes flooded with light. He could only barely pick out what was going on with his energy senses, though the shockwaves of power were quite clear. When it ended, it appeared that Cyaritzel might have come out somewhat the worse for wear, but both sides dripped blood that disappeared upon making contact with the floor. I guess you win this one, Cyaritzel said, sliding over towards John. You will have to come for a rematch in my territory at some point. Glowing bird, despite his apparent loss, John could feel Cyaritzel was rather happy. Then again, he was a spirit beast that only got to hang around humans. Interacting with an old rival might bring back fond memories. Chapter 181. Slowly, ever so slowly, motes of light elemental spiritual energy were drawn towards John's hand. The speed was both a consequence of caution and simple inability to go more quickly. As they drew closer, small tendrils of darkness were drawn towards them. There was a flash, not of light but pure energy, and both were gone. The same issues with the light element continued to bother John. He knew that light and darkness elements were not the same thing as light and darkness on Earth. For one thing, while light existed, darkness did not. It was simply the lack of light, not a tangible thing. On Earth, that is. Here, he could hold it in his hand. But not all darkness nor all light was a product of spiritual energy, though they would tend to create them, or perhaps draw them from unknown places. The important part was the spiritual energy itself and how it functioned. Darkness was deception, concealment, falsity, a drawing in and a false weight. Light, in turn, projected itself outward. He had some other academic knowledge of it, but as for practically controlling it, it seemed to want to slip out of his grasp instead of cling to him. That could be in part his affinity for darkness, and in part the true nature of the energy. There was an exception to its tendency to pull away from him. That was when light chanced upon a gathering of darkness. There, it was attracted to the pull of darkness, or perhaps it felt an innate hatred. Not that John thought spiritual energy by itself was capable of actual feeling. Certainly not in typical circumstances, though he wouldn't rule it out completely. Perhaps that was what spiritual beasts were, in a way. When light and darkness were drawn together, there was little else John could do to observe what was happening than watch the explosion. It didn't matter if they were large or small. He got little out of it but a momentary sense of amusement. Perhaps they were simply incapable of existing in harmony. A full cycle might simply be impossible, though John thought he could at least finish the cycle of core elements. Presuming that he might reach the exalted soul phase was a bit much regardless. As it turned out, John was wrong. Not about his likelihood of reaching the exalted soul phase, but something closer and more observable. He wasn't entirely wrong, but when he went to check on Melanthina's progress, he was surprised to say the least. A blade of light swept down towards Melanthina, but her hand brought her dagger up to parry it. As her blade grazed against the light, there should have been a swift rejection of energy, but instead she pulled it along like a trail, her dagger sweeping around towards her opponent's chest. There, the trail of light snapped forward past the tip of her dagger before finally interacting with Melanthina's own darkness element. There was an explosion of energy, relatively smaller in the grand scheme of things, but carefully directed away from Melanthina, costing her little and her opponent much. She was not able to achieve the same result every time. Occasionally, she would suffer to her disadvantage of reach and take a hit herself, whatever abilities she had to draw along the light useless. And sometimes her interactions went more according to the standard, her energy reacting immediately with her opponent and forcing them apart. But sometimes there was a dazzling trail of intertwining energy that tore into her opponent. Fortunately, the safety precautions kept anyone from being too injured, but it was impossible to have a serious spar without some risk of injury beyond a certain cultivation limit. After her match, Melanthina came running over to John, showing off an injury on her shoulder. A cut combined with a burn, skin reddish beyond the wound itself, like she had spent too long in the sun. Hopefully it wasn't quite that, because John didn't want to think about skin cancer, though it seemed that there was quite a bit cultivators could do to combat any health issues that arose, except for those caused by time itself. "Look at this," she complained. "Ugh. Fighting against light element cultivators is a pain." Melanthina grimaced. "Physically and mentally, too. My head hurts being here and thinking about the light element so much." "Are you learning, at least?" John knew she absolutely was, but whether she knew, that was a different question. "I guess," she shrugged. "I was kind of hoping that they could teach me to fight against light beams and stuff. Because light cultivators do that kind of thing. But not many people here do, and not the same way that some other cultivators do." John nodded, waiting to see if she would continue. "I did try to make some darkness beams, but it wasn't the same. Projecting energy without a specialized technique is difficult, especially for the elements aligned with darkness. Unfortunately, I don't know any method that does that, which is why I throw daggers. Attached to something, it's easier. Slower, though." Melanthina frowned. "Kind of. It takes a moment for light techniques to reach their full power, so you can dodge them before they get there. But after that, they're just there instantly. It's probably not instant, John said. He assumed that the speed of light still applied in this world, even for light element techniques, but it's certainly close enough. Yeah, she nodded. And it's not fair that some people can redirect things to where you dodge or whatever. And light isn't supposed to bounce off things. That's exactly what most of it does, John said. That's how vision works. He avoided saying the other thing he wanted to say, because his daughter was still taking her loss very seriously, enough that it screwed up her normal method of speaking as she tried to avoid saying certain things. Yeah, but not like that, Melanthina said. Not like everything's a mirror. I imagine it takes a lot of training to accomplish that. Yeah, right, Melanthina said. Nick is barely even older than me. There's no way he trained more than me. He's not even important. Just some random disciple of a boring sect. John sighed. What was he supposed to do about this? He'd promised her a rematch, but he wasn't sure if he could accomplish that without his daughter killing someone. Or worse, at least she was motivated with her training, though John couldn't remain with her much longer. But the rest of the clan members would take care of her, and the Golden Tomb Guardians would as well. We're really going? Ursula danced around excitedly, shaking the room ever so slightly as she subconsciously made use of her energy. Normally she was better controlled than this, but circumstances were special here. I told you we would, didn't I? John smiled down at his second daughter. Yeah, but then you ran off with Melanthina for a year. Ursula grumped. It's been 2 months, and a good portion of that was travel time. As John rubbed Ursula's head, he realized that it was an extremely rare occasion for the triplets to not all be together, at least staying at the same clan, which meant one of them was always out of place. And from what John knew, Ursula herself always felt like that. She was still young and immature, so it wasn't really a big deal, but it could feel like it. And as puberty came around, feelings were more important than ever. Feeling like you didn't belong in the world wasn't something John had terribly much experience with, but the fact that Ursula was upset about it more than nearly dying, he had to take it seriously even if later it wouldn't be that relevant. It wasn't as if Ursula didn't fit into the world as a whole. She was a cultivator, and would be a strong one once she had more time to grow. That was the easiest way to fit in, but she likely didn't care about that as much as her family. We managed to get an opportunity to train with the emerging bamboo sect like you wanted, John explained, but we can't stay too long. Maybe 3 or 4 months, since we need to return within half a year. For months? Ursula hugged her father's waist. Thank you. He held on to her. Even if she was going with the longer estimate, she at least seemed genuinely happy. It wasn't even that long. For months was just… Actually, that was still a very significant portion of her life. She was still young. After all, the current excursion with Ursula was more something of the Order of the Amber Heart than a clan-related activity. There were some members of the Tenebach clan who cultivated earth. They were located in the stone conglomerate after all, but the rest wouldn't have much to gain from the journey. Their route took them through the southernmost parts of the Shimmering Islands and their sea, not because it was more direct, but rather because it was safer. Most ships preferred to avoid the stormier parts of the sea unless they absolutely had to be involved, and when taking larger numbers of people that became a requirement. It wasn't just John and Ursula on the wave cutter. Captain Sohun was usually busy anyway. It was a journey of weeks to arrive in the southern third of the Viridia wildlands. But that was not the end. Instead, it was merely where they were able to make port, docks sequestered in the shelter of large mangroves. The salty trees continued for a considerable distance inland before being replaced by others more suited to the specific location. When they arrived, it was raining, and then it was sunny. Then it was a combination of both. John wasn't quite sure what allowed a rainforest to be oriented north to south instead of between specific lines of latitude, but the huge masses of spiritual energy certain places had was a greater effect upon weather patterns than things like the sun. At least, that seemed to be the case. They were met at the docks by the emerging bamboo sect, this particular group led by a woman named Chandra. She was on the brink of the consolidated soul phase, close to the same age as John and Renato. The whole region was experiencing a period of strangely high cultivation growth, but that was just how things worked sometimes. Greetings, she bowed to the group. We're happy to receive your group for an exchange of knowledge. First, though, we must find our way to the sect. She gestured towards the forest behind her. "Come along, and don't touch any of the plants." It was a very strange and ultimately impossible request, or as John learned rather quickly, warning. Plants grew out over the road they were traversing, and though John thought it was because of infrequent traffic or neglect, he was quite wrong. The disciples of the emerging bamboo sect walked ahead, clearing the path. As their feet touched the ground, those in front released waves of earth element energy, driving the plants off the road, vines and roots coiling away. It seemed to be a frequent occurrence, as thick walls of plants flanked the roads on either side, even denser than the general rainforest around them. Yet even with the road cleared, John felt the plants growing back towards the road, seeking out any available sunlight it provided. It wasn't just a hunch. He could actually feel some of them growing. Some might snake across the road within a few hours, others might take days or weeks. But before long, the road would be nearly impossible to find. John wondered why they would not cut the plants back. Many of them carried blades, heavy machetes meant for chopping through the jungles. They even used them on a few dangling vines, which seemed much easier than what they were doing with their energy. But he couldn't quite be sure. Then he realized he should be watching in depth how they controlled the plants, because that was some of the training they had come for. Chapter 182. The first hours of trekking into the Viridia wildlands were pleasant. John was not the only one who attempted the same thing as the emerging bamboo sect, using earth energy to control the surrounding plants. The results were mixed. Some tried to push against the plants directly with their energy, not understanding the mechanics behind what was done. The result was often the opposite of what they expected, the bushes and vines stretching out onto the road to seek the threads of energy. John was able to use that same attraction to curl some of the underbrush further from the road, but he didn't manage anything on a wide scale. The whole process was interesting, but not quite what he actually was most interested in learning from the sect, though it was likely a step along the path. After the first few hours, the Viridia wildlands showed some of their true colors. The air was already hot and muggy, but then it began to rain. Water soaked into his clothes and mud formed underfoot, causing his boots to begin to sink. Dealing with either of those was simple enough on their own. A little bit of water element kept John dry, and adding a bit of earth along with the water element kept the ground under his feet solid. But the instant he stepped forward, it became muddy once more. That was all tolerable, not the worst conditions he had trekked through. At least they had a road. Then the rain stopped, the sun came out, and insects began to swarm. There had been some activity from them before the rain, but after it ceased there was a burst of activity. A cloud of insects washed over the group, at first concerning, but the locals showed no particular caution. The cloud of insects was thick and impossible to see through, and it was not just one kind. There were smaller mosquitoes attempting to bite and larger ones that had some sort of stinger. Yet every cultivator had constant defenses of energy, and soon the swarm passed. "You," Ursula said as she looked at her hands and hair. It seemed she had taken it upon herself to squash some of the bugs crawling all over her, and now she was suffering more than they did. Then she threw herself onto the ground, rolling her head into the mud and rubbing it all over her hands. She stood up, shaking herself, and a small wave of earth energy sloughed most of the mud and thus the accompanying bug bits off of her. When she saw John looking at her, she blushed and turned away. John smiled to himself. That was an interesting way to deal with the problem. It did leave Ursula somewhat soaked, though that wasn't particularly different from how she'd been a few moments before. She would dry just fine, and it wasn't as if she would catch a cold. It might be uncomfortable as it dried, but it wasn't any sort of actual issue. As they walked along, the ground greedily drank up the water. The depth of the mud shrank rapidly, quickly drying. Within a short time, the ground merely looked damp. Then the cycle began again. Frequent bursts of rain and activity from swarming insects and surrounding plants. John had the desire to wipe out a cloud of insects, but he also knew it wouldn't do much actual good, so he simply kept them away from himself. The group kept a decent pace, suitable for cultivators in the foundation phase. Of those, Ursula was not the slowest. It was a training expedition after all. So many of the juniors of the Order of the Amber Heart were present. Ursula was the youngest, of course, since most people couldn't even begin to train at her age. For the triplets, however, the opposite was true. They couldn't afford to not train their spiritual energy, since they had it. It was dangerous to remain incapable of proper use. They were all beyond basic control now, but continuing their training was only natural. Walking along the roads, John could certainly see how those without sufficient cultivation couldn't live normally in the area. The frequent nuisances would be much more troublesome for anyone else, but it still wasn't living up to its reputation. That would have to wait, it seemed, though not for long. Suddenly, Chandra stopped, holding her arms out. "We will have to take a small detour," she explained. John looked ahead, the shape of the road still clear even with plants clearly creeping across it. The biggest factor was the lack of actual trees, leaving a strip of sunlight to forge their way. He couldn't see anything that would make them stop, but John trusted their guide. "Why are we stopped?" Ursula asked, looking up at her father. "Why don't we try to figure it out?" John said. "What do you sense ahead?" "Just more plants and bugs and stuff," Ursula said. "The same thing as everywhere else." "Or something trying to appear the same as everything else," John said. He hadn't quite found anything yet, but he was trying different elements to sense for something. There were webs stretched across the road, large sheets completely filled with struggling insects and swarming spiders. Yet this was not the first time they had encountered such things. The insect life was so plentiful that the spiders shared the sheet webs without concern for competition. Not at the moment, at least. Perhaps that would change within the next hours or days, like the rest of the jungle. Chandra began to lead them off the road, chopping blades finding their place when stubborn vines refused to move out of the way. John still hadn't discovered what they were avoiding as they began to curve around back towards the road. "Is it that?" Ursula pointed. "The spiders." "I don't think that." John stopped himself. "Which ones?" He tried to follow where her energy senses might be roaming, but found nothing. Following the line of her hand, however, she wasn't pointing between the trees, but at an angle down towards the forest floor. There, John could see spiders resting on the ground, large ones by the standards of Earth, at least. They were hand-sized, appearing somewhat like tarantulas, visibly hairy and wide. Worryingly, he couldn't sense them at all, though now that he'd seen them he could make out dozens, some standing among the leaves and some barely poking out of little holes in the ground. If he concentrated, he could sense the nests in an abstract sense, little voids without earth, but casual observation made them slip his mind. After all, there was nothing in them. Except there was. "How did you find them?" John asked. "I just looked," Ursula shrugged. "By the holes." So she took note of those. Was it because she was careful, or were her senses better than his? Well, that wasn't quite right. John was more powerful and could certainly feel things at a larger distance. But she was more specialized. John had 4 different elements and totems, with all having grown to the 4th tier. Ursula, however, she had 2 4th-tier earth totems. Similar to the other triplets, her extreme affinity for one element had allowed her relatively short excursions into the sea of spiritual totems to be fruitful in finding certain totems. There was a reasonable chance they might even pick up 5th-tier totems for the soul expansion phase. But John didn't have those specialties, and if anything he leaned towards darkness. Using that to sense underground wasn't particularly effective, so missing the particular spiders wasn't strange. Except, as he thought about it, he idly stretched out to them with darkness and managed to pick out something. Air also registered a slight difference between them and the ground, but water couldn't really pick them out. So that was what it was. John couldn't say he immediately understood how it worked, but they had adapted to feel normal against the main energy senses in the area. The Viridia Wildlands was strongly attuned to the earth element, but it was also a rainforest and thus had a subtext of water element. John should have noticed something sooner. Sure, they were being guided by locals and it had worked out, but that was no excuse for being sloppy. Soon enough they found their way around the spiders, which must have sensed their group. Either they remained in their position because they preferred to remain hidden or found themselves slow, or they simply weren't aggressive, though traipsing over their territory was likely another matter, thus their change in route. Look, a frog. Even as Ursula crouched down, John was moving behind her. He yanked on her collar, lifting her up and letting her dangle in the area. Hey, what was that for? John's eyes drifted to the brightly colored frog, orange with blue spots. It likely had a different pattern than ones from his world, but the same general idea should apply. That frog is almost definitely poisonous, John explained. Upon sensing it, he felt the same. Unlike the hairy spiders from before, this creature easily advertised its presence. "I know that," Ursula complained. "I wasn't going to touch it." John turned her towards him and looked deep into her eyes, and she looked back. Eventually, she turned away. "I wasn't going to touch it. Much. Don't touch it at all until you know what will happen," John said, letting his daughter down. She hadn't actually resisted him, or it would have been a lot tougher to yank her away even with the gap in cultivation. Ursula crouched down by the frog, just staring at it for a few moments. "It's so cool." Then a mouth surrounded the orange and blue spotted creature, replacing its bright colors with dull greens and browns. John's hand was already on his sword. He'd failed to sense a threat once, and he wasn't planning to let that happen again. So far, the beast had little in the way of cultivation, but that wasn't the only way they could be dangerous. He'd sensed the snake coming, but it was angled away from Ursula. If it had lunged for her, he would have chopped it in half lengthwise. "It ate the frog," Ursula yelled, unslinging her heavy club from her back. But before she could step forward and smash the large snake into a pulp, John put a hand on her shoulder. "Wait. For what?" Ursula asked, gathering her energy and subconsciously causing a small tremor in the ground. "For it to eat another cute frog." The snake, a couple meters long and about as thick as a man's forearm, was already slithering away slowly, very slowly. Then, it stopped. If it had curled up on a rock or on a branch, it might be to digest its latest meal, though it was only a small morsel, but the way its muscles spasmed a moment later said otherwise. Then, it stopped twitching entirely, its mouth hanging open. A few moments later, a small orange leg poked out of the snake's throat, then the rest of it slowly squeezed out. Then it began slowly hopping away, looking rather fatigued but otherwise fine as it snapped up a passing insect with its tongue. "You were going to crush its head, weren't you?" John asked. "Everything needs a head to live," Ursula said. Her eyes trailed onto the floor. "I didn't think about squishing the frog." John tousled her hair, and then the two of them hustled to catch up to the rest of the group who had mostly passed them by. Ursula might be a foundation phase cultivator, but she was still a kid. And to be fair, it was a cool frog. The repeated patterns continued for the rest of the day, but come evening they approached something different. A large swath of jungle was cleared, with stones laid out in a large ring surrounding a city. This would be their first stop on the way to the emerging bamboo sect, Great Ring City. The walls of the city were carved from the trunk of a single massive tree, with roots of unimaginable size having been severed around the outside. John wondered just how large such a tree would have been, and what could have become of it that only the outer edge of its trunk remained. Chapter 183. Great Ring City was a welcome break from constant hiking and dealing with the forest. Despite it being manageable and the emerging bamboo sect handling the actual dangers, it was still stressful. Specifically, John couldn't help but constantly worry about Ursula. It was the curse of being a parent, and the triplets having encountered real danger didn't make it easier. In some ways, worse than the physical danger were Ursula's other problems. John could always kill anything that came after his family, and the triplets were growing strong themselves. He just hoped that this trip could help resolve Ursula's feelings to some extent, and that it wasn't something lasting. It seemed weird that fighting someone to the death was easier than dealing with feelings. But maybe the world had always worked like that, and on Earth people just did less of one. Though it certainly hadn't been. Without conflict, he was just able to ignore it. For what it was worth, Ursula seemed happy about the trip so far, though she was a bit hesitant to approach anyone from the emerging bamboo sect. That was perfectly reasonable, as they were both new and much older than her. Even a few years would feel insurmountable at that age. The inside of Great Ring City was surprisingly lacking in plants or soil of any kind. Instead, every road was paved in stone, with even the empty lots covered with a thin layer of something like concrete. Drains carried rainwater away beneath the walls of the city. It seemed like a lot of work to maintain, but it likely had some reason beyond simply using the space. With the way things grew outside the walls, perhaps it was simply too much trouble to allow anything to grow inside. John found Renato up on one of the walls, the outer bark of a massive trunk. He hadn't really been looking for his friend, but his steps had brought them together anyway. Strange, isn't it? John asked. So much life. But inside the walls it's reminiscent of home. Humans make of stone what they wish to be permanent. Renato shrugged. Even if they know it can't be. People try, though. What do you believe about the path to immortality? Some say the peak of cultivation leads to that. I would say that it's a pointless pursuit. Really? John raised an eyebrow. You're one of those most devoted to cultivation. But not for the sake of immortality, Renato said. The path itself is what I want. If I wanted something else, I would pursue that instead. Besides, the two of us know that life will come to an end eventually regardless. Do we? John asked. Because it might be exactly the opposite. Renato shrugged. Perhaps we are strange exceptions. Or something about the world at this time. But the fact that we are not flooded with others like us means that it doesn't happen. Every time. It's a real pain to fit into a new life, John admitted. But you were born, right? Renato nodded. That is correct. I do believe I was quite troublesome for my parents to deal with. I was, too, independent. That could be. My kids, John sighed. They're amazing. But it's not easy. And Ursula is quite dissatisfied with her thoughts of the future. I don't know what to do about that. Or now. I have the urge to follow her around the city and keep her safe. I just don't think that will make her happy. You can't really know, but if you're worried about safety, I would not bother yourself too much. She does have friends among our disciples. They can explore together, and she will keep them safe. Not the other way around? John asked. There are few consolidated soul phase cultivators in this city besides us, and she already survived an attack from one. My best disciple will be fine. I still can't help but worry, John sighed. I understand, Renato said. I'm simply experienced with waiting to see what happens. And if anyone, actually, does anything, we can raise the city to the ground. As it turned out, John didn't need to worry about Ursula. She spent the day exploring the city with two of her friends, finding interesting nooks and crannies as well as meeting some of the locals. It was quite an enjoyable day. Ursula's closest friends in the order were perhaps not the most traditional students. Mala was closer to her father's age. But everyone seemed so old to Ursula that it didn't really bother her that much. Besides, the woman treated her well and didn't seem upset by Ursula's cultivation, despite Mala herself not being much more advanced. In short, Mala was rather lacking in talent, at least in terms of cultivation speed. When not training with Renato, Ursula had simply found herself more comfortable with the woman than most, and they had become frequent companions. Vorag was another woman, even older. Her hair was already like granite, but she was actually a more recent addition to the Order of the Amber Heart than Mala. Perhaps if she had begun cultivating at a younger age, she would have turned into something amazing. Though, Ursula didn't really care about that part. She was just fun. I wonder what it's like in the drains, Ursula mentioned offhandedly as they were walking around. Recent rainfall still finding its way beneath the streets. Only one way to find out, Vorag said, grinning from ear to ear. You can't be suggesting Mala sighed, ugh. I hope you can swim at least. Vorag shrugged. Can't be too hard. Of course I can swim, Ursula said. Vorag waved her off. Yeah. Your brother is the heir to some fancy water clan and you spend half the year there. Some of us have to make do with lakes and crap. I'm pretty sure you just admitted you hadn't even tried, Mala pointed out. Doesn't matter. Can't be that deep, Vorag said as she pulled open a grate nearby. Yeah, that's not too bad. She hopped down, looking up at the others as the water rushed against her. I'm coming. Ursula hopped in after her, finding the water significantly higher on herself. This is a big pipe, she commented. Fine, but don't make me regret this. Mala shook her head and jumped in. I regret it. Why? Vorag asked. I'm pretty sure this is combined with the sewers. Can't you smell that? It's not that bad. Ursula was busy keeping her head above water, so she didn't say much. Then, she let herself be pulled by the current. Onwards, it was actually quite difficult for water to push her along, with her muscle and the stone club Master Renato gave her, but it only took a little bit of nudging with earth element to keep herself from touching the bottom of the channel they were in, and she propelled herself forward a little with that. Vorag and Mala were right behind her, though one of them was significantly less happy than the other. Then they ran into the roots. The first indication of their presence was a sudden increase in the water level. The second was actually running into them, and then they began to attempt to crush them. As a root wrapped around her neck, Ursula called upon her practice the day before. The root, really, didn't want to listen to her, so she nudged harder and harder until it snapped apart with a huge crack. She planted her feet beneath her, even if that meant she was momentarily underwater. Her club swung down against the roots attacking the other two, but there wasn't really enough room to build up momentum, and the water made it a bit difficult too. The others found the same issues, but they were able to wrestle with the roots and tear them apart, leaving large hunks to slowly retreat through the walls of the tunnel. Water quickly began to drain, lowering below Ursula's head again. Ugh, it's worse when your head's under. She tapped on the walls, taking note of the chunks of brick beneath her. Should we fix this? More roots might get in. If you want to, Mala shrugged. We're already here, I guess. It wasn't too hard to move everything in place, and a bit of earth energy fused everything together and added the missing bits that had probably washed away. Working directly with stone or similar materials was much more familiar to the group than dealing with plants, so it was easy enough. Then they continued on, floating along in the water. Mala pointed to an upcoming grate. This might be one of the last ones before the walls. We don't want to get carried outside the city. Having already satisfied their curiosity, the other two went along with her and climbed out of the grate. They were all soaking wet, and that was the pleasant part. A loud snort came from nearby. Well, look what just crawled out of the sewers. The individual speaking was one of several girls, all in their late teenage years. Tell me, little girl, do they not have sewers where you come from? We do, Ursula said, not really sure what to make of the situation. She was looking down at her dripping clothes, wishing she could control the water element, even a small part. So you enjoy being covered in crap then? Not really, Ursula admitted. She could at least deal with that part. With a flick of effort, her boots were cleaned off. Of course, what she had removed had to go somewhere. And that place happened to be the group of people in front of her. Oh, oops, Ursula said as she saw the gunk dripping off of the girls' faces. The one doing all the talking narrowed her eyes. What was that, huh? Want to fight? She lowered herself into a wide stance, her fists clenched in front of her. Around her wrists were wooden bracers with thorns protruding from them. All right, Ursula said. Sounds good. With that, she propelled herself forward, punching her fist straight into the older girl's stomach, the flashing image of a tree breaking her momentum. Ursula also took a strike to the jaw, but it only made her sway backwards. More uncomfortable was her own hand, which had small rivulets of blood running down it. Ursula had felt the older girl's energy shifting, but she hadn't expected it to be so sharp. And she also hadn't expected her opponent to just take the hit without even staggering back. Never gone up against someone from the indestructible Kapok Grove. Huh? Figures. What's a Kapok? Ursula asked Vorag, who was standing ready at an angle behind her, just like the others behind the one Ursula was fighting. It's one of those big spiky trees. Oh, the spiky trees, Ursula nodded. Makes sense. Ursula looked down at her fist. If she hadn't trained diamond defense, she might have really hurt her hands. As it was just a few small pricks. She looked up at the other girl, unslinging her club. I hope you don't mind. It kinda hurts to punch you. Huh, can you even swing that thing? Of course I can, Ursula said. With that, she stepped forward once more. Her opponent seemed content to let her act first, so she took full advantage of that, swinging wide. The pavement beneath Ursula's feet buckled in a wave as she moved, pushing off of the stone with her energy. Once more the image of a tree appeared, wider than the girl herself and perhaps twice as tall. Ursula could see the thorns on it and felt the strength of her opponent's stance. Her bracers moved together to block the blow, and the stubby tree collided with Ursula's landslide. There was a moment where it seemed that nothing was happening. Then another cracking sound, the image of the tree, as well as the bracers around the older girl's wrists, both shattering as she was knocked flying down the street. The other girls exchanged looks, then went running off after her. Well, that was fun, Ursula said. She looked down at the pavement below, tiled stone that was now torn up and strewn in all directions. I don't have to fix that, right? That was where she was standing. I'm sure they have a system to handle things like this, Mala said. But we might as well toss things back into place. Chapter 184. It seemed that even the emerging bamboo sect had enjoyed their day in town. Great Ring City had a lot more to offer than their sect. Opportunities for socializing and relaxing, or whatever else they might want. Cultivators tended to spend all their focus on a long period of training and needed a chance to relieve stress. That was true for those from clans as well, but social interactions were somewhat of a requirement, which made chances for isolation more enticing to some extent. A single day wasn't much of a vacation, but that wasn't what all those from out of the country had come for. They still had a journey of several days before they would arrive at the sect, where they could start whatever real training they would be doing. The second day of travel was much like the first, though John felt the plants were a little bit more stubborn, getting out of the way, and the swarms of insects somewhat more troublesome. Actual dangers would no doubt increase deeper into the Viridia wildlands, though he didn't expect all that much on the route between the sect and Great Ring City. In addition to practicing his basic understanding of plant control, John couldn't help but watch his daughter. When she wasn't alone or with him, the only people she really socialized with were some older women and Renato. Mala and Vorag were fine, but John would like to see Ursula with anyone her own age besides her siblings. Then again, it was difficult for that to be the case, with her being born ahead of everyone else. Cultivation was one of those factors that people couldn't just ignore because they felt like it. In a few years, or perhaps a decade, at least it could be expected that most of her peers would have some cultivation, but by then the triplets would probably pull further ahead. None of that helped with Ursula feeling like she didn't fit in anywhere, and John still didn't have much he could do about it, except this trip, which should at least remind her that he cared. These trees are big, Ursula commented. It was true. At the port, there had certainly been some impressive mangroves, but most of them were within what John would consider a normal range. The same was true of the majority of trees they'd encountered along the way to Great Ring City, though obviously, that was an exception. Just the remaining shell was the largest tree John had ever seen, perhaps would ever see. He couldn't imagine even a place like Viridia Wildlands produced trees like that more than once every few centuries. Or maybe it was more on the scale of millennia. Either that or he'd really been missing out on information. They're certainly healthy, John replied. They're absorbing all this nice earth element. Then why aren't our trees big? Ursula asked. How was he supposed to answer that? He didn't have the answer for everything. They have lots of water here, he said. That also helps. Yeah, but the trees by the rivers back home aren't that big either. Though John had to admit his memories of trees on Earth were quite lacking, he did think that the stone conglomerates trees were probably larger than average. It was difficult to tell, because they were also growing in rocky soil that might be terrible quality. He tried to think of the trees in a strain, or the sunfields. There wasn't much impressive about them, but they weren't that different. Other than that, the only place John had been where he could compare trees was the Darklands. The Green Sands obviously had nothing like normal trees, and the Shimmering Islands was a whole different deal. It might be the manner in which the earth element here presents itself, John finally said. But the water is certainly a big part. But air is the supporting element for Earth. Why does water help so much? Because the cycle of elements was an imperfect representation of how things actually worked in the real world. That was the first thought that came into John's head, and he decided that it was correct enough, so he said it. Then he followed up. The cycle of elements we know about is more geared towards cultivators interacting, or pure elements. And even if there isn't much free air elemental spiritual energy here, the air is pure and fresh. Why? Ursula asked. Because plants make air. Or rather, they turn air we can't breathe into air we can. So, Earth makes air which supports Earth. Elements interacting makes them convert from one form to another. Fire supports water by making the process of becoming a solid or gas easier. None of those forms are necessarily better. It just depends on what you want. I want to breathe. Then you'll like what most plants do with air. There were many smaller complexities to the elements that John couldn't really explain with words, partly because he didn't understand them all. Perhaps once he grasped fire and integrated it into his cycle, he could have a deeper understanding. Or it might be the other way, understanding first. It was kind of a mixed bag with cultivation, but the most important part in general was to understand how things actually functioned in crisis situations. All the theoretical knowledge and deep understanding in the world wasn't any good if you were dead. Aside from encounters with more colorful and cute animals that Ursel wasn't allowed to touch, the rest of their journey was uneventful. Trees were certainly beginning to grow larger, though most of those near the road were on the smaller side of things. Particularly large trees seemed to choke out the other ones around them, though plenty of vines and underbrush lived in the shadow of the behemoths. At night, they camped out on the road, clearing a larger radius of plants as they settled down. While they tended to grow into the camp overnight, the dangerous varieties were dealt with more strictly. John kept careful track of what the locals did, because some plants didn't feel dangerous. A cultivator's instincts were good, but not perfect. About half a day out from the sect, he managed to spot it, or at least something that had to be near their territory. The variety of plants changed swiftly as they traveled, going through so many varieties that he wasn't even sure how many he could equate to something back on Earth. Then again, there were so many species of plants that nobody could recall them all, and that was without spiritual energy muddling everything up and creating new and exciting opportunities. Regardless, John was able to recognize bamboo. It wasn't terribly common in the stone conglomerate or shimmering islands, but it had been present. So even the former Fortkran knew the word and the look of things. And this was exactly as expected, just bigger. Otherwise, John wouldn't have been able to see it from so far away. How tall are each of those segments? John asked the lead disciple guiding them, Chandra. In general, they're about 3 meters high, and anywhere from half as wide to the same width, Chandra answered. Counting segments, John saw about 30, and that was over the trees blocking his view. That might be about half of a single cane, which would put them at 60 stories tall, rivaling the height of actual skyscrapers, though admittedly not terribly spacious. Those were just the average canes. There were larger ones, including a great central one that absolutely had to belong to the sect, or they were terrible at controlling the territory around them. As they got closer, John could see sections of the canes were carved out, most covered with small doors or simple dangling cloths. As they approached a cutout section of the forest, they were close enough that he could see people going in and out of the giant bamboo, though the average size wasn't able to accommodate much more than a single person at a time. The cutout section of forest had stones implanted around it, just like around Great Ring City. They even had a wall, made from what appeared to be much more normally sized bamboo strapped together. The guards were alert, but upon recognizing Chandra and the others, they didn't delay the group's entrance. Welcome to the emerging bamboo sect, Chandra said, spreading her arms wide. I will show you to the guest section, where you can pick a previously carved chamber or secure your own. As they passed through the gates, John was able to make out more varieties of bamboo, specifically shorter and squatter ones. They seemed wide enough to serve as comfortable huts, compared to tiny closets, and that was him being generous with the taller variety of bamboo. He was impressed with how massive it all was, but nobody ever praised bamboo for being roomy. Scattered among the naturally growing shoots were more constructed structures, once more using sensibly sized bamboo. John wondered if they had to grow that special, or if the larger varieties took some sort of special effort. They were so huge, and he could almost feel them growing taller by the moment. Any of the canes marked with an X have finished their growth, Chandra explained. As long as you don't cut through the entire outer edge of them, they will withstand you coring them out. Don't worry about the extra bits. Just toss them off the path, and they will settle into the forest soon enough. Where do you want? John asked Ursel. I don't know, she said, looking around in a daze. They all seem good. Do you want to be at the top of one, or down by the ground? John knew it would be a bit of a task for her to climb up to the top every time, but he wasn't really concerned about danger. She was a cultivator. She wouldn't fall, and even if she did, she would be fine. I'll take a spot by the ground, Ursel said. John had thought she would have gone for the most adventurous option, but he had to admit it was more convenient to be near the ground. Then, how about that one? John gestured. It was one of the more spacious ones, the most appropriate for a sect head. Even if he hadn't wanted the space, it would be weird for him to pick something too humble. Okay, Ursel said, walking towards it. So we just open it? John took note of everything around them, including those that were already occupied. Some were clearly cut, while the method of removing a section from others was less clear. John assumed it involved the proper manipulation of earth element. If there was a method for that, it would be best to do so himself, though failing at it would be rather awkward for a cultivator of his stature. Fortunately, Ursula wasn't thinking about any of that. Instead, she traced her finger along the bamboo, and John could feel a response from the plant itself. He already knew this, but despite, or perhaps because of Ursula's lack of ability with other elements, her talent for manipulating the earth element was remarkable. And that wasn't just his proud fatherly instinct speaking. After Ursula traced the outline of a door, she pressed her hand on the bamboo. Then she frowned. She withdrew her hand, and John could feel her coaxing it outward, but it didn't budge. "HMMN," she frowned. "I don't think it's really able to bend," John said, judging what he thought she was trying to do. Where she had traced her finger, the fibers had separated, but the final side remained attached. "I think you'll need something like hinges so it can swing open, but then it will be dead," Ursula frowned. "I'm pretty sure that part of the bamboo will die anyway," John shrugged. "But if you want to try to do it your way, go ahead." For his own sake, he hopped up to the section above her, standing on the edge of a small ring separating the two. The nodes between the sections were solid, providing an easy floor and ceiling. Obviously, living in such a thing wouldn't be comfortable without adding anything, but for simple meditation or sleep it would be fine. And it would be a nice change from things. Instead of trying to do anything fancy, John just followed Ursula's technique to break up the fibers, and was glad that his cultivation was more powerful because it was not as easy as she made it look. Instead of trying to make it so he could open and close anything, he just removed the whole door-shaped section, tossing it over to the side. Inside was a nice little hovel, though he didn't plan to stay there all that much. Chapter 185. The first step of training for the emerging bamboo sect was watching bamboo grow. At a base it sounded like an excruciatingly dull method, but it was actually quite interesting. Watching grass grow was one of the typical mind-numbingly boring things one could do. Up with watching paint dry, though John was unaware if paint in this world dried in the same way. Regardless, bamboo was not grass. And bamboo in an area teeming with earth and water elemental spiritual energy grew even faster than standard bamboo, even when it was larger in every dimension. John had actually been right when he thought he could feel the bamboo growing the previous day. It wasn't fast enough that his naked eyes could quite see it, but his energy senses acutely felt growth as he kneeled next to a new shoot. Over the course of a minute, he felt a couple millimeters of growth. If he watched very carefully, comparing its height to a stationary background object, he could see it with his bare eyes. Rain came frequently, though it seemed the sect grounds were a safe reprieve from the swarms of insects that plagued most of the Viridia wildlands. As it rained, the bamboo drank greedily, growing both taller and wider. John was not an expert on bamboo, but the latter seemed to be abnormal. At the end of the day, John's shoot was half a meter wide and a few meters tall. He had looked forward to tracking its growth in the future, but unfortunately that was never going to come to pass. "Anything under 1 meter in width is too small," Chandra declared. "Such a plant will never reach a usable size. Thus, it is your responsibility to remove it." She demonstrated with one in front of her, using her earth energy to yank a shoot out of the ground. Then she hacked it to pieces with her heavy blade, gathering the pieces together into a pile and chopping them into a fine sawdust that she tossed into the hole left behind the roots she dragged out, leaving a small mound. "In the future, you will learn to nourish plants for sustained growth or temporary explosive growth. This will help with understanding the fundamentals to fight as we do." John inclined his head to the unfortunate shoot in front of him. Such a short life, less than a day in total. Such a shame. He held his sword in hand, gleaming in the transitory sunlight. Using his energy to uproot the plant was more difficult than Chandra made it appear, both because she was practiced and because she had more earth energy under her control than John. Even so, it soon released its grasp on the ground below. The bamboo itself was hard. That was a defining feature of bamboo, and why it was so useful, but it did make it rather difficult to chop into small pieces. John didn't have the free time to use the same methods as carving out the door on every bit of scrap, But if his weapon was inadequately enhanced with sharpness, he knocked the bits of bamboo around more than he cut through them. Eventually, he reduced it into a satisfactory pile. He wondered if that was actually part of the training, or just to provide some sort of fertilizer for future growth. Not that wood dust or chips was necessarily the best for other plants to grow, not in a pure form. Ursula was having trouble with her plant, not because she didn't have the right kind of control, nor because she was hesitant to destroy a plant that had been her companion for the length of a whole day. Instead, it was something simpler than that. She didn't carry a blade, so she was beating the thing to a pulp with her stone club. John went to stand next to Renato. Will she think to ask for a blade, I wonder? John smiled. Probably not, her teacher admitted. Besides, it looks as if she's having fun this way. If Ursula had been powderizing rocks, she would have been done rather quickly, but the fibrous nature of plant material made her job much more difficult. Ultimately, she formed a hard barrier of her own energy beneath her intended targets to crush things against. She also used some of the same technique she'd used for their doors, breaking the bonds of the plant apart directly. All right, everyone. Chandra clapped her hands together. We'll meet up more tomorrow, but don't forget to meditate on the bamboo around you tonight. You might learn something. Though it was a casual announcement, John knew it was probably important to listen to. They hadn't received a large amount of specific guidance yet, but it was still just the first day. Letting things develop naturally made sense. What do you think, Ursula? John asked as they walked back towards their accommodations. Even their meals had been brought to them, so they spent all day watching shoots of bamboo grow. It grows a lot faster than anything we had at home, Ursula shrugged. Even the bamboo. That's right, John nodded. Even if our regions are dominant in the same element, it's expressed differently. And the water here helps as well. That's different too. It rains in the Shimmering Islands, but most of the water is just there, in the sea. Also true, John nodded. He knew all this stuff on some level, but he didn't always think about it. And it made him wonder if perhaps he might be more successful in learning about fire somewhere less familiar than the Green Sands. Something new might be good. If he could find time, he would need to spend some time catching up with clan responsibilities when he returned before he went on another expedition. As he settled in for the night, John took in the feeling of the structure around him. The bamboo was still alive, despite having large holes in its structure. John let his senses wander as they willed, studying the nodes between the sections and the walls. They were staying at one of the canes that was no longer growing. All of the visitors were, but that didn't mean it was devoid of activity and life. John focused in on the cell walls, recalling old biology lessons. Determining exactly how Earth elemental spiritual energy interacted with the cells was difficult, but he recalled his study of Bite of the Gorgon so long before. Improving the life force of a plant was quite opposite from petrifying it, but he had at least some familiarity with the general process. His meditations took him through the night, gaining some insights that would have to be turned into something practical with more time and practice. Ursula was still young, so she was not able to maintain such a state of concentration for as long. He could hear her snoring away long before he was tired enough to have to actually sleep. He was glad she felt comfortable enough to do so easily. In the seas beneath the Shimmering Islands, the last of the triplets was also on a training excursion. He wasn't visiting any particular clan or sect, though Turdo did often train with the Mulyani clan to learn how to reduce his weakness against the air element. Instead, it was mainly him and his mother and the sea itself, and also some sort of unfathomable sea god. Not that Mateo let Turdo get that close to it. His current cultivation was strong enough to get him into the depths under his own power, though if they were attacked on the way, he wasn't necessarily able to deal with the large number of creatures that could be interested in eating him. But that was an issue Mateo and John had faced with somewhat higher cultivations. Instead of visiting the very depths, where pressure was beyond what a foundation phase cultivator could handle, he instead hung around his edge where his parents had apparently spent an uncomfortable number of days learning to survive. He couldn't stay that long, though. Even if he could draw some air out of the water, he would tire before the day was out and need to return. Upon returning to the surface, the kelp spire forest came into view. Turdo had to admit he wasn't as fond of the place since he and his siblings had almost been killed, but here he was never without his mother and the normal amount of guards. Though Mateo was a level above the others, being at the 31st rank in the mid-consolidated soul phase, Like Turdo, she was a pure water cultivator, and while that wasn't unusual, Turdo's father was not at all the same. Turdo loved their father, but his sisters were more attached. Perhaps it was because of their respective elements, or simply something else. Turdo did his best to avoid sighing and wasting air. The triplets had been together most of their lives, with only short times apart. These last several months had been different, with each of them splitting up to do their own things. It was inevitable that they wouldn't always be together. Turdo would be leading the Brandel clan, and Melanthina the Tenebach clan. Ursel would, hopefully, find something fulfilling for herself. She deserved it. Turdo always loved his sisters, so seeing Ursel step in front of Melanthina and himself, nearly dying, that was something difficult to forget. Maybe if he had been stronger, she wouldn't have had to do that. Turdo set his jaw, looking down into the dark depths below. He could feel the faintest pulses, leftover ripples from the last time the sea god had taken a breath. That was power, and someday he'd have the chance to study it properly. No doubt his mother could bring him down there now, but he needed to be able to fend for himself, and skipping ahead in his training would only harm him. Everything hurt. It always hurt and never stopped, since Melanthina came to this stupid place. But that was the point, training to get stronger, to overcome weaknesses. She was learning so much about control, about light and darkness, and about her own limitations. She found herself growing accustomed to the constant bombardment of light from the moment she stepped out of her room. She refused to shy away from it. After all, if she didn't put in the effort, she wouldn't grow stronger. Then the next time she found herself fighting a certain stupid light cultivator, or rather, anyone important who used light in an environment that suited them, she would be more prepared. Syaritzel was a great help as well. Though he was a spirit beast and thus didn't think and feel quite the same way as humans did, he still had many years of experience in previous battles with light cultivators and Curarn. Melanthina was pretty sure those two should be deadly enemies, but every time she'd seen them together, they seemed more like old rivals or siblings. They enjoyed fighting each other, and though they wanted to win, they didn't want to kill the other. Even if they had fought a battle that was theoretically to the death in the past, they seemed to have gotten over that. Sure, it had been like a century or more, but Melanthina couldn't find herself forgetting anything like that so easily. She wasn't supposed to lose. She was important. She was going to be the next head of the Tenebach clan, and she was strong and talented and good-looking and nothing at all like a certain someone who was just some random disciple from some sect. She was supposed to win, and she would. Next time she met Nick, or maybe she'd just fight one of the important disciples from the Combining Luster sect and ignore him entirely. Yeah, that made sense. She couldn't let him know that he got to her, even a little bit. Chapter 186. As a real bamboo shoot rocketed towards the sky under John's encouragement, he wondered how Earth would change if he could impart any of the things he knew. If his knowledge was even true in the same way, between worlds. So far, he had found every physical law on Earth to be true here, just significantly influenced by spiritual energy. Perhaps it was the lack of it on Earth, to his knowledge, that would make his current insights meaningless. But thinking about what could be done with just plants, growing as quickly as he wished, world hunger should already have been solved. Realistically, it was more of a matter of logistics and price. But John knew that he could grow a seed in the desert sand without water, given more practice. If the small details he was experiencing could be applied in a lab, even without spiritual energy, amazing things could be accomplished. Or perhaps he was overestimating himself. Careful selection and breeding of plants had transformed crops to the point they were barely recognizable. He could certainly cause rapid growth, but he couldn't really say he could alter the properties of a seed. Not yet, anyway. It was nice, though, using cultivation in this way. Part of it was Ursul's happiness reflecting to him. She had been desperate to expand her own abilities, and now she finally had one that was something she could accomplish. It wasn't a new element like she so desperately desired, but this was likely the best she could get. Her training had already shown she couldn't attempt a cycle of elements like her father, no matter how much she wanted to. And that was probably better, not because John thought his daughter lacked the talent or drive, but because it was a difficult path to pursue. On the other hand, of the triplets, she was the only one who could have easily received that freedom of choice, if her affinity allowed for it. Woohoo! Ursula cried out from the top of the cane she'd raised from the ground, waving it back and forth with her weight. It was only through its sturdy nature enhanced by spiritual energy that the 10-centimeter-wide cane withstood her glee. John, meanwhile, remained at the bottom of his, and finding that it grew ever further from his reach determined that she might have been onto something. If she even thought about it at all besides the fact that emerging bamboo sect members used bamboo to propel themselves. Somehow, despite his technical youth, John felt like an old man. The extra decades of memories certainly didn't help, but it was more about how he had occupied himself. Being serious was quite reasonable in a world where great powers could be around any corner and death through battle was a common threat. But relaxing sometimes wasn't bad either. It had been a bit easier during the early marriage, when he could roam around with Mateo as he pleased. He was eager to have that back, but he had to think about the costs. The Turdo and Melanthina would one day take the reins of the clans, possibly as soon as a decade from now. But then he would just be shackling his children in the same manner. Even if they wouldn't have the same issues with their spouses being far removed, freedom would be lost. There always had to be some of that, for the sake of responsibility required of adults, whether part of a clan or a cultivator from a sect. Even independent cultivators weren't truly free to do what they pleased. No, handing over control too soon would be damaging to the children's lives. And before that, it would be welcome if they could share the load of the sect head. John wasn't doing all of the work in the Tenebach clan, not by a long shot, but his presence being required frequently limited him significantly. How best could they keep the clan stable while allowing more mobility for the children? That was a discussion he would have with Mateo later. For the moment, he was simply glad that even when distracted by other thoughts, his control of spiritual energy was still adequate, enough to not embarrass the clan. And since he was only one part an earth cultivator, that was all he need concern himself with. He was mostly here for Ursula. With continuous snapping sounds, wood grain was rent asunder and a bamboo cane began to fall. John caught sight of his daughter teetering over, 20 meters up. His eyes flicked to Renato, who exchanged the same expression with him. The ground trembled as Ursula impacted the dirt, with a small layer of leafy bark providing precious little padding. She looked up, stunned for a moment. Then she laughed. Ha 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 dash, the bamboo cane bonked her on the head, ending her mirth. I broke it. John looked at the crater around Ursula. People did not naturally leave craters, no matter how heavy they were or what they carried. At best, they would leave an impression of their bodies. The circular indentation meant that Ursula had done what she had been trained as she hit the ground, spread the force out through her surroundings. John had no doubt that she could do that. She was in the foundation phase. After all, he had just been uncertain about her being ready, in a relaxed state. He was quite glad to find her instincts and training held solid even then. Growing one kind of bamboo was not the limit of the training the emerging bamboo sect had, but there would be more days for such things. They didn't allow the visitors from the stone conglomerate just to be nice. This was an exchange of knowledge, and while large boulders were few and far between, their fellow earth cultivators could still teach much about the control of soil and stone in exchange for an understanding of plants. John could also provide different options. Along with his own, self-created techniques, he could provide variety in sparring for those who needed it. Though he was missing the biggest weakness of the emerging bamboo sect, the fire element, he could provide everything else except light. As this was a simple training excursion, he would not give away too much. Sinking in the mire was not a style of attack unfamiliar to earth cultivators, but John's personal twist made it quite versatile. On the other hand, he would be keeping the secrets of Bite of the Gorgon, known only to himself, Renato, and at some point Ursula. He was not as practiced with it as he should have been, and regretted that. He also thought to perhaps formalize some multi-element techniques so he could improve his efficiency. Channeling elements into each other to boost their power was good, but didn't always overcome a single set technique practiced over many years. Darkness was the root of his elements, providing a basis for everything, and that was where his interaction was most sought out. Chandra specifically sought him out. I heard that a trained darkness cultivator could hide anywhere. Is that true, even upon the earth? It seems it would be simple to seek you out. It is true, more or less. There are very few who could hide from those seeking them knowing their specific location, but when trained properly a general area is sufficient. Can you show us? Chandra asked. I can show you enough, John smiled. Sufficient, at least. To pick out those from the Darklands or otherwise unfamiliar with how you would seek them. Very well. What should I do? Wait briefly, John smiled. Already, his darkness element was spreading throughout the area. Should I close my eyes or something? Just wait. In an instant, the diffuse darkness energy went from simply existing to concealing. John restricted himself to using only darkness, despite it being less effective, partly because that was how most darkness cultivators would operate, and partly because the rest were his secrets. Suddenly unable to see, Chandra's eyes darted around, though they did little good. Can I use my spiritual energy now? Can I move? Yes and yes, John said. I will remain in this field. I've already dashed. Chandra nearly declared that she found him, following his voice, but not only did that seem to break the spirit, she realized a moment later that she was wrong. The cluster of energy had not been him at all, slowly fading from where he had stood. Chanda wasn't concerned about the sudden disappearance of Fortkran Tenebach. She would feel him through the ground, the vibrations of his feet. She would hear the crunch of his shoes on the ground, or sense his touch on the nearby bamboo. Or at least she should be able to. At the moment, she couldn't hear anything except the beating of her own heart. Not even the whistle of wind or the breaths of the other disciples she knew were no more than 20 or 30 meters from her. How could this? No, it wasn't strange. Fortkran Tenebach was the head of the Tenebach clan, and just because he'd been born into his position didn't mean he didn't deserve it. From what Chandra recalled, in the span of little more than a decade their clan had grown significantly, coming to possess multiple consolidated soul phase cultivators, the likes of which they hadn't had in over a century. His wife led another clan at the same time, similar in power. Meanwhile, Chandra had observed their daughter over the past few days, full of great potential but not simply riding on it. A darkness cultivator in the stone conglomerate would obviously know how to best hide from earth cultivators. The only question was whether she could catch him somehow, with something he wasn't expecting. She would find him eventually regardless, but by this point he could have easily prepared a deadly attack. She heard a breath behind her, her energy darting through the air and ground to grab at it. There was nothing. Not there, John's voice said. Perhaps over here? She knew it was bait, but her senses flickered towards it regardless. Nothing. She calmed herself, slowly wriggling her senses around her, doing her best to keep it hidden with the ground. She wouldn't want to spook him from a position. Her senses spiraled outward as she held a stance, ready for an attack. They had not agreed on any such thing, but she would be a fool to let down her guard even against a guest, and it would be an insult to not take him seriously. Her sweep continued to find nothing, 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 until her senses broke from the darkness. Just in case, she made certain he had not left his field of darkness. That would be a mistake she could never recover from. It was difficult to reach so far, her tendril of energy numbed by the distance, but she could still do it. Occasional sounds caught her attention, drawing her in every direction. Still, she caught no definitive sign of anything. Was a lingering trace a sign she just missed him, or that she was far off? She was systematic with her search, but swift. How long had it been? 30 seconds? A minute? Multiple minutes? It wasn't an embarrassment to not find him, but it was a flaw in her ability. Then, she felt something. She wrapped her energy around the area, feeling the depressions in the ground, before she made her declaration. You are where you started. The darkness faded away, and the man's smiling face, pleasantly professional, and missing the mockery it could have had, was there to greet her. Not bad. With training, you'll be faster, and able to pick out my tricks. That was some comfort to Chandra, but currently she was focused on the question of whether or not he had taken a single step. Had he moved away, only to return to his starting position? Or had his lack of presence there even at the very beginning simply been a trick? Chapter 187. A week passed with the only plant John had attempted to grow being the regular-sized bamboo. With his earth energy enhancing it directly, he could make it grow to its full height of 30 or more meters within a single minute, which might have taken him an hour previously. Truthfully, it was still far too slow to consider in combat. What took him a minute to form was still basically just standard bamboo, the sort that could be sliced in half in an instant if anyone bothered to consider its existence to begin with. Still, John didn't expect otherwise. It took years to master techniques, and his experience with Earth had not included plant manipulation prior to the current excursion. The best among their group was Renato, though it was unclear if he had any experience in the area from his previous life. His general experience with Earth matched with his hard work and talent to bring him to the top. Next was Ursula, at least in tasks that didn't involve a higher level of cultivation. She was able to beat out the rest of the others. There were two more members of the Amber Heart consistently performing better than John, but he simply had to accept his limitations. As a clan head, he had to do well, but Earth was simply one of the elements he controlled. Inside his dantian, his totems continued to dwell and grow in power. The sprawling tree of darkness, so different in how it developed compared to actual plants. Yet something about his training spurred forward John's development of his totem. It didn't suddenly shoot up in level, but its growth rate slowly began to increase. His totems were about halfway between the 4th and 5th tiers, basically keeping up with his increase in rank, but it wouldn't hurt for his totems to reach the 5th tier earlier. In fact, it would likely make the process of choosing his 5th totem more smooth. The tree itself was still embedded in his 2nd totem, compost, soil made of decayed plants. Inside of John's dantian, the main source of plant life was the tree of darkness, but a semblance of other life had developed. It wasn't real, even less than the spiritual totems themselves, but the function of other plants inside of him still happened. The tree absorbed and expelled air as well, along with greedily drinking the rain that fell upon the sizable island growing inside John. The sea flickered with its own sense of life, representative of the power inside him. In the far distance, his small amount of fire elemental spiritual energy burned as a sun, providing almost pitiful amounts of light and heat, relative to everything else. His understanding and control of that element had hardly advanced as he grew through the phases, and direct light element was still uncomfortable to even think about. Back outside of himself, John was instructed on new plants. They would start with fast-growing vines, but within a few days they would be moving onto trees as well, widening their experience to more than just bamboo. After 2 weeks, it was anticipated a sufficient number of them could move on to direct spiritual energy constructs, substantial only as long as they needed to be, but requiring less of the battlefield. No matter one's ability, growing a seed into a proper plant in an instant still required somewhere for it to take root, if primarily to anchor itself. The soft vines responded quite differently than bamboo. If John didn't provide any guidance, they would grow in whatever direction they pleased. Even upon him, though his general defenses prevented the vines from sinking their roots into his clothing. That wasn't the sort of thing one had to worry about normally, of course, but at such a rapid pace of growth, days or weeks were compressed into minutes, so a lack of movement could allow such a thing to find purchase. Not all day was spent on simply growing plants out of the ground and eventually returning them to that same soil, since otherwise the sect would be entirely overrun by plants within a few days. There was also sparring and exchanges of knowledge to take place. John was the resident expert in darkness, and by default he was the same for air. Earth was the main element of the Viridia Wildlands and the emerging bamboo sect, but there was water as well, with some training in the element. If it were a matter of swimming, John imagined he would outclass them, but the local uses of water were more geared towards additional control of plants. John wasn't sure if the time went too fast or too slow. He wanted to learn as much as he possibly could, and was quite enjoying himself, but all too soon he would be pulled away. Taking a few months, plus travel time, away from his duties at the clan meant he would soon have to return. But at least they had gotten to the best part. Legs placed together, John made sure he was balanced and then called upon his earth energy. He could certainly form it into a pillar of earth to hold him up, but such structure was rigid and overly dense. Bamboo, even just the spiritual impression of bamboo, was so much easier to conjure swiftly. He was thrust into the sky as its spiritual energy took form, though instead of launching himself, he simply focused on how it grew and maintaining his balance. The latter wasn't terribly difficult with all of his training as a cultivator, but standing on a small, moving area was more difficult than it seemed, especially when his spiritual energy wavered from its straight path upwards and the bamboo shifted. His entire journey took perhaps 10 seconds, much more efficient than even his improved speed with an actual plant, but not yet usable in combat. He couldn't vault himself forward with the momentum or create a barrier between himself and an enemy, except one that would be easily circumvented. But it was becoming closer and closer to that point. And even if he didn't modify his fighting style to incorporate these techniques, the learning was valuable. Meanwhile, Ursula was having fun. Not that she was neglecting her training, she simply performed her training in a less regimented manner. Instead of propping herself upon a single stalk of bamboo, she grew two beneath her wide stance. She wouldn't be able to adjust her position that way, but the same was true with feet planted on a single stalk. The canes swayed back and forth as Ursula shifted her weight, but her control had increased to the point that the bamboo didn't get out of her control and send her toppling. Not by accident, anyway. Being able to choose what happened was always the point. So if Ursula went tumbling for fun, it hardly mattered. John was glad that his daughter seemed to be happy. Her inability to learn other elements had been a hard blow for her. Broadening her perspective on the earth element seemed to be good for her. There was so much left she could learn. Each element had enough secrets to advance an individual to the exalted soul phase, in theory at least. Even with great talent, few individuals reached such a point, to the point that even one passing through the region John now lived in was merely legend. Even so, no single element was better or worse than any other for such a purpose, except as it pertained to an individual's talent. The final week, at least as far as John was concerned, they got to work with more interesting plants. The first thing they did was go out into the surrounding jungle, away from the sect proper where things grew wild. Chandra explained as they went along the way. You all have some experience with growing and controlling plants, but only those that did not wrestle against such control. Today, we are to seek out more vigorous samples to provide a proper challenge. At first, John presumed they would be searching for larger trees or any sort of old growth set in its position, but they passed by such things in all shapes and sizes as they trekked off the path, not stopping to bother with them. It was only when they stopped in front of a particular plant that John realized what they were doing. The plant in question was a Venus flytrap, though Venus was not a planet in this world, and John wasn't sure even within the vibrant jungle there were any flies big enough to fill the leafy moss. Chandra pulled out a hunk of meat, tossing it towards the plant. John expected it to snap closed as the tiny hairs upon the leaves were triggered, but what he hadn't expected was for it to lunge towards the treat. Two separate mouths caught onto the torso-sized hunk of meat and tore it apart, before settling back with their prizes and snapping closed their maws. As you can see, certain plants have sensory abilities beyond their normal kind. Along with that, even if they don't have their own stores of spiritual energy, they will resist foreign control. However, Chandra extended her hand and leg, energy trailing forwards from them towards the plant. John felt it, strong and insistent, burrow its way into the plant. The heads moved, the two that had captured food turning towards others of the same plant, only to release their ensnared prizes. They dropped them into other segments of the plant, though John could feel how reluctant they were to open before digesting anything. They can always be controlled. They even become more docile when fed, but can still be quite aggressive. A member of the sect will be assigned to each of you to minimize the effect of any failures. The stronger members of the sect paired with the weaker visitors, which was perfectly reasonable. Neither Renato or John had much to fear even if they totally messed up, but they still had foundation phase cultivators to guide them if they needed advice. Greetings, Fortkran Tenebach. The woman assigned to assist John said, I am Cameron, here to guide you in finding appropriate targets and disentangling them non-lethally if possible. The things we seek are not so plentiful that we can afford to have them destroyed unnecessarily. Cameron's words were quite formal, but John couldn't expect much different from a standard disciple when he was a clan head. Great, let's look for more then. A few minutes of hacking through the jungle later, Cameron stopped. Here is one. I will trigger it with bait to throw it into a state of calm. She also pulled out a hunk of meat, throwing it towards not another Venus flytrap, but another sort of carnivorous plant, a Drosera, if John recalled correctly. Large arms close to human size with sticky fronds bent and coiled around the hunk of meat as it tried to fly through them. Just try to gently take control of it. No need to do anything in particular or make quick motions. Listening to Cameron's advice, John reached forward much as he would do for other plants. As his earth energy reached into the plant, it seemed tense, though the section coiled around the meat was both pulled tight and yet somehow relaxed. At the very least, It wasn't ready to spring into action. John managed to wiggle some of the grasping tentacles, but when he tried to exert more complete control, his energy was resisted. Not just that, one of the arms flicked towards him. He was more than 10 meters away, so the plant could not reach, and it didn't appear to be mobile, but some of the liquid attached to the tips of its tentacles flew towards him. John sidestepped it, watching as it clung to a tree behind him, and he saw the bark begin to dissolve. These plants seemed to have some tricks up their sleeves. He was glad that the emerging bamboo sect had been their guide through the overrun roads, and when they occasionally had to step away. There were many dangers he wouldn't have anticipated in this place, though that was more a concern for the weaker parts of their expedition. Chapter 188. Controlling the basic actions of carnivorous plants full of spiritual energy was manageable, but the way they were brimming with spiritual energy and imbued with intent, if not consciousness, made it more than just a casual process. He had to wrestle against them, but that was the whole point. It was a great way to improve his understanding and control of plant life, even if they were more exotic than most things he would encounter. By the time he had spent a month training with the emerging bamboo sect, John found himself more than basically proficient with the control of plants. He could make projections of them, too. That was the first demonstration of the sect's abilities he had seen, and temporary constructs were usually all that he needed. He wasn't quite certain if he was skilled enough to use them for the bursts of mobility or attacks that the sect did, but he could at least consider incorporating it. In a way, it was little different than the defensive spheres of water or shields of earth he conjured. Rather costly but more durable and useful than simply using spiritual energy. At his current cultivation level, the expenditure for similar things was not overly burdensome, though of course proficiency with the technique always helped. Ursula was already skilled enough to use them with higher efficiency, but it still tired her quickly at only the foundation phase. Both her storage and recovery of earth energy were limited simply by her time spent cultivating and her rank, but in the next years she should swiftly overcome that limitation. Time flowed swiftly, and soon enough it was time for John to say goodbye. "How is it, Ursula? Been having fun?" "Yeah, lots," she nodded. "So many new things to learn. I want to know it. All. Everything." "Huh? That might take a while," John smiled. "Make sure you train hard. Renato will tell me if you don't." "I always train hard," Ursula assured her father. "So you're really going. You know I have things I must do. I can't be in multiple places at once." "Why not?" Ursula asked. "That's just how things work," John shrugged. Aren't you really strong? Just make it happen anyway. You told me that anything is possible with cultivation." "Maybe it is," John admitted, "but everyone has limits. I might seem like I can do anything, but there are always limits. Then just get stronger." "Well, I'll certainly work on it," John smiled. He didn't intend to give his daughter's words that much thought. They were spoken without understanding, after all, but he couldn't help but at least consider what would be required to be in two places at once. A second body? He certainly didn't have the expertise to form a functioning human body, let alone more troublesome things like a dantian or meridians. He could make a lump of energy that looked like him, but that wouldn't really mean much. Nor did he imagine it could go far. No, it was a foolish idea, but it certainly would solve a lot of problems, being in more than a single place at once. That was a technique everyone could dream of, and if they'd actually accomplished anything like it, they would surely be famous worldwide. Eventually, John had to leave, taking the time of some of the disciples from the Order of the Amber Heart and the emerging bamboo sect as they escorted him back to the port. It was still strange to monopolize so much time for his safety. Even so, he recognized how important he was. He wasn't just a politician with many friends and great wealth, but his personal power meant something. Being escorted by people weaker than him was rather entertaining in that light, but there were limits to how much one could do alone. The lush plants of the Viridia wildlands faded into the distance as John set off towards his next destination. It wouldn't be for long, but he would be stopping by the Brandel clan. He wanted to at least see his wife for a few days, since he was passing by. That was a luxury of time he could afford. John was fortunate to find that Mateo had just returned from one of her training excursions, having brought along Turdo. The married couple took some time to themselves in the gardens, something they rarely had time to do since taking over greater responsibilities. Even those moments of relaxation eventually turned to practical matters, such as establishing better communication between the clans. Carrier beasts are reasonably swift, but can always be intercepted. John shook his head. When it matters, it becomes both expensive and insecure. Setting up a communication network like the Sunfields was impossible, not in any technical manner, but rather it required too much trust. It was basically an open signal anyone could look on in, passed from person to person repeatedly. The stone conglomerate was implementing something similar, but it was only to be used for dangers relevant to the area as a whole, intrusions of large groups of cultivators or beasts. Not that the Sunfields was much better in that regard, since even a powerful sect like the Golden Tomb Guardians had basically only been able to pass along basic information about John's arrival and maintaining any secrecy meant knowing a general message was to be expected. On the other hand, perhaps ciphers of some sort. Mateo stole the thought right from John's head. We already use some. Certainly, as long as no one gains access to the decoding methods or figures it out on their own. It's not important. Now, but if we were at war and our codes had already been broken, for the moment, Mateo said, continuing to expand our network of reliable messengers should be sufficient. There was a short time of silence before Mateo asked, "What else is on your mind?" "Mostly stupid things," John admitted. "Thinking about a technique to be in two places at once. That sounds impossible? Like it would take many decades of study and practice to even gain a basic foothold," Mateo concluded. "That's unexpectedly optimistic about the possibility," John said. "It would depend what you wanted, of course," Mateo said. "But splitting up your power into separate portions might be possible." "Unfortunately," John sighed, "if it took even close to that minimum time and dedication, I could barely even begin before what I would most use it for comes to pass." "It still seems impossible." "That is because you are thinking like a foundation phase or soul expansion phase cultivator," Mateo said. "Neither we or our clans have significant experience with the consolidated soul phase and beyond. This period of explosive growth is leading to many political complications that limit the time we would otherwise have to spend in training. Our grandfathers had years to spend contemplating training and techniques, but we've still barely started. And yet, we're more than halfway to the peak. Only in terms of phases and ranks," Mateo pointed out. "Time, now that's a different matter. How many years before we reach the late consolidated soul phase? How many more for the peak, and then to advance to the ascending soul phase? You sound quite confident that we can reach the next phase," John pointed out. "Confidence is important. Besides, we are still quite young." "I know. We can, unless there is something that stops us. It is not a matter of talent, but perhaps access to knowledge, resources, or something else. But if we do not encounter some such limiting factor, or get taken down by jealous rivals, I do believe we can." "What about the exalted soul phase?" John asked. "You might as well ask any unknowable question. I have confidence, but even I can't say anything to that regard. If either one of us were to reach that, we'd shatter more than just our region's understanding, but that of the world as a whole." John nodded. "Well, I'm having enough difficulty with fire to begin with. I have no idea how I'll manage light." "Of course not," Mateo smiled. "At the point you truly understand the complete cycle of elements, anyone will look foolish for even imagining you couldn't fulfill your ambitions." She squeezed his hand. "I will support you every step of the way." He squeezed back. "I don't intend to leave you behind." Later, they retired to their shared quarters, and John was glad they didn't have to worry about having more children by accident. John wasn't sure what he would do if his heart was tugging him into more directions at once. Though he desired every possible second with his wife, John didn't forget to spend time with his son. Just because Turdo preferred his mother didn't mean he didn't need fatherly affection as well. The Brandel clan had water everywhere, in pools as well as the ocean not far away, and Turdo was always happy to spend more time in it. Apparently, he'd even done so much as to visit the depths, where John and Mateo had found themselves dragged. "Did you see the sea god?" John asked. Turdo shook his head. "Not quite. I visited your cave and went a bit deeper, but I'm not strong enough yet. Good enough to support yourself there, though." That's quite amazing for your age. I know, Turdo said, while managing to sound only a little bit arrogant. Father, what about my sisters? What about them? John asked. Are they doing well? We've been separated for training. Well, Melanthina is very stubborn. But her training with the Golden Tomb Guardians was going well. I don't understand why she would be so adamant. Turdo shook his head. I have trained with the Mulyani clan, and fighting against a dominating element is not pleasant. But beyond gaining proficiency, I found no reason to push myself further. I can't imagine the opposite elements are more pleasant to experience. They are not, John confirmed. It's much worse than just fighting a dominating element, because both your enemy's energy and your own fight against you. At least you can trust your energy to support you against air. Darkness against light is less pleasant to handle. I don't know why Melanthina is so obsessed. It was just one loss. She was too arrogant to think that someone unknown couldn't defeat her. John agreed, but I wouldn't let her hear you say that. Of course not, Father. I value my life and the sanctity of my possessions while I am away from them. Either way, Melanthina's doing all right. Ursel, she actually seems happy, now that she has something new to learn. New experiences, and new paths of cultivation she hadn't considered. Happy? Turdo nodded. Good. She was not her usual self recently. I don't know if she'll fully be over things, John admitted, but at least it's a step in the right direction. He reached out to tussle Turdo's hair, soaked by salt water, of course. Thanks for looking out for your sisters. You'll see them again soon enough. The next problem with communications, beyond figuring out how to do it, was getting permission for going through various territories. Whether they were hostile or not, planning any route that didn't take the main roads turned into a hassle. Not that John handled all of those logistics on his own, but he did have to get involved in negotiations. That was one of the various things waiting for him upon the return to the Tenebach clan, dealing with envoys from groups that always wanted more. Of particular annoyance were the growing Heavy Gold Mountain and the same Quartz clan from the tournament. They weren't hostile, but they were expanding their influence in their own regions, much like the Tenebach clan and Amber Heart were doing in Marble County and now beyond. For the moment, it was not a concern, but eventually they would butt heads. John preferred to do that with minimal bloodshed, but he also had to avoid appearing weak. With mere envoys, that was simple enough. Displaying his cultivation was good enough to edge negotiations in his favor, unless they wanted to send a consolidated soul phase leader to negotiate with John, in which case that was a sufficient show of face that he wouldn't care too much. Then there was the matter of the empowerment ceremony. John didn't want to perform it for the next generation too early or too late. He would have to consult with Cyaritzel on that when he returned, and that would also require planning around the downsides. It would be nice to go back to managing a burger restaurant instead of a clan, just for a few days. At least there nobody died if he did something wrong. Chapter 189. The Tenebach clan had a number of income streams, hunting beasts, mining spirit stones, and businesses and trade throughout Marble County and beyond. As long as they were conservative with the mining, all of those were sustainable. Now that the clan had consolidated soul phase members, and the overall cultivation and power had improved, they were pulling in greater quantities of resources. In turn, those resources were used to feed into that growth. It was a self-sustaining cycle, but there were limits to what the Tenebach clan could accomplish without taking risks. Whether it involved moving on contested territory or striking out into dangerous but freely available domains, anything that could propel the clan to even greater heights would carry some danger beyond what was normal for the cultivation world. For the moment, John was content for the clan to settle into its new position instead of pushing too hard. Stability was more important than further bursts of growth, and though it could, eventually, lead to dangerous stagnation, that was more on the order of years and decades without growth. And it wasn't as if the Tenebach clan wouldn't be growing, just not as swiftly. There was another matter he still had to consider, and with Melanthina returning from the Golden Tomb Guardians, along with Cyaritzel, he was able to at least consider preparations. After reuniting with his daughter, of course. Did the rest of your training go well? He asked. There was confidence in how she stood, though that wasn't exactly new. It went swimmingly, Father. Melanthina's eyes almost sparkled. even though as a darkness cultivator she would be the last. To have something like that actually happen, I am now ready to combat even the fiercest of light element foes. None shall stand before me. That's great. John nodded, patting her on the head. She gave a little snort of annoyance, but clearly wasn't. Actually, averse to the affection. I am now ready to defeat the one who was victorious over me in the tournament. You don't even remember his name? John grinned. Of course I remember his name. And his stupid, smug face. She crossed her arms. I just didn't want to sully my tongue with his stupid name. John was quite certain she remembered, given how many times she'd said it until now, intentionally or not. I'm glad to hear you're stronger. It wasn't just that her rank had improved. Though she was now just short of reaching the late foundation phase, there was definitely more to it than that. And being so confident in going against a light element cultivator was encouraging. So, I'm ready, Melanthina said. For what, exactly? John probed. For my next training excursion. Obviously, I have to travel to the Prism Underfields, defeat Nick, and reclaim my honor. Her face and tone were quite serious, but it was funny to see on someone who couldn't even quite be called a young woman yet. And what makes you think you're going? John asked. Well, that's what the training was for, right? The training was to overcome your weaknesses, John said. If you get the opportunity to defeat a prior opponent, it's worth taking. But do you really think I'd just send you off to the Prism Underfields? Why wouldn't you? There are a number of reasons. First, it would involve going through the Darklands, and we're still not on good terms with the factions there. That wasn't entirely true, and the Tenebach clan was actively planning to improve relations with more factions from the Darklands, now that they didn't have to concern themselves with the Society of Midnight's influence. Then you're just going to waltz through the Annihilation Strip and the Deadlands to end up in another light element country, one in which we have no allies. Well, I'm certain we could manage something. And then you plan to humiliate a sex disciple while you're there, John finished. I doubt he's important enough for anyone to care, Melanthina grumbled. He's just a brat without any status. Without any family. You mean? Because I imagine that a young teenage disciple who is in the foundation phase is worthy of status in pretty much any sect, especially since he wouldn't have had the same advantages you got. Yeah, but dash. And though I'm sure you could beat him, no doubt he has been training as well. Things might not be as different as you think. Better to wait for the blessing ceremony and pull further ahead so you can make a good showing of it. Melanthina's brow furrowed. He's just one. She began to murmur below her breath, though that didn't exactly make it secret. Then she shook her head. I will consider your words. If you will excuse me, I must rest from the journey. John smiled. Of course. Sleep well. As she stepped out of sight, John made sure that someone would be watching to make sure she didn't do anything stupid like slipping away to go on her own. Now, John would go seek out Xianxia, no doubt in his new home. The properly constructed tunnels were still filled with a pleasing darkness, without the discomforting unevenness and uncertainty of caves. While some measure of uncertainty might be useful for darkness cultivators, having it be intentional was the best. Xianxia was found sprawled out in a vague pile of spirit mush. John wasn't sure if he could even make out which parts would be which, if they even existed at the moment. The guardian beast had a powerful aura, but it felt subdued at the moment. How was the trip? John asked. Exhausting, Xianxia said with a sigh. Living in such a light-tainted land, even with nightly reprieves from its fury, is more than I can bear. Silence reigned for a few moments before he continued. Traveling back with your daughter was also less than optimal. Our affinity is reasonable, but as she has not undergone the blessing ceremony, it is not optimal. The carriage was not any better. Sorry to hear that, John said. Still, did you find your spars with Qorn worthwhile? Certainly, Xianxia's smile was evident in his voice, if not his insubstantial face. Though I suggest that next time the Golden Tomb Guardians come to us, it will be more appropriate, as we don't even have relentless darkness beating down on people above ground. Fair enough, John nodded. Speaking of that ceremony, I have been thinking about it. I figured we should make use of it within the next few years, though it would be nice to be able to plan for what happens. I'm not quite certain how much the cultivations of myself and the others will drop. Ah, I understand. Cyaritzel shifted and reformed into a standing state. You forget that I have been restored to my undamaged form. In addition to your control and greater personal power, any setbacks will be minimal for you and the others. That's good news, actually. He had been concerned that perhaps he might drop from mid-consolidated soul phase to early, or perhaps even back into the soul expansion phase. You mentioned myself and others. What about you? I will give up part of myself, but it is not damaging. I will be more powerful when it is returned with interest. Cyaritzel paced around the room, bare except for a few piles of pillows that the guardian beast requested. I can offer more of myself this time in exchange for your assistance recovering myself. And when the younger generation returns my gift in a decade or two, they will still be more powerful than they would have been otherwise. That seems like a significant time to be weakened, John frowned. Try missing parts of yourself for over a century, Cyaritzel said. You will find that a few decades becomes insignificant. And I shall still be able to grow during that time, but you won't be comparable to the ascending soul phase, I imagine. I will not, Cyaritzel confirmed. So I would suggest not making enemies that attack the heart of your clan. Though perhaps that should be the case at all times, I would prefer nobody try to wipe us out, yes? So about the timing, when would be optimal? For who? Cyaritzel questioned. For the clan as a whole, or for your daughter? Is there a difference? John asked. Some. There are many of your clan who could make optimal use of the blessing now, but splitting it up over different time frames will dilute the effect. Perhaps at some point we could establish a regular schedule or 5 or 10 years. But these longer stretches of time are also good. But your daughter is not quite ready, I think. Perhaps a year, maybe 2 or 3. I don't suppose you could wait for just her? I remember you did it with just me. You were an exception, Cyaritzel stated. And there are others in your younger generation of similar age to Melanthina. All waiting will restrict some, but advantage others. It would not look well upon the clan if you were too particular. Fair enough, John agreed. Then we shall wait. If you can keep me informed of your estimations, I would appreciate it. Of course. Oh, and I would begin preparing some darkness-infused catalysts. If you are concerned about the older generation's cultivation, best to expend some material resources to ensure optimal results. Your skills at channeling the energy might indeed suffice, but a little caution would not be untoward. Most spirit beasts were quite unlike Cyaritzel and Kurarn. The majority were simply animals with some level of cultivation, and while that cultivation might bring increased intelligence, it didn't bring them the level of sapience the two guardian beasts had. Perhaps even classifying both groups as spirit beasts had gone too far, because some were without a traditional physical form. Regardless, no matter what type, powerful spirit beasts were valuable. Those with physical form were excellent materials, hides and claws tempered to match the finest manufactured materials. Insubstantial creatures were used as sources of power either willingly or unwillingly, with Cyaritzel having experienced both. The power and value of any particular spirit beast was closely tied to its age. It was possible for them to grow old and decrepit even with cultivation, but up until that point their value only increased. It was one such beast that drew the attention of the Tenebach clan. A shadowhawk with feathers as dark as the night, they would be valuable for any number of purposes. The estimated power of the creature was equivalent to the ascending soul phase, more or less equivalent to Cyaritzel. That was why the information on it had come to the Tenebach clan instead of the creature being hunted by someone else. A mixture of consolidated soul phase cultivators and soul expansion phase backup could certainly defeat such a creature, but without vast numbers and sacrifices, a consolidated soul phase cultivator would be required. Aiden would be coming along as well, and a dozen individuals in the late or peak soul expansion phase. Bringing any more could potentially slow their travel, and it would certainly make them even more obvious. As it turned out, this particular creature was in the Darklands, at least according to many maps. It was on the eastern edge where it bordered the stone conglomerate, the green sands, and the wuthering steppes. Such border regions contained less concentrated elements, and thus were mainly unclaimed territory. At most, they could expect patrols of vaguely nearby sects or clans, but it was unlikely they could or would stop their group from passing through the area. Nobody wanted to risk their lives fighting against strong opponents that weren't even threatening any locals. The time that John had led an army into the Darklands was obviously different, with people staying out of his way more because they couldn't do anything than not wanting to. Avoiding the patrols would still be valuable, not necessarily because of danger, but because they might realize the target and others in the Darklands might be looking for the Shadowhawk as well. The same information might have also been sold to the only requirement was that the information on such things be accurate. As long as the creature was in the stipulated area and alive, and well to the informant's knowledge, nobody would have a right to complain if the same information was sold to others. The Tenebach clan hadn't been given the option for exclusivity, so no doubt others did have such information, which was why they were moving swiftly, but with as much stealth as they could maintain. The information was still fresh, and they would want to be the first ones to find the prize, instead of arriving too late. Chapter 190. The sky was dim even during the day, the atmosphere of darkness, elemental spiritual energy wrestling against the power of the sun. It reached a balance that John didn't particularly mind. He didn't have to deal with the harsh glare and heat of the sun, and he had no trouble seeing. It might even have been better for him if it were darker, but not every member of the Tenebach clan had the same magnitude of the blessing. They could all see in darkness to some extent, but at a certain point they would be less effective. Deeper in the Darklands, the effect was stronger, but they were traversing along the border with the green sands, the fire element reacting over larger periods to create a stable balance with less potency. Because of the dominant element, the area was by default part of the Darklands, and nobody was motivated to change that. The forested hills were unremarkable on most counts, at best full of beasts that made it unlivable. The elemental concentration wasn't strong enough for anything impressive to appear normally. That was why an ascending soul phase equivalent Shadowhawk was serious news. Had it been hiding in the area for years? Unlikely given the concentration of spiritual energy, but possible. More likely it had come from deeper within the Darklands, unless there was some exceptional concentration of darkness energy somewhere else where it had made a home. The most likely candidate would have been the southeastern corner of the stone conglomerate, since the only other nearby areas were the fire-dominant green sands and the air-dominant wuthering steppes. Where do you think it came from? John asked his Uncle Aiden. Perhaps somewhere high in the mountains. That would be the optimal location for a Shadowhawk to make its nest. Our border with the Darklands, then? John asked. Aiden shook his head. The hills there aren't quite enough, I imagine. Perhaps it was further inside the stone conglomerate, or perhaps the border with the wuthering steppes. Though a Shadowhawk is attuned to the darkness element, no birds are unfavorable to the air element. There are towering peaks that it could have roosted atop, and it might have found or made a nice concentration of spiritual energy for itself. John nodded. Spirit beasts might not be able to create energy-gathering formations like people, but even those that weren't an incarnation of the elements themselves could influence the area around them. Do you think it was chased away from its home, then? It might have always lived out here, with few people passing through. There was little travel from the Darklands to the Green Sands to begin with, and the direct route was not the most pleasant, with no roads on either side. It's difficult to say. If this has always been its roost, it will have an advantage. Otherwise, there might already be others seeking it. Beyond those who received the same information as us, of course. John nodded. We will need to approach cautiously in either case. Let's just hope the information is accurate. Though the information was likely as precise as the traveler who had made the sighting was able, it still left a wide area to cover. A large Shadowhawk could easily roam more than a handful of kilometers from its nest every day, and if it was inclined, it could go further. The fact that the traveler had sighted the Shadowhawk in the same area over a couple days of travel was the only thing that indicated it hadn't just randomly been in the area, and even that was marginal. Still worth gathering the Tenebach clan for. In theory, good equipment could come from any material. In practice, that was only practical at earlier cultivation phases. There were few materials that could service a soul expansion or consolidated soul cultivator which did not have any element tied to them, and since everyone could use them, they were highly sought after. Even then, that would only result in weapons and armor that were functional instead of exceptional. An Elder Shadowhawk would have great value. Its sharp talons would be sufficient to be made into spears. Its feathers, impossibly light but as durable as thick steel armor. If such a creature had a nest of eggs, its young could be raised as companions, messenger birds, or even for combat. And this was only an approximation of its value, given what weaker shadowhawks had been previously hunted or captured. Having reached a higher power than the rest, the differences might be even more profound. For any of that to matter, however, the Tenebach clan had to actually be the ones to get their hands on this prize. That meant finding it first, or at least early enough to get involved in the contest. Once combat broke out with a creature of such power, it would be obvious to any with even the most elementary of spiritual senses within many kilometers. That factor also influenced their decisions about how they moved about. No matter how stealthy they were, a decently large group could not avoid every beast in the area. They would inevitably cross some, and those beasts fighting or fleeing could both have consequences. There wasn't much concern about actual dangers from anything besides the shadowhawk they sought, unless there was actually something special about the area nobody had ever caught on to. They just wanted to avoid alerting the shadowhawk or other hunters to their presence. One would expect that a lack of sunlight would hamper the growth of local trees, and that was true to some extent. The plants that John would consider normal were stunted in their growth, low bushes and familiar but scraggly trees. Some did well with lower sunlight, and some plants actually fed off of the darkness element. During the assault on the Society of Midnight, John had seen massive trees that sucked up all the darkness element around them, as well as many other things hidden off the roads. Nothing here was quite so sizable as those, but there was a very interesting effect to be found deeper in the Darklands where the spiritual energy was so dense that it would never completely diminish. The darkness-attuned plants struggled against each other for dominance and eventually reached some sort of equilibrium. Here, darkness-attuned trees were generally bastions of power on their own, surrounded by nothing but normal vegetation, which also grew more healthily than anything else. In short, the trees would absorb the darkness for their own use, letting the actual light of the sun filter to the regular plants around them. They were nothing impressive, but stood out sharply against small or sickly trees without a protector. The variation between denser and sparser areas of growth made more traditional stealth methods difficult, and while manipulating the darkness could hide their group to some extent, the local fauna would be more attuned to such deceptions. They couldn't help but disturb lesser beasts they came upon, and even if they could instantly slay them, that only left traces of their presence for others to track down. Much like something they were currently investigating, clearly not the result of local beasts in conflict. An ebony-eyed boar, Aiden observed, missing its tusks and of course its namesake. What do you even do with boar eyes? John asked. He learned what he could about beasts in this world, but he still didn't know everything. His uncle had extra decades of experience to absorb more knowledge, which was one of the best reasons to keep him around besides his strength. They are generally sealed in resin and used as display pieces, Aiden explained. Pure black spheres radiating a simple aura of darkness. Now that he said it, John thought he had seen some. He wasn't sure how eyes like that functioned, even if there was a benefit to having pupils take up the entire visual area, absorbing what little light fell on the Darklands at night. The rest of the eyeball being black was an oddity, but it was far from the craziest thing he had seen or heard in this world. How long has it been dead, then? John asked as he set about answering the question himself. There was a bit of bloating, and the blood was dry, but no real signs of decay. More than that, the carcass hadn't been picked over by scavengers yet. It should be relatively fresh, Aiden said. The wounds tell us something. Deep, sharp, impaled all the way through its width. A powerful cultivator, leaving traces of darkness. John nodded, trying to pick up on the details of the remaining spiritual energy. There wasn't much of it, some combination of it fading in the last hours, and there being minimal extraneous energy left behind. It's unlikely someone of that strength was here just for this. He didn't recognize the energy signature, either because it was so minimal or because it was unfamiliar. Not that he'd interacted with many groups from the Darklands except in passing. The group continued on their way, keeping their eyes on the sky. Where the trees thickened, John had scouts climb the trees at regular intervals to keep a constant watch for their target. Night fell, but that was not a reason for them to cease their search. The area would be more active, but that was exactly the time they could expect a shadowhawk to prefer to roam. John had scaled one of the trees himself, reasoning that his higher cultivation might be advantageous for spotting something. His energy was concentrated on his eyes, because while piercing the darkness came naturally, his actual vision was hardly better than a normal person without augmentation. He would have been quite pleased to have better than 2020th's vision back on Earth, but here it was just all right. He hadn't put all that much effort into developing his eyesight, since it was already sufficient to see people on the horizon, and sensing spiritual energy was generally easier. In this case, however, his spiritual energy senses didn't pick out anything, but his eyes did. There was a small change in the darkness levels in the sky, something he might not have picked out if he weren't so used to looking at Xianxia and attempting to discern any form in his black void. Regardless, he saw the shadow moving across the sky, and with an intention to focus, he even picked out a shape. When John had heard of a massive bird, he had expected something slightly larger than a human. But this was even larger than Qurarn, who was already an impressive 6 meters in height. It was one thing for the being made of light to be so large. For something with physical form to be at that size reminded him of the great lizard that had been slain within the stone conglomerate. Except that creature strode on the ground, it didn't have a wingspan larger than a dozen meters. While the Shadowhawk was indeed smaller than the enemy at that time, it wasn't weaker. Its spiritual energy was much more powerful, and more importantly, it was condensed into its smaller body. The contributions of John, Magtel, and Kristen had only been possible in that previous battle because the spiritual energy was spread out over the creature's whole body, and its intelligence hadn't been sufficient to counter their attempts to dig through it. Given that comparison, John supposed that this creature was relatively conservative in size, though having its danger condensed into the beak and talons that almost hurt to look at from a great distance meant that there would be some significant risks. John could likely defend himself to some extent, but if any of their soul expansion phase cultivators were attacked directly, they would have great difficulty defending themselves. That said, John was already planning to lead a combat formation and consolidate the power of their warriors. Still, he was a bit hesitant to begin a fight with such a creature, and with others already around. Perhaps it would be better to let someone else take their shot first, but they could decide that in the morning. For the moment, John kept track of where the creature flew, approximating the distance as best he could from his vantage point until it disappeared below the tree, though he could not be certain if it was truly landing or just swooping low and beyond the horizon. Chapter 191. There had been some discussion on whether or not to adjust sleep schedules to better deal with the Shadowhawk. It was likely to be more active at night, which was both a benefit for tracking it and a detriment likewise. The darkness cultivators would be fine at night, and the Shadowhawk as well. Ultimately, they decided for the simplest solution of minimizing their sleep. 4 hours of sleep was an acceptable amount of sleep for powerful cultivators, but even consolidated soul phase cultivators still had bodily needs. John had spotted the creature around sundown, but after it went out of view, they took note of the details and swiftly set up camp. The total time spent stationary was closer to 5 hours with shifts of active guards and time required to set up, but it was still deep night when they were active again. If there had been any direct conflict with the Shadowhawk, they would have sensed it and quickly been on the move. Nobody was changing out of their armor for the duration of the hunt. The beasts active during the night were a different lot, but the Tenebach clan found themselves well equipped to deal with them. Smart hunters would rather deal with individual targets that weren't active at night. As they traveled, they found markings of further battles, those involving cultivators, and not just the local beasts. There were more signs of the same group that had killed the ebon-eyed boar, deep wounds piercing entirely through beasts, perhaps a spear or something similar. But John's eyes picked up traces of something else as they traveled in the direction of the last known location of the Shadowhawk. He allowed himself to lead the group away from the most direct path to check out the disturbance, quite obvious once they approached the area. John had noticed a few odd scratches on trees, but up close he could see the clear manner in which all of the loose debris on the forest floor had been tossed about and how it settled in a certain fashion. Air element, John confirmed. He was the best at picking out non-darkness elements, though it wasn't particularly difficult in their current situation. It stood out easily against the main background element. The Wuthering Steps, then, Aiden proposed. They're just as far from home as us, though the dominant element is more advantageous for our clan. Still, that's further competition. I doubt they're here for anything else, John agreed. I just wonder why they would bother. Who knows? Aiden shrugged. Perhaps it is for the sake of training. They could sell it for quite a tidy sum as well. Besides, even the feathers of a darkness element bird have value for air cultivators, though I wouldn't imagine it's the best possible option. Either way, we should expect conflict. John nodded as they continued towards the last direction their quarry had been spotted. As they got closer, they should be able to track it through signs beyond visual confirmation. Aware they would be getting closer to the other hunters soon enough, John increased his efforts to conceal their group. Up to that point, he had kept the shroud around them at just around the rate the group could maintain their energy. Now he drew upon himself, and the others more strongly. They shouldn't be more than a couple hours from the predicted location of the Shadowhawk's nest, and they would be getting closer to the competing groups. For the most part, they tried to keep other signs of their presence minimal. They couldn't be certain they were the last group that would be passing this way. There could easily be someone right on their tail. However, they didn't have much trouble with the local beasts, given that any willing to get close to groups had generally been defeated by the other two groups. The different battles were distinct and separate enough that John was fairly certain they weren't traveling together. A small pack of wolves pierced through seemed somewhat fresher than a nearby mess of wind-splattered insects. With the fresher corpses, John was able to glean more information from. Not from them specifically, but from the traces of energy. He'd definitely encountered the darkness cultivators before, but he didn't believe they'd fought. "I'm going to write down who I think it is," John said to his uncle. "I would like you to do the same so we don't influence each other's guesses." Aiden produced the same answer as John. "The Serpent Watchers." John sighed. "I suppose it's not unreasonable. They are more on the eastern end of the Darklands." John pursed his lips. There was no indication they had brought their full forces to bear, though they should have their stronger cultivators like the Tenebach clan. "We can expect at least Idartha, maybe other consolidated soul phase cultivators." "I imagine so," Aiden agreed. "What should we do if we encounter them?" "If they don't cause any trouble, we can pass them by. Though I won't just let them swoop in to take the prize. We don't need to enact revenge over other priorities." The grudge with the Serpent Watchers was minimal. Nobody had died, but they had more or less blackmailed the forces sent to wipe out the Society of Midnight. Revenge would be nice, but could easily be ignored. On the other hand, knowing the group were opportunists, John wasn't going to trust them to stay out of things. They wouldn't have come all this way just to go back empty-handed. John felt that the air element seemed somewhat familiar, but it wasn't the Cardinal clan. They were well and truly destroyed now, and John would have instantly recognized the mixed elements. Aiden didn't find any familiarity, so perhaps it was someone he'd seen in a tournament, or he was imagining things. As they seemed to be gaining on the others, John continued to focus their energy to avoid notice. And John could feel lingering traces of the other groups simply from where they passed. The air element was obvious. The darkness was hidden, but as the effect unraveled, it left a small trail behind, though only because he was actively looking for those specific energy signatures. Then, a beacon lit ahead of them, the Shadowhawk, previously just a dim presence that could have been imagined, as well as a bundle of air cultivators. That information was valuable in two ways. It revealed both the location and distance of their targets, as well as something about their strengths. The air cultivators weren't foolish. They had brought 2 consolidated soul phase cultivators, and more than a handful in the soul expansion phase. However, they also brought foundation phase cultivators, indicating to John that their forces were limited. Or perhaps they didn't care for the lives of their disciples. Of the Serpent Watchers, John felt nothing except the sparse trail in front of them. They clearly had similar plans to snatch the prize, and when they circled around to the right, presumably to find a hidden position to approach the battle from, John led the Tenebach clan in the other direction. Simply knowing the Serpent Watchers were around was enough, and they had to take care the Tenebach clan was not in turn being followed by another group. They weren't, or their followers were sufficiently skilled to show no signs. It would be difficult to entirely hide their movements with people watching the areas between the sparse trees, and little could conceal better than darkness. As for the nest itself, they were just close enough to pick it out, along with the battle occurring around it. One of the darkness-devouring trees grew tall above the rest, outcompeting its own brethren while allowing other vegetation to grow wild at its feet. Carefully nestled in the high, thick branches was a nest large enough to be a proper house. At the very least, it was bigger than the huts the poorest folk lived in. John estimated it to be 5 meters across, and perhaps 1.5 to 2 meters high. Besides the particular dark wood that it was made from, it was much like John imagined any bird's nest to be, woven together from twigs and branches, though most were a larger scale than what would be expected. The air cultivators John suddenly recognized. He had fought them before, and there was a reason Aiden didn't recognize them. The Twisting Terror clan had fought with the Milanovich clan over some mines in the southern Green Sands, and Aiden had nearly died to an assassination attempt at that time, absorbing a shard of Cyaritzel into himself without having the required affinity for it to benefit him. The Shadow Flame disciples had been the main antagonists, but the Twisting Terror clan worked with them, and had mainly been present at the site of the final battle, whereas Aiden was not. Through combined efforts, they had created a large whirlwind around the base of the tree, with sufficient power to carry some of their members to the same height as the nest. A maneuver they were clearly practiced with, given that nobody was tumbling end over end, but rather maintaining their focus inward. Atop the nest was the Shadowhawk, though John was confused why it wouldn't just fly around and cause them trouble. Birds weren't meant to be sitting in one position no matter how able their beak was to bite off someone's arm, and whether or not their feathers could pin people to the ground, both of which it was doing. It was defending the nest, but such a thing could be rebuilt without major losses, even at its size. Except, of course, if it had eggs in it. That would explain the behavior. Flying directly around the nest would be difficult at the creature's size, so it could only flutter its impressively large wings at the surrounding cultivators as they cut and stabbed at it. John was judging the correct time to go in. Should he wait until the Twisting Terror clan was defeated? Unfortunately for them, it seemed the ascending soul phase equivalent creature was more than outmatching them even with its restricted movements. Branches of its tree were falling into their whirlwind as the creature flapped its wings, though none that threatened the security of its nest position. John's thoughts returned to Pharamond, who had forced himself to the ascending soul phase during their attack. There were many differences in the situations. John's allies were significantly fewer, and the Shadowhawk had no allies, but he could feel there was a strong difference in power. Furthermore, the Shadowhawk wasn't fighting to stay alive, but to defeat the attackers. That was worse for it, as it allowed injuries to come upon it rather than risk damage to the nest. And worse for the attackers, as it tossed their strongest cultivators away with a flap of its wings, hurtling them out of the supporting winds. John had a thought that working together would be best to defeat the spirit beast, even if it was simply to keep it in its disadvantageous position. But the Serpent Watchers made his choice easy. One of the two consolidated soul phase cultivators had flown more or less directly across from John, apparently into their midst. At least one of them had attacked instinctively, or at least there didn't seem to be time for detailed orders to happen. Either way, their presence was revealed. Though they continued to conceal themselves in the deep night and the shadows of their own power, John focused his eyes and senses to pick out those present. A couple dozen, with 3 consolidated soul phase cultivators, 8 soul expansion phase, and the rest somewhere around late foundation phase. But the sect head Idartha was not among them. That left 2 options. First was that she was present and still hidden, in which case the Tenebach clan revealing themselves would lead to a whole mess of trouble, with their forces leaning in the Serpent Watcher's direction. Or she wasn't present, and this was a perfect time to cause damage to an unfriendly faction without them being completely aware of the details. There might be some suspicion if the Tenebach clan laid their hands on a Shadowhawk, but they wouldn't be able to prove anything if they were taken out. And if they truly lost 3 consolidated soul phase cultivators, they would have to concern themselves with local troubles in a moment of weakness. There was also the chance that some of them escaped. So John had to judge whether it would be worth the attempt, and if there were not more yet hiding. Either way, he planned to be the one walking away with the Shadowhawk and its eggs. Then again, so did everyone else. Chapter 192. Justified caution had John sweeping the area around them with his eyes and senses, as simply assuming the Tenebach clan was the sole remaining hidden force coming for the Shadowhawk would be a terrible idea. Like before, none of them found anyone else, which hopefully meant there wasn't anyone. They'd been fortunate to come in behind the other groups, so they weren't leaving behind signs for the Twisting Terror Clan or the Serpent Watchers. The latter had just revealed themselves when members of the Twisting Terror Clan were flung into their midst by the Shadowhawk, huddling defensively over its nest. The larger whirlwind the clan had created around the Shadowhawk's tree was continuing to orbit the majority of their forces along with it, but now they had to divert their attention between two sides. Knowing when to properly inject the Tenebach clan into this whole mess would be key. They could wait until everything was resolved that might maximize their enemy's exhaustion, but there was no guarantee that nobody from the Twisting Terror clan or the Serpent Watchers would withdraw, bringing knowledge about what happened with them. What was more important was if they noticed the Tenebach clan, because he wanted to minimize enemies actually knowing anything. Suspecting was fine, but having public reasons to act against them was not. But nothing could be perfect. The other flaw with waiting until the end was that the Serpent Watchers, who he predicted to be the most likely victors, might not actually be sufficiently fatigued, and thus cause more damage to the Tenebach clan when they fought. If he could attack while they were otherwise occupied with the Twisting Terror clan and the Shadowhawk, they might be able to save their own forces as much as possible. He began to lead Aiden and the others around the far side of the tree, away from their initial direction of approach. He wanted to pin the Serpent Watchers in, so they had to get closer, and the direction he chose would let him survey more area for additional enemies. Just one more time. The natural darkness element in the area cloaked them, with John making only minimal adjustments for optimal concealment in the direction of the combatants. It was unlikely they would notice either way while engaged in combat, but anything could save a life. One he cared about, specifically. His time in this world was now nearly matching his life beforehand, and with Fortkran's memories it felt closer to 2/3 of his experiences. Killing had become a part of his life, and while he still had standards for when that was appropriate, a group they'd had conflict with before and another that had blackmailed them were both acceptable targets. As they circled the tree, John kept an eye on the battle. The Shadowhawk was continuously bombarded by projectiles and prodded by spears, but the feathers protecting it were not flimsy like a natural bird's would be. John saw dark blood glinting on its black feathers, so it wasn't unharmed, but it was also not close to death. In return, it snapped at approaching enemies with its beak or flung feathers like razor blades, many of them impaling people while the rest were buried in the ground. There was something about the way they stuck out of the ground that made John pay close attention to them, but the battle was shifting towards the far side of the tree where the two groups clashed, with the Shadowhawk frequently targeting the highest density of enemies. The Serpent Watchers favored thrusting weapons, spears, and thin swords, though not all of the latter were like rapiers. They had two-handed swords as well, not bulky weapons like some used for chopping through things, but a handful of centimeters at the base tapering to a finer point. Though John imagined they were perfectly capable of slicing with the blade as well, the Serpent Watchers rarely made use of such moves. Instead, they struck like their namesakes, snapping forward like a snake, in most cases impaling their enemies before they could react. They did so through a combination of speed and subtlety, concealing both their body movements and their gathering of energy for the attacks. They didn't possess an absolute advantage, even flanking the Twisting Terror clan. The air element users were mobile, making use of ranged attacks and their combined whirlwind to stay out of easy range, forcing the enemy to overextend or even enter their whirlwind. The few cultivators who were swept up in it quickly found themselves unable to control themselves, while the Twisting Terror clan had no issues coordinating to finish them off. But their initial failures still put them behind, one of their consolidated soul phase cultivators having fallen, while the Serpent Watchers had 3 in relatively healthy states. John left several members of the Tenebach clan behind about 1/3 of the way around the ring of trees at the edge of the influence of the greater tree the Shadowhawk dwelled in. The cultivators left behind were intended to deal with any Twisting Terror clan individuals who fled on the far side. They weren't on the complete opposite because that might be more obvious, and because this way they would be closer to joining the battle if their other purpose was unnecessary. Leaves and twigs were prone to crunching on a forest floor, but John blazed a path for the others to follow that resulted in minimal sound, taking advantage of his training in the emerging bamboo sect. Though dead plants were somewhat different, they were at all times enough within the domain of earth that John was now comfortable softening them, making the flexible blanket of leaves and twigs below him acting like padding. Reaching a place behind the Serpent Watchers and determining for certain that their sect head, Idartha, was not present, John waited for an opening. Then he gave the signal, readying a throwing dagger, gathering darkness and earth to it. His arm snapped forward, propelling the blade, the spiritual energy causing it to curve up unnaturally into his target's armpit, one of the 3 consolidated soul phase cultivators. It stuck in the side of the arm, the weakness in the joints being better reinforced on the side of the torso where the vital organs were. Perfectly reasonable, but seeing how the Serpent Watchers fought, they needed the full range of movement they had. And the earth element burrowed its way into the muscle tissue, petrifying some of it as Bite of the Gorgon activated. Anytime he could nearly guarantee landing a hit, that technique was very useful. Even non-earth cultivators could reverse the effect given time. But in combat, it wasn't that simple. The Serpent Watchers cursed as the Tenebach clan leapt into battle, and now they too were pinned between 2 dangers. The cultivator John targeted turned to face him, angling a spear. Both individuals gathered their energy at a handful of meters away, longer range than either the sword or spear. But it wouldn't stay that way. Both sprung towards each other, John relying on his newfound training to create a cane of bamboo, pushing him forward and just slightly to the right. The spear twisted to meet him, springing legs carrying it forward, but the angle did not favor a thrust, and the undiagnosed petrification in the right shoulder froze the extension partway through. The powerful thrust still nearly impaled John, grazing past his torso, though he liked to think that he could have withstood at least a single blow. He wasn't going to test that. His sword thrust towards his target, but the Serpent Watchers were more than proficient in dealing with attacks similar to their own. A swaying body of the man meant John's blade only grazed his ribs, but the gathered spiritual energy still served its purpose. Water element, clinging to the ribs only to freeze. John immediately followed up with a drawing cut back towards himself, stepping forward to stay inside the spear's optimal range. His free left hand reached for the shaft of the weapon as it was withdrawn, stopping its movement and forcing his opponent to choose what injury they suffered. Completely avoiding the draw cut wasn't possible without forcing John away, or perhaps releasing their spear. There was only the faint sense of tensing muscles and gathering energy, but John picked up enough to prepare a response. As a leg kicked towards him, aiming to shatter his hip and knock him backwards, a tree grew from the ground next to him. Not a real one. Of course, it was merely a construct of earth elemental spiritual energy. Even so, the form of something that could be real made it more effective than simply shaping his energy. The tree only came up to his waist, but it represented a greater thing. It was unfortunate that the spikes on his kapok were similarly downsized, but it served its purpose, the man's shin kicking into the spikes. Ultimately, his attack shattered John's transient plant, but not without damage. In return, the kick struck John with less force and he held his ground. There was a twinge of pain as his defensive energy was sundered, but his armor and diamond defense kept anything from breaking. His sword cut between ribs, slicing through spiritual energy, armor, and a bit of skin and muscle. But John wasn't done. Enshrouded in darkness, making it seem like he was trying to wrestle away the spear, air elemental energy crawled towards the man's hands. His left hand let go of the spear to perform a palm strike towards John's chin just about the time that the energy began to shock his other hand, tensing the muscles while John continued the motion of his sword, bringing it towards him and up. He parried the palm strike while he twisted his wrist, his blade cutting into the man's forearm slightly. Then the man was stabbed in his slightly petrified right armpit, one of the other members of the Tenebach clan backing up John. He'd sensed his ally. Of course, he was coordinating the flow of spiritual energy between his clan members. He didn't need the help because his opponent was only in the early consolidated soul phase, and he was more powerful, nearly at rank 32, 5 out of 9 ranks in the phase. But the teamwork was appreciated for efficiency. John wasn't going to insist on defeating everyone alone just because he could. Unlike John's attack, the dagger went into the torso, piercing a lung as the man's defensive energy was mainly focused on the other side. It only took a few quick motions to finish the man off between the two of them. With one of the Serpent Watcher's strongest members fighting the twisting Terror Clan, John coordinated with Aiden to swiftly take out the other. Just like that, the flow of battle shifted greatly once more. By the time the Serpent Watchers had fully coordinated their response, Their slight numerical advantage had been lost, and they were now surrounded. There were curses, some directed at the Tenebach clan as a whole and some at John. He shrugged. They were the ones who had caused trouble first, and a cultivator was wise not to forget those who opposed them. The balance had shifted away from the Serpent Watchers, leaving the Twisting Terror clan in a slightly better position even with the Shadowhawk harrying them. That wouldn't do, so John focused on the flow of the twister around the tree, and when he had a decent grasp of how it functioned, he stepped in. The control of the winds was still with the Twisting Terror clan, of course, and they wrestled against him, but there was no consolidated soul phase cultivator ready to directly stop him as he cut down a few soul expansion phase individuals before letting it fling him out, away from a wave of feathers. John intentionally fell on the far side. Where there were fewer previous feathers, his actions justified as the spent feathers pulled out of the ground, flinging towards him or whatever opponent was closest to their position. He swept his sword, chopping against the concealed spiritual energy guiding them and dodging to the side. He was pleased to find they weren't particularly mobile, shooting more or less directly back to the Shadowhawk, though that, too, might have been a ploy. Chapter 193. As John dropped out of the vortex, the Tenebach clan pressed their advantage before the others could even think of unifying, forcing the Serpent Watchers against the Twisting Terror clan. John would have been lying if he said taking advantage of the former in return for their previous blackmail wasn't satisfying. John's sword swept forward, slicing through the shaft of the spear of their next strongest fighter, his personal energy augmented by the others of his clan around him. It was always satisfying, fighting alongside them not just because of the power, but because his ability to smoothly control it was something he was good at. And unlike many of the other advantages he had, that part hadn't been given to him. The blessing of Sigh had improved his affinity with darkness from whatever it would have been to its current state, but the ability to control the flow of spiritual energy that others had was not part of that. That was something he discovered as early as when he first created spiritual energy absorption. With his primary weapon useless, the man was quickly cut down. Realizing the situation, some individuals began to flee, circling around the tree to gain distance. However, John's position wasn't chosen entirely by chance, and the mixed cultivators ran into the area with the waiting cultivators of the Tenebach clan. Soon, it was just the Shadowhawk left. The spirit beast was already wounded from the Twisting Terror clan, having given of itself to protect its nest. John's eyes met it. In them, he thought he saw signs of intelligence, but any sort of beast that could speak like Cyaritzel or Qurarn was an exception. More importantly, it would have been even more dangerous even at the same stage. Aiden, with me, John ordered. The rest of you, keep in formation. Harry the creature with ranged attacks. They would be less effective that way, but they could still funnel some of their spiritual energy to him to control, and with the Shadowhawk having the power of the ascending soul phase, any careless moment could lead to their deaths if they engaged up close. He didn't want to take the risk, even with the beast wounded. No, especially because it was wounded and doubtless knew its end would come. John and Aiden ducked their way through another hail of feathers as they approached the base of the tree. Then John propelled himself upward with his new technique. Feathers were retracted, aiming to hit him and his bamboo projection from behind and below. But John swept away the few that would hit him, trusting in the power of the emerging bamboo sect's technique to hold its form. It did, at least long enough for him to reach the peak and leap onto some of the thicker branches surrounding the Shadowhawk. Immediately, the giant beak tried to take a bite out of him, or perhaps swallow him whole. John sidestepped with a bit of air element to support him between branches, and some darkness to blur his precise location. The Shadowhawk could likely do the same with darkness, if it were fighting optimally, but it still remained in its nest. John danced around it, swiping at anything he could reach, be it throat, wing, tail, or back. No slice was decisive, but he cut away at the creature's spiritual energy, drawing some of it into himself. Alone he might not have been enough, but he had the power of a dozen others to call upon. Then Aiden reached them, the few moments still allowing many exchanges in a high-level combat. Flanked by two empowered cultivators, the Shadowhawk could not compete. It managed some close calls, its beak cutting into John's side, but already weakened it soon fell, though now without a final attack, razor-sharp feathers exploding around it, cutting through everything. Its tree fell apart. John and Aiden received handfuls of lacerations even through their enhanced defenses, and there were some close calls with the rest of the clan operating below, but the beast's heart stopped. Then began the process of binding wounds and collecting the spoils of war. Every part of the Shadowhawk was valuable, not least of which was its claws, and used in its defensive position over its nest. Even in death, its body did not fall onto its eggs, instead tinting over them to avoid crushing them. John could only promise the creature that such eggs would be used well. He already wanted a more reliable method of communication, and these fit the bill. Having beasts that could move swiftly, while also having the ability to cloak themselves and the combat ability to fight should it be necessary, would be quite advantageous. Not as swift as telegrams or phone calls, but aside from the difficulties of setting up such a network, those weren't exactly secure. Not over the long distance between the Tenebach clan and the Brandel clan, or to their other allies. The Shimmering Islands would have been an issue anyway, and still might. John wasn't exactly sure of a Shadowhawk's ability to navigate the frequent storms in the area. Along with the Shadowhawk, there was value to be gained from the fallen cultivators. Though they didn't carry all of their wealth on them, on such a mission they would at least have valuable equipment. There was the issue of markings on some of them, which meant they would need to be removed somehow or sold anonymously, likely lowering the price. Though John was keen on some retaliation against the Serpent Watchers, he didn't want things to become a war, and being involved in the death of 3 consolidated soul phase cultivators would do that. Actually, that had to be a significant blow to their forces, but John still wasn't keen on what sort of alliance they might throw together if they found out. The Twisting Terror clan was more remote and already basically hostile, but he still didn't want to be tied directly to things. Both clans would know their people set out for this prize and didn't return, but the Tenebach clan could control the narrative and provide sufficient doubt. If there had been other cultivators involved with no prior conflicts, John might have hesitated to simply kill all of them. The politics of a cultivation world were difficult, but not all conflicts resulted in hatred. Some were just inevitable, and people allowed to withdraw with their lives might be positively inclined. The bodies of the cultivators were piled together and burned with spiritual fire. It was both to preserve their dignity, not being torn apart by animals, and to cover up any details of their presence. The ashes were buried at the roots of the significantly damaged tree. "I am not a bird," Cyaritzel noted when John brought the torso-sized eggs down below the Tenebach clan. "I'm not going to cuddle up to these things in a nest and keep them warm. In fact, I would much prefer to devour them." "I'd really rather you didn't," John said. "If it's actually useful for you, we can feed you some choice parts of the mother, but I have plans for these. I do believe the darkness here will be sufficient to nurture them, in any case." "No cuddling required." Cyaritzel sniffed one of the large eggs. "Yes, that does seem to be the case. They are quite hungry. But what will you feed them?" "We took samples of all the bones around the area, though it seems likely they would eat almost anything. We'll have people scouring libraries for any information on how to raise Shadowhawks, of course." John circulated his spiritual energy, guiding some of the darkness into the half-dozen eggs they had. It was quite a large number, and hopefully sufficient for them to have more than one generation. From what he understood, these eggs were larger than the norm, but that was to be expected with their mother. Along with that, John could hope that the offspring would be more impressive specimens than the average. Though even if they turned out to be nothing special, Shadowhawks all had at least the potential to be equivalent to a soul expansion phase cultivator, and as natural flyers, that was very valuable. Each egg greedily absorbed the ambient darkness as well as what John offered, reminding him of Melanthina. Speaking of which, he wondered if she would be interested in being involved in raising them. It would be a valuable experience, and since she would likely be in the area frequently regardless to visit Cyaritzel or just to train, she might as well. Darkness swirled through John, but it didn't stop there. Darkness flowed into Earth, through air and water, and back into itself. He eagerly awaited the time he could incorporate fire into his cultivation, but he really didn't have enough of a grip to do more than let some passively remain present in his Danteon and add a bit of heat to everything. Even so, his totems grew in strength along with his density of spiritual energy. Almost without fanfare, his power condensed another rank, the 32nd. The second step of the mid-consolidated soul phase, a welcome increase in power but nothing earth-shattering. Having reached a particular section of a phase, it was almost guaranteed that any cultivator would complete the phase in time. The true difficulties were stepping from early to mid to late, and between phases. One or two more ranks would flow smoothly, otherwise. John stretched as the power flowed through him. It still felt good, even if he knew it was coming. And the power wasn't insignificant, though even if it was, he would never complain of having more. Ursel had returned from the Viridia wildlands, with plans to return for future training some years down the line. Then she and Melanthina had gone to their mother to resume the somewhat regular cycle. Turdo would return with them. As for the Shadowhawk eggs, they were slow to develop. John thought that the Shadowhawk's vigorous defense might have meant they would hatch soon, but instead it seemed the mother was simply very attached. Or perhaps these simply had a particularly long cycle, where a few more months wasn't even enough for them to hatch. At least they appeared to be healthy and continuing to grow, and Sire Itzel had stopped complaining about their presence. Once or twice John had seen him slinking away from their chamber, finding the eggs imbued with lingering traces of his power. John considered his next move. Not being at war was nice, and the lack of exciting local developments was a relief in some ways. But that mainly left training and wishing he was with Mateo. He focused on the former as much as possible when not managing clan affairs. Now, he had in mind something for himself. His control over fire had hardly improved from his early days, where he could draw upon wisps of the energy. Sure, he was more powerful and thus the relative magnitude had increased, but he still wasn't as familiar as he would like, and waiting to familiarize himself with the energy after he attuned to a fire totem seemed like a waste. If nothing else, he couldn't choose freely among 5th-tier fire totems if he didn't already have some skill at controlling fire. The Milanovic clan and Steve had been of little help, though not for lack of trying. Their methods simply didn't work for John. He hoped he wasn't just garbage at controlling fire. He was already so far into his cycle of elements. If fire was a weak point of his, then it would have been better to forego air as well and instead double up on the trio of darkness, water, and earth. That was assuming he reached the exalted soul phase, of course, which was already pretty ambitious. Still, he was at least confident in reaching the ascending soul phase in his lifetime. Another decade, and he should be at the peak of consolidated soul phase, more or less. If he couldn't surpass that point, reaching where he did so quickly would be rather odd. He couldn't say much about beyond that, though, since literally nobody he had ever met knew anything beyond that point, and consolidated soul phase had previously been rare in the region. But times were changing, and it seemed that throughout every land there was an increase in the growth of the younger generation, a phenomenon that couldn't be explained, but had happened before. But John wasn't planning to give up on fire, just because his own attempts had been poor. He'd only really tried one style of learning from others on that topic, and just because it wasn't for him didn't mean he didn't have the ability. What he had in mind was something that fit his cultivation anyway, the Phoenix Forest. The area's claim to fame was not just the fire, but the forest part. In short, it was a region of both earth and fire. So far his flow of cultivation had been through dominating elements, but he already had earth, so using it to support his learning of fire only made sense. If he succeeded, he would be left with only the final and likely hardest step, but it would be worth it to try. Chapter 194. Of his usual guards, John only took with him Aiden. Kristen was attempting to break through to the consolidated soul phase, and after her success, John was confident she could make the step. She would be best served on her own, working for the Tenebach clan's purposes apart from him. Aiden was not without his own ambitions, but as they had discussed, the main ones involved his own cultivation. Naturally, those were being fulfilled with the rise of the Tenebach clan, and John wouldn't let him go without whatever he needed. Everything else, spending time with his family and the like, Aiden was actually able to do more than John, since they spent the same amount of time with the clan, but Mateo was away from John for a frustratingly large portion of the year. Who thought it was a good idea to wed two heirs of clans that were geographically distant? Oh right, two old grandpas. Presumably it had been expected that Mateo would have siblings, but that never happened. At this point, appointing someone else to govern the clan affairs would take up enough time, an effort they might as well wait for Turdo to finish maturing. Regardless of all that, John was fairly happy. But he still had his own ambitions in cultivation. So along with Aiden and enough other guards to be appropriate for someone of his status, they were heading north to the Phoenix Forest, where they would be received as guests by the Firepine Palace. There were very few who would refuse the visit of a consolidated soul phase cultivator. Even if they had hated his guts, they would probably at least entertain him for a few days and then find some excuse to avoid him. But there wasn't a conflict between their factions, Not that it would have been easy to develop regardless. A strain was directly between the stone conglomerate and the phoenix forest. They were passing through it now, in fact, and while John was quite pleased with the spiritual energy in the area, most people were not. Given the even mix seemed to pretty much everyone like a near-complete lack of spiritual energy. But as John had totems for 2/3 of the elements, he could clearly determine that even that portion was more than the ambient energy to be found in other countries. After all, few cultivators bothered to draw upon it. They could simply go in any direction to find their preferred elements. The only element not present directly adjacent was darkness, but that could be practiced reasonably well in either earth or water-dominant areas, or one could pass through the stone conglomerate to the Darklands. What is it? Aiden suddenly spoke. What do you mean? John asked. You have a look. What are you thinking about? In the future, I might like to establish myself here. It seems a bit remote, Aiden commented. John laughed. Maybe for the moment. Our influence is already spreading out of Marble County. In a few years, maybe a decade, how far will we have expanded? In this direction, at least, there's no competition. For good reason, Aiden commented. I could found a sect, John posited. We don't have to be limited to clan structures. Aiden clicked his tongue. If only your grandfather could hear you now. Such an unfilial member. He's still quite alive, John pointed out. And the Tenebach clan has been doing quite well under me, I do believe. We're at our highest point since the founding, Aiden confirmed. But with such a rapid rise, we must be on the lookout for an equally rapid decline. I'm not going to just abandon the clan, John pointed out. I'll make sure Melanthina is properly settled in, and I'll still make myself available. John shrugged. I haven't mentioned this to Mateo yet anyway. Our plans for what we intend to do in the future are still quite flexible. Though there was some mention of traveling the world. A dangerous proposition, Aiden said, even for cultivators of your power. I know it's difficult to believe, but this region has generally been considered peaceful compared to some others, at least from the view of those with lesser power. It's not like other countries can have consolidated soul phase cultivators killing each other every day, John pointed out. Even if they have a head start, there simply aren't that many of us in the world. I imagine not, Aiden agreed, but a self-assured foreign traveler might run into some trouble. I'm not the sort of asshole who throws my weight around, John pointed out. You know me better than that. And I, also, know that you're the sort who would step in when they found one of those. Thus, conflict. Fair. What do you think about bringing Lacanus? Are you intending to maximize your chances of getting into a conflict? Aiden asked. Because that would do it. John shrugged. I just thought it would be interesting. We can't just stay in relative isolation here forever. Justina has also mentioned some interest in visiting Aegler and Hegresh, not in so many words, but she'd indeed mentioned wanting to visit her former home to see with her new eyes. There might have also been some implied ass-kicking should whoever caused her death still be alive. Even so, she'd been a great late cultivator then, the same consolidated soul phase as she was at now. Alone, she wouldn't be any better off, but perhaps with a group of similarly inclined individuals. I wouldn't even be able to place those countries on a globe, Aiden admitted. Personally, their names sound like unexpected countries rather than places of impressive cultivation. It was true that the local countries were named more after geographical and spiritual energy-related features more than a proper name, except a strain, but that wasn't true everywhere, as far as John knew. I would be willing to bet that Aegler means something about lakes or water in some old language. Though cultivators had spread one language to more or less everywhere, some people still spoke local languages and there had been more variety in the past. And there were some languages competing in size even still, which reminded John to at least gain some proficiency with them if he truly intended to travel. Along the way they stopped in Lunson, the capital of a strain. Logically speaking, if John were going to set up something in the area, it would be the capital, but he didn't really feel like that was correct. It was the only place in the country where land was expensive because of the tournament and the associated industry, and it would be too obvious. If John was to grow something in the area, he wanted time to make something of it before people started taking note and thought to stop him. Though once more, he wasn't sure if he even would follow through on these vague, at least a decade off plans. He wished he could talk to Mateo. How many decades would it take to advance things to the point he could have a cell phone so he could do that? No more than a couple centuries, if he got people interested. Though going down a path of technology wasn't of much interest to people in a world of cultivation, and frankly speaking, John didn't have the know-how to do much himself. What was an equivalent replacement then? Shadowhawk messenger birds were a start on the level of communication he wanted to receive. The Sunfields had telegrams, more or less, if extremely unsecure. Maybe he could promote more things like that so that security could be developed, or figure out how to make satellites or something that could redirect messages to only where he wanted, which was of course an even further step beyond what he could actually do. Still, he could encourage some things in Marble County. A local network with slightly more convenient communications could catch on, and if it just started internally, the security and privacy issues would be minimal. Hell, even telegrams started with someone literally transcribing a message, which meant every single one passed through the eyes of at least two people that weren't the sender or recipient, and that was still widely used. Though he didn't intend to set up in Lunson itself, and if he did it would be later, John still took a look around the city, casually sensing everything he passed. The area wasn't quite as devoid of permanent cultivator residents as he'd previously thought. He took note of what factions were permanent fixtures in the capital. Instead of being cycle cultivators like himself, he mostly found they were small sects that accepted cultivators of different elements, most likely as a mutual defense pact rather than anything more. Properly supplying techniques, one of the main draws of a sect, couldn't be easily accomplished if 3, 4, or 6 elements needed to be covered equally. But John could only see what was on the surface. Perhaps there was more. Still, his initial investigations gave him enough to work with for the moment, if any of it was even going to be relevant later. I thought they were exaggerating when the description said the forest was constantly on fire. John narrowed his eyes as he finally set his eyes upon the actual Phoenix forest. He was sweating already, and they were still a good 15 minutes from entering the area. At least the road was quite wide to avoid what was happening. This is worse than the green sands. I do believe this is somewhat seasonal, Aiden contributed. It's spring, so new life is born, or something like that. John was glad that the carriage had been properly prepared for the journey. The carriage itself would have likely been fine without more changes, but the wheels might have been a bit rough. The same with the carriage driver and what could have been normal horses if research hadn't been done. Special bits and bridles were prepared to resist the heat, transferring some of it elsewhere as it could. I have the feeling I'm going to get, too much experience with fire, John continued. I thought it was supposed to be secondarily earth-dominant here as well. His spiritual energy senses stretched out. It was true that on the surface the fire pines, which were the main species to greet them, felt only like pockets of fire element, but underneath they were still plants. The ground itself also radiated energy, the ashy ground being soil surprisingly vibrant with life. Even as John watched waves of fire burn through the area, new growth was poking up through the remnants of previous plant matter. The growth wasn't so rapid as the Viridia wildlands, but that was to be expected. It would be a hell of a lot more difficult to cut a path through burning jungle to get anywhere, so the area would be even more sparsely populated if that was the case. John paid attention to the smallest details he could catch as they passed by the scenery. From his understanding, Firepine Palace was oriented much more towards the fire side of things, so they might not have the insights he was looking for directly, but providing him an opportunity to learn for himself would be sufficient enough. One thing John could say about the Phoenix Forest was that it was surprisingly minimal in terms of smoke. He kind of expected his lungs to be full of smoke already, but most of it seemed to either remain high in the air or rapidly settle to the ground instead of lingering. Even so, John idly wondered how high the incidence of lung cancer was in the area. For his own part, he did his best to filter out his lungs, and he could see that Aiden was protecting himself as well, even if he couldn't literally replace the air inside him. Chapter 195. Firepine Palace certainly didn't shy away from their namesake. Every building in their sect had an internal courtyard with a single firepine growing in it. The largest and most prominent buildings had clearly been placed some time before, and John wondered if they were built around already present trees. The buildings themselves were made of some sort of red brick with dark stone shingles, doubtlessly both fireproof. Windows appeared to be covered by shutters of the same material as the roof, able to flatten and seal a room completely or to open and allow air to circulate. Hopefully, something kept out smoke. A fine coat of ash covered the ground and trees, and John saw lesser disciples brushing the main walkways while the outside of the buildings seemed to be enchanted to repel it. Presumably, the windows were enchanted to keep the bits of ash out with the rest of the smoke. Otherwise, they would be dealing with a massive, constant mess inside, or they would have foregone windows entirely. As the carriage made its way inward, John felt the spiritual energy of the woman waiting for them before he saw her. She was strong, the late consolidated soul phase, even. Yet that was not terribly surprising, given her age. If Luctus had not had various setbacks, such as was caused by the Tenebach clan's empowerment ceremony, perhaps he too would be of a similar cultivation. Even so, it was impossible to say that people such as her were all that common, and the fact that she was only a few ranks ahead despite John only cultivating for slightly less than 2 decades was more of a factor of something being exceptional with the current generations as a whole. That seemed to apply to a wide variety of people, transmigrated individuals like himself, some reincarnated people, as well as Mateo and some of their peers. Even Bora Cardinal had been blessed with significant potential. It was simply underutilized, and then he went and made the wrong enemies. "Greetings, sect head Charlotte." John engaged politely as he stepped from the carriage. "I appreciate your willingness to indulge my curiosities. We are honored to have such an up-and-coming youngster like yourself visit." Charlotte smiled, her wrinkled skin bunching up around the eyes. Either well-practiced or sincere, John was unsure, but he leaned towards the latter. "I will admit to being interested in your growth given your abnormal cultivation path." There was no way John could fight as much as he did and hoped to keep his cycle of elements secret, though the actual information anybody had about it was usually more limited. There was only one logical next step, however. "I have found it quite suited, though my results with fire in particular have been less than I might like. You will find out style relies on quite different insights than the green sands," she said, guiding him between the buildings. "We are particularly less inflammatory than your friend Lacanus. It is a delight to watch him bring down those of similarly high temper, but our methods are not the same. I will admit I've been somewhat limited in my understanding of different styles within the same element." Obviously, he was familiar with many groups from the stone conglomerate, yet they still fell under generally the same style of hit it with a rock. "Though I have seen someone use fire like flowing water." "Yes, the young Justina. A delightful pair they make. One would think that should suit you, given your other achievements." John shrugged. "I could probably make it work, but I'd rather not settle for anything." Just like the emerging bamboo sect, John's visit wasn't one purely for his own benefit. Exchanging techniques and training went both ways, but John had little to offer to the Firepine Palace in that regard, unlike the Order of the Amber Heart and the other Earth cultivators. Thus, they made a deal where he would assist with some resource-gathering excursions in exchange for training and a reasonable share of those same resources. John held a pine cone in his hands, and he had to say it was the most unpleasant time he'd ever done so, even when he'd pricked his fingers with surprisingly sharp bits of some as a kid. Of course, that pine cone hadn't been on fire or producing fire. As long as he didn't actually touch it, the fire element making the thing seem to be on fire was actually relatively stable, meaning that it didn't emit much heat into the atmosphere and could stay flickering pretty much indefinitely, even when separated from the firepine and thus dead. Touching it accelerated its decay into pure fire element, and John was trying to not insulate himself from it too much, while keeping his hands from burning. Diamond Defense helped slightly, with the caveat that it was an earth technique and thus inherently less effective against fire. Ultimately, inspecting a dead pine cone provided him little insight. Hopefully he could learn more from studying proper fire pines, but they were too complex for him to easily wrap his head around. He hoped that his affinity for fire wasn't so terrible to end his path here, and that he might still find the method suited for himself. "What is fire to you, Fortkran?" Sect head Charlotte asked him. He had answers for that, of course, but he took a moment to think about how to put them into words. "Fire is destruction and consumption. Heat and power." "All true," she agreed. "But that's not all. This is not called the Phoenix Forest simply because some of those majestic animals dwell here. nor because it is effectively on fire at all times. It is not just destruction, but the ashes of destruction bring rebirth and promote growth. John nodded. He got that, intellectually, at least. However, it was difficult to grasp on a deeper level, which was important for cultivation. He could see the plants growing out of the ashes, but he could also feel smoke and ash entering his lungs, filling him with death. He understood things could be more than just one thing, but to him it felt more like the ash was no longer really fire, just caused by it. Yet perhaps if that was the case, he could still use it. Should he comprehend how? Charlotte didn't bombard him with flowery words, or really say much of anything else, which doubled down on how important she thought what she'd mentioned was. Perhaps there was some link of understanding she had that she could have shared as well, but it might be better for John to realize it on his own. Or maybe it was so simple that it didn't even deserve mentioning. Fire pines were everywhere in the Phoenix forest, as common as any other tree elsewhere, yet more valuable. Their value was not something that could easily be captured, however. Just like their pine cones, the needles and wood itself rapidly lost its fire properties when removed from its source of life. So when used for training, they were only beneficial if one could sit among them to absorb some of their energy. Their wood endured, but while it was fire-resistant, it wasn't fully non-flammable, so it ultimately turned into a medium-value wood, valued more for its reddish color than its physical properties. There were other resources that were more highly coveted for their more widespread usefulness, for use at a later time or trade. Obviously, there was spirit fire. It could spontaneously form anywhere with large enough concentrations of fire elemental spiritual energy. The difference from free energy was just like everything else. It was a durable conglomeration of spiritual energy that was easy to use for whatever purposes desired. Spirit fire was a bit harder to transfer than spirit earth or water, but it was still generally a cohesive whole. John found a few wisps of spirit fire in his first few days staying with the Firepine Palace, but he left them alone. There was only minimal value in small gatherings, and they were more likely to develop further if unmolested. He was more interested in the various fruits that Firepine Palace served, full of fire element, but instead of being hot and dry, shriveled up peppers or the like, they were juicy and delicious. Also kind of warm, but it was the right level to be pleasant, like the filling of a cooling pie. They also had peppers, and John was properly warned about their potency. He took a small nibble of one and was extremely glad he prevented it from actually entering his stomach. He was breathing fire for a few hours, and he did not want to experience it passing through his whole system. The more pleasant fruits were only minimally laced with the fire element, providing easily digestible energy that John could have integrated into the ecosystem in his Danteon if he was in need of more. It was just another way for proper fire cultivators to grow their power while participating in standard day-to-day activities. And some were close enough to delicacies that going out of the way to get them was worth it regardless of actual benefits. In general, the more benefits a particular type of resource had, the rarer it was. It wasn't just a matter of attempting to cultivate plants, but needing very specific conditions not always able to be replicated in a human livable environment. Thus, the particular plant that John was tasked to help retrieve. As they marched through the forest, John was glad he had experience converting elements to what he needed. Everyone could do something similar to some extent, or at least draw out the background levels of different sorts of spiritual energy, but his level of proficiency allowed himself to make use of water and air to keep himself nearly comfortable instead of sweating and hoping that it didn't evaporate too quickly and turn him into a mummy. Normal parts of the Phoenix forest wouldn't cause John to get anywhere even close to fatigued at his current cultivation, but they were heading towards a lake region. And unlike normal, sensible places, the Phoenix forest didn't define lakes by having water. In the distance, John could see haze caused by some combination of even higher heat than the surroundings and various sorts of off-gassing. "We're getting close," Charlotte announced for the benefit of everyone, both those of the Firepine Palace who had not been to the area before and for John and Aiden. "The lake is just up here. Soon we should meet up with our rangers, and they will provide us with specific locations of fire lilies." That was what they were here for. Fire lilies. As an analog to the water lily, one could assume that they grew atop a lake of fire, and that wouldn't be fully incorrect. But even when massive amounts of fire element could form together into a cohesive thing, there was an easier arrangement to provide similar results. Lava lakes. That technically made it a majority of rock as a base, but once something had become lava, it was absolutely fire-dominant regardless of if there was more to it. As predicted, one of the specialized disciples quickly came to find them. Sect head, she bowed quickly. It is good you have arrived. Though we have staked our claim to this area, and the local sects know better than to go against us, we have spotted signs of others in the area. Any indication of who they are? Beyond other fire element cultivators? No, nothing specific yet. They avoided our patrols for the most part, and we didn't think it was wise to engage with the limited combat power we had available here. A wise choice, Sect Head Charlotte agreed. Now that we are here, we will deal with them. We expected some conflict regardless. Now there will simply be more than the lake itself and beasts interested in the same thing as us. Chapter 196. Trees thinned as they approached the intended lake of lava, replaced by smaller shrubs and things that looked remarkably like cattails growing in the lake itself. The biggest difference was that the base of each plant was atop the lava instead of buried under it, though they seemed to have roots digging into the viscous liquid. From a handful of meters back, John found that there was only minimal increase in heat from the lava lake, though no doubt it would ramp up quickly as they got close. Sect Head Charlotte was closer, both because the increased heat was more tolerable for her and the Firepine Palace, but also because John and Aiden would be more effective blending into the background. An unknown enemy was still in the area, after all. In the midst of the lava lake ahead, the purpose of their presence in the area stood out on the surface. Surrounded by meter-wide spots of red that were like round carpets atop the orange-white lava was a fire lily. At the moment, it didn't look like much more than an orange-red pod with sparkles of different colors peeking through the outer petals. As it was supposed to come into bloom today, it should quickly look like another further into the lake, blades of fire spreading out radially in several layers. Throughout the sizable lake were more than a dozen examples from fully closed to spread wide open, flames surging around the petals. According to what he'd been told, fire lilies bloomed one day per year and had to be used or preserved that same day for optimal effect. Fortunately, as all fire lilies in one lake tended to be in sync, predicting when that day would be was fairly simple. Since the Firepine Palace was dominant in their area, the locals had stayed away and wouldn't have known when the time was. But clearly there had been either spies or someone slipped information to a third party, which was also espionage, just that one was strictly external. No doubt Charlotte would be looking into things later. Spouts of lava that John didn't quite understand at first suddenly erupted near the most advanced fire lily, the one that was fully open and swirling flames about itself, producing all manner of yellow, orange, and red hues with small traces of other colors sprinkled in. John quickly realized that the spouts were not some sort of geological instability, though geysers were not uncommon in the region, but rather splashes from creatures under the surface. Two large creatures John might have called fish were engaged with each other, with more watching from afar. Charlotte also noticed the action, smoothly transitioning into motion. Firepine Palace, with me. The rest of you, secure the area. That included both John and Aiden, as well as the other allied sects who had come to lend a hand in exchange for some of the rewards. Charlotte steps upon the lake of lava, left behind dark patches as she drew the heat into her. She didn't completely solidify the surface, but the following cultivators who walked in the same place as her would not have to deal with so much of the extreme temperatures. A late consolidated soul phase fire cultivator like Charlotte had nothing to fear from a simple lake of lava, but the weaker members of the sect would find it troublesome to resist. As she got further in the lake, instead of simply paving her own way, Charlotte hopped to the dark red sections that were already present, the giant pads of the fire lilies. The lake of lava supported those walking atop it with relative ease due to its density and viscosity. Cultivators wouldn't sink far into it, even standing still, but the pads provided a natural insulation from below. When Charlotte approached the two fish in conflict, they reacted to her presence by combining their attacks, gouts of lava spewing towards her in arcs. She avoided those and countered with an attack of her own. It was not visible above the surface, but John felt something twisting beneath. Several of the large lily pads trembled and then shifted, the tendrils attaching them to the greater plant twisting around the swimmers. The battle was not over so easily, as the lake dwellers were more than just fish. They were about as large as moderately sized sharks, a couple meters in length. Their fins, clashed against the tendrils of plant matter enwrapping them, curling into sorts of claws that sliced it apart. Charlotte was not done, of course, even against creatures so clearly comfortable in heat. As a proper fire cultivator and the leader of a local sect, she knew how to handle them. The wrappings had simply been to slow them while she approached closer. Then she leapt forward and landed with a double-footed stomp near them. Lava splashed upward, vaulting one of them into the air. Charlotte already had her blades in hand, a longer one near to the length of John's arming sword, and a smaller one more akin to a sigh with additional blades. The secondary blade went mostly unused as Charlotte chopped into the creature in the air, her fire elemental spiritual energy able to augment the sharpness of her blade against the fish as she cut through its scales where John presumed gills would be on a normal creature. It was sliced open, while at the same time the second lunged for Charlotte's legs. John kept an eye on the battle while following a small group around the edge of the lake, watching for the mentioned intruders. He did his best to blend the image and feeling of himself and Aiden with the others such that only the very careful or those with highly trained senses would pick them in particular out of those around them, either due to their divergent elements of their cultivation strength. That was feasible enough, as long as they weren't directly engaged in combat. Charlotte finished her battle at nearly the same time as the fire lily itself finalized its display. She immediately set about harvesting it, storing petals and seeds and other parts in separate specially made boxes, much like a small jewelry box in size. At the same time, several others across the lake began their prominent displays, and flashes of light came from the far side of the lake, combat being engaged by the groups that had patrolled in the opposite direction. John saw other cultivators moving out on the lake besides Firepine Palace. Further conflict was inevitable now. The only question was whether each side would secure the lilies closest to them or go on the offensive. It was a bit of a split. The intruding cultivators secured a few locations, 2 active and 2 not, while Firepine Palace took a defensive stance as well except for a small group with sect head Charlotte. At this point, it was John's responsibility to reach one of the battles, though instead of going directly, he continued to circle the lake with the group he was with. Not only could they cut off potential directions of retreat, spending less time on the fire lake was best for them to conserve energy. Even the fire cultivators who could draw upon the power could only take so much. As they moved closer, John sensed something, a familiar aura, both in general and specific. The flashes of light had been an indication, as it was specifically light and not just spiritual energy colliding. Now, John was certain it was the Righteous Flame League, along with Xianxia, the spear-wielding cultivator John had fought in a strange tournament. Since they had fought, John had advanced from rank 31 to 32, another step in the mid-consolidated soul phase. He couldn't tell exactly, but it seemed Xianxia had similarly advanced, or if not, he was close. That wasn't surprising with their similar ages. At their current level, one would not expect either of them to suddenly pull ahead by a significant margin. A single rank would have only shifted things slightly in the favor of one side regardless. Xianxia was not the only consolidated soul phase cultivator among the Righteous Flame League. There was an older man who had just begun to clash with Charlotte. That left that balance slightly in the favor of Firepine Palace with the presence of John and Aiden. But the Righteous Flame League had also brought more soul expansion phase cultivators. At the risk of worsening the man's opinions of darkness cultivators, John opened his offensive with a throwing dagger. The weapon was coated in darkness and water to be maximally effective against the man's fire and light elements. It was infused with clinging affliction, aiming to cause maximum consternation to the man. Just because he had beat the man once before didn't mean he was confident in doing the same in terrain that favored him. The dagger met its mark, drawing the man's attention away from the lake creatures, and the fire lily Xianxia was focused on towards the shore. He raised his spear defensively. John could attempt further ranged assault, but with the man prepared, his abilities would only be minimally effective. The clinging affliction had already run its course, water destructively feeding on the fire, and the darkness reacting with the man's light element to explode around his left shoulder on the rear. It was meant to cause more lasting damage, but that simply didn't work out in this case. With the allied fire cultivators moving forward, John and Aiden joined them atop the lava. It was not the optimal position for them to fight, but their cultivations could make up for some of that. The Righteous Flame League split between fire and light would likely make the fire lake less optimal for them as well. So with John's water element, it was Aiden who was the most affected. "I'll take care of the small fry," John's uncle said. "I'll keep them off your back, and I don't want to face a consolidated soul phase cultivator like this." John nodded as he followed the same path as some of the other fire cultivators. What amount of heat they had drawn away or dispersed made the trail somewhat easier, and John added his own water element to cool it and earth to push the heat outward. It wasn't the most effective, but it was better than directly clashing his energy against the lava. He moved for the fire lily pads, natural areas where the heat was minimized. Xianxia saw his plans as well as seeming to recognize him. He moved to cut him off, forcing John to stop short. "We meet again, villain. I'm not the one who is uninvited, intruding in unowned territory to steal another's claim," John couldn't help but point out. At the same time, he was looking for a good opening. If there wasn't one, he would have to make one. His legs tensed as he leapt off the surface of the lake, air element carrying him higher. Beneath his feet, he gathered earth and water once more. His trajectory carried him at an angle to Xianxia, but the man took the opportunity to charge forward. His spear flashed with light as John moved through the air, but he was already prepared for that move with a small filter of darkness over his eyes. He parried the spear with his sword as his feet hit the surface of the lava lake, and his earth energy pushed through, shoving a pillar of lava out beneath Xianxia's feet and knocking him back. The earth energy consumed by the fire was more or less balanced out by the lava already being liquid, though obviously making any lasting changes would be terribly difficult. John repositioned himself even further, alighting on one of the large lily pads. It wasn't comfortable to stand upon, but he didn't have to split as much of his concentration to supporting his footing. Xianxia was already charging back towards John, drawing the local fire element into him as he moved. That would increase his endurance in the battle while John would find his lowered, making drawing out the fight undesirable. Xianxia's aggressive style already favored short engagements, but John hadn't chosen to engage on the lava lake without a plan. He just had to rely on Aiden to keep others away, as promised. Chapter 197. Sharp stabs of light threatened to blind or injure John as Xianxia continued his aggressive attacks, but John kept himself in a reasonably effective state. He hadn't spent so long training with the Golden Tomb Guardians for nothing, and on a personal level he would be ashamed if his daughter was more effective against light cultivators than he was, both because of the difference in age and cultivation, and because someday John fully intended to have control over the element of light. For now, he would have to settle for managing the strong reactions between them. He could shield himself from the light with other elements, but instead he did his best to use tiny amounts of darkness to trigger a stronger response from Xianxia's light. Each mode of his own energy could detonate several times as much if done well. He needed to maintain that level throughout the fight because of the unfavorable terrain. Xianxia's spear stabbed down, puncturing the lily pad that John was standing upon. A simple hole didn't suddenly make it sink or anything, but the broken seal ruined the insulation from the heat below. John danced around to another position, slicing at Xianxia along the way. Air element formed the outer edge of his attack with darkness coiled beneath, injecting itself through Xianxia's defenses. He was unable to fully pierce through, so the effects on the man's body were minimal, but the attack tore apart some light element and forced Xianxia to redirect his flow of energy away from just attacking with his spear. Beneath them, John focused a trickle of darkness and a greater quantity of earth. The former hid his machinations, while the latter was bent on reshaping the battlefield. John felt something as he worked his way through the lava among the tendrils of the fire lily stretching to the surface. He had a sense of understanding now, minimal thought it was, of how to go along with the flow of fire. It was a bit risky, experimenting with new techniques in the middle of an actual battle, but John had come to learn, and he wanted to provide his best contribution to the battle, especially since John didn't like this jerk. There was no time to exchange words between the flurries of attacks. Not that there was anything to say that would change things, for elements circulated through John, the final two being represented by Xianxia. Heat and light had John sweating, though he kept his body at a knot. 2. Unreasonable temperature. Since the ground was the main source of issue, he couldn't use his traditional trick, but he had water element now, which was quite adept with cooling. So far, Aiden and the others were keeping the other Righteous Flame League cultivators away from the fight. Neither of the two combatants wanted to be interrupted, so it was a reasonably agreed upon arrangement. Whichever side came out ahead in that battle would likely determine the fight between John and Xianxia, except that it would most likely be the opposite, Xianxia's aggression not allowing their battle to wait for the conclusion of the other, which was a shame, because John trusted Aiden to win that for him. He landed on the final undamaged pad, having completed a full rotation around the central fire lily. He wasn't looking forward to fighting directly on lava or even a partly intact pad, but he'd chosen to come to this position, so he had to deal with it. Xianxia saw John's conundrum and vaulted into the air, his body aligning with the sun to make it difficult for John to even look at him. A move just as underhanded as any proper dark element cultivator, or any cultivator that wanted to win. Not that John disapproved, he just thought it was hypocritical. Personally, once battle began, he couldn't see any dishonor in using most tactics. Even poison was fine, as long as it didn't come down to poisoning someone within a diplomatic situation of some sort. He simply didn't use poison much because the worthwhile ones were costly and sometimes difficult to apply. Since he couldn't make out anything of the attack itself, John had to judge only by Xianxia's position. Then he did more or less what the man expected him to do, which was to leap away. Except instead of going directly back, he moved to his right away from the fire lily. Giving up his hard-fought position was effectively conceding the battle. If he didn't have a plan, that was. Xianxia landed with great power, unable to completely negate the force of his own attack even with no target. As he struck the pad, piercing it with his spear, he pressed it downward into the lava. Unlike water, the viscosity and density of lava prevented it from just splashing out of the way, so he should have expected minor trembling at most. But instead he sunk in as a ring of lava cracked. All around the fire lily, John had dug out a trench beneath the surface, one that could only hold its shape for so long despite some reinforcement. Under his final position, he dug a bit deeper, such that Xianxia now barely had his head above the edge. And it wasn't just empty space he'd fallen into. An adjusted version of sinking in the mire had John greatly decreased the viscosity of about half a meter of lava beneath the man, an unnatural change he immediately released along with the rest of his efforts. Xianxia was up to his knees in lava that resisted his efforts to leap away as a wave of lava poured over him. John really wished he could count on that to kill the man, but he was a consolidated soul phase cultivator and practiced the fire element as well. He wasn't immune to the effects of heat, but he was highly resistant. By the time one foot was free, lava had oozed over Xianxia's left side, greatly limiting his movements as John chopped his sword towards the man's head. With an awkward angle of his spear, he blocked John's sword, power swirling through the man as he worked on tearing himself out of his predicament. John really thought he had the man, but apparently his subordinates had been paying close attention to the battle. Before John could finish him off, several of them rushed at him, and he was forced to respond to their attacks. In the time it took him to finish them off, Aiden and the fire cultivators working with Firepine Palace killed or forced away the others, but Xianxia was also back on the surface and running. John considered chasing after him, but he wasn't exactly fresh himself, and the man was running into a waiting group of Righteous Flame League cultivators upon the shore. It didn't seem worth the risk. He did throw a dagger at the man's spine, putting a good portion of his remaining water and darkness into the attack. Xianxia still had enough presence of mind to avoid the attack, and it only sunk into his left shoulder blade, the reaction of light and darkness not quite providing the explosion John wanted. The red of blood contrasted the other red of his left side, which looked like a boiled crab, sadly not charred to bits, but certainly affected by the lava. John angled himself towards a different part of the shore as the group pulled away. He was not fond of the feeling that his toes could catch on fire at any moment, and his energy wouldn't last indefinitely. Firepine Palace would be dealing with the retrieval of all of the fire lilies anyway. Few people gave chase, instead securing the shores as Charlotte finished her harvests. The Righteous Flame League had intentionally avoided her, ultimately making off with a couple of the fire lilies that might compensate for their losses. As for the denizens of the lake, the strongest occupants had been among the first to attack her, and now nothing dared to compete with her for the fire lilies, at best chewing on the roots left beneath the surface. John accepted the sealed box from Charlotte. It contained the majority of one of the fire lilies, at least the important parts like seeds and petals. Some portion of the seeds had been set aside to hopefully create a new generation of the fire lilies in the lake. As a consolidated soul phase cultivator, John wasn't completely sure if 1 part in 10 was a lot or a little for his contributions. Counting Aiden's contributions, there were 2 of them. On the other hand, there were dozens of other cultivators involved, from the Firepine Palace to local allies. Having actually secured just one of the plants, it was pretty reasonable. That discounted the efforts of the allied cultivators, but also considered that he stopped a scare and the group from bleeding over into other conflicts. If you're planning to consume those, I'd start with the petals, Charlotte advised. They're much more mild and unlikely to cause any internal damage even if you screw up. Without a fire totem, well, you'll have to make your own judgments on if and when you're ready to consume a seed. I might suggest externally deconstructing one. A waste of energy, but you may gain some insights that would help you. John nodded. I appreciate it. I wouldn't want to overtax myself. Oh, and feel free to make use of the training rooms. They're a good environment for such things, and it will recapture all of the fire element I let go to waste, I imagine. John grinned. Charlotte shrugged. What can I say? You manage a clan. I'm sure you don't like waste either. As long as the rooms themselves remain fairly neutral in their activity, I'm sure it will be beneficial. John intended to take a good look at what he had. Opening up the container that was effectively an enchanted jewelry box would expose the fire lily to some potential decay, but it would be minimal until he actually removed the various pieces from their containment. As John thought about his future training, he also thought about Aiden. His uncle was always paid well and supplied with resources from the clan, but he deserved something extra for helping secure this prize. Just because the man had grown beyond a level the Tenebach clan had been able to anticipate didn't mean John shouldn't continue to provide what he could as the clan continued to grow. Something special would be best, to show appreciation instead of just treating it as a normal transaction. They still had more of the Shadowhawk to work with. The feel of the petal between his fingers was odd. It was less like a plant and more like a solid piece of fire. Yet when he placed it on his tongue, it was simultaneously hot and sort of wet. As he pulled apart the spiritual energy within it, it basically melted, fire trickling down his throat. He did only what was necessary to protect himself as it found its way to his stomach, preferring to directly control the fire to prevent it from burning rather than negate the heat with water element. It was, as stated, very easy to work with. Smooth. Even so, without his efforts studying the fire pines and his exposure to the lilies, he would have found himself hard-pressed to control it. Going from the Viridia wildlands to the Phoenix forest had given him some new perspective, and he was now familiar with traditional plants with a minimal understanding of the fire plants. Minimal from his perspective, of course. He could feel how they work to some extent, something unattainable on Earth, but a very real experience here. Ultimately, the energy was drawn from his stomach into his dantian, metaphysically not that distant. The majority of it was used to bolster his water element, the heat providing power for water to change forms from oceans to clouds, or from ice to liquid water. Not that John had much ice in his internal world at the moment, a problem he thought he should perhaps correct. He didn't plan to simulate a full world or anything, and with the aspects his totems had it could never really do so, but containing more different aspects of the elements he had control over seemed like it might provide a better balance. John looked forward to when he might consume some of the fire lily seeds, as the petals also came with insights into working of fire as he consumed them. All spiritual energy did, to different extents, and John needed every bit of understanding he could get with fire. And he was starting to get it more deeply, his own thoughts and Charlotte's words letting him see more sides to fire. Though it was still, mainly, destructive and consumptive, it was part of the cycle of elements and contributed to growth of new things and to change. Maybe he'd actually be ready to attune to a 5th-tier fire totem whenever he finally got to the peak of the consolidated soul phase. By pure ranks he was more than halfway, but he expected the late phase to take even longer for every step. Chapter 198. Sparks danced upon John's fingers, wavering flames that sent flickering shadows across the walls. The flames took various shapes: flaming pine cones, a fire lily, an inferno berry bush. Unlike what he produced with earth energy, these projections were all form and no function. At most they could slightly burn someone, but that could be done more easily with a direct attack. Even so, it evidenced a clear improvement in his control of fire. Flames flickered out as he ceased his practice, taking deep breaths and circulating his energy to recover what little fire energy he had expended and bring himself to his best state. Then his mind dove into the sea of spiritual totems, diving deep towards the fifth layer. He found resisting the pressure of the totems on that layer quite manageable at his current level, and thus he expected little trouble once he finally was ready to advance to the ascending soul phase. As long as he continued to improve his affinity with fire, so he could attune to a proper totem. What did he want? There had been a moment in his history when he almost skipped over attuning to a water element totem entirely, planning to rely on Mateo for that part of the cycle. Perhaps if he had done so, he would have found it to actually be a good idea, but given the majority of his time was separated from his wife, he might have found the imbalance difficult. He would have still had a partial cycle from fire to earth to air, but with darkness in the mix, having the allied cycle complete was probably better. It might still be somewhere around another decade before he approached the next step, but he was confident he would at least make it to the peak of the consolidated soul phase. It was unclear if that was where he would stop, or if he could step beyond. It was a level not so easily reached, even in the wider world. Totems flickered before him as he moved throughout the sea. A volcano, a burning forest, a simple field of ashes, lingering heat emanating from them. Tempting, but unlikely to provide a major contribution to his abilities. He already had a contributor to the ground of his world. Having two in competition might improve things, or it might be a waste. What he wanted was a new component to add to the synergy. So far, he had the tree of darkness around which most of the rest revolved. His earth totem was compost, the recycled remains of the tree itself. His air totem was a representation of the atmosphere, including all of the impurities that made it up. That too would grow and change with the rest. The dark depths of the deep sea stretched beyond the central island upon which the tree of darkness rested, providing a home for more false life to dwell inside of him. Any fish or other water dwellers he found were just constructs of energy maneuvering bits and pieces around. The same with the other plants now growing upon the island. Traditionally, his fire element formed a small sun, hanging over the area. It was there that he ran into a conundrum, for of his totems were darkness itself, or carried some element of darkness. That was logical, as the root of his powers. But aside from ashes, there were few things he had found that could be a mixture of fire and darkness. He might have made a mistake, as far back as when he chose his air totem. Should it have instead been aligned with light? That was what was natural for air to begin with, and with 4 totems already aligned one way, he could end up imbalanced. The biggest issue was finding a light element totem aligned with darkness. What would that even be? Ultraviolet? He hadn't found such a totem, but perhaps he should look. He could likely push himself to the 6th layer easily enough. He was only stepping up one layer at a time because he wanted his totems to be balanced as the others grew. So far, that seemed to be the correct choice. He pushed himself deeper into the sea of spiritual totems, the 6th layer. As far as he was aware, that was the deepest it went. He had no idea if totems could continue to grow beyond the power the totems of the 6th layer possessed or not. Likely the only people who would know would be exalted soul phase cultivators, legendary existences that were sometimes referred to as gods. John wasn't sure if he would say the same, but at a certain level of power, people could do whatever they wanted. He would certainly humble himself if he came across an exalted soul phase cultivator, simply out of necessity. John moved towards light. Everything hurt as he did so. The eyes he didn't have, trying to shut eyelids that didn't properly exist on a spiritual body. He passed by many uncomfortably powerful lights, various forms of stars, some with pure light, others with light and fire of a proper star. However, not all totems were equal, even at the same tier. One that he was fairly certain was simply a large laser nearly cut him apart, yet found itself insignificant next to what John thought was a supernova. An explosion of fire, light, matter, and non-matter tore at John from a great distance, forcing him out of the sea of spiritual totems. He took some time to calm his spiritual energy. No actual harm could come in the sea of spiritual totems, but it could easily result in fatigue like John was experiencing now. His mind couldn't take much more strain of that sort for a while, so he would have to forego further searching for the moment. Yet keeping the process up regularly would help ready him for his eventual connection to fire, and then hopefully following that light. He had time, so he would simply have to maintain his efforts. During his time at the Firepine Palace, John had engaged in a few additional excursions, though they were of less interest than the first one. Now, he was ready to return, both because he had business back at the Tenebach clan, a constant requirement he could not stay away from for too long, and because there was little more they could teach him. If he had been a pure fire cultivator, no doubt there were deep insights Charlotte, or even their soul expansion phase cultivators had, but he was planning to add fire in with the rest of his elements. It didn't necessarily take lesser insights, simply different ones that pure fire cultivators couldn't teach him. Yet the different perspective provided by Charlotte and the Firepine Palace, especially with how fire could relate to growth and the way it could sustain life, even if they were particularly odd forms of it, had pushed John in what he felt was the right direction. Perhaps he would return another time, several years later when he was close to the peak of the consolidated soul phase. No doubt it would be helpful to him. Yet there was something more he could learn while he was here, with only one way it could be taught. In a bare arena with a floor of imported stone, John stood across from Charlotte, prepared to spar with her. It was strange how combat was both a sign of trust and preparations for a betrayal of that trust. Not that John thought Charlotte or the Firepine Palace had any reason to do so. It wouldn't benefit them to anger the Tenebach clan when they could easily call upon the aid of the Brandel clan. But he might still eventually fight them, or more probably cultivators like them in the future. The battle was less frantic than anything involving a scare. John opened with throwing daggers, predictable, yet worthwhile. He could determine how his opponent would react to such an attack, and there was no point in being at range if he didn't attempt to make use of it. He wasn't surprised when Charlotte parried with her offhand weapon. That was what the shorter multi-bladed weapon was for. What slightly surprised him was how easily she picked out the second dagger following the first and cut it out of the air with her other weapon. He had hoped to get some initial damage in, even if he didn't expect there to be any incapacitating effects from the attack. Despite the arena not specifically catering to fire element cultivators, John knew he was at a disadvantage. The spiritual energy in the surroundings would seep in regardless of the formation's intentions, and he couldn't blame Charlotte for making use of it. In fact, he would be insulted if she didn't. Unlike with Iskair, who had gone on the offensive even on the lava lake where he had the advantage over the long term, Charlotte accepted her defensive advantage and kept to her position. For the moment, at least, John could feel her fire element working around her, her efforts not concealed from him merely because of the presence of Earth. John's next move was an intentional sacrifice of energy. His Earth energy reached forward, growing entangling vines around her. Those were predictably and quickly burned away, resulting in her never even being restrained. Yet they still maneuvered her in the position John intended, away from her efforts underground. His sword slashed towards her, parried by her offhand while she countered with her other blade. John danced back, thrown daggers aiming for her lower body where she could not block or parry without compromising her position. That meant dodging or accepting a hit with her spiritual energy defenses. She preferred the former, and ultimately they went back and forth with attacks for a few moments with little ground gained by either. Even so, John had maneuvered them a few steps further from her work, at the cost of himself being between her and whatever she was doing. Reaching for the tendrils of fire underground would be obvious and give him time to react, and her efforts would likely be weakened by the distance. An acceptable option, though John didn't plan to just let it happen regardless. He gathered water element around his sword, a clear and obvious attack in the making, yet not one she could ignore. John could have formed ice, requiring the most heat to overcome it, but he had plans for the flowing liquid around his blade. He stepped forward, wind speeding his steps. Yet along with that was another flow of water and darkness intertwined with earth, preparing. His sword was, predictably, blocked. He had every intention to attack in such a way that Charlotte couldn't catch his sword in her offhand weapon, but she managed to maneuver that to happen regardless, her weapon twisting to a strange angle to catch him. Yet she required her energy to resist the blow, thus fire and water met. Water was dominant over fire, but Charlotte focused more energy to burn away his attack. John let it happen, evaporating into steam and creating a brief cover. At the same time, additional vines grew up from the earth below, grabbing for Charlotte. She countered them in the same fashion, but this time, she found the water element made the projections of the plants more akin to their live versions. Plants burned, but only in extreme heat or when dry. She was capable of creating the former situation, but she needed a moment for that. They vines wrapped around one of her legs and her waist, restricting her movement. John's offhand was already on its way up to intercept the wrist of her right, stopping her incoming retaliation. If his sword were free, he would have slid it around her guard weapon, but as it was, he had to let it go. His fist punched out, a mix of elements augmenting the attack, but not before she kicked out the leg she'd managed to keep free towards his waist. He was knocked backwards away from her, both limiting the effectiveness of his blow and sending him sprawling. When snakes of fire coiled over him, John realized she needed no active control over the energy, and in fact her task was already done. Getting her away from the area had done him no good at all, and the maneuvering he'd intended might have been her plan all along. A crafty old woman, she hid her true intentions by how obviously she'd used her energy, proving that it wasn't only darkness cultivators that could manage deception. If John still had his sword, he might have continued the fight, but as it was, he had to surrender. If this had been a real battle, he could have pulled out more tricks, but he was content with learning from this loss. That was the entire point. After all, I surrender, John said clearly, feeling the tendrils of fire recede after he did so. Charlotte helped him to his feet. Not bad. With a couple more decades of experience, you'll be a mighty force beyond just your cultivation. I look forward to seeing it. John smiled. Future friendly relations with reasonable and powerful cultivators was something he would always appreciate. Chapter 199. The straight vertical cliffs of Dolomite Harbor were just as impressive as the first time. John doubted that many natural or even man-made phenomenons could match the size of the place, the main lifeblood of the stone conglomerate, regarding its access across the shimmering islands. The stairs carved into the cliffs wound back and forth, descending sharply, while a large series of ramps were used for wagons, taking up the majority of the space between the stairways on either end of the cliff. Before he even saw the ship, John sensed who he was waiting for. Picking out a water element cultivator on the sea from among many others wasn't easy, even if that person happened to be a consolidated soul phase cultivator. But there was no way John wouldn't notice Mateo, even with her power subdued. As they were more interested in comfort than speed, a Brandel clan ship had been taken along their journey. The Wavecutter and Captain Sohan were reliable and fast, but certainly not representative of comfort. Seeing them entering the harbor, John made his way down from his vantage point. He wanted to run down to meet them, but he had to maintain some dignity. Besides, unless he ran out on the water, which he absolutely could, a more moderate pace would have him arrive at a reasonable time. The first to disembark from the ship was Ursel, not waiting for things like the anchor, tying up, or the gangway. Instead, she leapt from the ship onto the pier, her body heavily thudding on the stone. "Dad!" Ursel came running with her arms out. John prepared to scoop her up, but she came to a screeching halt in front of him. Mel won't shut up about that stupid boy. So it was to be complaints instead of touching reunion. Melanthina made her own response from the ship's deck. "Shut up. That's not true. I just mentioned that I was looking forward to fighting someone from the Combining Luster sect to prove how much better I am." John looked at his wife, who shrugged. That and the look of displeasure on the patient Turto's face indicated this had been going on for a good majority of the last 5 months. Melanthina seemed to think it was undignified to leap off the ship, but barely waited for the gangplank before scurrying down to the docks. Ursel was already further along with some of the other members of the Tenebach clan, likely reveling in the solid land beneath her. "We are going right?" Melanthina asked. "You're not going to cancel or something?" "Well, I don't know." John stroked his chin. "Maybe I should." He was more than 90% joking, and a small bit serious. He didn't want Melanthina to get spoiled by just giving her whatever she wanted, nor was he certain if she would get the results she wanted. "But I'm already here, so we might as well." Melanthina huffed air and stomped off in the same general direction as her sister, doubtless still pleased despite the teasing. Finally, Mateo and Turto disembarked. The former exercised proper demeanor in how she approached, but that didn't stop her from initiating a passionate, if short, kiss with her husband. "Good to finally see you again." Their arrangement left them apart for close to 10 months out of the year. If their arranged marriage hadn't resulted in feelings for each other, then it wouldn't have been so bad. As it was, they had chosen to actually develop love for each other. It wasn't something that just happened by accident, and now they could hardly wait for a chance to spend time together. Just another decade. Or so, John smiled. We're still young. That was something, at least. Because of their cultivations, they would still be young in their 50s when their children took the reins of the clans. They didn't want to rush them into anything. But Turdo and Melanthina would have to take over at some point. Turdo would honestly be easiest. He could probably step into the role immediately upon reaching adulthood. That wasn't strictly necessary, but he was almost certain to be ready as long as he kept maturing as he was. John rubbed Turdo on the head, which was much higher up than he remembered. Then again, both girls were taller than Turdo at the moment. Going into the early teen years, girls generally had their growth first. How are you doing, putting up with all that? It is exhausting, Turdo said. Ursel would also not leave me alone until I learned to control water plants. An exhausting endeavor. She's excited about her new abilities and likely assumed you would be interested in the same, John said. Probably, Turdo admitted. That did not make it less exhausting, though it kept me away from Melanthina. She would not cease talking about Nick, whether or not she said his name. I wish she would decide whether she wanted to fight or kiss him. Is it that obvious? John asked. Besides, it can be both. If you say so, Turdo shrugged. You and Mother do not clash. That's not quite true, Mateo admitted. We're just less open about it. Personally, I'm hoping she'll get over all this upon actually seeing the kid again. That would be best for everyone, John agreed. But for that, we must be going. The plan was to travel south along the western edge of the Darklands. They had no particular history there, so with their strength the roads would be safe enough. Any former allies of the Society of Midnight would simply be glad they hadn't been around for the battles to take any losses. Nobody should be aware of the specific travel clans anyway at most. They would have had to hear of the arranged exchange of pointers with the combining Luster sect and the Brandel and Tenebach clans. The distance through the Darklands would be most of their journey, but the most difficult parts would be after that. The most direct route would take them through the Annihilation Strip, and needless to say that was not the planned route. However, the route around to the west wasn't much better, traveling through the Solrot bogs. The distance would be mercifully short, just a few days. But there were reasons travel from south of the Darklands was infrequent. The other option would have been to entirely circumvent the Darklands, which would have meant traveling the entire width of the country back beyond the Tenebach clan, then around through the Green Sands and hooking through the Wuthering Steppes. That would be more than twice as long. And the Wuthering Steppes weren't necessarily safer than the Solrot bogs. It was simply a matter of where the danger came from. Why can't we live here? Melanthina asked after they had crossed the border into the Darklands. It's so much nicer and closer to the Brandel clan. Well, John had been about to spout reasons, but the main one was no longer valid. The Society of Midnight was gone now. It's not easy to just move a clan. Moving to the Western Darklands would take us further away from some of our allies. I'd have to convince Cyaritzel and the rest of the clan to move, even if the expenses didn't exist. You're the clan head, Melanthina said. You can just order everyone. I could, John said. And people listen to my orders, but only because they are not unreasonable. A poorly constructed attempt would simply cause a split in the clan, weakening us beyond the expenses. Besides, I doubt the locals would be enthusiastic about us taking up residence. Yeah, but it's flowing with tons of darkness, elemental spiritual energy, Melanthina said. It's way better. For you, John said, and the rest of the Tenebach clan. Most of them, John admitted. But it's not something that can be done so easily. We only moved in the first place to avoid extermination. If you won't do it, I'll just do it when I take over the clan, Melanthina declared. John hadn't wanted to suggest that option, because she might really do it. If you still think it's a good idea at that time, you can look into it. John couldn't just forget about what his daughter said. He truly didn't think it was a good idea, but whether or not she went through with it, the distance between clans still existed. A persistent problem, only part of which would be solved by raising the Shadowhawks they acquired. Communication might be eased by such things, but transport was still an issue. It was becoming ever more important to acquire animals of greater power, for both small and large-scale transport of people and goods. The difficulty was finding worthy creatures that could also learn to obey. Their group wasn't going to just wander into the Solrot bogs and hope they made it through. Chances were, with consolidated soul phase cultivators, they would. But there were to be no chances taken with the triplets, or the other weaker members of the clans. And frankly, it would have been foolish if it were just John and Mateo. Thus, they stopped to meet with the one group they knew in the southern Darklands. The one remaining group they knew, at least. That group was the Calamitous Swarm. Though John had considered himself the sort of boy that liked bugs, he wasn't sure he liked swarms of supernatural insects, no matter how well they were controlled. But that was basically just prejudice. Most cultivators of their group looked fairly normal most of the time. Most of them. Not Bodana, though. She was, by her voice, a middle-aged woman. That was about all John could tell through the soft buzzing of insects. They seemed quite well contained, not floating in a cloud about her, but instead covering her with wiggling wings. There was not just one sort of bug. John could see various sorts of mosquitoes, locusts, perhaps cockroaches, centipedes, and things with stingers. Maybe even a few small scorpions and spiders also in the mix. Somehow, they didn't get crushed as Bodana moved about, and when she reached out her hand, they pulled away. John summoned all of his confidence to shake that hand. "I'm glad to have an experienced guide coming with us," he said. It would be so easy to just burn them away, even with his limited control of fire. A good wind would do just as well to remove them from the area. But of course he did neither. Instead, he paid careful attention to how the swarm moved, little active control keeping them around, but instead it seemed to be some sort of longer-term change to the insects themselves, likely passed on through generations. He certainly wouldn't want to spend even a few seconds of effort for each member of that swarm if the whole thing died every few weeks. "I'll keep you away from the worst nasties of the soul-rot bogs," she said, displaying a single insect on her palm. "Like these. Isn't that just a regular mosquito?" John asked. "Is it?" She raised an eyebrow. Or at least that was what he assumed the changing shape of the swarm on her face meant. "Or is it a mosquito carrying soul rot?" John frowned. "I don't know how to tell. But that still makes it kind of a normal mosquito." She shrugged. That was obvious enough since it involved a larger body movement. "I suppose so. Except that this little guy can prick you through your energy defenses without you even noticing." "Noted," John said. "Let's get going." While John noticed Ursel shying away from the woman, Melanthina, the more girly of the two, seemed slightly interested. From a distance, at least. It was a novel use of darkness element, so it wasn't that odd. But neither would he have assumed she would show any interest of the sort at all. Just so long as she kept her insects more removed, John wouldn't care if she learned such techniques. She wouldn't get many hugs otherwise. Chapter 200. Uruk. Came a groan of annoyance, then a loud smacking sound. Ursel waved her hand, which had the remains of a mosquito, the size of a small sparrow, stuck on it. She eventually just wiped it on a nearby bush, and then coated her hands in mud. "Why won't they stop?" "Because you feel vulnerable," their guide Bodana said. Though clearly they're wrong. No matter what sort of insect attempted to bite Ursel, whether it was capable of piercing through defensive energy or not, they were incapable of penetrating diamond defense. In short, her skin was too durable for them. That didn't mean she liked having them around, though. Everyone else had their own solutions. Bodana had her own swarm of insects, so clearly she didn't mind more. They either became a member of hers or were consumed by it. Melanthina was attempting her techniques to control the bugs, to varying results. She was at least generally able to keep them away, though sometimes it was because they were overloaded with darkness and their bodies collapsed. There were a few moving around her unstably, without any real control except a compulsion to not be close to her. John had also trained diamond defense, or rather, he had trained diamond defense, and it was Ursel who had snuck in and stolen some of his spare materials. The Tenebach clan was in a much better financial state than they had been when John first arrived, so it wasn't a big deal to spend that sort of money on one of the triplets, but she'd gotten in trouble for a lack of permission. His energy, specifically the darkness element, extended beyond himself and around Mateo and beyond her to Turdo. Both should normally be able to keep bugs away with a bit of spiritual energy, but with some of the local specimens being able to sneakily pierce through such defenses, it would have required them forming an actual bubble of water or the like to keep themselves fully protected. That was fine for a while, but keeping such up all day was draining. So John was practicing the swarm influencing techniques, at least the obvious basics. He almost thought about sending the ones he caught towards Ursel, but resisted the bullying urge. Generally, he just saw what he could make them do, and ultimately directed them towards Bodana to have them dealt with in some manner. The rest of the Tenebach and Brandel clan members had to deal with things on their own. Bodana did keep watch for any particularly dangerous specimens, namely those that were diseased. The trek through the soul-rot bogs was as unpleasant as expected, the ability for cultivators to dry themselves being one of the few comforts they had. There were long distances where they had to slog through leech-infested waters, and finding dry ground to camp was a significant effort. Unlike Bodana, none of the rest of them could control insects subconsciously, and the enchantments upon their tents were only sufficient to keep them safe, but not comfortable. Effort had to be taken to those ends through the use of spiritual energy, of which the prominent ones were darkness and water. John found it better than being in the deep sea where he had to constantly replenish his own air, but certainly uncomfortable for himself and still a significant difficulty for those weaker. That was just the constant annoyances. Snakes and other larger creatures sometimes thought it reasonable to approach them, intending to take out someone smaller and weaker. Perhaps that might have worked against a herd of animals, but human cultivators watched out for their weakest members and were able to act to defend them. Ultimately, though the Soulrot Bog was a hostile place, the main danger was if one got lost within it for days or weeks and was worn down by its features. The edges, at least, were not a danger zone for groups traveling with consolidated soul phase cultivators. Bodana was a proficient guide, bringing them around troublesome areas that even John and Mateo wouldn't have spotted before stumbling into them. Some areas they avoided not because they sensed anything, but because they didn't. Usually, that meant a more powerful spiritual beast in the area who was demanding of its territory. Since they weren't interested in ending up in combat engagements, especially with unknown entities, they avoided it. To the east, John could sense the main area they were avoiding. If he had to describe it, it would be like a static. An area of great power but no spiritual energy as far as he could tell, simply remnants. A meeting of light and dark elements, resulting in the annihilation strip. As its borders weren't exact, they avoided approaching too close. It was uncertain when a wave of light might push into a portion of the Soulrot Bog. Even with their circuitous route, it only took a few days to circumvent the annihilation strip and find themselves in the dead fields. Practically, it was a much safer place than either the Soulrot Bog or the annihilation strip. Emotionally, it was in some ways worse. Except for small traces of light element seeping from below ground, it was actually devoid of spiritual energy. People thought the same of a strain, but there it was simply an even mix that John found quite comfortable. Spiritual beasts did not live in the area. At most, they might run into some wild boar or slithering serpents that would force them to expend some of their energy. An annoyance, as without a proper source, spiritual energy replenished very slowly. That was true even for John. As his cycle of elements merely amplified the effects of others, it didn't wholly produce new spiritual energy from nothing. What he might replenish, John had to use to fight off intruding light element. Melanthina seemed to do that with less effort than most, though John was on the better end of the Tenebach clan because of his training. It was a week of uneventful and only existentially unpleasant days of travel before they arrived at their destination. John thought he sensed the scout at about the same time as they sensed the group, but he couldn't be certain. Either way, they were soon moving towards each other. Elder Ramantas, Bodana inclined her head. John hadn't seen the older man at the tournament, but he'd known the man's name. It was part of his job as clan head to memorize such things, especially when related to groups they were going to train with. John inclined his head the appropriate amount as well. As the introducing party, the Calamitous Swarm's representative was about as important as an unfamiliar clan head like himself. Honored Bodana, Elder Ramantas responded, and the Tenebach and Brandel clan heads, he bowed deeply. We have been anticipating your presence. After finishing the appropriate social interactions, the man led them towards a sealed door in front of a cave. When he opened it, John wanted to swear for several reasons. Traditional light stabbing into his eyes and the response of his darkness energy were the largest of those reasons. But he held himself back. He had to keep some form of dignity, though squinting was fully justified. Even Ramantas did so, as the inside of the tunnels was brighter than outside. John was reminded of the crystal caverns the Order of the Amber Heart had claim over, except instead of earth element crystals, these were very clearly light element. Some were hexagonal, others triangular like example prisms designed to make rainbows. They came in many other shapes and sizes as well. Each produced its own light, some pure whites or yellows like the sun, and others any color of the rainbow. Light bounced off the smooth surfaces and filtered through other crystals, amplifying the effects. Though great care had been taken not to disturb the growth of the crystals, most of the rest of the tunnels was carved flat and polished. It was nearly as bad as being in Qwarn's lair, light bouncing everywhere. It was rather pretty, when he could see, but constantly uncomfortable. The density of crystals waxed and waned as they moved through the tunnels, but never did they come to a place where it was even approaching dark. There were even occasionally floating motes of light, unconstrained by any crystal's spirit light, formed naturally in the caverns. The Tenebach clan had the most difficulty in the area, though the Brandel clan members were clearly not fully comfortable. John watched Melanthina in particular strode forward with determination. Instead of fighting against the light directly, she managed to redirect it, something John himself found more difficult than she made it look. Though it was clear she couldn't exactly be casual about it either. John did his best to listen as Elder Romantis spoke about the area, but he already knew the basic history, and he was doing his best to fight off a headache. All of his elements were naturally infused with some amount of darkness, so he had to be careful with how he shielded himself. The northern end of the prism underfields actually used to be the most powerful, Elder Romantis explained. Then there was a great war, tearing open the ground of the area and exposing it to the darkness. Now, the area known as the Annihilation Strip is uninhabitable by anyone. Attempts have been made to reclaim those caverns, sealing them from the surface above, but it is simply too dangerous for any to succeed. Elder Romantis shrugged. There have been few serious attempts in the decades of my life. Despite the potential power there, the other crystal nexuses are sufficient, and having a natural barrier from invasions is quite convenient. Ironically, it has resulted in better relations with the Darklands. That is to say, not openly hostile all the time. The old man smiled with some sincerity. I understand that the Tenebach clan once lived in the southern Darklands? That's right, John nodded. Though that was more than a few generations ago. Most of our history before our move has been lost. Unfortunate, Elder Romantis said, but understandable. We heard about your conflict with the Society of Midnight, of course. It is interesting that you managed to combine forces of every element, including the Golden Tomb Guardians representing the light. Your allies are as diverse as your own cultivation. More, technically, John said. For now, the Elder agreed. A difficult path you've set out upon, both in cultivation and politics. Personally, John hadn't found it difficult to get along with people from other elements. Now that the club had members from every element, except cultivators who were currently practicing water, he was quite certain that they were compatible. He had likely gotten lucky with the particular transmigrated and reincarnated individuals. He could have stumbled across some of ill temper. But he also had conflicts with people from every element, and because of proximity, people were actually more likely to clash with those of their own. It is work, but mutual assistance is quite beneficial, especially with the diversity of resources to be sought out. There wasn't much more to say on that subject in particular, not at the moment. Perhaps in the future the combining luster sect might find it beneficial to keep up a relationship with the rest of them, though they were rather distant to have frequent interactions. Their journey to the sect itself took some time, though they were not terribly distant. Even so, they had to follow winding corridors with uncomfortable amounts of light. When they finally got to a larger cavern, John found it had been fully carved out into a rectangular prism, except for spires of crystal and the rock they were growing out of. It was a particularly large cavern, sizable enough to comfortably house several hundred people at least, vaguely akin to the size of the Tenebach clan with all its members. John was quite relieved when they were taken to their chambers, where the sect once again used the same trick as others for providing quarters. Funneling away the light element for their own uses would make it comfortable for others to some extent. The Tenebach clan also had such chambers for visitors from the Golden Tomb Guardians, the Milanovich clan, or the Mulyani clan, and others of the three light allied elements. We will let you get settled in, Elder Romantis explained. Tomorrow, we will discuss more about what training and competitions we will have. I've heard some specific requests. His eyes briefly flickered over Melanthina. Interesting. Perhaps that Nick also wanted a rematch with her. John would have to keep both eyes on that situation.